Hey guys, this is Star. What if? How are you all? Please support and subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see what if Harry Potter and Hermione used their genius to revolutionize Hogwarts. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story.
Here is short summary. When Harry and Hermione's brilliance outshines even the professors, they set out to reinvent Hogwarts itself, breaking traditions, rewriting spells, and changing the future of magic forever. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Hermione, named after a character in a favorite Shakespeare play of her parents, was born to a dentist couple practicing in Crawley. Even as a toddler, Hermione Jane Granger was a bright and bubbly girl, and when she began to read, that turned into an enthusiasm for learning. Born to loving parents, she was showered with all the affection that can only come from a couple so deeply in love themselves. Learning from her parents that she was named for a literary character was all that was required to ignite a spark, plunging her into the fantasy world of literature. Not satisfied with the fictional characters, she augmented her knowledge of the times and traditions by extensive research into history. History and literature took the place of bedtime stories, and though initially surprised by their daughter's thirst for reading, Daniel and Emma Granger took pains to spend time to explain things to their bushy brown-haired girl with chocolate-colored eyes. School was a breeze for the budding prodigy, surprising even her teachers, who constantly encouraged her to outstrip her peers. As was bound to happen, her friends from school could not understand why she was so captivated by books rather than spend time playing dress-up dolls with them. Though she tried her best, Hermione could not hold a decent conversation with the other children, as they could not match up to her mature thinking. In school, when none of them could keep up with her grades, as kids of that age go, they resorted to taunt her slightly bigger front teeth and bushy hair. Her desperation to fit in with her peers turned to disappointment, and she slowly began retreating into her books. Though her parents knew about Hermione's tribulations at school, they could do nothing to soothe her hurt, other than being their loving and attentive selves. With their practice increasing their income, the Grangers decided to move into an affluent neighborhood at Oxford when Hermione was about 8 years old. The move to Oxford helped Hermione to find a few friends who gravitated to the brilliant girl more due to her ability to help them with their homework than real companionship. The school at Oxford encouraged kids to explore their curiosity and inquisitiveness, which was a boon for Hermione. Her enthusiasm for learning finally found a proper environment to flourish, but Hermione soon found out that even friendship has its expenses. The incident that really brought home the point occurred when she was 10 years old. Her school announced a science fair, with the winners being awarded a chance to visit the Buckingham Palace. After school, Hermione's classmate Jennifer approached her with two other of her friends, who were all looking eager. "Hermione, do you want to work together for the project?" "I want to win the prize and visit the Queen," the girl squealed. The two other of her classmates, Rodney and Beth, were waiting behind Jennifer with excitement and anxiety written on their faces. Excited at being sought after for partnering in a school project, Hermione agreed immediately. With a spring in her step, she reached home dreaming about happily spending time with her new friends. Saturday after lunch that week, Hermione called out to her mother, "Mom, I am going to Beth's house. We have a school project to work on," and ran out the door bouncing with excitement without even waiting for her parents' acknowledgement. The elder Grangers exchanged amused glances, and Emma let out a wistful sigh. "I hope that her friends will be able to bring her out of the books. It has been a long time since I saw her willfully participating in something with other kids of her age." Her husband gave her a comforting hug, agreeing with his wife's assessment. The meeting of friends at Beth's house, however, was not a happy occasion. The task of building a model train station was easy enough, with see-through locomotive and coaches coming from Rodney's personal collection. Being the perfectionist she was, Hermione quickly took charge, and though her intentions were good, her zeal to prove that she was the best wore her friends down quickly. The job was not fun enough to engage the other three for an extended period of time, while Hermione wanted to get the job done the same day. Beth, Jennifer, and Rodney lost interest an hour into the job, and it was left for Hermione to finish the job. This was a crushing blow to the newly awakened feeling of camaraderie in the girl, who was desperate for some friends. She chose not to say anything and quietly completed the project and returned home glad to at least have some people of her own age talking to her for things other than homework. That night in the privacy of their bedroom, Dan and Emma were discussing the lonely life of their angel. They were supportive of her in any way they could but could not help feeling that they failed in giving their daughter the best possible childhood they could. It did not help them that the thing Hermione craved for was something that they could not provide however hard they try. Cuddling with her husband, Emma let out a sniffle. She is hurting Dan. She is trying so hard to cover it up, but I can see it. She is retreating more and more into her books. Dan was also near to breaking down, seeing that his precious princess was hurting, but sobbing with his wife was not what was needed at the time. I can see that, dear. But what can we do? We cannot give her friends that she craves, and we tried so hard to give her siblings. We can only make sure to give her the best care and love, support her in whatever she wants to do. We moved here to Oxford from Crawley to try and find like-minded kids for her, but I guess kids will be kids. We cannot expect them to leave their toys and act like mature enough for Hermione to like them. It is not the best situation, but it would have been nice if she can find someone else who is as interested in learning as she is. It probably would have been better if only she tried out for some sports. Dan snorted at that. We saw what happened when I took her to run in the morning. She fell asleep on the road, for crying out loud. I sincerely hope that she will find a kindred spirit when she grows up, otherwise I fear she will be alone her whole life. Come on, Dan, she is just a kid. She has lots of growing up to do. By then she may even get tired of her book. Once she hits her teens, she just have to find a good boy, and then she will start to think about dresses and makeup. The change in Dan was immediate as he ground out, "You have to bring up the topic of boys," with a whine in his voice. That broke the tense situation and brought some much needed levity before they retired for the night. Hermione tried to hang out with the three new friends that she found as much as she could. She followed them into the playground but tired out easily and could not keep up with them in their games. After some days, Hermione started to take a book with her everywhere she went out on the playground with Jennifer and Beth, and as soon as she started to get distracted by the book, they would leave her and pursue other less intellectual activities. Slowly the other girls started to ignore Hermione, and finally even she had to admit that their short friendship was at an end. Hermione's parents always encouraged her to be true to her beliefs and not to change her character to appease others. Hermione certainly loved reading and truly wanted to be the best she could be in her classes, so she was loath to change her habits for someone that was in her opinion not worthy. The conflict of emotions was weighing heavily on her young heart, so she sought her parents, who always had answers for her. Mum, Dad, why don't I have any friends that understand me? Do I have to give up reading to really have friends that want to talk to me? I love reading, but I also want to have my classmates to talk to me. What do I do, Mum? I don't want to change, but I will if I have to. Their hearts nearly broke at the desperate plea in her voice. They knew that it is quite difficult to grow up lonely. They both were shy and did not make many friends during their own childhood, but Dan used to love playing soccer and he spent some enjoyable time with his mates during that time. Emma used to live close to her cousins and spent time in their company frequently, but now they moved away, leaving Hermione mostly alone. They lost contact with most of their childhood friends when they entered dental college, mostly due to their study habits. But they also found each other, moving from best friends to husband and wife. Though growing up with company is nice and maybe even necessary, but they truly believed that losing one's individuality was not worth any friendship. Pulling his daughter, whose eyes were rapidly filling with tears, into his lap and giving her a hug, Dan tried to soothe her fears. Sweetie, I can understand your fears. Both your mum and I did not have many friends while growing up. But you know what? I never regret loving my books. It was how I met your mother and fell in love. Emma put a hand on her daughter's head and started to lovingly run it through her hair, which usually calmed her down. Your dad is right, honey. People change through the years, but any friendship that is built on lies does not hold for long. You are still a little girl and you will meet a lot of people in your life. If you keep changing for everyone you meet, then in after 10 years from now you will not be able to identify yourself. What will you do then? Keep the faith, my girl. You will meet someone special who will like you for just who you are and not for what you pretend to be. Hermione was happy that she need not change to have friends and decided to diligently pursue her own beliefs in her books. The incident that brought a big change in Hermione's life occurred after her school one day. Hermione had two huge books in her hand and was going to the school library to return them. The books were heavy enough to cause her to stumble occasionally on the uneven brickwork covering the path. Some of the girls thought that it was funny to play with Hermione, and when one of them used her leg to trip her and another giving a small push, Hermione stumbled, causing the books to fly out of her hand while she hit the ground with some force. Desperately trying not to cry and with tears threatening to break out, Hermione stood up on shaky feet, dusting herself. Her actions were stopped by sharp pain in her arms and legs, which were scraped badly. Seeing the blood, the other kid ringing her bolted away, afraid to get caught, without even stopping to assist Hermione. Finding herself alone, Hermione finally let the tears flow. Sniffling and wiping her tears away, she began blowing on her injuries to reduce the stinging sensation. Nothing she read in her beloved books prepared her for the sight of her injuries being healed as she continued blowing hard through her mouth. Hermione was shocked and could not put into words the feeling of happiness, wonder and a little fear she was feeling watching her injuries disappear, leaving unblemished skin behind. At that moment, Hermione also had a vague recollection of a book flying through the air into her outstretched hand when she was about 5 years old. She accounted it to her active imagination and did not mention it her parents at that time. She decided that she would not mention the newest incident also, after all, who would believe her, and she herself is having difficult explaining it even though it happened to her. Moreover, her parents were already worried about her being different and she did not want to add to their concern. Hermione still believed in her books, she just had to look in the right place. That one incident where she was bullied by the same girls, who she thought were her friends, firmed her resolve not to actively change herself for others. The behavior of her classmates had shown her that it may end up in nothing but heartbreak for her. She learned from her parents that neither her father nor her mother dated anyone else before they found each other. Hardened by that fact, she hoped that she would be lucky enough to find someone like that, someone willing to put up with her passion for learning and still love her enough to spend his lifetime with her. Hermione was a pretty girl with an understated beauty, her wild and untamed bushy brown hair framing a likable face, and chocolate brown eyes that entrap you with the lurking intelligence. The only blemish that her parents could honestly say was the slightly larger size of her front teeth, though they were unaware about the grief Hermione was forced to endure because of them. If Hermione were to have the gift to look into the future, she would have been amazed to see herself with a well-deserving young man, a young man who would give his unending love to her and spend his entire life with her by his side. Dear Ms. Granger, we are pleased to inform you about your attendance to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. One of our school staff would like to meet you at your place of residence on Saturday, September 15, 1990. Please keep the day free to discuss a few essential things about this extraordinary school. If that day is not feasible, we will meet on the Saturday next. Looking forward to meeting you. Sincerely, Professor Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Hermione was not sure what to think about the letter. Was it a prank by some of her schoolmates? They always tried to make fun of her. Is this one of their latest attempts? Reading through the letter again, she did the only thing she could think of. She shouted out, "Conference." Dan and Emma Granger were sleeping in that Saturday morning but were rudely jolted awake by their daughter's call. They recognized it as a signal that something was really bothering her and she desperately needed either help or comfort. Praying that it was not the latter, they scrambled to get dressed and rushed down to see her daughter clutching an odd-looking piece of paper. Hermione showed her parents the letter that she found in the basket near the front door that they keep for their milk and morning newspaper. After they read through it, her mother quickly left the kitchen table to make some coffee. Emma Granger was left muttering, a little bit stronger than normal, while Dan was gaping at it from an arm's length as if it was going to bite him. Hermione was gratified to see that it was not only her that the letter caught off guard but that did not lessen her apprehension one bit. Settling down and drinking their coffee, the three Grangers began dissecting the letter. "Honey, it is time to confess if you are hiding something from us," Dan tried to joke, but he was met with a scathing look from his wife which effectively shut him up. She was already grumpy from being woken up earlier than usual, and now this letter. Emma was in no mood to take any lip even from her loving husband. The Grangers had nothing to base their arguments on. On one hand, they were trained professionals ready to brush the whole idea of magic and witches as a mere figment of someone's overactive imagination, but on the other hand, though Hermione did not know about it, they witnessed books flying through the air to land in their daughter's hands. They finally settled on a to be believed till proven wrong approach and agreed to meet this professor. It was not an easy decision, however, and their nerves were even more unsettled after the decision. They could see that Hermione was clearly excited at the prospect of learning something new, but feared that should this prove to be an elaborate prank, she would be devastated and they would be powerless to do anything. This further strengthened their resolve to be the best for their darling daughter and maybe bring out their planner for an extended summer holiday. Hermione was secretly hoping that the letter was not a joke and was also pleased that her logical mind did not let her down by being unable to provide an explanation. The existence of magic and magical beings would explain a lot of things, like how she was able to heal herself just by breathing onto the wound. She was shocked at that time, but now it does look like, well, magical. She could not wait for next Saturday. Hermione was bouncing with excitement early Saturday morning. She was so obviously interested to know about the new world that she had trouble eating breakfast, that is, until her mother threatened to tie her up to the chair. Just as the family finished eating and put away the dishes for washing, the doorbell rang, signaling the arrival of an expected visitor. Hermione was out of the chair like a shot even before either of the parents moved. There were strict rules about her attending the door without an adult being present, but they decided not to reprimand her, as even they were impatient to learn about this new world. Opening the door, Hermione admitted a woman who looked to be in her early 50s with a pleasant face and black hair with hints of gray neatly tied up in a bun. The woman's stern demeanor with nary a smile on her face gave the impression that she was not one to be messed with, but unfortunately, did not make approaching the woman for a friendly chat any easy. Dan wondered how many prospective students would balk at meeting her every day if they joined this school, and did they turn down the invitation to attend this school just at that prospect. She introduced herself as the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, Minerva McGonagall, and the Grangers allowed that being in a position of authority may not allow her to be indulgent with her students. Emma idly wondered if it was not a better policy to send someone who looked to be more approachable to introduce new people to their school rather than a prim and proper lady who looked as if it took an effort to be jovial. Indeed, the lady dressed in formal black flowing robes would turn heads, and if they could convince their neighbors that she was royalty, she would not be dressed too much out of character. It did not take Professor McGonagall very long to convince the three about magic being real. It was also made easy by the fact that Hermione was willing to believe in magic. The description about accidental magic, where a 5-year-old Hermione managed to summon a book that she wanted, also proved to be helpful in understanding about being a witch. The clincher, however, was when the stern professor changed to a cute tabby cat right in front of them. Hermione had to restrain herself from picking up the professor and cuddle her. Sipping her tea, the professor continued describing the various aspects of the wizarding world. You are what we call muggle-born, where both of your parents are non-magical. But how can that be possible? Genetics say that you get the characteristics of either your parents or at the most from your grandparents. As far as I know, there are none who were magical in my family unless you are hiding something. This was directed at her parents, who immediately gave a negative shake of their heads. No one knows how the magical ability manifests in humans, Miss Granger, but you may have had someone with the magical ability so far back in your ancestry that you may not know, or they did not know for what it was and remained hidden. Hermione was shocked at the professor's words. No one knows about it. But you have a school and a ministry. Surely someone would have researched it. It was scandalous for her to think that no one has made the attempt to study such an important aspect. Hermione Jane. Her mother warned. Hermione immediately ducked her head and, being suitably chastised, apologized. I am sorry, Professor. That's all right, my dear. You seem to be an intelligent girl. Maybe you would throw some light on that aspect, Professor McGonagall replied, a small smile cracking her usually stern face. It is important for you to control your magic, Miss Granger. As you get old, your magic needs to stabilize, or extreme emotions can lead to uncontrollable outbursts which not only may be difficult to hide but also potentially dangerous for you and others around you. This actually put a dampener on the Granger parents. Though they were perfectly willing to believe that their daughter was a witch, they still wanted her to continue her schooling and not throw away the efforts she managed to make to be the best in her school. She is one of the topmost students of her age in almost the entire country, only being shadowed by another boy. Now it seems that they will have to send her away. Unmindful of their thoughts, McGonagall went ahead. There is a directive that says that all witches and wizards, irrespective of their parentage, have to be schooled to control their magic. The Ministry of Magic therefore monitors all magical activity and can ensure that the children attend a school or bind their magic away. It is not a law, mind you, but very close to one. The already thin lips on the professor's face now almost disappeared, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. Hermione was oblivious to all other things except to the fact that she was a witch and that magic was real. It was actually a relief to her to learn that she was different from all others in her primary school, literally. That made so much sense to her, and she now need not worry about her not so friendly classmates. If you are worried about the cost it will incur you, let me tell you that the fees are on par with those of some of the exclusive boarding schools in the country. Though Hogwarts is not directly included in the country's education system, we still must follow the basic guidelines for a fee structure. Yes, it is quite expensive compared to the schools in the general stream, but we do provide board and also exclusivity. The Grangers were not millionaires but were affluent enough to afford quality education, nothing but the best for their daughter. They were concerned by the fact that it was almost imperative for her to attend the school, if for no other fact than to control her magic and not be a danger to the others. The school also would not allow them to contact or visit her if they wanted, due to they being non-magicals, and the same fact also removed any chances for homeschooling. They were not sure if they could live with not knowing about their daughter's well-being, but could not deny the happiness on Hermione's face when she learnt that she was indeed different from her peers at Oxford. The professor then gave Hermione her invitation letter along with a list of all the required school supplies. They were accompanied by a small brochure specifically designed for Muggle-born students, alluding to the vast history of the glorious school and a very brief introduction to the wizarding world. While Emma and Hermione were going through the material, Dan voiced what he hoped was the collective decision of his family. "We thank you, Professor, for taking the time and explaining about this. It's certainly not what we were expecting and something that is to be discussed before deciding. Do you need an immediate answer, or so do we have some time? The current year has already begun and Hermione, being born after September 1st, could not attend this year. You have until the end of July to send in your answer, and the fee has to be paid before August 15th for her to make the year. Can we wait until then till we buy these supplies?" Emma asked, looking bemused at the list they were given. It would make sense for Hermione to learn a little about whatever was written on the list before they bought it. But Hermione had other ideas. "Mom, can we buy the course books, and at least for some other books that can tell us about the wizarding world?" Both the parents quickly realized the benefit of that, and Professor McGonagall acquiesced. That would be a good way to understand the world better and make an informed choice. The professor cautioned about the underage restriction for magic use, and so they should hold back buying her wand till the time Hermione would be ready to attend school. Other than that, Hermione could buy whatever she wanted, maybe even some parchment and quills so that she could practice her writing. This was good news for Hermione, who was always used to studying ahead. Since it was already lunchtime, McGonagall offered to show them the Leaky Cauldron, which in addition to being a pub also acts as a gateway to Diagon Alley, the wizarding world equivalent of a supermarket. Exchanging their pounds at Gringotts was a shock to the new entrants, not only seeing the ferocious goblins up close but also at the steep exchange rate. Thankfully, the bank's commission was the lowest that Dan ever saw. Hermione's foray into the wizarding world is going to be a costly affair for the two dentists, but truthfully they did not mind the dent it would make into their bank account. Their dental practice was stable enough to absorb the sudden need for cash. Hogwarts has an account that can be used to directly deposit a student's fee. You can directly pay by pounds into the account, and the goblins will charge their usual conversion fee for that. It is usually a good idea to know someone who can give you the galleons instead of converting them from pounds to save you the commission. The exchange rate is fairly stable, so that does not make any difference. The professor added her 2 nuts worth, correctly sensing their shock at the steep rates. Does Hogwarts have any proviso for such students who will have to totally depend upon Gringotts for their need? Emma wanted to know. All three Grangers could sense that McGonagall was affronted by the question. They got the hidden message that Hogwarts was a school, not a charitable institution. They began to understand that the magical society was much more inclusive and resistant to change, ensuring, whether intentionally or not, that the newcomers are not too comfortable in their world. Emma and Dan have happy memories of their dental school, and even now they take time to visit their old professors, but judging by the attitude that was prevalent in the wizarding world, they both felt that the students once out of school probably do not even look back at it. The three exhausted Grangers returned home after a busy drive back, discussing the exciting new word that they were exposed to. Hermione was now sure that she found the one place where she belonged. Hermione began reading all her new course books and found them not to be very much of a challenge to one who was used to learning as much as she could. Once she finished the first year books, she began using a stick from their backyard to practice the wand movements. In order not to disturb her parents, and whenever there were her parents' guests in the house, she took to practicing without calling the incantations out loud. Little did she know that she was just a few steps away from mastering the rare ability of silent casting. All she needed now was a wand and the ability to channel magic, which alas she was still a novice in. The books describing the history and structure of the Wizarding Society fascinated Hermione. She could not help but notice that the wizards thought themselves superior to the other magical beings, and that did not sit well with her fair-mindedness. She could not, however, deny the fact that this was seen even in the non-magical world, where humans hunt other animals and even other species that are nearly as intelligent as humans are still caged. It is human nature to think themselves superior to others, and this unfortunately has been taken to a rather extreme level by wizards. They hold themselves superior to the ordinary humans and are comfortable treating them as inferior, but surprisingly allow themselves to be treated as dirt by the so-called elite purebloods. Magical society certainly is weird and not so tolerant of the others, Hermione concluded. A conclusion which, surprisingly for such a young girl, was frighteningly accurate and would bring her as much ridicule as she was forced to bear in her primary school. Hermione began reading about a green-eyed boy with messy black hair who was heralded as the savior of the wizarding world, who managed to do the impossible by banishing the Dark Lord Voldemort, bringing peace in troubled times. His exploits were nothing short of stuff found in fairy tales. She wondered if they were works of fiction, since the writing style did not look like it was an authentic life story. But she maintained that, in the Muggle world, works of fiction usually carry that label on them, and since none of the works had that tag, they must be dramatized versions of real-life events. Oh, how I wish Harry Potter would be my friend. He is already living in the magical world, and it would make my life easy learning from someone who is already used to all this. Hermione mused, but then she scoffed at the absurdity of the idea. He is famous and probably rich, why would he want to be friends with an annoying bookworm? He would already have so many cool friends. Still, there was no harm in dreaming about it. Harry James Potter. The name inspires feelings of hope in many people, and in others the feeling of intense hatred for ending the life of the most feared Dark Lord. He is considered as a hero for bringing peace to troubled times, though he has no idea of his fame or the so-called accomplishment, for he was just a 15-month-old baby when the incident occurred. The same incident killed his parents and left everlasting heartbreak to the boy. Many books have been written not only about Harry vanquishing the Dark Lord, but also about his continued exploits, where he appears out of nowhere to answer calls of distress. 8-year-old Harry, however, had no knowledge of the things written about him, either fact or fiction. Living with his aunt and uncle in a modest 4-bedroom house in Surrey, Harry was not loved like their son Dudley Dursley was. Instead, he was just tolerated like a distant relative. He was a very curious and inquisitive boy, and it hurt him when he finally realized the difference his aunt and uncle showed in their treatment of him compared to his cousin. Though initially hurt, he diverted the longing for love and acceptance into a passion for learning. While most boys of his age were interested in toys, teasing girls, or tearing up the playground, Harry was more interested in his school work and in reading books much more advanced for his age. He liked to help his aunt out in the garden and also found that he loved cooking. In return, his aunt took to the local library for books and occasional pocket money, which was in turn used for buying more books. His rather obese cousin quickly caught on to the fact that his parents overindulged him and did not treat his cousin on par, began bullying the slightly smaller Harry. This was, however, quickly squashed by both Petunia and Vernon Dursley, when the other kids who sometimes depended on Harry for their homework complained to Harry's guardians. From his mother's photograph taken during her late teens that he had on his night table, he could see that his mother was a very pretty woman. The large smile lighting up her face and the eyes that were a similar shade of his green, showed a hidden intelligence. She was full of life, a life that was toughly ended in an accident. The other photograph he had of his parents during their wedding showed him that he got his looks from his father and that his parents were very much in love. Talking to his aunt about them gave him the idea that they were very intelligent and hardworking people, the kind of people that Dudley and his uncle were definitely not. The knowledge about his parents' nature also built up on his enthusiasm for learning, and he resolved to be the best in his classes. He wanted to work hard, get a university degree and a nice job, maybe even a doctorate in his favorite subject, science. He was determined to make his parents proud of him, wherever they were. Even to this day, Harry remembered the incident that occurred when he was only 6 years old that actually inspired him to question what he saw and pushed him to learn more. It was an incident that both surprised and intrigued him. Harry had his hand in the air in response to the teacher's question, but she was ignoring him. Behind him, his classmates began sniggering at the scene. He was angry at the teacher and her hair turned blue immediately. Thought no one at school could explain the reasons for the change in the teacher's hair color. Harry suspected that he was somehow responsible for that, but even his overactive imagination did not have any answer as to how he did it. He was thankful that his aunt and uncle did not get wind of the incident. He was sure that he would have been grounded if they had any suspicion about him. Harry tried hard to understand how could someone's hair color change right in front of his eyes, and even more by what he suspected how his anger fueled it. However hard he tried at that tender age, he could not find any way to explain how that happened. He wanted to ask his aunt and uncle but feared that they will punish him, as his uncle told him and Dudley when they started to go to school, "I should not hear about any freakish business in your school from you both or else." The words were emphasized by a gesture using his fat first finger before he went back to his paper. So Harry went to the one source he knew and believed to be the epitome of truth and fact, books. He started reading whatever books he could find on light and its properties in an effort to understand how the color of someone's hair could change and what it would take for that to happen. He did not give up easily even when the words were too big for him to understand, but kept at it. He was able to advance at an astonishing rate in the subject and even took the help of science teachers from a nearby graduate college who liked to visit the same library that he frequented. He was also helped by a meditation technique he learned from the school physical instructor to help organize his memories into labeled trunks. Continuous practice over a period of 2 years gave him a sharp memory and instant recall of any information that he read about. With help from his teachers and also his prodigious memory, Harry soon outgrew his primary school books and quickly began pursuing high school level books in science and sometimes even graduate level by his 10th birthday. Harry was stumped by some of the incidents that happened around him when he was extremely angry or terrified. Like the time that he found himself on the roof of his school when his cousin decided to chase him for a beating before his parents put a stop to that practice. These incidents, instead of deterring him or frightening him, spurred him on to learn more in an attempt to understand all the strange phenomena. Harry scoured any book that caught his fancy to understand why strange things happened to him, but to his disappointment could not find any answers. This was the only area where his almighty books failed him, but that did not deter him from reading and learning as much as he could in his favorite subjects. His 11th birthday was fast approaching, and though he was nowhere near to understanding the complex equations and formulae, he now had a good grasp in the science of light and optics, and mass-to-energy transmutations. If he or his teachers were to check the records for the brightest kids of that age in primary schooling, they would have seen two names constantly at the top of the roster: Harry Potter and Hermione Granger. Even with occasional instances that bordered on the weird happening in his life, Harry was not prepared for the totally mystifying experience that was clearly etched in his mind for posterity. Visiting the zoo is usually a very happy occasion for kids, and it was no different for Harry and a few of Dudley's friends when they visited the London Zoo on Dudley's 11th birthday, which was only 2 months before Harry's own birthday. Dudley was banging away on the glass display housing a large boa constrictor and yelling at it to move. He turned to his father. "Dad, make it move." Vernon was slightly embarrassed by the looks the other patrons of the zoo were shooting him. Come on, son. There are other interesting animals to see, Vernon answered before directing his son and his friends to the exit point. Harry vaguely heard Dudley calling out, "Petting zoo," in an excited voice, but he was too enthralled looking at the giant snake to notice that the group had already left the enclosure. He also distinctly heard someone muttering, "Humans, blabbering fools, can't even let us sleep in peace," from somewhere nearby. Harry immediately looked around to identify the source of the voice but found that he was nearly alone, but the mutterings still continued. It was then that he realized that he could hear the snake named Shiny talking. "I am sorry that you are alone and miss your family. I bet right now you wish you were free to talk to them," Harry said in an apologetic tone to the snake. He saw that the snake quickly moved nearer to him and peered through unblinking eyes. "It gladdens my heart that there is a speaker. I do not know my family as I was hatched here in the zoo, but I so like to get away from here and roam free." "Oh, I am sorry to hear that. But if you do not have a family, are you not happy being here and taken care of?" The snake let out an angry hiss before continuing, "Humans come to gawk at me and I am only fed rats and mice. I long to roam the unending lands. Sometime I also wish that I had parents. Like you, I am also an orphan. But you should be happy that you are alive and being taken care of," Harry said with longing in his voice, but he thought that the snake was looking at him with something akin to disbelief on his face. So he tried to explain, "I am being raised by my aunt and uncle, and if they did not care for me, I would have been dead by now. I guess it is the same with you." Getting a nod of acceptance, Harry continued, "My aunt and uncle love my cousin and they only tolerate me. I get pocket money to buy things that I like, by doing chores around the house and helping out my aunt. You get fed by allowing people to gawk at you. We are both performers, just of a different kind." Letting out a sigh and swallowing the pain in his heart, Harry finished in a low voice, "My cousin, the fat kid that was annoying you, gets pocket money just by wailing at his parents when they give me money for doing chores. Life is not always fair, but we have to do the best with what we are given and hope that someday we will get what our hearts desire." Shiny's demeanor changed drastically and he looked at Harry with a gaze resembling respect. It was hard for Harry to decide what the emotion was on a snake, and giving a short bow of his head, the snake said, "Thank you, speaker, you are wise beyond your years." "You are welcome," Harry replied happily and left in search of his relatives. Only when he came out of the enclosure and into the open did he realize that he was talking to a snake. He was proud that he did not freak out or worse faint, but he did scamper away to the petting zoo, to be near his aunt and uncle. Harry's day usually started well before anyone in the Dudley household woke up and began with a run of about a mile. After the run, he showered and helped his aunt in preparing breakfast. His day ended with meditation to sort his memories and the facts he learned that day into their respective trunks. His routine was rarely upset and Harry was as happy as he could be when growing up without parents. By now Harry was pretty much used to the eccentricities of life around him and took them mostly in his stride. However, finding an owl waiting for you in your room when you just returned from a shower ranked pretty high in his weirdness meter. Things became much murkier when the letter stated that he has been selected to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Joining his aunt and uncle for a late Sunday breakfast, Harry showed his aunt the letter and asked, "Is this some sort of a joke, Aunt Petunia? I mean, owls carrying letters tied to their feet, how ridiculous does that sound?" His aunt and uncle shared a glance and promised to explain after finishing their breakfast. Harry was shocked. Their expressions said that whatever was happening was not a joke and they acted as if they have seen it before. Now he was intrigued. Is it somehow related to weird things that happened to me? He thought. He could not wait for breakfast to finish. Clearing away the breakfast things, Harry and the rest of the family sat around the kitchen table while his aunt went to her room to collect a few things. Taking her place by the table, Petunia started to explain, "That letter is real, Harry. Your mom and dad went to the same school. There is a hidden world of magic out there. Not the fake stuff on stage that is designed to delight children," his uncle supplied helpfully. Annoyed at being interrupted, his aunt continued, "There are real witches and wizards that practice magic and are secluded for non-magical people for secrecy. The few incidents that you told us that happened to you are called accidental magic. Magical children at a very young age are unable to control their magic and it escapes when you are stressed. They need to attend the school when they turn 11, to learn about magic and most importantly to control it. And I am going to turn 11 in 10 days' time, exhaled Harry, releasing the breath he was holding in. His rational mind wanted to scoff at the thought of witches and wizards, and magic. On the other hand, he could not dismiss all the things that happened to him as a figment of his imagination. Then his aunt gave him what looked like two moving pictures. Looking at them, he was dumbfounded. One of the pictures was of his parents dancing at their wedding. They were wearing the same dress like that of the photograph on his night table his aunt has given him years ago. His mother was twirling in his father's arms and occasionally waving to the camera. The other picture was that of the three of them. The baby in the picture was definitely him. Harry was being held up by his father gesturing at the camera, and the baby was gurgling and clapping his hands together. His mother was on the other side fussing over the baby Harry. He immediately turned to look at its back, thinking that it was a new technology, but he could see that the photo was old, and it was definitely him when he was about a year old in that picture, and that definitely made the photo old. So this is magic, he finally stuttered while his cousin snatched the photo frames from him with a disbelieving expression to take a look. His aunt went on to explain all that she learned from her sister Lily about the world, his parents' life, and his need to stay at their house for protection. She finally finished by saying, "We being non-magical cannot take you to the place to buy your school stuff. Write a letter back to this Professor McGonagall person asking for an escort." "Okay, but how do I send the letter?" His aunt gave him a grin. "That's easy. Call the owl that brought you the letter and it will come to you. You can then tie the letter to its leg." Not fully believing his aunt and feeling a little stupid, he went to his room to do just that. That night, two new photos adorned Harry's night table, and before going to bed he was organizing the day's events into their respective trunks as was his habit. Tonight it was proving to be a difficult task for him. His parents were murdered, not killed in an accident. He was considered a hero by some, and his life could still be in danger. All these thoughts were driving him dizzy, and he was finally forced to use his meditation technique to calm down sufficiently enough to fall asleep. It was generally an accepted rule that prospective students who grew up not knowing about magic or the wizarding world were usually visited by one of the senior staff of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This was designed to give the newcomers a chance not only to experience magic firsthand but also get any questions answered. Harry Potter got the answer for his request for a chaperone during his entry into his legacy and was now enthusiastically waiting for the staff escort. He had a list of questions committed to his memory as he refused to write them down. That would be an insult to his prodigious memory and sharp intellect. To his bitter disappointment, he was saddled with Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and groundsman at Hogwarts. The one answer that Harry mostly got out of Hagrid was that he was not the right person to answer his questions. "I wonder why they sent him then," Harry groused. Hagrid spent most of their journey into London talking about his parents and their life at the school. Yes, Harry was happy to hear about his parents, but his aunt was a much better source for such stories. Still, he could not begrudge the gentle giant at his attempts to regale Harry, though he would have preferred a teacher to have some inkling at the classes he was going to take. Harry's entry, or re-entry as some would say, into the wizarding world started off with a bang, literally. As soon as he entered the leaky cauldron, he was mobbed by well-wishers who wanted to introduce themselves and shake his hand. He would have preferred the anonymity compared to the enthusiasm of the masses, and it did not help that one of the professors from Hogwarts, Professor Quirinus Quirrell, was also overwhelmed by his presence, if his increased stutter was any indication. Hagrid, being the one who let the metaphorical cat out of the bag by calling his name out loud, redeemed himself by lifting Harry up on his shoulder and carrying him out of the pub into the alley to facilitate his escape to get his school things. Harry, always courteous and mindful of others' feelings, a habit drilled into him by his aunt especially as his cousin refused to follow it, kept his gawking at the goblins inside Gringotts to a minimum. He was also sure that they could behead him with one sweep of their ferocious blades, which they proudly displayed, and so kept his head down and bowed politely to the teller. Living with the Dursleys certainly made sure that he was not foolish enough to defy superior numbers in their own backyard. Unknown to him, his demure behavior and polite courtesy without showing fear endeared the boy who lived in the eyes of the goblins, and though not in raptures, were certainly seeing him in a favorable light and willing to help him out if needed. It was one thing to learn that your parents were rich and left you quite a bit of money, but it does not quite drive the point home as much as you see a pile of gold as high as you lying in front of you. Now Harry need not depend on doing chores for his aunt to get the pocket money he needed to buy his books, but he did enjoy cooking and working in the garden. If he thought that he could live his life in luxury with that gold, and then it was nothing to what he felt when he learnt that it was only a trust fund for his schooling, he felt that he had to sit down or end up in a dead faint. He could be a lord and even claim his inheritance once he became an adult. Boy, was he floored. With a bulging money pouch at his hip and a spring in his step, Harry came out of the cavernous belly of the bank after a short detour with Hagrid attending to his official business of Hogwarts. Something about you know what, in you know where, vault. The business gave Harry a first-hand interpretation of the saying mountains out of molehill. Hagrid retrieved a package which was not much larger than Harry's clenched fist from the huge vault. The small matter of Hagrid's size in comparison to the package drove the point home much more forcibly. The alley was bustling with children probably buying their supplies for the school and parents enjoying the few days of summer with their kids. Everywhere Harry looked something new caught his eye and he had to negotiate the mad rush at a broomstick displaying the latest offering in superior flying. Passing the store with his writing materials, robes, cauldron and potion supplies weighing him down, he heard snatches of conversations from the assembled crowd. The entire England team thinking of buying it. Latest broomstick, certainly the fastest. Before primary school, while listening to fairy tales, he thought the idea of a witch flying on a broomstick was funny, but now seeing a very fancy broomstick and people scrambling for a look reminded him what he imagined as the cardinal rule for all great thinkers: the mind only sees what you want to see. There probably are a lot of things that cannot be explained easily, but that does not mean that they do not exist. Harry was not interested in broomsticks. Pushing irritably through the crowd, he was looking for the bookstore and spotting it rushed into it, leaving Hagrid lumbering behind him. He was excited at learning new things and given his seemingly late start in the wizarding world, wanted to learn as much as he could before going to school. He was piling on all the books in the main subjects that were much more in-depth and advanced than his prescribed books, but Hagrid forbade him. There are a lot of books that have dangerous stuff, Harry. It is better to know what you are reading before you go into all that advanced stuff. Harry could see that Hagrid meant well, but he was well aware that reading books is not dangerous. Knowledge is knowledge, and how you use that knowledge is what determines if it is dangerous or not. Harry, however, did not try to argue. He was not sure if he would survive an encounter with an angry giant of a man. Why don't you buy some of those books that talk about you? There are a lot of them around and are popular with children. Hagrid tried to appease an obviously disappointed Harry. Harry mentally scoffed at the idea. No one spoke to me, and I am sure that Aunt Petunia would have been thrilled to give out interviews to some of the weird folk, as she liked to call them. No thank you, they are certain to be full of sawdust, he groused politely. He finally settled on buying the books on his school list and also managed to slip a few books dealing with contemporary wizarding history, wizarding laws and customs, and a couple of books on wizarding innovations and artifacts. If he has to take care of his family fortune and heritage, he certainly needed to know more about the laws and the principles that this world operated on. Harry, however, was left wallowing in self-pity when it came to his inability to buy books on advanced topics that he was more interested in. He decided that he had to come back again without Hagrid or any other Hogwarts professors to properly browse the store. Maybe his uncle would drop him there on a Saturday, Harry consoled himself. The bookstore occupied Harry's time far more than what Hagrid anticipated or was willing to allow. With a quick try to hurry Harry, Hagrid left on his own errand and also to put Harry's supplies with the bartender of the pub to be collected while going back home, and so he was left alone to buy his wand. Harry definitely tried to rush through the wand store, but the storekeeper took almost an hour to find a matching wand for him. It may be a better idea to have a custom wand or staff built for you after your magic core stabilizes in a few years. Having multiple cores will be a much better choice for you, and it will nullify the need for a perfect matching core. I am not sure about you, but I will not be thrilled at having a core in my wand that is a brother to Voldemort's wand, the ancient man going by the name Ollivander supplied. Hearing the slightly ominous tone of the old man freaked Harry out. It may also have been the knowledge of having a brother wand to his parents' killer, but he was not willing to argue on that point any further. Thanking him and promising that he will come back to him for custom work in a few years, Harry rushed out of the store only to meet a beaming Hagrid carrying a beautiful snowy owl with large amber eyes. "Happy birthday, Harry!" Hagrid exclaimed proudly when he saw the look of awe on Harry's face. Harry fell in love with the owl as soon as he set his eyes on her. Going back to Surrey, Harry was sure they made a spectacle on the train with funny-shaped packages and an owl in a cage. He, however, was too happy to notice or complain. He was going to learn new things and enter a world that his parents were a part of. He mentally reiterated his commitment to make them proud and resolved to study as much as he could and be prepared before going to Hogwarts. After the not-so-friendly experiences at his primary school where the other kids were either wary of him due to his intelligence or seeking him out specifically for homework help, Harry appreciated the impending change in schools. Maybe there he will be able to meet people who he can easily relate with, and if he was lucky enough, find someone who was as enthusiastic at learning as he was. With great reluctance he sealed the wand box and put it at the bottom of his closet lest he was tempted to use it and break the underage magic restriction. He definitely did not need such an ignominious start to his magical education. That, however, did not stop him from reading all he could and managed to finish all his first-year books in record time. The restriction on practical magic also did not dampen his spirits, and he used his prodigious memory to practice wand movements every time he could find a few spare minutes while imagining a wand in his hand. His relatives gave him bemused looks at his unique study method even when he was helping his aunt out in the kitchen and did their best to ignore his quirky behavior. Seeing his enthusiasm in learning, his aunt reduced the amount of chores for Harry to do, and the sudden onset of drought also made it impossible to do any gardening than preserving the blooming roses as best as he could. Harry was debating the best way to approach his uncle to take him to the Leaky Cauldron so that he can get books on advanced transfiguration and charms. He found both the subjects fascinating and could see the potential for enormous benefits for the wizarding world. The little he could read on contemporary wizarding history told him that the society was slow to change and not many innovations have been introduced. Harry prided himself being a science geek, and he was willing to experiment and try to change that. 10 days before he was due to leave for Hogwarts, his uncle announced that they were going for lunch to celebrate Dudley's acceptance to the prestigious Smeltings Academy. 2 days from now is a Saturday and we will go to an amusement park and spend the day there. Dudders, did you call your friends and let them know? Harry's uncle Vernon announced during breakfast one morning. Yes, Dad. We all are so excited to see the new attractions there. This was the opening that Harry needed. Uncle, may I be excused from the trip? I forgot to buy a trunk for all my belongings to take to school, and this is the last weekend where you will be free. I also need some books to study. You can drop me near Diagon Alley and pick me up when you return. He managed to keep his voice steady and not seem like a whine. Can you manage the purchases on your own? He wanted to know. The comment on needing more books managed to bring a smile to both his uncle and aunt, who knew his passion for learning. Yes, I can even have lunch there and spend my time reading till you come for me. Vernon looked at his wife, who nodded her acceptance. He had no problem with that. Harry was in heaven inside Flourish and Bots. Books on the shelves were calling to him and he could browse and buy them to heart's content. He was particularly interested in advanced charms and transfiguration. Reading through a fifth-year charms book, he found the color-changing charm and wondered if this was the charm he accidentally activated to change the hair color of his primary school teacher. The energy requirement and control needed for such a change might be very high, and that can be the reason it was a fifth-year charm, he wondered. Harry bought a 3-compartment trunk which was charmed to be feather light and the internal space was expandable. He decided to use one compartment for his books, one for his clothes and the remaining one for his school supplies, cauldron and potions kit. The shopkeeper tried to sell him a trunk which apparently had an entire furnished apartment inside. Harry was left shaking his head. Why would I need an apartment when I have a decent room in my aunt's house? He did buy a bottomless backpack though. He could use it to carry his books and writing materials for the classes. He decided that he needed to study magical theory if he was to make any inroads into magical innovations. He was burning with the desire to innovate objects similar to a moleskin pouch, which he immediately bought. The pouch was a brilliant artifact which can be used to store and retrieve objects of any size, and it keeps them in a different dimension, all the benefits in a small fist-sized pouch. He resolved to keep it tied to his belt and with him always. Magic was brilliant. Not everything went to his satisfaction though. Harry was disappointed that he could not buy a pensieve. Reviewing your memories is certainly a great study tool. He found out that they were very rare and their cost was almost prohibitive, another innovation to be added to the list. He mentally sighed. Harry also went to Gringotts looking for information regarding his family. Though he could not enter the Potter family vault by law, the goblins still allowed him to remove an old tome which had a magical record of all the details of his ancestors before him. It was by far the most comprehensive recording of his family history, detailing about the duties and also the many charitable ventures the previous Lord Potters initiated. Harry was saddened to note that most of them were discontinued after the death of his father. He resolved to get them started as soon as he could. Returning home, his mind was whirling with ideas about various novel and innovative objects that could be designed to make the everyday lives of witches and wizards easy. The books he bought certainly hinted at it. I wonder if I can make a career out of it, he thought excitedly. Now all he has to do is learn to do magic, a very minor task. Grateful for their help in getting onto the platform, Harry allowed the youngest of the family, Ron Weasley, to sit in the compartment with him, a decision he was quickly coming to regret. His incessant talk about Quidditch, the wizarding world's greatest game ever, was driving him up the wall. All Harry wanted was to spend the time reading while occasionally watching the scenery rush by. It did not help that there was only one game played in the wizarding world, and calling it the greatest game to be played was laughable in Harry's opinion. Harry got the opinion that Ron was a little lacking in what matters most, brains and manners, judging by his willingness to drone about nothing of consequence while totally ignoring Harry's attempts to divert the conversation to something meaningful. He tried to be polite and bravely kept a straight face even though he was rolling his eyes at the redhead's antics. Finally giving up all pretenses, Harry removed a book on energy to matter transmutation and was soon engrossed in it, totally ignoring the now sputtering fellow first year. After valiantly trying to impress the boy who lived, and failing spectacularly, Ron finally took his pet rat out of his pocket and began puttering around with it. Harry's reading was yet again interrupted by a loud knock, followed by a bushy brown-haired girl entering into the compartment. The girl was followed by a slightly chubby boy who was nervousness personified. They both looked to be first-year students, judging by the unease with which they entered the compartment. Harry took in the girl and decided that she was quite good-looking. What caught his attention were her eyes, which were sparkling with intelligence and curiosity. In a slightly bossy tone the girl demanded, "Have either of you seen a toad?" Neville here lost his toad, Trevor, pointing to the other boy. Harry shook his head while Ron looked offended, probably at the thought of someone owning a toad, even though his own rat was poking its head out of his pocket. Neville looked more downcast, if that was even remotely possible. Hermione saw Ron's wand in his hand, which he, unknown to her, was using to scratch his head. Her face lit up with the possibility of learning something new and immediately sat down on the cushion beside Harry. "Are you doing some magic? Can I learn the spell?" "Oh, I am Hermione Granger, by the way." Ron was in a bind. Here he was spouting of things in front of Harry, and now he has been challenged to perform magic. He was boasting about all the cool things he had done, mostly imaginary of course, but no one need to know that. Still he had to save face. "Want to see me changing the color of my rat? My brothers Fred and George told me about a spell for changing it to yellow." With that he began waving his wand around haphazardly and began muttering something that included sunshine, daisies and yellow. Harry barely managed to hold his laughter in at the ridiculous incantation. He was quite sure that it would not work, as he knew that the color-changing charm was not so easy. It was a fifth-year spell from what he read. Even if the poem Ron was reciting would work, Harry though was sure that it was nothing but garbage. It would still take a lot of practice to pull it off. Unless the person was really talented, the chances of performing such a complicated spell for the first time were practically non-existent. It was left for Hermione to point out the obvious. "Are you sure that it is a proper spell? I tried learning the wand movements of all the first-year spells, but I have not seen anything like the wand movements you were doing. If only we were allowed to do magic, I would have tried out some of those spells," she concluded, feeling a little sorry for herself. She saw that Harry was nodding his head in support of what she was saying, but Neville was hanging on to each and every word they were saying. The poor boy felt outclassed and outmatched even in the presence of those who did not have any magical training. Harry felt he needed to say something. This was also the perfect chance to judge the intelligence of the others in the compartment. He was quite sure that Hermione would be the only one who would even remotely understand his theory. The energy requirements required for such a change are high and so may not be feasible for students without adequate training. Hermione was intrigued by his comments and asked for an explanation. She also spied the title of the book he was reading and it looked quite interesting. Changing the color of hair requires changing the properties of the hair to reflect the required color rather than the existing color. This means that the pigmentation of the hair has to be changed. Considering that hair is already dead, it will require complex conformational changes. Either that or the hair has to be transfigured into something else totally different that can display the color yellow. He saw that only Hermione looked excited at the explanation while Neville had a look that told everyone that he was totally lost. Ron, who till now was boasting about his abilities, was a mixture of contrasts. On one hand, he wanted to show that he understood the entire thing while in reality he was totally clueless. This gave his face an interesting look that was quite fascinating to Harry. Even his certified stupid cousin could not manage that look. I looked up the color changing charm and it is not taught until the 5th year. It may need a lot of magical energy and control. Harry finished his explanation now mainly for Hermione's benefit. Hermione was relieved that it did not reflect poorly on her intelligence that she may not manage that charm if she tried. At the same time, she was also happy that she found at least one person who was as interested as her when it comes to learning. That's very nice, Harry. I also find reading interesting. I am finding it boring to sit in the compartment and I finished reading all the prescribed books. She suddenly realized that she may have hurt Neville, who was sitting with her in the aforesaid compartment, and tried to apologize, but Neville graciously waved her apologies away. Agreeing to talk to Harry after looking for Neville's toad, Hermione moved to the compartment door to exit. She could not resist complimenting him on his accomplishments that were published as books. The particular incident where he took down a dark wizard when he was just 8 years old was fascinating to her and confirmed that he was a very powerful wizard. Harry scoffed at that. Hermione, the first time I came to know that I was a wizard was when I got the Hogwarts letter. I live with my mother's sister who is non-magical and she explained to me about the wizarding world. Not in too favorable a light, mind you. Hermione looked at the book she was holding in her hand as if it had betrayed her. Harry agreed. Yeah, I know. Books have to be about facts, not lies. When he saw that Hermione was about to chuck it out the moving train, he stopped her, saying that she should demand her money back. Even Neville and Ron looked aghast at learning that all the tales about the boy who lived may not be true. Almost all the children in the magical world grew up with the heroic tales of Harry Potter. A few minutes later, Hermione returned to Harry's side, putting away the book he was reading, asked her, "Did you find the toad?" Taking a drink of the fruit juice that Harry offered her, she answered in the negative, thanking him for the juice. If I had a toad, even I would try to lose him, Ron declared smugly. Harry gave him a glare and admonished him, "Ron, it is Neville's pet. How would you feel if you lost your rat?" Ron shrugged in reply, "I wouldn't mind losing Scabbers." He poked the rat, which went back to sleep in his pocket. "Then why did you bring it with you? You keep feeding it, and with your hand too," Harry said, turning a little green at the thought of feeding a rat. Hermione was no better and gave Ron's hands a disgusted look. Ron turned red with embarrassment at the combined assault and quickly shut up. Sharing their packed lunches, Harry and Hermione began talking about what was interesting in the new world to both of them. Ron tried to butt in and tried to steer their conversation to his favorite subject, which stopped at Quidditch. He could have earned massive gratitude from them if he talked about what a day in the magical world would be, as both Harry and Hermione did not know much about it and they would have lapped it up with enthusiasm. Unfortunately for Ron Weasley, tact was not his strong suit. "I am interested in understanding how matter is formed from energy." Harry was enthusiastic about his favorite subject and tried to pull in Hermione. "Why does that interest you, Harry? I am not sure I totally understand the implication of what you are saying." Harry took a moment to contemplate a suitable answer. "You know about the laws of conservation of matter and energy, right?" Hermione knew what he was talking about. She learnt about that in her primary school. So Harry continued, those are the laws that pretty much govern everything in the cosmos. That has been proved quite well by a lot of experimentation. Hermione agreed with that. However, what is not known is how matter is formed from nothing but energy. When the universe began, it is hypothesized that there was nothing but energy and then planets and stars formed from that. How that happened is not really known. Harry gave Hermione some time to digest what he was saying. When Hermione nodded her head accepting his explanation, I am hoping that what we learn about magic may help me explain the dilemma. Hermione looked a little lost now. I am thinking that changing things from one to the other may give us an idea how matter is converted to energy and then that is converted to the next object. Harry finished breaking it down for her. Hearing that, Hermione's eyes lit up. You mean transfiguration? Harry nodded in appreciation at the quick way Hermione caught up. Meanwhile, Hermione was contemplating about what Harry was saying. She was always interested in learning but never wondered about what she could do with that knowledge. Here is a chance for me to actually not only learn something new but also make an effort to do something meaningful with that, Hermione thought. She wanted to ask Harry if it would be all right for them to study together. Before she could say anything, the door to their compartment was thrown open and a blonde-haired boy, definitely a first-year, walked in looking as if he owned the world. His behavior projected arrogance, and the way the other two obese boys accompanying him acted around him told the three that he was used to getting his way. Ignoring Ron and Hermione, the newcomer zeroed in on Harry. I heard that Harry Potter was on the train. The way he spoke indicated that it was more of a demand than a question to Harry, and he did not like bullies. What about it? Harry demanded back. I am Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. The blonde boy smirked. Harry was reminded of his favorite spy introducing himself the same way, but this Draco Malfoy was nowhere as suave as Sean Connery. Without waiting for any response, Malfoy continued, there are some families in the wizarding world that are better than the others. It will do you good not to associate yourself with riff-raff. This was said with a sneer directed particularly at Hermione. Harry was incensed. He knew nothing about this guy, but he cannot be allowed to get away with insulting others. The brief time he spent talking to Hermione told him that she was an intelligent girl who was able to hold her end of the conversation easily without driving him to boredom, and she was pretty too in an understated way. His books about contemporary wizarding history told him about purebloods and how they thought themselves to be superior to the rest. This Malfoy obviously was one of them. He decided to get back at him in his own way, and if it also boosts Hermione's confidence, all the better. Bringing forth his not-so-considerable acting skills, Harry put on an air of being captivated by Malfoy's presence. He feigned excitement on his face. Hermione would come to identify that look as one of sarcasm later on, but here and now she was devastated. She feared that she lost the one friend she hoped she made today. Hermione was excited and interested by what Harry wanted to do, and so hoped that she will be able to join him. That he is the famous Harry Potter, a good-looking guy, was an added bonus. Not that she had any hero worship though. Hermione's fears were quickly laid to rest as Harry began to bait Malfoy, though he could not recognize it. Oh, you must be one of those pureblood elite that I read about. I am sure that you know a lot about the wizarding world, and a lot of spells. You must be so powerful. Malfoy was preening under Harry's words. In a rare show of clumsiness, Harry knocked his glasses off their perch on his nose, cracking them on the hard floor. Harry was not bothered, and with a sickly adorning look on his face turned to Malfoy. I am sure that it will be no effort for you to repair my glasses, you can do it even in your sleep. For all his bluster, Malfoy was a mediocre wizard, and he did not bother to read ahead, depending on his father to get things done for him with no effort on his part. He began to stutter, trying to find a way out without humiliation being a part of it. His face began to turn red with embarrassment. Harry took pity on him and turned to Hermione. With a tender smile on his face, gestured at his glasses. He was confident in her ability and, like him, to at least know the spell even if she may not have practiced magic before. His smile gave Hermione the confidence she needed, and whipping out her wand and mended his glasses with a perfectly cast reparo. Hermione was ecstatic that her first spell worked perfectly, not only that Harry Potter believed in her. Harry meanwhile was glaring at Malfoy, who honestly was frightened. He was not given any reprieve. How did you being a pureblood help in this? I value knowledge and skill more than what your name says. You cannot even beat the one you consider dirt, and you want me to lick the dirt off your shoes. I rather lick her shoes. Hermione beamed at Harry with her eyes suspiciously filling up with tears. Malfoy was left to glare at the two and scurry out the door with his lackeys. Hermione took the opportunity to rush into the bathroom to freshen up and change into her robes, leaving the two boys to change in the compartment. Returning to the compartment, she settled back on the cushion alongside Harry while Harry talked about growing up alone even with living at his uncle's house and his desire to do well in his schooling, leaving him with no friends, classmates yes but not friends. That left only books as his best friends, with which he happily spent a lot of time. Hermione also had a similar story to share, and the similar circumstances while growing up brought them much closer to each other without any conscious effort on their part. Partners in study, they finally agreed with a handshake. Thanks for defending me against Malfoy, Harry. No hay problema. Number problem. In Spanish, Harry replied, unconsciously slipping into Spanish. Hermione was surprised. She was fluent in both French and Spanish, but she thought that she was an extreme example. How many languages do you know, Harry? She asked. I am fluent in French and Spanish. I know a little bit of German and Italian, but I abandoned both to concentrate on learning Latin. That's very good. I will have someone to speak in both French and Spanish. I was afraid that I will lose touch with those two languages. I know that most of the spells are in Latin, so I began learning that too, she confessed with a slight blush. You know what that means, don't you? At Hermione's perplexed look, he continued with a smirk in place, now you will have to be my friend, you have no option in that. She lost the battle to maintain her composure and immediately grabbed Harry in a hug to try and mask her tears. I hope you know what you are getting into, she tried to joke. Oh, ne vous inquiétez pas, mademoiselle. French for, oh, don't worry, miss. I know I am getting exactly what I am hoping for. Hermione was left floundering for a retort and could only blush brightly. It was a nervous bunch of students that gathered in the antechamber near the Great Hall, waiting to be called in front of the whole school to be sorted into 4 different houses. The main topic of discussion was about the process of sorting and attributes of the houses. The biggest cry of panic was reserved for Ron's comments about fighting a troll to determine which house you were sorted into. Harry saw that Hermione began reciting furiously under her breath, probably a list of spells, although ways of killing or seriously maiming Ron may have ranked high too, he mused. She was seriously starting to panic, and so Harry reached out and gently took her hand in his and squeezed it to get her attention. Reaching over, he whispered his question, have you read about trolls? A very frantic nod of her head gave him an answer in affirmative. Then you know that whatever we do, we cannot win against them. We are only first years, and I bet most of them have not even opened their books, let alone touched their wand after leaving Mr. Ollivander's. He was rewarded by the sight of a visibly relaxed Hermione. She nodded her head gratefully at him and gave him a small smile. She, however, did not let go of his hand, and Harry found it surprisingly nice and had a calming effect on him also. He did not mind it one bit and only tightened his grip. Hermione was not the only one benefiting from Harry's words. Neville, who was driven catatonic at Ron's words, breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Harry and realizing the truth in his statement. Within a short time, Professor McGonagall came back to lead them into the Great Hall for the sorting and failed to hide her smile after seeing Harry and Hermione holding hands. The Great Hall was decked in festoons and posed an impressive sight. Harry could only gape at the ceiling, and even Hermione's explanation of, "It is charmed to look similar to the outside sky," did nothing to dampen his awe. In addition to the students, even the staff was anxiously waiting for a view of the incoming students. This was the year that Harry Potter would be coming to Hogwarts after all. One man, however, was both looking forward to the newest Potter and also dreading his arrival. From his position at the teacher's table, Potions Master Professor Severus Snape saw the boy who was the reason for his greatest regret and also endless hours of internal debate. Harry Potter looked like a carbon copy of his father except for his eyes, an emerald green of his mother Lily Evans Potter. While waiting to be sorted, Snape launched a subtle low-powered legilimency probe on Harry's thoughts. He could only detect some nervousness and a quiet confidence, none of the arrogance he expected to find in the wizarding world's pampered prince. He idly noted that this was in sharp contrast to his godson Draco Malfoy, who was strutting around like he owned the castle but was almost pissing in his pants in his nervousness. Delving deeper into Harry's mind, Snape was surprised to find a well-organized mind which was annoyingly difficult to read unless you know where to look for specific memories. There were no defenses or shields to stop any probe, but without a catalog to guide you, no one can touch his memories. The surprise that Snape felt was enough to lose control of his probe and alerted Harry to some foreign presence in his consciousness. Could he be so different from his father? He looks to be intelligent enough like Lily, but more importantly, can I put away my hatred for James Potter and treat Lily Potter's son like he deserves? These were the thoughts raging a storm inside the potions professor's head. Surprisingly, looking at those eyes again, he found that the thought of being civil to a Potter was not so repugnant like he thought it would be. Meanwhile, the object of Snape's probe was shaking his head as if to get rid of an annoying bug. Harry began looking around, trying to identify the source of the presence, but could not identify what it was or who was responsible. His attention was brought back to the sorting when Hermione's name was called. He gave her a broad smile of encouragement and, after an extra squeeze, let go of her hand. Sitting on the stool with a tattered hat on her head, Hermione felt a little foolish, but was startled to hear a voice in her head. Very interesting, an intelligent mind and a thirst for knowledge. You will fit well in Ravenclaw. This was what Hermione expected, but hearing that, she felt that something was lacking. In a timid voice she whispered, "Sir, I met a boy today who said that learning should not be just for knowledge's sake but should be used mainly for society's benefit. I would want to be like that." "Oh, that is a noble thought indeed. Then better be Gryffindor," the hat announced the house out loud for everyone in the hall to hear. Hermione was relieved and, flashing a bright smile and a small wave to Harry, who was beaming at her, found a place at the Gryffindor table. Not very long after that, it was Harry's turn with the hat. "Aha! You are the boy that Miss Granger was talking about. You truly are different and will grow to be an exceptional leader should you choose. With her by your side you will embrace your heritage and destiny." The shout of Gryffindor was nearly drowned by the thunderous applause that followed the announcement. Harry ignored everyone who was trying to get his attention and made a beeline for Hermione, who diligently kept the seat beside her free for him. They shared a quick hug and turned back to the sorting while keeping their hands clasped under the table. The end of the feast was signaled by the headmaster, Professor Dumbledore, giving out important announcements, and with a warning to avoid the third-floor corridor to prevent a nasty death, they were sent off to their dormitories. Most of the trek to the Gryffindor Tower for Harry and Hermione was spent fighting to stay awake. Their well-fed stomachs protested against the extra movements of their bodies, while the weary eyes and tired bodies decided to stop functioning. Only the fact that they still held each other's hands told Harry and Hermione that they were still awake and need to keep their feet moving. Reaching the common room, they stopped long enough to get their copies of the castle's map, and after a hurried good night, raced up to their respective dorms and the welcome embrace of sleep. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, the greasy-haired potions professor was interrogating the head of Gryffindor House, Professor McGonagall, about a certain green-eyed incumbent. "So Minerva, where does our golden boy live?" "In a pampered house befitting his status, I suppose," sneered Snape. He may be frightening to the children, but the effect of the sneer was lost on the no-nonsense deputy headmistress. "Severus Snape, if I find that you are troubling the boy, nothing can stop you from facing my wrath." Seeing that he was sufficiently cowed, even Snape was not brave enough or foolish enough to face her when angered, she continued, "As his Muggle aunt was the only living relation left, he was placed in her care. I am sure that he knows about his heritage, but he does not come across as one who expects the world to pay him accolades, unlike certain other boy that you had the privilege of knowing." Snape winced. Draco certainly lived up to the classic example of a pampered prince, just like what he accused Harry Potter of being. He remembered the older of the Evans sisters. When growing up with them, Petunia came across as a snobbish girl, and her jealousy of Lily's attendance to Hogwarts turned to abhorrence of anything magical. Growing up in her care, there was no room for arrogance. Stupidity, yes, but arrogance was a definite no. Wishing McGonagall a good night, he entered his quarters, trying to solve the dilemma of Harry Potter. He was honest enough to see that his view of hating James Potter's child for no other reason than his being Potter's son was just that, childish. He could form no concrete opinion of the child's intelligence, he so disliked dunderheads. Finally giving it up, Snape decided to wait and judge Harry Potter by his behavior and his intelligence before deciding whether to hate him or not. The next morning Harry woke up at his usual early hour, his bedside clock announcing the hour to be 6, fresh and well rested. He glanced at his sleeping dorm mates and winced at the loud snores of Ron and Neville reverberating in the enclosed space. Grabbing his new uniform, he rushed to complete his morning ritual, foregoing his daily run and exercise until he got to know the lay of the land, so to speak. Finishing his bath and dressed in his robes, he could not help but chuckle at his reflection in the mirror. With the pointed hat perched on his head, he only needed a round red nose and some paint to look like a clown. He would certainly feel like one if he woke up and find out that all this was nothing more than a dream. Grabbing his backpack filled with books and other school supplies, he headed down to the common room. He decided to write a short letter to his aunt while waiting for Hermione and pulled out a ruled notebook with perforated margins for tearing away pages and an ink pen. Right on the dot at 7, Hermione came down the stairs from the girls' dorms with a letter of her own. Greeting her, he finished his letter promising to write more during the weekend. He put it in an envelope and sealed it with cello tape. He began putting away the notebook and pen back. Certainly beats ink-smudged fingers, he quipped at Hermione's pointed look at the non-magical writing materials. Shall we go to the Ollery before breakfast and classes? He asked her. Being a Monday, they would start their classes today at 9 a.m., and not having their schedules was certainly a problem, and they did not want to be late. Hermione was adjusting the book bag on her shoulder and trying to find the best spot for it to rest, and could only nod her head in reply. Harry saw that she was laboring under the heavy weight, probably crammed in all the books she could find, he thought with a wry smile. Despite her protests, he grabbed Hermione's bag and swung it on his shoulder, his regular exercise allowing him to bear the weight easily. Giving her his own bag to carry in exchange, permanent feather light charm, guaranteed to weigh just a feather, he told her in a passable imitation of one hawking his wares. The empty corridors allowed them to make good time to the Ollery, and Harry called Hedwig to carry his letter to Surrey. You can use Hedwig to send your letter home, Hermione, he offered. Thanks, Harry. I can use a school owl, Hermione replied, and got an indignant hoot from Hedwig, who was now perched on Harry's shoulder with his letter securely tied to her foot. Harry let out a chuckle. She is offended that you think she could not deliver your letter too, he translated, owl, to English for the benefit of a perplexed Hermione. I did not mean to offend you, Hedwig. I was just saying that Harry's letter is more important for you to deliver. You can deliver my next letter, I promise, Hermione backpedaled immediately. Hedwig gave her a look and a soft hoot, almost as if saying, apology accepted. You can stay and see if Aunt Petunia has any letter for me. I put your perch in my room, you can rest in there, and I reminded her to feed you some of your favorite owl treats that are in my room. Be safe, girl. Fly on swift and silent wings. Harry allowed Hedwig to gently nip his ear before taking off, and she quickly flew past the slower school owl carrying Hermione's letter. It looks like she is mocking me, almost as if she is saying, see how fast I fly. Hermione pouted at the rapidly traveling snowy owl. They started to turn back only to find the headmaster looking at them with a genial smile on his aged face, amused at their antics. Good morning, sir. They managed to greet the professor. Good morning, Harry. Ms. Granger. I find myself with the need to send a few letters of my own. The morning air is refreshing, and I find that it clears some of the cobwebs in my aged brain. Despite the protests from the house elves, I managed to venture out to the Ollery myself. Both Harry and Hermione found his easygoing air lessening their nervousness on meeting the man proclaimed as the greatest wizard after Merlin. They found his comments amusing, and after he sent away his letters, held out his hand in a gesture implying them to proceed towards the great hall and breakfast. House elves, sir? Harry wanted to know. They heard something sounding suspiciously like Muggle upbringing under his breath before he answered, the magical world is full of wonder, Harry. There are a lot of different magical users, each with their unique place in our world. It will do you good to learn about them and their own beliefs before passing judgment. Tolerance to other species is sadly lacking these days. This gave Harry and Hermione much thought. It was almost like the racial abuse that was rampant in the non-magical world but was already overcome by practicing tolerance. Surely even wizards and witches can learn that, they thought. They had a lot to learn about the magical world though. So Harry, how do you find living with your relatives to be? I hope that they treat you well. Dumbledore broke the short silence during their walk. Harry shrugged his shoulders. It's all right, I suppose. They do not love me but definitely do not hate me either. They tolerate me and mostly leave me alone, which I am okay with, as it gives me time to read. Hermione gave his arm a gentle squeeze, communicating her support. They could see Dumbledore frowning at that. The revered wizard briefly debated if it was the right time to tell Harry that he was the one that placed him at his aunt's house but did not to want to breed resentment against him. I am sorry to hear that. Childhood is to be enjoyed with the love and support of a family. He was not comfortable with the thought that his interference led to hardships for the boy. Changing the subject, he asked, so Ms. Granger, how do you find the wizarding world? Are you enjoying your stay here? I like it so far, sir. It has been only one day, but I hope that it will be an enlightening experience. By this time they reached the great hall and the few inhabitants were treated to the spectacle of two squirts nearly trotting beside the headmaster in an effort to keep up with his long strides. With a polite bon appetit, they parted company and settled down on the Gryffindor table closer to the teacher's table but far enough from the pompous prefect Percy Weasley. Harry and Hermione were in high spirits going into their first class of their magical lives. They were brimming with enthusiasm and hoped to learn something cool. However, in their first class in Transfiguration they did not even touch their wands. The entire period was dedicated to warnings about the dangers of magic and threats of dire punishments should they misuse the spells taught in the school. Harry understood the necessity for safety and caution, but his hand hurt writing several feet of parchment, and that too with a quill. The school could use a lot of pens. Harry decided to use the prescribed parchment and quills for his school work, but he was not shy about using the good old paper notebooks and pen outside the class, particularly in the library. He feared that his hand may fall off if he struck to using quills there, as he was determined to learn as much as he could and was guaranteed to use a lot of notes. Their first potions lesson was scheduled in a couple of days from the start of term, and Harry anticipated a lot of entertainment in that class. Every one of the new students heard about the favoritism shown by the Professor Severus Snape for his own Slytherin house and his disregard for either the education or fair treatment of the students from other houses. Neither Harry nor Hermione could understand how a teacher can act in such a callous manner with the students in his care. Despite the warnings from the older mates of their house, they were determined to do their best and so redoubled their efforts to read all they could about potions. Entering the potions classroom, ironically situated in a room that was devoid of any ventilation, Harry and Hermione grabbed the workbench closest to the teacher's table. They briefly debated if they should split up to partner with another of their housemates to prevent any mistakes from them, but decided against. They did not want their own work to be compromised by paying attention to the others and not on their own work. The teacher breezed into the classroom and, not even acknowledging the "Good afternoon, Professor," from the students, sat at his table pulling out the roll call. With his slicked-up hair lying flat and unmoving and his cloak billowing behind him, Professor Snape reminded Harry of the crime-fighting bat from the comic books that he occasionally read. Snape's eyes lingered a little longer than normal on Harry Potter. He so desperately wanted to sneer at him. His own resolution to give the little titch a chance to prove himself, in addition to McGonagall's warning ringing in his ears, stilled his hand, or rather his mouth. Finishing the roll call, he questioned the class in general. What will you get if you added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? He noted that only Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, both Gryffindor students, raised their hands. Mr. Potter, he gestured. Harry stood up from the seat and answered, along with a stabilizing agent, we would get a very powerful sleeping potion called Draught of Living Death, sir. Well, it was only a first-year question, and now to up the ante and looking at Harry, he asked, where would you get a bazoar from? Hermione still had her hand in the air while a couple of Slytherin students also raised their hands this time. It is found in the stomach of a goat, Professor, and is an antidote to most common poisons. Interesting. He did make an effort to read ahead. Though before shooting the question that would normally stump most new students, what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Most of the hands went down, including that of Hermione, but she had a small smile on her face. Here Harry had a perplexed look on his face. I am not sure, sir, but I think that they are the same, he finished with an apologetic smile on his face. Ms. Granger, would you care to answer? The professor asked. Hermione also stood up. They are the names of the same plant, professor, and it is also known to muggles as the medicinal plant, aconite. Well done, you two. 10 points to you, Mr. Potter, and 5 points to you, Ms. Granger, he allowed. Harry and Hermione looked at each other and beamed. Oh, you need not stand to give your answers, but that does not mean I will allow any disrespect. And then, why are you not writing this down? He barked to the remaining students. Harry and Hermione were the first to finish their potions, just beating Draco Malfoy and another Slytherin student, Daphne Greengrass. It looked as if both of them had some practice making potions, if the fluidity of their movements was any clue. Judging by the color of their potions, Harry could see that his and Hermione's were definitely superior, and the color of their own creations was only a little off. He was sure that he and Hermione would share the top score. Instead of the praise they were expecting, Harry and Hermione got only an exceeds expectation. They learnt about the grading system on the very first day that they got hands on Hogwarts, a history, and knew that it was still a higher grade but was less than perfect. Hermione especially was disappointed. Maybe the older students were correct after all. He might not like to praise non-Slytherin students, she whispered in Harry's ear. Snape gave the entire class a glare but directed his eyes on Harry. Well, Mr. Potter, you bragged that you were well versed with the art of cooking and that potions is similar to that. Harry ducked his head in a mixture of embarrassment and shame to sniggers from the Slytherin contingent. Malfoy was especially vocal. They were silenced by a glare from the clearly annoyed professor. Can you tell me why your potion was not perfect even if you followed all the instructions? Harry was also thinking the same thing and ran his finger on the inside around the edge. He immediately deduced what went wrong. Seeing the light of recognition in Harry's eyes, Snape drawled, none of you even bothered to clean your equipment before starting your work. Nonetheless, it is quite an accomplishment, you two. You have the highest ever recorded grade for the very first lesson in my class. 10 points each for that, and Mr. Potter 5 more points for enlightening the students of a common mistake. Quote. Harry and Hermione's looks of chagrin turned to beaming smiles at what effectively were accolades from Snape if anything they heard about the professor was true. Never repeat it again. Dismissed. He scowled at them. The students began to scramble to get out of his sight, and Snape saw that Harry was swinging Hermione's obviously heavy book bag onto his shoulder, and quite the gentleman too. He scowled at no one in particular. Once out of the room, Hermione exclaimed, "Wow. Yeah, wow. Talk about a complex." Harry grinned. But he does know his stuff. Overall, they were satisfied with their first potions lesson. Poor Neville bore the brunt of the irritable professor's ire when he melted his cauldron, drenching both himself and Ron, who was sharing the table with him. Harry summed it up nicely. He could scowl less and teach more, though. Both of them sniggered at that thought and holding hands started towards the grounds to enjoy the last of the sunshine before dinner. Hey Hermione, how long is your essay for charms? Harry asked her at the lunch table. They finished their lunch and were waiting to go to the charms class. Hermione beamed at him. 3 feet, Harry. Yours. 3 feet. Harry exclaimed. The professor asked them for 18 inches and his was about 2 feet, which he thought was a bit excessive but could not resist putting some of his thoughts into words. He passed his rolled up essay to her while accepting her work. Reading through it, Harry had to admit that Hermione worked hard, but he still was not overly impressed. It was mostly a repetition of textbook. Scrolling through his work, Hermione absently replied, "Yes, there was a lot of information." There was a lot of information, but was it relevant to the essay? Harry countered. Hermione was puzzled not only by his words but also his work. It was vastly different from her own. Harry used a lot of examples and his own ideas about the topic of the essay. Seeing her hand gesture, which meant to elaborate, Harry launched into his explanation. Hermione, the idea of an essay is to understand the topic and then try and put your own spin to the matter. What is the point in regurgitating the textbook word for word? This is what I meant when I said that we should apply the knowledge for something useful. I can see that you have covered almost everything that I myself included in my essay. I have to admit that your use of examples makes it easy to understand. Almost. Harry queried. Hermione's face graced a blush. Okay, I admit, everything that I wrote. I see your point, Harry. Your method of writing an essay has its merit and requires a lot of innovative thinking. She sighed, taking her own scroll from Harry and glancing at it morosely. But it is too late for me to change anything as we have to submit the work. Next time I will follow your advice. Harry saw her dejection and as the bell tolled to warn them of the time to leave the Great Hall for classes, gave her hand a squeeze. For what it's worth, you will get an outstanding on the essay. That comment brought a small smile. Thanks, Harry. Reaching over, she gave him a tentative hug. Though Harry was surprised a bit by her display of affection, he recovered quickly and hugged her back. Parting from their hug, they looked at each other with beaming smiles, and after Harry picked up Hermione's bag and she his, started for the charms class hand in hand. Friday evening was their first flying lesson to be held on the Quidditch pitch. Hermione, who was terrified of heights, was trying to think of ways to avoid the experience. The weather very inviting, picture-perfect sky with a warm sun and a gentle wind was blowing across the grounds. This did nothing to quell the fluttering in her stomach, and it was only made worse by Harry's enthusiasm. He was looking forward to fly on a broom since the time he learned that his father was a member of Gryffindor Quidditch team. Harry was not sure if he wanted to play the game, but it was a moot point as first years are not allowed on the house team. The lesson was almost cancelled even before they got the chance to try their hand at a broom when Neville, in his nervousness, lost control of the broom and shot into the sky before plummeting to the ground from nearly 10 feet. Madam Hooch, their instructor, warned them not to get your feet off the ground or you will be on the train home before any one of you can say Quidditch, before taking Neville to the hospital wing. Draco Malfoy picked up Neville's Remember All and began tossing it up in the air and playing it with it, all the while mocking Neville and taunting the others before lifting off the ground on a broom, all the while insinuating that he would leave it on the top of the astronomy tower. The entire Gryffindor first years growled at him, clearly upset at Neville's accident, and Ron even went as far as daring to fly after the arrogant owned. Harry himself wanted to go after Malfoy. His broom was still in his hand. Though he never flew before, he was confident that he could chase Draco down easily, but before he could even move, Hermione grabbed onto his hand, restraining him. He wondered if Hermione had some sixth sense when it came to reading his intentions. But Hermione, he started to argue even while trying to release her grip on his arm. No buts, Harry, you could get into trouble or worse. I do not want to lose my first friend. That effectively killed any excuses he might have had. Hermione's actions were soon vindicated as they saw Professor McGonagall thundering down on them, and after ordering Malfoy to land, gave him a detention scrubbing the hospital toilets without magic for the next 2 nights. Hermione now had a smug smile on her face but was feeling generous enough to not rub it in Harry's face by saying, "Told you so." When Madam Hooch gave them the go-ahead, Harry guided Hermione up in the air, still holding hands, steadying her broom whenever he felt it wobble. With Harry by her side, Hermione enjoyed her first flying experience, though she landed as soon as Madam Hooch called them down. Harry managed to get a couple of laps around the Quidditch pitch before the end of the class. Taking a leisurely walk back to the castle after their lesson, Hermione commented about the dangers of the game and ended it by saying, "Who wants to play sports anyway?" Harry immediately contradicted her. "No, Hermione, playing some sport actually calms the mind. Not only that, I have learnt that playing some kind of sport actually increases your mental faculty." "What kind of sports did you play?" she wanted to know. In reply, Harry shrugged his shoulder. "I did not get a chance to play anything as my cousin used to frighten the kids away, but I run every morning at 6 and then do some light exercises. I usually spend about an hour on that, and since I started doing that I did find some improvement." She nodded her head. That is something she could do too. "Okay, can I come running with you?" "Sure." Hermione thought for a moment. "I read somewhere that organizing our thoughts increases the power to remember things and speeds up our recall." "Oh," Harry said, non-committal. "Yes, it is called occlumency and its basis is in meditation." "Ah, that may be true, because I read in my primary school library about meditation techniques that can organize your thoughts and improve recall. I have been practicing it every night from when I was 7 years old to sort out my memories." Now it was Hermione's turn to be surprised. There seems to be some common practices in both the worlds. How do you organize your memories? I put them in trunks, one trunk each for every subject, then one for important facts, one for personal memories, etc. Hermione gushed. That's very good, you have completed the first step according to the book. Now you only need to imagine building walls and other fortifications around your trunks. She added a little wistfully, I wish I could do it. Harry was confused, but you have amazing recalling power, how do you do it? Oh, I think in terms of the books that I read, said Hermione, not realizing that it was nearly the same as putting memories into trunks. Harry smiled at her. See, that's exactly what I mean. I put in trunks while you use books, you just have to sort your personal memories. Meditation certainly helps speed up the process, it can only help you. Hermione let out an excited squeal, something Harry had rarely seen her do. Will you help me and teach meditation? Sure. It is always better to meditate in your bed just before going to sleep, as you can fall asleep sometimes, but I will help you initially. Maybe we can find an empty classroom or something and make it our office, Harry supplied with a grin. Hermione hugged him and, taking his hand, continued their walk into the great hall for dinner. Harry was waiting for Hermione to come down for breakfast, in the common room after their morning run. Harry generally took less time for his shower and getting dressed for the day than Hermione, who took time to dry her hair. He saw her coming down the stairs, her book bag weighing her down. He raised himself from the chair that he was sitting on and took her heavy bag while handing Hermione his own bag. Harry saw that she was not in her usual cheerful spirits and wondered what the matter was. By her own admission, she would have felt homesick if Harry was not there with her. Stopping her before they reached the portrait hole guarding the entrance to their tower, he asked her, Did you have a row with Lavender and Parvati? He knew that most of their year mates were not very comfortable around both of them. He was probably the only one actively supporting Hermione, and maybe Neville, but Neville was more dependent on them for help with his studies than anything else. Ron was the most vocal against her, even in the presence of Harry. They both were the resident bookworms, annoying know-it-alls, and generally were not fun to be with. None of them risked raising their voice against Harry, but they were more open to hurt Hermione with their comments. Heavens no, I stopped bothering with them. Then what is bothering you? Then he had an awful thought. Hermione, when is your birthday? Hermione flushed and bent her head down, her chin nearing touching her chest. With pink cheeks she murmured, Today. Harry immediately felt sorry. Obviously she was missing her parents today. Grabbing her in a hug, he wished her, Happy birthday, Hermione. They have hugged before, usually as a greeting, both first thing in the morning and also the before heading for bed. He held her a little longer and a little tighter than normal. I am sorry, Hermione. I only have this hug for you as your gift. Hermione brightened considerably after the hug. She kissed his cheek in gratitude. Thank you, Harry, for that special gift. Wiping her tear-filled eyes with a handkerchief, she continued, It's just that this is the first time that I was away from home for my birthday and could not help feeling down. I am much better now. She returned his hug and, taking his hand, led the way down to the great hall. Holding hands was almost second nature for them now, and did it without any conscious thought whenever they had their hands free. Reading, walking, or even just relaxing, they did not let go of their hands. It was usually Hermione using her left hand to clasp Harry's right. They craved for the contact to reassure themselves of the other's support, being new to this friendship thing. Harry reminded himself to write down September 19th in his diary to never forget his friend's birthday. That night Harry managed to evade Hermione for a few minutes and sent a note to her parents. He wanted to surprise her and hoped that her parents supported him. Dan and Emma Granger were a little upset that they could not wish their daughter on her birthday, let alone send her their gifts. It was now the day after and they were getting frantic, wondering what they could do. Returning from their practice on the Friday night, they were greeted to the sight of a beautiful snowy owl on the fence with a letter tied to its legs waiting for them. They let the owl into the house before untying the letter and were wondering what to do with the owl. Hedwig spotted the kitchen sink and flew to the tap sitting on top of it. The Grangers got the message. The owl needed a drink of water. While Dan was filling a bowl with water, Emma opened the envelope to find a letter written on ordinary ruled paper. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Granger, greetings and best wishes to you. My name is Harry Potter and I am Hermione's friend at Hogwarts. Today I found out that it was her birthday, and though she hid it well, I could see that she missed you. I did not have a chance to buy her any gifts, so only managed to give her a hug which brought a smile to her face. I am hoping that you have some gifts for Hermione and you can send them with my owl, Hedwig. She is quite clever and can understand you. If you want her to wait, just tell her so and call her when you have the gifts ready. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Such a sweet boy, Emma commented, looking at the owl who was now drinking deeply from the bowl of water. Dan was happily pouring some juice for them to drink when his gears came to a grinding halt hearing the dreaded word, boy. Emma knew what he was thinking, exclaimed, Daniel Granger. She scolded him and gave the now chastised Dan Harry's letter to read. While he was reading the letter, Emma turned to the owl who now by the look of it had her fill. They saw many strange things after they came to know about Hermione being a witch. Talking to an owl certainly rated high. We have Hermione's gifts in our office. Can you wait till tomorrow for us to get them? Bolstered by Hedwig's nod and a soft hoot, Emma continued, Can you please fend for yourself? I am sorry I do not know how to take care of you. I will ask Harry or Hermione what to do the next time. I will call for you when you can go back to Hogwarts. Hedwig bobbed her head before flying out of the door and landing on the tree at the edge of their property. Tucking her head under a wing, waited for darkness when she could hunt. Finishing their dinner, Dan and Emma retired to their room, happy that they can send their love to Hermione. The name Harry Potter was of course familiar to Emma. Hermione's letter home alluded to the boy who formed an instant friendship with her lonely daughter. She grabbed one of the books about contemporary wizarding history that Hermione was fond of reading. Reading about the orphaned boy, Emma was glad that Hermione found a dear friend in him. Maybe they could reciprocate his kindness to Hermione by offering him their hospitality during Christmas, with his guardian's permission, of course. Hermione was surprised to see Hedwig land before her and not Harry, at breakfast on Sunday, and sticking out her leg for her to relieve the packages tied there. She nearly squealed in joy seeing her mother's handwriting on the envelope. She hugged the tired bird in thanks and planted a key on top of Hedwig's head. Grabbing a few strips of bacon from Harry's outstretched hand, Hedwig flew out the hall for a well-earned rest. Harry read the short note included for him from the Grangers, thanking him for sending Hedwig to them. He saw that Hermione was blushing at something in the letter and wondered what it was. Hermione showed Harry the parts in the letter that were meant for him to read, asking him to give Hermione an extra hug from them. Giving her a grin, Harry nodded her head, acquiescing to their request. Putting away the wrapped packages in her ever-present book bag at Harry's side, she asked about Harry's note. Nothing much, they just wanted to thank me for sending Hedwig. Oh, they want to contact my relatives for permission to invite me over to your house for Christmas. I need to send them a reply giving them the address and also write a letter to my aunt. Harry gave her the letter to read. As soon as they walked out of the great hall heading towards the lake for a short walk before going to the library, Hermione grabbed Harry in a hug. Thanks for doing this, Harry. I hope your relatives will allow you to spend Christmas with me. That night Hermione got another Harry special hug, extra snug version, before going to bed. Harry and Hermione in the company of Neville were reading ahead for next night's astronomy class when Ron approached them. Dean, Seamus and Lavender were hovering in the background, probably also looking for some help. Hey Harry, did you finish your potions essay? Ron asked. The essay was due first thing in the morning and it was already after dinner. Yes Ron, we finished a few days ago, Harry replied, including Neville and Hermione with a gesture. Great, then you can help me finish mine, he said, thrusting a nearly blank parchment at them. He had only a few lines written and at a first glance it looked like he repeated Snape's introduction to their potions lesson. Hermione took the offered parchment and exclaimed, Ron, there is nothing on this, you cannot expect me to write the entire essay for you. Come on Hermione, you can help me, Ron inadvertently played on her insecurities. Harry narrowed his eyes at the annoying redhead. It looked suspiciously like a demand rather than a request for help. He was surprised at Ron's audacity. He was the most vocal in belittling Hermione for her superior intelligence and impeccable work ethic, and now he was practically asking her to write his essay for him. He saw the uncertainty in Hermione's eyes and that she was almost reaching for her quill when Harry subtly gave her knee a squeeze. That assurance was enough for Hermione. No Ron, I am not doing your work for you and that too, giving up my own reading for that. If you want our help you better sit with us and do it when we do it, she replied, pushing the parchment away. Hermione was gratified by Neville's emphatic nod supporting her actions. It was left for Dean to approach them now with an apologetic look. Harry, can we borrow your book? Stirring Things Up. A Guide to Potion Making. Though he addressed Harry, he was looking mainly at Hermione in an effort to placate her. Sure, guys. Why don't you pull up your chairs to our table and we will help you out if you get struck? Harry gave them an easy way out while rooting for the said book in his bag. With the tension dissipated, the group settled down to finish their work with liberal help from Harry and Hermione, while even Neville pitched in with his 2 nuts worth. The rest of the first years understood that Harry and Hermione were willing to help only if they put in their own efforts. It was a win-win situation for all, and Hermione gained 2 dorm mates who were now considerable friendly with her. It was soon Halloween morning and the Great Hall was bedecked for the night's feast. Wherever he looked, Harry saw smiling faces and joyous celebrations. Harry was picking at his breakfast, having lost his appetite, and so began reading the letter Hedwig brought to him earlier. Hermione wanted to ask him about the letter because as soon as he finished it, Harry looked a little better. Taking the letter from Harry when he handed it to her, she began reading. Hermione was sniffling halfway through the letter. That was nice of her, she commented, handing the letter back to him. Stuffing it into his bag, Harry answered with a small smile, yeah. It is almost a ritual for us every year, even she lost her sister this day. Just then the warning bell went off and Harry pushed away his unfinished breakfast and rose from the seat. Hermione gave him a quick hug which left Harry feeling much better, before swinging his bag over her shoulder and walking to the class hand in hand. The day went quite well for Harry and Hermione until the last class of the day. The class was taught about the levitation charm, which they both knew already and even practiced it a few times without any effort. Harry was paired with Neville while Hermione was helping Ron and getting frustrated for her efforts. Finally losing her patience, she snapped at Ron and, in reply to his not-so-polite insinuations, cast a perfect levitation charm, floating her feather nearly as high as Harry's own effort a few seconds ago. Ron, though, was not done, and after the class began taking his insults to new heights and not keeping them quiet. Harry and Hermione were at the very end of the group, exiting the room last. Hermione was hurt by Ron's comments and only Harry holding her hand prevented her from bolting away. Even then she could not stem the flow of tears. Harry led her into an empty classroom and wrapped Hermione in his arms and, providing as much comfort as he could, allowed her to cry out her frustration. I tried to help him and he insulted me, she growled out, drying her tears. Don't listen to him. You will only give his accusation credence if you believe him. You have me and I sincerely hope that we will be together till the end of our lives. I hope the same too, Harry. I like you a lot. I want to be able to see your face every day and hug you, good night, for a very long time. It will happen, Hermione. We will make it happen, Harry assured her, and they began walking down to take part of the scrumptious feast. From now on we will partner up in all the classes, even if the professors try to split us up we will refuse. It is not of worth for you to be spilling tears over trying to help ungrateful prats. That evening Hermione refused to let go of his hand even while eating, drawing comfort from his presence. Harry did not mind it one bit. In fact, with Hermione holding his right hand most of the time, he was quickly becoming proficient in using his left hand for many of the tasks. The feast was interrupted when Professor Quirrell, their defense against the dark arts professor, brought the news of a rampaging troll. The students were sent back to their common rooms under the close supervision of the prefects, to continue their dinner and then head to bed. Harry and Hermione settled easily into the routine of going for their classes and also their early morning run. They were so ahead in their lessons, and the result was that they barely managed to concentrate, only the practical spell casting part was keeping them interested enough to stay awake. Hermione, still not used to Harry's philosophy of using knowledge for some means, was better at paying attention in the class, but gradually even she felt that they were not being taxed enough. They also had to agree that since this was a school, every one of the students have to be catered to, not just themselves. Learning spells and all was fine, but it was never explained to them what the potential uses of such charms or transfigurations were in daily life. Yes, some of the charms were self-explanatory, but Harry could not see any use for turning a bench into a pig. They definitely could not eat it, could they? What Harry was more interested in, however, was to use magic for some benefit, if not, at least to explain some of the things that normal science was unable to explain, at least as he saw with the limited knowledge that he had. During his studies on matter to energy transmutations, there was no explanation of how energy could be converted back to mass, what actually triggers this transformation. This was what Harry was hoping that Transfiguration would help him in. It was now the second week of November and Harry was impatient. He was sure that he understood the basic concepts dealing with magic and was able to cast his spells perfectly and almost all of them at his first try. Hermione was also proving to be a good friend. With her thirst for knowledge, they were pushing the boundaries of learning and to their dismay found Hogwarts to be lacking in teachers who were willing to deviate from the broken path. It was now left to him and Hermione to make some inroads into uncharted territory. That Saturday after lunch, Harry and Hermione met their head of house in her office and Harry decided to open the ball. Professor, can you please honestly tell us about our performance in your class and if possible what you and the staff think about us? McGonagall was surprised at his question. He was the son of one of her best students, James Potter, and his wife Lily, who she considered not only as her student but also good friends. Friends close enough to keep in touch even after their graduation, and she even attended Harry's christening. She was adamant in her objections for Harry being left in Petunia Dursley's care, but it seemed that he turned out to be a good kid and a brilliant student. McGonagall did not have to think very hard for a favorable reply. I think that you two are exceptional students, and I am generally not in the habit of saying this to students, but I think that you are at the top of your year. I cannot really say which of you two is better, as I see that you cooperate a lot to get a difficult job done. She paused a bit here, contemplating if she can give out the confidence of the other staff, but nothing was that important. Even the other teachers have a high praise for you. I can honestly say that I have not seen students better than you two in a very long time. Even Professor Snape has a grudging admiration for you, Harry. She trailed off, muttering, which is a surprise, under her breath. Harry and Hermione now had beaming smiles on their faces. Professor McGonagall wondered what this was all about. She was sure that they were not vain and wanted to hear her praise. Hermione started their argument. Thank you, Professor. We find the curriculum quite easy and we have already tried many spells from the second year too. She glanced at Harry, who gave her an encouraging nod, and continued, to be honest, we find the study pattern and the course load below our standard. Seeing McGonagall about to interrupt, Harry said, we understand that this is a school and everyone has their own pace of learning and you have to cater to all students. Seeing her relax, Harry continued, to spend our time more profitable we have a few ideas, but we need your help. McGonagall was suitably intrigued. No one had come to her in all her teaching years to take on more lesson load, especially not a couple of first years. Harry continued, we want to study magic and its laws in terms of non-magical science. You see, there are a few laws of matter and energy in science that at first look seem to be false and not make any sense when faced with magic. McGonagall let out a sigh. This was the problem with students who come from Muggle homes and are not exposed to magic. They tend to think in terms of science, and when faced with magic, all that goes out the window. Magic has its own laws. That's understandable. Magic defies many a Muggle perspective. Hermione countered. Does it really? It does look like that at first glance, but rules are rules, right? Especially for something as common and as basic as matter and objects. We still believe that magic follows the laws of matter and energy that are talked about in non-magical science. I am sorry to say that I am not familiar with these laws that you are talking about. Even as educators, we do not pay much attention to Muggle side of things. So they take time to explain the laws that govern matter and energy conservation. Harry started the explanation with inputs and clarifications from Hermione whenever she felt they were needed. There are three main laws that state that whatever happens in the universe, matter and energy are conserved. The first two laws are what we are concerned with and are at least a matter of debate when it comes to transfiguration. These laws also deal with thermodynamics and were initially proposed by Antoine Lavoisier in early 1700s. They were later on refined and extensively proved. Harry paused for a bit, which allowed Hermione to take up the explanation. The first law in simple terms states that matter and therefore energy can neither be created nor destroyed. McGonagall immediately felt bad to contradict them even before they could start their experimentation. She was pleased at their enthusiasm for trying out things other than their school work and decided to help them along. but the laws they stated wouldn't hold water when faced with magic. Conjuration was a prime example. Still, she held her peace. She wanted to know about these laws and see if there was something else that was more plausible with transfiguration and magic. Hermione continued, unaware of the conflict going on in their professor's thoughts. The explanation for the first law is that when something is destroyed, it is mainly converted into energy, and this energy can later be converted to a different object. There is no new matter or energy that is being expended, and so they both are conserved. Of course, nothing is so perfect and there is always some loss, and so the next law states that there is always a net loss of energy in the system, not a gain. Barring this minuscule loss, there is always conservation in mass and energy. In terms of transfiguration, what this law means is that, for example, if we transfigure a matchstick into a needle, the matchstick is first converted into energy, which is then changed to a needle without too much loss of mass. Harry clarified to get their point across. But we do transfiguration regularly in defiance of the laws you stated, exclaimed the professor. Harry instead had a smile on his face. Not really, that is what we want to study and prove. Seeing the still skeptical look on McGonagall's face, Hermione took over the explanation. Tell me, Professor, why do we turn a matchstick into a needle, a beetle into a button, or a feather duster into a pincushion, and not a table into a pincushion or a cricket bat into a needle? Harry was nodding his head in total agreement. After all, he has spent many hours discussing these things with Hermione. Seeing the look of incomprehension at the last example, he chimed in with a beater's bat. McGonagall began to contemplate whatever the two students put forward. Even as a master of transfiguration, she did not encounter such a challenge. No, more like I went with the flow and did not bother myself to think about things like that, she corrected herself. These are fundamental questions that every student of transfiguration should be familiar with. I confess that I never thought about the points that you have raised, and now I am curious about that. I will help you in your task. It has been many years since I had something to challenge me, and frankly, we teachers have grown complacent and lethargic. This will help raise some intellectual curiosity. Harry and Hermione were happy that at least the professor was willing to listen and help them. It does not matter if what they thought was not correct, and it turned out that magic does have its own rules that falsify all the theories that non-magical science has constructed for itself. At least they would prove it, and who knows, they may even get something interesting out of their efforts. McGonagall, however, put a dampener on their excitement. What about conjuration? If matter cannot be created, how can we create things out of nothing? This was indeed a problem, and they both began thinking. And suddenly both their faces lighted up almost in unison. Looking at each other with broad smiles, they exclaimed together, "Not nothing, Professor. Air. Air is being transfigured into things that you want." Ah, that would certainly explain using a totally different incantation and wand movements for that. The difficulty is in proving it. They agreed to look into the problem of conservation of matter first, and then if that is proved to be accurate, they will look into the problem of conjuration. Leaving the professor's office, Harry and Hermione hugged each other and jumping with exuberance. At last they will be doing something challenging. Yes, it may not give anything meaningful or any new innovation for the general wizarding public, but it is a start and also a way to challenge the lack of intellectual thinking in the school. If they were lucky, they may find something during their studies that can be turned into a new magical artifact. Hand in hand and a spring in their step, they returned to the Gryffindor common room. If Hermione was amazed at Harry's 3-compartment trunk, it paled in comparison when her eyes landed on the moleskin pouch that he always carried with him. They decided to keep the books locked up in Harry's trunk for safekeeping. They were some of the rare books from Professor McGonagall's personal collection. Her stern warning of, "Don't lose them," was enough for Harry to take the extra precaution. He then keyed in Hermione for easy access to his trunk without her needing to ask him every time. "Things like these are the reason I am interested in innovations and inventing," Harry said, leading her back to the common room to relax. "It's called enchanting, Harry," Hermione supplied. "Yeah, it was a very sought-after career a few decades ago, but now hardly any new items are being fabricated. I read that Nicholas Flamel was responsible for most of the magical inventions. Now people turn to the goblins to get their things done. I think that your trunk will recognize me based on my magical signature," Hermione wondered. Harry nodded his head. Most of the stuff that wizards design is based on a person's magical signature, only the goblin use blood-based recognition system. I think that is to allow even their children to access if the parents are deceased. Do you think that it is possible to make a career out of it? Harry beamed at her. That is exactly my thought, Hermione. There are only limited options for a career in this world. You either become an official with the ministry or go into business yourself. I am not sure that I will work as an Auror or even a healer, though being a healer may be better than an Auror. I would like the challenge of inventing new things, so enchanting may be a better career for me. Hermione also agreed with that, so enchanting it is. Harry and Hermione quickly became the vibrant couple of Hogwarts. With their endless thirst for knowledge, even the professors started to look to them if they needed extra help in their lessons. Their willingness to help their yearmates also won hearts. Even Ron warmed up to their attitude of getting their assigned work done first and enjoy later. Though the frost between them was definitely thawing, Hermione was still not so forgiving of his callous comments during Halloween that hurt her deeply and was not ready to welcome him, and by association Harry also kept him at arm's length. Their association with Ron was mostly limited to their joint study sessions where all the first-year Gryffindors were welcome. One Friday night Ron came running to their study table. Hey guys, have you heard that Hagrid's hut was burnt down? Harry and Hermione were surprised when they heard the reason. Hagrid apparently won a dragon egg in a game and hatched it in his hut in a cauldron on fire, and the baby dragon burnt his hut down. All those nearby who heard Ron burst out laughing loud. He is a great guy but lacks the upper portion needed. Doesn't he know that wood and fire are not a good combination? Hermione managed to say through her laughter. After the general laughter subsided and Ron went away, Harry whispered to Hermione, "We should go meet him. I am sure he could use a sympathetic ear." Hermione nodded her acceptance. The next morning being a Saturday, Harry and Hermione visited Hagrid after their breakfast. Sipping their tea sitting around the newly constructed table, Hagrid recounted the experience with the dragon. "Great man Dumbledore, he not only smoothed affairs with the ministry but also helped me in constructing this hut." "Where is the dragon now?" Hermione asked, and Hagrid replied that it was shipped to the Romanian Dragon Preserve where one of Ron's brothers, Charlie Weasley, was working. Harry wanted to know something more important. "Hagrid, we all know that carrying a dragon egg or trading in them is a crime according to the ministry. How did you manage to get one?" "I won it in a card game at Hog's Head in Hogsmeade." "Come to think of it, he was eager to get rid of it very quickly." Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance that meant, "If I had an illegal dragon with me I would be glad to get rid of it too." Unperturbed, Hagrid continued, "I told him that after Fluffy taking care of a dragon is not a big deal." "Fluffy?" Harry and Hermione chorused. "Fluffy is a Cerebrus, a very effective guard for whatever Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel are hiding here at Hogwarts." "Are you sure that it is not a test, Hagrid? Are they really hiding something in here?" Harry was not really sure about that. He and Hermione argued about the third-floor corridor problem. Was it a test for extra grades or is something really being hidden there? "Test? What do you mean test? Where did you get the idea that it is a test?" Hermione could not believe what she was hearing. "Then why did Professor Dumbledore announce it to the whole school?" "To prevent people from going there," Hagrid replied like it was the most obvious thing in the world. The visitors exchanged a glance and shook their heads ruefully. Hagrid noticed this and mistook their intention. "Don't you two worry about it. No one can get past Fluffy without knowing that he falls asleep after hearing some music. Without that no one can get past it." Harry wondered if Hagrid gave away this piece of information to the stranger too. They finished their tea and then returned back to the castle while discussing the mystery that was the third-floor corridor. "Hermione, do you think that it was a coincidence that the stranger was there giving Hagrid something he wanted in exchange for some information just when something was hidden at Hogwarts?" "I don't think that it is a coincidence. There is certainly something going on, but are we sure that it is linked to whatever is hidden there in the room on the third-floor corridor? Maybe it is guarding the package that Hagrid retrieved from Gringotts." Harry then went on to explain his visit with Hagrid and how he went to pick up just a small package. "Maybe it is a test and the objective is to retrieve that package at the end. We really do not know if the package is even at Hogwarts. What if the corridor has a test but the package has nothing to do with it?" Hermione countered. "Besides, if it was a secret Hagrid would not have told us, let alone to a stranger." Harry had to agree with that assessment. It might also be a decoy to fool thieves should they attempt to steal it, and the valuable object in the package might have already been secured somewhere else. We will never know the truth. It may be a better idea to break into the room, retrieve the package ourselves, and hide it away. If it is a test, then we will save ourselves the blushes, but if it really is something valuable, we can hide it ourselves. After all, who will guess that such a valuable object is with a couple of school children? Hermione neatly tied up the ends. After a moment's silence, Harry questioned, "Do you think we should tell someone that a stranger is interested in whatever is hidden at Hogwarts?" They shared a look and, shaking their heads, let out a "nah." With a mischievous look, Harry enticed Hermione. "Well, we do not know anything about what is hidden behind Fluffy, and so there is only one thing to do." Hermione threw him a grin and joined him in their war cry, research. Professor McGonagall, being the deputy headmistress, gave them the permission to use an empty classroom near the room that she uses for her own class. It was not too close to be obtrusive, but also close enough for her to keep an eye on their activities. The castle elves provided them with a big study table large enough for 4 of them to spread their books on it, and 4 chairs to go with the table. They christened it the Den, as they wanted to use it as a place to study in peace if the common room became too rambunctious for their taste. Harry and Hermione decided to use Harry's stash of non-magical writing materials and notebooks for this project, as they were more comfortable compared to parchment and quills. The professor noticed that they held hands whenever they could and were not really conscious about it, and neither did they show any signs of being embarrassed by that act. That night she could not help but comment on that. "I hope that you will do nothing that will make me regret my decision." She glared at the two, but lingering a little longer on Harry. Now Harry could not let that one go. "Come now, Professor. How can you think that, and at our age too?" He saw that Hermione was looking suspiciously at him, but the professor looked satisfied. So he delivered the punch line. "Come after a couple of years and I can guarantee you nothing," he finished with a large grin. He was rewarded with a huge bush that erupted on Hermione's face. Yes, they were closer than normal at their age, but they were still friends, best friends. At least he was thinking about that, and hopefully will come true in a few years from now, were Hermione's thoughts on that matter. McGonagall, however, was left in stunned disbelief. She gave him that opening but was not prepared for the retort. "That little scamp, he is more like Sirius Black than his father," she thought with a pang. While returning to their dorm, Hermione was, however, not shy in taking Harry's hand into hers. Harry wanted them to be in agreement always. That would prevent a lot of headache and potentially remove any chances for a big fight between them. "There can be no more me and you, Hermione, at least when it comes to the project we are doing, and whatever we do it together. We take the blame and the credit in equal proportions for our actions. If we could not discuss the matter beforehand, one of us would answer what we think might be the best answer. Then we can talk about it and work it out between us. Is that all right?" Hermione gave him a quick hug. "Yes, Harry, I do not want to fight with you even for something small. I don't think I will be happy doing that." She unconsciously echoed his own sentiments. Giving him an impish grin, she continued, "I would like for there to be us even in our personal lives, Harry." Harry gave her hand a quick squeeze. "It will come, Hermione. Someday, may not be soon, but someday." After a short pause, Harry said, "No more secrets, Hermione." The next fortnight was spent in trying out their theory on matter conservation using transfiguration as their means of experimentation. Every night after dinner, Harry and Hermione met Professor McGonagall in their den and worked out their spells. The problem that Harry and Hermione took upon themselves was not really a big one, and with the help of magic they were able to solve it quite easily. The spells they were to use were taught in their first year, and so was not at all difficult for them, but this time they documented their results meticulously. In addition to measuring the dimensions and the weight of the objects that they were using and what they transfigured them into, upon McGonagall's suggestion they used a wizarding camera to capture the entire process in a series of photographs. This ensured that they have irrefutable proof for their claims, and they also made pretty pictures. Moreover, they could also be used as a good teaching aid by the professor. They kept it simple using well-known and defined exercises, but even McGonagall, who had mastery in transfiguration, could not change a chair into a needle. "It almost feels as if my magic is fighting against my intent," she commented after a frustrating half an hour of intense concentration and struggle. It's a good way of describing the feeling when we want to do something but our magic does not cooperate, and would definitely make a potent observation in our study, commented Hermione, agreeing with the professor after her own attempts failed to bring the desired result. Harry, however, made a small change to his intent. He visualized a needle, a big one, and did not think about any specific dimensions and performed the spell. This time it worked, and in the place of the wooden chair was a needle nearly 3 feet long and about a quarter of a foot in diameter, gleaming in all its glory. Several such attempts with different articles left them with the same conclusion. There were minor differences in the overall weight of the test and the resultant item, but they generally conformed to the weight stipulations, even when the very nature of the element was changed, like the carbon in the wood to iron in the needle. So if our intention is to transfigure a much bigger object into a smaller one, our magic fights against our intent, Professor McGonagall mused out loud. Not really, Professor. It's not the size that is the criterion, but the overall weight or mass of the object. We cannot fit a very large mass into a small space, however hard we try, unless it is air, Harry summarized. The professor agreed to that assessment while Hermione finished, which is what we will try and prove with conjuration. The students and teacher alike were ecstatic at the results. It was things like this that would spark the intellectual curiosity in the aged professor, but she rarely had the drive to undertake exercises like this. Now is the time and her chance to fulfill one of her dreams she harbored from the time she started on her mastery, publishing a research paper. Well done, you two. These are excellent results and path-breaking observations. We have the proof to corroborate our results too, and all that is left is to proudly proclaim it to the world. We can publish these results as a paper in Transfiguration Monthly, and I believe that it would be the first from Hogwarts after Professor Dumbledore. Both Harry and Hermione were surprised. For an institution that had the brightest minds in all Europe, there was very little innovation going on. Anyway, they will be the first to change that if they have anything to do about it. They immediately agreed to start preparing a manuscript to be published as soon as it was done. Professor McGonagall was impressed by their dedication and ingenuity. No task was hard for them, and they took the initiative upon themselves. In addition to their project, McGonagall began teaching Harry and Hermione about the spells that can be used to detect objects that have been transfigured or conjured, and also about how to cancel those spells. She prided in her ability as a teacher, and she would make sure that these two get the best out of her. The vibrant couple began practicing diligently all that Professor McGonagall had to teach them. They knew and recognized her as a master of her trade and would make the best of the opportunity given to them. There was not much in terms of their school work to take up their time or tax them, and so they put their best in the project they took upon themselves. From the time Harry and Hermione saw their transfiguration professor changing into a human from a cat, they wanted to learn how to become animagi. Hermione put that question to her one day after their lesson on detecting and neutralizing transfigured or conjured objects. McGonagall peered at them and took time to contemplate an answer. You will have to wait a few years in order to try and see if you have the potential to become an animagus. Not all witches and wizards have the capability. Harry was curious. I understand the having a potential to become animagus part, but why do we have to wait? The professor grumbled, which was a new experience for the two students. I have always contested that what I am about to tell you should be made a mandatory lesson to the new students. Then, collecting herself, she continued, you will need your magical core to stabilize for accomplishing a few things. Animagus transformation and traveling by apparition are two of the examples which underage magicals cannot accomplish. Can you please give us the lesson that you thought that all first-year students should get? Harry implored, but he did not have to do that as the professor was already inclined. Clearing her throat, Professor McGonagall got comfortable in the couch in their den, while Harry and Hermione pulled the chairs from their study stable. What I am about to tell you is about the development of a magical core. Generally, babies born to magical parents being to show accidental magic even before they are less than a year old, and that can continue till they are 2 or even 3 years old. After that, the incidents get less and only occur during extreme emotions. The professor had a faraway look and gave a small grin as if she was trying desperately not to laugh out loud. Your parents had a dog. A large black dog, and you used to give it bright spots, usually pink, green or orange. You once gave it a strip down the back in all the colors of the rainbow. Hermione did not have problem in laughing out loud imagining a rainbow on a large black dog. Harry, however, also had a distant look. Are you sure it was a dog, Professor? I seem to remember something else, or rather someone else. This time even Hermione could not help notice that the professor did neither meet Harry's eye nor took the time to answer his question. Instead she continued with her explanation. Hermione caught Harry's eye, and to her raised eyebrow, Harry could only shrug his shoulders before they turned their attention to the more important matter at hand. It is slightly different for Muggle-born magicals. They begin to show signs of accidental magic during their 5th to 6th years, and they happen only during emotional turmoil, the professor clarified. Harry and Hermione were nodding their heads. This was something that everyone should know, especially those who would be parents themselves sometime soon. Is that how the Ministry detects Muggle-born witches and wizards, due to the accidental magic incidents? Hermione wanted to know. The professor assented. Yes, the Ministry has a magical detection net all over the land which allows them to detect magic use, but it is not very sensitive over Muggle areas. Even before the two students could realize the reason, the professor enlightened them. Technology interferes with magic, and so the net can only pick up extreme bursts. McGonagall waited a few moments to gather her thoughts before continuing. The accidental magic bursts can occur before 10 years of age, at which time the core begins to stabilize and the person can control their magic. That is why we wait till the child is 11 years old before we start the training. It is almost impossible to do intentional magic before 10 years of age, and you can even burn out a wand if you try, the professor cautioned, even if the warning was a little late and nearly useless to them. The stabilization of the core begins to accelerate as you learn to control your magic through constant practice and use. The professor gave a tiny smile at Hermione's excitement. Yes, the longer you practice and the more difficult spells you do, your core stabilizes that early. This brought a blush onto her cheeks and a small chuckle from Harry. It takes about 4 to 5 years for the magical core to stabilize, and from then on it starts to grow or being to gain in power. So, Harry surmised, we can start the process of animagus transformation during our 4th year. He looked at Hermione, who agreed to his assessment and has a question of her own. Then why are we not taught to apparate in our 5th year only, but wait till we are adults? For the simple reason that the Ministry does not want to encourage underage magic use. The professor looked at Hermione as if she did not expect such a lame question from one of her favorite students. Hermione looked a little sheepish and her mouth formed a silent, "Oh." McGonagall finished with, the magical core finally matures between 17 to 20 years depending on how powerful the witch or wizard is. After that there is no change till you are nearing the end of your life, when the core starts to lose its magic. Is there any way to determine how powerful a magic user is? Hermione just had to redeem herself. McGonagall gave her head a tiny shake of her head. No, there is no way to do that. You can only detect a magical core, not its size or the power it can hold. All you have are comparisons based on the power and results of the spells you cast, to a powerful user, for example like Headmaster Dumbledore. As you might have realized by now, that can happen only when you have reached your magical maturity. They all fell into silence, digesting the information before McGonagall looked at her watch. All right, you two, it's nearly time for curfew, and I do not want to see you caught breaking it. The couple immediately scrambled to get their book bags packed, and as usual Harry shouldered Hermione's bag and greeting the professor a good night, they exited the den. The professor returned their greeting with a fond smile, seeing their entwined hands. She left only a few minutes after them to get ready for her turn at patrolling the castle during the night. Meanwhile, in the Forbidden Forest adjoining the castle, another professor was waiting for his master to return to him. He could not help but grimace at the gruesome sight of his master, the fearsome Lord Voldemort, biting down on a freshly killed unicorn and drinking its blood. The blood of the noble animal, which was fabled to bring the drinker back from even a certain death, was the only thing which was giving Lord Voldemort the strength to carry out his plan to steal the Philosopher's Stone. His master was now left in a pitiful existence as a wraith, all because of one boy, Harry Potter. No matter, he grumbled to himself. He is now within our grasp, and as soon as he could get the Philosopher's Stone for his master, the boy who lived will live no more. The spirit of Lord Voldemort returned to take up residence in Professor Quirrell and heard the last of his thoughts, which were directed in a not so flattering way at another professor of Hogwarts, Severus Snape. Do not begrudge Severus, Quirinius, he is at Hogwarts on my own orders and has to maintain his cover at all times. If Dumbledore gets any inkling of Severus' true loyalties, his life may be forfeit and all his effort would be to naught. Do not cross him, the voice of Voldemort near commanded the host. It was ironic that Quirrell was giving up his own life force to sustain Lord Voldemort and was cowed into submission even if he could not be harmed by the wraith harboring him if he denied housing. Yes, my lord. I beg your forgiveness, but Severus is suspicious of me and is trying his best to trail me at every instance. He does not know that you are working for me, and it is for the best that he does not know for now. When I get the stone, you both will be the first ones to be rewarded. Keep your patience, Quirinius. It may be best if you stop your attempts for now and wait till the end of the school year. That will also allow the situation to cool down and Severus will also be less suspicious about you. The professor now reached the steps of the cast with as you command, my lord. He fell silent and continued the trek to reach his quarters. Now this could be a problem. Professor McGonagall stated the obvious to the other two. They were trying to design a strategy to prove their theory about matter conservation and apply it to conjuration. Now how can we prove that it is air that gets transfigured to a solid object? Maybe we can color it or something. Hermione suggested helpfully, but even she knew that it was not a feasible or a practical idea. Harry had a look of concentration and began rubbing his hand on the back of his neck and through his hair, a gesture that Hermione had come to recognize very well, one that told her not to disturb him. He finally had a solution. What about trapping air in a transparent glass box? Hermione took up the thought with Harry nodding his head. We will need to spell the glass to be resistant to the spells and probably have one of the sides to let the spell pass through. They had developed this unique prowess of understanding each other's thoughts and way of thinking, probably due to spending most of their time in the other's company. This helped them in not only communicating efficiently but also prevented any misunderstandings. It was very unnerving for Professor McGonagall to watch them communicate with just a look or a nod of their head. They had frighteningly good understanding between themselves, which would go on to cement their relationship as they grow older. This would need the expertise of Professor Flitwick. It is more up his alley than mine. McGonagall looked at them and they correctly interpreted as her seeking their permission. Well, sort of. Harry was quick to answer. Of course, Professor, we have no problem in seeking an expert's help. Besides, we will learn something new. This was said looking at Hermione, who blew him a raspberry but agreed with him wholeheartedly. McGonagall left them alone for a few minutes to return with her colleague, who was nearly bouncing with excitement. That's brilliant, the diminutive professor near squeaked before calming down. It has been a very long time since we had such research being done at Hogwarts. I will be delighted to help. They discussed on it for a few minutes before deciding that it may be the best to spell each glass pane separately. Professor McGonagall was ready to conjure the required glass plates, but Harry objected to it. We are not sure what would happen if we use conjuring spells on an object which had itself been conjured. I think that we should not introduce more complications to the experiment. Both the professors agreed to his argument after a few minutes of thought. Professor McGonagall took it upon herself to ask the house elves working in the castle to procure 6 glass panes of specific sizes for them, and they all retired for the night. The next day the 2 professors and the 2 students met again in the den, after dinner. Professor Flitwick started on the glass, charming it to be spell-resistant. One of the panes was made both spell-resistant and transparent to conjuration spells. Hermione was diligently taking notes on the ruled notebook, not only on the spells but also the professor's wand movements. She refused to acknowledge that Harry's hand-written notes were decipherable and ignored Harry's protests that his writing was much better with a pen and paper. She maintained that his writing looked as if Hedwig was given a free rein of the ink on parchment, and so Hermione was the official scribe for the couple. When the glass panes were ready, Harry and Hermione used sealing wax to build the box. As the plates were resistant to spells they could not even use spell-o-tape for that. Will you do the honors, Professor? Harry gestured towards McGonagall, but she shook her head. I would like to see you do it, Harry. Harry theatrically imitated rolling his sleeves up before casting the spell to conjure a teacup inside the sealed box. Their point was proved when all they saw inside the glass box was a miniature teacup. A perfect ornate teacup on a saucer, but was good only for a dollhouse rather than for normal-sized humans. Harry and Hermione high-fived and shared a quick hug while the two professors looked on proudly. They then proceeded to try and increase the size of the cup. All the spells on the glass panes were removed, the panes engorgioed, to make them bigger, and then the spells were reapplied to the glass. The box was reassembled to get a much bigger volume of air inside the glass box now. This time Hermione cast the spell and got a slightly bigger cup and saucer than Harry. What however amazed Professor McGonagall was that the design etched on the cup, even to the smallest detail, was exactly identical to that of Harry's cup. She even had photographs to prove it. In all her life she did not see anything like that before. What was going on with these two? The couple in question was however engrossed in a celebration, jumping around for joy and hugging each other, and did not notice Professor McGonagall's silent contemplation. Professor Flitwick could not hold his joy in any longer and was emulating the two students, though he sought to maintain a bit of decorum and settled for clapping in earnest. Now the only thing we need is a negative control, maybe something like a vacuum inside the glass box, and prove conclusively that air is what is being transfigured. Harry brought the topic back to fore, catching his breath after the impromptu celebration with Hermione. Creating a vacuum is practically unknown in the magical world. Even I am not sure if there is an appropriate spell for that, but I can look for one, Professor Flitwick supplied apologetically. Removing air from something to create a vacuum is regularly done in the non-magical world, but I do not know anyone who can help us in that. Do you? Questioned Hermione, looking at Harry, and got a negative shake of his head in answer. Professor McGonagall looked pensive. I know about a wizard how works quite often in the Muggle world too. Maybe he can be of some help to us. I am not really sure where he is now and may take me some time to get in touch with him. That's the best idea we have till now, Harry concluded for all of them. Harry and Hermione began developing the film from the camera for the photographs showing their attempts at conjuring the teacups in a sealed box with air. Magic does speed up things a lot. Once they got the photos, Hermione began writing short notes on their results while Harry began marking the photos and recording the conditions they used in their notebooks. They wanted everything official so that no one can question their efforts. I've noticed it before too, but why do you use the word non-magical, rather the usual word that we all use? McGonagall wanted to know after the students finished with their record keeping. Harry exchanged a glance with Hermione. I have always felt that giving a new name to a group of people gives the impression that we are discriminating them. Hermione agrees with me that it looks more like a rude epithet rather than a polite description. Both the professors looked on with a little guilt and not a little bit of shame. They resolved to follow the example of the two students and encourage the others to do so too. They realized that it was small things like this that can ultimately lead to discrimination. With the advent of December, all the professors in the school were pushing the students to their limits. This also forced Harry and Hermione to take a break from their extra work and concentrate their efforts on revising for the end-of-term assessment tests. They met Professors McGonagall and Flitwick in their den for the last time for that term. I've managed to contact one of our former students, Remus Lupin, who is well versed with the Muggle, non-magical world. Harry and Hermione gave a small grin and acknowledged the professor's correction. I could not give him much detail but explained what we need in general terms. He is currently in France on work and could only meet with one of us during Christmas time. Looking at Harry specifically, she continued, Harry, he was a good friend to both your parents and was also a prefect with your mother. He showed an inclination to meet you. So I was wondering if you could meet with him and also explain exactly what we need. Harry looked at Hermione and raised his eyebrow at her while she just shrugged and fielded the answer. My parents invited Harry over for Christmas, Professor, with his guardian's permission, of course. I do not see any problem with meeting him if he is comfortable in the non-magical world without raising too many awkward questions. Oh, do not worry, Hermione. Lily Potter took great care to teach her friends all about the other world. Moreover, Mr. Lupin works mostly as a liaison between the two worlds in France. Do you need to contact your parents for this? No problem, Professor. My parents will be all right with meeting someone from the magical world. They want to learn as much about this world as they can. This will give them an opportunity to see the world through someone who has experienced the non-magical world too. Meanwhile, Harry was writing Hermione's home address and contact number for the Granger's house and also their clinic and passed it to the professor. Harry looked a little apologetic. Pardon me, Professor, but would he be able to handle the spells that Professor Flitwick did on the glass? Both the professors chuckled at that and the diminutive professor took up the tale. While they were not in my house, both your parents and Remus Lupin were some of my favorites too. Mr. Lupin was the second best in Gryffindor behind your mother. Seeing the wistful look on Harry's face, Hermione began rubbing his back, which he appreciated very much. Professor McGonagall answered his unvoiced question. She was the first for the whole year. Professor Flitwick added his 2 nuts worth, a feat which you may repeat or I miss my guess, although you may not be alone this time around. Miss Granger would probably tie with you. Seeing their embarrassment, McGonagall dwelled more into accounts of Harry's parents. Your father was, she paused, let's say a little temperamental to begin with, but he matured to impress your mother. They both became the heads for their 7th year. Harry beamed hearing about his parents. It was things like this that made him happy and gave him the impetus to work hard. Hermione was happy for her best friend. He is learning about his parents and they were very much similar to Harry in character. They nearly missed Professor Flitwick's praise. If you continue this way, you both will be able to repeat their achievements. And he leaned towards McGonagall to whisper, and not only in their academics. Both the students blushed brightly, and though the professor did not mean his words to be overheard, he could not help but smile at the students' reaction. Harry mumbled, it is a long way away, sir. That it is, both McGonagall and Flitwick conceded. Hermione was still blushing, but at a different thought. She wanted to know how far Harry was willing to emulate his parents. Was it limited to academics only or in his personal life too? The facial expressions on Hermione betrayed her thoughts to Harry, who was growing more accomplished at understanding his companion's body language. He silently prayed that he was reading Hermione's intentions and wishes correctly and gently squeezed her hand, which was already in his. They forgot to let go of the other's hand even in front of the teachers, after walking into the den, hand in hand. Catching Hermione's attention, he leaned in and whispered, it will not be very soon, Hermione, but I will promise you that day will come when I will ask you the all-important question that I hope will bind our lives together. Hermione looked at him with a beaming smile even though her face was flushed. It was her turn to squeeze Harry's hand in gratitude and tried to compose herself. Harry's assurance helped calm her fears of the future some, and there was a lot of time for her to dream about a future together. Thankfully, the 2 professors could not hear their exchange. Otherwise, it would have been hard for Professor McGonagall to let them continue to use the den. After a few moments of silence, McGonagall wanted to know about their efforts regarding the earlier work they have completed. So how is the manuscript coming along? We have put it on hold for now, Professor, and will finish it during the coming holidays, Harry answered her. The professor readily agreed, but only in part. With your term end assessment coming up, I was going to suggest the same thing to you, but you could finish it after you come back. No point in spending your holiday time on this. Take time to relax. It should be fine, Professor. There's not much left to do. We are sure to get bored sometime and will work at that time, Hermione assured the 2 professors. Harry and Hermione passed through the barrier at the station to the non-magical side, hand in hand with their book bags carrying all the clothes they need. Harry's bag also contained all their notes, which they decided to store in an electronic form in a computer. Since Harry could not access his, they decided to either use the one belonging to Hermione's father or buy a new one for Hermione. Dan and Emma Granger saw their daughter crossing the barrier hand in hand with a boy, and a huge smile lighting up her face. They were surprised to see the hand holding, but put it temporarily out of their minds when Hermione let go of Harry's hand and raced towards them. Exchanging an exuberant hug with them, Hermione quickly untangled herself and turned to Harry, who was waiting patiently a short distance away. Hugging their daughter, the parents were pleasantly surprised to find that she felt physically stronger and a few hardened muscles in her arms too. Did Harry manage to do the impossible and get their daughter to exercise? Thought Dan. Hermione meanwhile grabbed Harry's hand and dragged him forward, talking mile to a minute. Mum, Dad, this is my best friend Harry. Dan was the first to extend his hand and with a slightly less enthusiastic smile welcomed Harry. He may be Hermione's friend, but he was still a boy. Hermione's mother, however, did not have any such inhibitions as she grabbed him into a loving hug. Her thoughts were exact opposite to her husband's. He may be a boy, but he was the one that put the smile on Hermione's face even when she did not have a book in her hand. Taking his bag from Hermione, Harry stowed them both in the boot of the car before climbing in the back. With Dan Granger driving the car, Emma turned in the seat to look at them and giving Harry a smile started. "Thank you for taking care of Hermione, Harry. We felt that we were isolated and unable to contact her till your owl Hedwig came with your letter. Thanks for that too." Harry looked a little flushed. "No problem, ma'am, please do not thank me." Running his hand on the back of his head, he continued, "I am actually not helping Hermione. She is my best friend and we share everything. Besides, Hedwig is her own master, you just have to ask her and she will do it, and only if she likes it." He gave a small chuckle reminiscing about Hedwig. Emma and Dan exchanged a look and Dan mouthed, "Everything," with an incredulous look. They just shrugged it off. They did notice that Harry and Hermione both held hands almost all the way to the car park and only letting go when they sat at either end of the back seat and put the seat belts on. The adult Grangers were not too worried. After all, they were just kids. How far would they go? "How did your assessment go, kids?" Dan wanted to know. Hermione gave an excited squeal, which was very strange to the two parents. They were worried that their daughter may not be comfortable in the new environment and away from home, but it looked like their fears were for nothing. "Both Harry and I got the top grade, Dad. The professors refused to let us know which one of us was better, though this was just an assessment test. They said that we both did the best, and for the first time there were two top students at Hogwarts." The adults beamed at them and congratulated the two achievers. Emma was obviously looking very proud when she broached the subject of Hermione's previous primary school. "You know, Hermione, your primary school headmaster came to meet us. He was upset that his top student withdrew. We had trouble assuring him that you were now attending the best school possible. We were worried that he would demand details of your new school, but when we told him that it was an exclusive school specially under the Queen's realm, he was satisfied." Dan gave a smirk. "He also told us that there was only another boy on par with you in the whole country, and both of you battled for the top spot for the past 2 years." From the back seat they could not see Dan's face, but Harry and Hermione could definitely see a mischievous look on Emma's face while Dan continued. "He was very much surprised when we told him that the boy was also attending the same school as Hermione." It took Harry and Hermione just a couple of seconds to realize who they were alluding to. "No way!" Harry exclaimed, a little awed, while Hermione gave a squeal and tried to jump and hug Harry, but with the seat belt restraining her, had to settle on hugging his palm to her chest instead. Emma and Dan chuckled at her antics as it took a while for Hermione to settle down. Emma remembered something. "Oh, Harry, I invited your relatives to dinner on Christmas night, but they told me that they were going to visit your uncle's sister. Thank you for that, ma'am, but Marge Dursley detests me with a vengeance. Good thing that I will not be going to meet her. My uncle might have taken advantage of my absence to visit her house, though." Hermione asked the question that both the parents wanted to ask. "Detest Harry?" "Yeah, detest, loathe, or abhor, whichever adjective you are comfortable with." A long silence followed that declaration, where the three Grangers were mulling over Harry's personal life. The silence was broken by Dan asking them from behind the wheel about their school till now. With Harry looking on, sporting a small smile on his face, Hermione happily launched in a description of all the wonders of the castle and their school work, returning to the topic of how much Harry helped her by being a good friend to her every once in a while. The knowledge that their daughter had a companion at a strange place and that he was able to match and even surpass Hermione's intelligence and thirst for learning brought a fond smile on the elder Grangers' faces. "I did not feel homesick even once. All thanks to Harry," Hermione declared vehemently while giving a squeeze to his arm. Harry returned her smile. "The pleasure was all mine, my lady," he replied gallantly, giving a short bow as much as the seatbelt allowed him. Both Dan and Emma let out a heartfelt laugh, seeing the blush that graced Hermione's cheeks in response to Harry's chivalry. The friendly banter between the four occupants of the car continued till they reached the elegant 2-floor 6-bedroom house of the Grangers at Oxford. The days leading to Christmas Day were mostly spent relaxing around the house and completing their assignments when the adults had to go to work, or visiting places and sightseeing when they were free. As they decided, Hermione bought a computer for herself as soon as they could. Even though Dan opposed vehemently, Harry contributed a bit for the computer, saying that it was for their work and so he was also going to pay for it. As soon as their assignments were completed, Harry and Hermione began transferring all their written notes into the computer, and with the help of a graduate school teacher who befriended Harry in the local library near his aunt's home at Little Whining, Surrey, even found a way to put the moving wizarding pictures onto it. During one of their discussions, the topic of the next summer came up. We have a dental conference on the French coast during the end of July and early August. I talked to your aunt, but she said that your uncle has a company audit scheduled during that time. They will not be able to join us, but she gave her permission for you. Emma Granger brought up their plans. Harry was happy as he never went out of the country. That's great. Now all I need is a passport and I am all set. I can pay for my ticket and room. Dan and Emma protested about Harry paying for himself, but he assured them that he has enough money to cover his expenses without a problem. I will take you to the post office tomorrow and you can apply for one. It will be delivered after you leave for Hogwarts, but that should not be a problem, Dan volunteered. Thank you, sir. I have all the required documentation for identity proof and residential address with me. That night, snuggling with his wife in their bedroom, Dan Granger complained good-naturedly to his wife, "Did you notice that Harry always carries Hermione's bags and packages? They even hold hands continuously, and I saw Hermione hanging onto his belt once when Harry was laden with packages," he finished incredulously. Emma could imagine the scene and it brought a small smile to her face. She knew what was bothering her husband. Their little girl was growing up and found a boy to share her life with. Come on, Dan, it was you who wondered if she would remain a spinster all her life. It was you who brought the subject of a boy that day, he countered with a whine in his voice. Emma could not hold it any longer and broke into fits of laughter, further irritating Dan. He knew that Hermione was growing up and he was even happy that she was not alone and has someone to help her out when she was away from them. But the father in him had to argue just on principle. Emma settled down and replied, I know, Dan, and it is hard to believe that our girl does not look to us for help any longer. But look at it this way, Harry is not some dunce that follows our daughter mindlessly just for some kicks. He truly likes her and respects her. She let out a sigh. How many times did you see her laughing so openly? Dan was struggling to keep the emotion out of his voice. Far too less for my liking. Emma gave her husband's waist an extra squeeze. He is good for her, Dan. Handsome, polite to a fault, and he takes care of our daughter while making her laugh. What more could you ask for in a son-in-law? Her laughter rang out in the quiet room, seeing the look of abject horror on her husband's face. The last Saturday before Christmas, the Grangers had a visitor to their house a couple of hours before lunch. He was dressed in a neat but slightly worn jeans and a button-down shirt with a stylish jacket over it. When he introduced himself as Remus Lupin and a classmate of Harry's father, even Harry was surprised. The man looked like he was in his mid-40s or early 50s, judging by the graying hair, not early 30s like he should have been. Accepting a cup of tea from Hermione's mother, he explained, I have an illness that keeps me incapacitated for a day every month. That also prevents me from keeping a steady job. He paused, debating whether he should elaborate, but settled on a half-truth. The wizarding world frowns on my condition, and that is why I mostly work in the Muggle world. Harry frowned at the thought of isolating a person due to an illness. It looks so much like the old days when patients with leprosy were labeled as lepers and segregated away from the community. Is there no remedy? Mr. Lupin looked a bit ashamed at discussing his illness. I am afraid not. All those present wised up to his discomfort and quickly changed the topic with a heartfelt, I am sorry. Harry and Hermione exchanged a look that meant, we have to look into the disease and see what we could do about it, but kept quiet, honoring the man's wishes of not discussing it any further. Remus Lupin regaled the audience with stories about their time at Hogwarts and the antics of Harry's father to woo his mother and those of baby Harry. Looking at Harry, he said, I am sorry, Harry, I tried my best to take charge of you, or at least to meet you, but Dumbledore blocked all my attempts. He prohibited everyone from meeting you, citing a need to keep you protected. I am happy that you have had a good childhood. Harry was hurt by knowing that Dumbledore was responsible for keeping him away from the magical world for so long, and also the lack of complete acceptance and love while growing up. But he could do nothing now. He had Hermione to fill all that hurt with friendship and hopefully love in the coming years. Though they have not talked about it, he was sure that Hermione was also hoping to build on their friendship to a meaningful relationship in the future. The three Grangers, however, were openly miffed at the headmaster. What authority does the headmaster have in all this? Does he take such an interest in every orphaned child? Dan could not understand how a person of no relation to the boy could block someone close to his parents from even meeting. Lupin let out a sigh. The headmaster has no authority to deal in such cases. But you have to understand that there was a legitimate threat to Harry's life in those days after Lord Voldemort's death. Harry and Hermione were pleased that Mr. Lupin did not flinch or use the ridiculous moniker to allude to the Dark Wizard. I was also orphaned when I was about 9 years old. But Dumbledore did nothing to help me. Only James's parents. Nodding at Harry, your grandparents took me in with open arms and open hearts after my first year when James took me to Potter Manor as his friend. Harry felt fierce pride at his family. They were compassionate people. He knew it when he saw the list of charitable donations that were unfortunately stopped after their death, but getting a first-hand example gave him immense happiness. The elder Grangers were thinking about the revelations of the interest in Harry's life by the headmaster. They did not like it, but unfortunately they could not do anything about it too. He was now both Harry and Hermione's guardian in the magical world for lack of any suitable person. If only Harry had a living magical relation that would take him in, then they could get them to take up Hermione's guardianship too. All these thoughts were brought to a halt when Hermione squeaked, "Potter Manor," and threw a glare at Harry. Harry looked at her sheepishly, which brought out a chuckle from the three adults. Taking Hermione's hand in his, he began, "I have a fortune and quite a few properties waiting for me when I turn 17. Till then my parents left me a trust vault to use. Frankly speaking, after I get a job and the money from the vault to supplement my salary, I could live a luxurious life." Here he blushed before continuing, "My title when I become an adult would be Lord Potter." This was said with an intense look at Hermione, who understood the look and had a blush of her own now. This sent the alarm bells clanging in Dan Granger's mind. Remus Lupin understood the byplay between the two friends and also the feeling of impending trouble from Hermione's father. He hoped to lessen his anger and give him an idea of Harry's situation. The Potters are one of the very founding families of modern magical society. Though not written in stone, they are considered royalty. Harry's family does not follow the usual blood prejudices, and James caused quite a ruckus among the purebloods when he married Lily, a Muggle-born. Now everyone who has a daughter that is young and perhaps not so young is hoping that Harry would choose them for a nuptial. His enormous wealth also adds to his personality, and he is not too bad to look at if I say so. Lupin saw that Hermione was grinning at Harry and still had her hand in his. Now for the final act, he thought. It is often very difficult to judge who is truly looking out for your benefit or who is just trying for your wealth. Being James and Lily's friend, I am happy to see that he is in good hands, Remus concluded, nodding at their joined hands. But they are too young, Dan groused, admitting defeat. Even he could see a good thing when it comes to you. Emma was surprised at her husband's turnabout. She knew that Dan was not influenced by wealth or social standing. He may have truly warmed up to Harry due to his interactions with him and began to accept the role he had in their daughter's happiness, she thought. It was left to Hermione to exclaim, "Dad!" looking scandalized while still managing to blush a bright red, a color which was matched by Harry too. With a hearty laugh at the kid's expense, they adjourned to the kitchen for a delicious lunch. Before Remus left their house, he got all the details about the spells that he had to cast on the glass panes before they could be sealed and then get the air removed, leaving a vacuum inside. He also promised to get a smaller third box with just a solid rubber ball inside the vacuum. Mr. Lupin assured them that he would personally deliver the boxes to Hogwarts probably by the end of January. Opening their gifts, the elder Grangers found out that Harry bought Hermione an encyclopedia on French wizarding customs in addition to a golden bracelet, probably hinting his intentions about Hermione to the elder Grangers. He also got 2 wall paintings done in good taste for the 2 dentists to hang them on their office walls. Their gift of clothing was well appreciated by him, and Hermione's gift of a book on wizarding etiquette was much more appropriate after they learnt about his status as a future lord. What surprised the family of 3 was the distinct lack of any presents from the Dursleys, Harry only a card wishing him well for the season. I bargained with them to buy me a computer instead of 5 Christmas presents, and I still have 2 more to go." Seeing their surprised looks, he grinned. "I think that I got the better end of the deal." Dan recovered first. "You certainly know how to extract the deal that benefits you. Thinking of going into politics?" Hermione could not hold herself back. Putting her arm over her forehead, dramatically announced, "Oh, the travesty." Harry pretended to be hurt and pouted at the laughing Grangers, and before Hermione knew what was happening, launched himself at her. He began tickling her while she laid squirming and laughing on the carpeted floor. Hermione's unrestrained laughter was music to her parents' ears, who were finally convinced that they made the right decision in sending Hermione to Hogwarts. Dan reluctantly laid his feeble protests to rest and decided that if the two wanted to build a life together for themselves, then he would do his best to support them. He would be a father figure, especially to Harry, who did not have that support and experience when growing up. His only consolation that they were still young, and the faith that they were smart enough to refrain from doing something drastic and get Hermione pregnant. When the adults were contemplating that they have to break the kids apart, Harry relented and pulled Hermione up while he was standing. Harry and Hermione hugged once again, holding each other tightly, thanking the other for their wonderful gifts without the need for words. Harry also got a mysterious package with a note saying that the content in the package belonged to his father and was being returned to him. Both Harry and Hermione were gobsmacked at the invisibility cloak that fell out of the package, which Hermione hastily stuffed into Harry's moleskin pouch away from her parents' prying eyes. They did not know who the sender was, except for the advice to use it well. Use it well indeed. More like he is asking me to get into trouble, Harry confided in Hermione while going back to their rooms to put their presents away. After Christmas, they finished writing the manuscript on matter conservation during Transfiguration and sent it out to Professor McGonagall with Hedwig before New Year's Day. Making a copy for Harry's computer, the two finally allowed themselves to relax during the few days that were left of their holiday. Much to the delight of Hermione's father, they continued their early morning run and then the exercise routine that they established for themselves. The turbulent weather during the last few days before their return to Hogwarts, however, did not allow them much chance for sightseeing, and they were mostly confined to the house. Returning back from holidays and before they get back to their routine, Harry and Hermione decided to relax for a few days. They, surprisingly, found that with their confinement to the house and working on the computer, required a few days of just schoolwork to unburden their brains and recharge themselves. Professor McGonagall gave them the news that she sent the finished manuscript forward to the Transfiguration Monthly, much to their delight. She was pleasantly surprised to see them relax or help their classmates with their schoolwork instead of taking up more extracurricular work. Both Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were amazed at their mature thinking, as they knew the need for discretion in the amount of work that they took upon themselves and approved of their decision wholeheartedly. As promised, Mr. Lupin himself brought the glass boxes with near vacuum inside them into the castle a few days before the end of January. Due to them being charmed against magic, he made quite a spectacle getting the boxes into the cast by Muggle transport with the help of one of his friends who was a squib. Despite the objections from Mr. Lupin, Harry gladly paid for not only the materials and construction of the vacuumed glass boxes but also the transportation. All their theories on transfiguration and conjuration proved to be true when they failed to conjure the required teacup in the glass box devoid of any air. Even Professor Flitwick, as a neutral party, could not conjure anything inside them. Even the size of the box did not matter, as no air was inside the box for use in conjuring the teacups, solidifying Harry and Hermione's hypothesis that conjuration is nothing but air being transfigured into solid objects. This, according to Professor McGonagall, was a major breakthrough. Well done, you two. I am proud of you. This piece of work would forever change our world and understanding of magic. I hope that once we get this published and accepted by the masters in the field, the enthusiasm for dissecting magical theory using practical demonstration would increase. Professor Flitwick was right behind the deputy headmistress in heaping accolades on the two students who were basking in all the glory. It gave Harry and Hermione immense satisfaction that their enthusiasm and the work they put in this project was not wasted. They knew that they could not get something practical out of the work, but if they could ignite the spirit of inquiry in the sleeping masters of the trade, it would be a fair accomplishment. Thank you, Professor. We could not have done all this without your support and your belief in us. Now what do we do with the solid rubber ball in vacuum? We do need the proof that spells do pass through the glass and they still work in vacuum. Harry wanted to wrap up the experiments so that no one could refute their work and then start on writing it up for publication. All the other three occupants of the den had a blast when the stern professor transfigured the solid rubber ball into a solid rubber duck. When the box was unsealed, Hermione was the first to grab the rubber duck. I would be very proud to display it on my nightstand for everyone to see our achievement, she announced. Just to err on the safe side, a small hole was made in one of the glass panes of an intact vacuum box to allow air to fill up and resealed. The air inside was used to conjure teacup, which was similar in size to their earlier efforts. Unwinding from their exuberance of a successful project, McGonagall gave her two students some good news. I got a communication from the publishers. They told me that our paper would be published in the copy that would be released by the end of this month. This was certainly good news for the couple, and they celebrated by pumping fists and high fives. Harry and Hermione lost their inhibitions before the two professors by now and were used to expressing their emotions freely before them while the professors were still a little aloof. It does take time to change over decades of reserved emotions. If you can finish the latest manuscript by the end of March, we could probably have that published before the school year ends, Professor McGonagall finished. With a specific deadline before them, Harry and Hermione were looking forward to get back to a hectic schedule. Both were not used to prolonged periods of leisure and were itching to meet the target. Professor Flitwick was appreciative that Harry and Hermione decided to include his name in the latest manuscript just for his help in charming the glass plates. In return, he promised them that he would teach spells for curse detection or detecting enchanted objects using magical residue that is left on the objects, a necessary skill for all ward construction work. As soon as Harry learnt that Professor Dumbledore erected special wards around the house at Privet Drive, he and Hermione were intrigued by the concept of blood wards and intent-based wards. They hoped that once they learn about the wards, they could improve on them or replicate them around Hermione's house. If Harry is protected behind the best wards, then Hermione should too. With 2 weeks already gone in the month of February, Harry was growing impatient to learn why the third-floor corridor was out of bounds. Endless discussion with Hermione led them nowhere as to a decision about it. Even the Weasley twins made an attempt to get past the three-headed Cerberus in the room, but without specific knowledge needed to get past the animal, they had to beat a hasty retreat from the barking Fluffy. The ruckus maid brought Professor Snape to investigate, but the twins managed to evade getting caught. They said that they had a mysterious artifact that helped them and refused to answer any questions regarding their easy escape from the Scowling Potions Master. Hermione, the only way we are going to know if anything valuable is being guarded or if it's just a diversionary tactic is if we made an attempt at overcoming the obstacles. If even the twins who are just third-year students made an attempt, then I am sure that the 6th and 7th-year students would have already tried it out. Harry brought up the subject of the hidden object in the out-of-bounds room on the third-floor corridor. Hermione was cuddling into him with Harry's arms around her and pulling her into him, on the couch in front of the fire on a Friday night. Harry put up a few privacy wards around them to prevent eavesdropping. Those charms were the first that they learnt on their own and were not taught in the first-year curriculum. Their desire to keep their discussions private, especially those concerning their project, motivated them to learn these specific charms the quickest. By now, Harry's incessant speculation on the subject wore down Hermione's trepidation to go against authority figures. She was always of the opinion that if someone told you not to do something, then you should refrain from it, especially if the person telling you was someone in authority. She could not fault Harry's logic too, that if the authority figure announced to the whole school on the possibility of something valuable being hidden in the school, then it certainly is not a very good secret, but probably more of a challenge. Harry's sense of adventure soon managed to catch Hermione too and broke down Hermione's resistance, and so they decided to tackle the challenge, whatever it was. Besides, with the rumors of a very dark creature roaming in the Forbidden Forest flying around the castle, there was a distinct possibility that the object may be stolen from the school and used for mischief or even something dangerous. The source of the talk was Hagrid, who apparently found a dead unicorn in the forest, and everyone knew that Hagrid could not lie to save his life. So we agree that if it is something that does belong to Nicholas Flamel and very valuable, and if we manage to break through all the traps, then we return it to him with our apologies. Hermione did not want to leave nothing for speculation. Yes, dear. Hermione blushed at the endearment. I am not interested in being called a thief. Look at it this way. If Dumbledore did hide something of value but put a welcome sign over it, we will be doing a much better job of protecting it for Mr. Flamel. Hermione could not fault his logic. Even though they were unsure if they were taking part in a test or if they were going to find something of value that belonged to Mr. Flamel at the end, it felt like stealing to them both. Harry's reasoning that Dumbledore did a poor job of safeguarding Mr. Flamel's property by announcing its whereabouts to the whole school and so probably to the whole of Britain, agreed with her. After they learnt from Mr. Lupin that Dumbledore blocked all of the friends of Harry's parents from visiting Harry, they both agreed on being a little wary around the headmaster. They decided not to trust him blindly but use their own judgment around the headmaster. They agreed to tackle the problem the next afternoon and retired to their dorms for a good night's sleep. They wished that if nothing else they would earn an extra credit for their efforts if it was just a test for the more adventurous students. A couple of hours after their lunch on Saturday, Harry and Hermione got ready to enter the room on the out-of-bounds corridor. They did not see the headmaster for lunch and learnt from Prefect Percy that every Saturday Professor Dumbledore goes on his duty as a chief warlock for Wizengamot. Harry, dressed in jeans and t-shirt, grabbed the invisibility cloak and met a similarly dressed Hermione in the common room. What? He did ask me to use it. Well, Harry answered Hermione in response to her raised eyebrow. Yes, that he did, she giggled before grabbing his hand and led him out of the portrait hole. Harry and Hermione found out that the cloak was given back to Harry by the headmaster. The fact that it was a Potter heirloom was confirmed by a note to Gringotts after Christmas and also by Mr. Lupin, who Harry wrote to. That again begged the question as to the headmaster's interference in Harry's life and further questioned his motives. The couple walked nonchalantly towards the doors of the Great Hall, giving the impression that they were going out for a walk like usual. Immediately after passing the doors, they doubled back, but this time under Harry's invisibility cloak. They had little trouble reaching the third-floor corridor and the locked room, even passing a trudging Snape with his cape billowing impressively behind him. Hermione was horrified when the door opened to a simple, "Alohomora." Couldn't they make it any easier? She whispered to Harry while still hidden under the cloak. Entering the room, they saw the enormous dog-like creature which raised itself on huge legs and began growling while sniffing in their direction. Even though Harry and Hermione were hidden behind a cloak of invisibility, they could not mask their scent. Maybe something they could do the next time, Harry thought. Whatever else they might be, Harry and Hermione were not singers, which was needed to get past Hagrid's pet, as they surreptitiously learnt that music was like a sleeping pill to the giant three-headed dog-like creature. Harry gently squeezed Hermione's hand that was in his, and getting her cue, Hermione wound up the key on her non-magical jewelry box. When the music started to play, Fluffy began to doze off, and it was then that the two treasure hunters noticed the trapdoor on the floor near the Cerberus' enormous paws. Still holding the playing box, Hermione helped Harry in lifting the trapdoor. Peeking into the abyss, they could not see anything below, and without even a guess as to the height that they would have to drop. Clutching the box tightly, to charm Fluffy when they come back, Hermione followed Harry, who jumped down with a quiet shout of, "Geronimo." In total darkness they landed on something soft and squishy, but their relief was short-lived as they felt a few tentacles begin to wrap around them. Harry pulled his wand out from the holster on his forearm and his Lumos lit the room. "Devil's snare!" Both of them exclaimed, and with a simple nod of her head Hermione removed her own wand from the holster on her forearm and spoke the spell, Incendio, which was very quickly followed by Harry with a Lumos Maxima. The combined assault of light and heat was too much for the plant, which withdrew its tentacles and immediately shrunk in size to hide in a corner away from the two students. Exchanging a grin and a quick hug, Harry and Hermione walked towards the door with their wands drawn. This prevented Hermione from reaching out to grasp Harry's right hand, but took comfort in his near presence. Harry surprised himself when the thought, "Maybe I should practice casting with my left hand, allowing Hermione to hold my right," flared unbidden in his mind. Entering the next room, they were quickly assaulted by loud buzzing noise, and they instinctually ducked in the fear of being attacked by bees or wasps. Their fears were unfounded as nothing came near them, and only circling around in a perfect circle near the roof were winged insects larger than bees or wasps, maybe dragonflies, they thought. They spied another door with a large keyhole and proceeded cautiously towards it. Let me guess, they are keys and a simple spell would not open the door. Harry pointed at the buzzing things and looked at Hermione when her attempts did not work. Hermione nodded her head, a large old-fashioned one, probably made of silver. They could easily identify the required key, and even a few tries at finite incantatum did not bring it down. They rode the brooms in the room, and immediately the ordered pattern of the flying keys quickly dissolved to chaos. The couple bravely fought through the maelstrom and under their combined assault very quickly cornered the key. Harry grabbed the key and landed with Hermione hot on his heels. Opening the door, they quickly rushed into the next room and met a sight that stopped them short. The entire room was occupied by a chess board, and all the chess pieces turned to face them, implying that they should probably win a game of chess to pass through the room. Both Harry and Hermione were housing an analytical brain, and though they did not have much experience in playing the game, were confident that they could beat the white pieces. On a hunch, Harry took his wand and cast a few diagnostic spells and immediately grinned at his partner. They could identify the handiwork of their mentor anywhere, and she was so thorough in her teaching that they knew not only how to transfigure objects but also identify transfigured objects and also canceling the spells. The only problem they could foresee was that each and every piece was individually transfigured and so will have to be undone individually. That is, hoping that the pieces would stay immobile, as some of them had nasty-looking weapons in their hands. Taking a deep breath, Harry asked, "Ready? As I will ever be." They clutched their wands tighter and fired off the spell to cancel the transfiguration at two of the black pieces. One of the rooks and a bishop immediately turned to rock and a tree branch, but to their consternation, the other pieces became animated and moved towards them. Thankfully, it was not at a rapid pace, giving them some breathing space. Watching each other's back, they quickly and accurately fired off their spells at the approaching black pieces, which were the closest. The pieces which had weapons in their hands, like the pawns and knights, did not hold back in using them, resulting in a few scratches and bumps to them. Thankfully, their morning exercises kept them in the top of their form and stamina. Only once did a knight came close to impaling Hermione, but her quick thinking saw her hugging the floor and easily turn it back to a small boulder. It took them about 5 minutes of continuous running around and dodging to finally reduce everything to rubble. Hardly breaking any sweat, they shared a hug, the extra long and extra tight version, before smiling in relief at ending the battle in their favor. "I am surprised that Professor McGonagall did not notice anything about size and mass of the original items when she was transfiguring the rubble into chess pieces," Hermione opined. Harry gave her a grin. "Yeah. Maybe with the other professors on her case, she did not have the time or the mindset to even think about it." Hermione turned pensive. What next? Harry took her in his arms again. The feeling of having her close was nice, and he wished for the contact more. "I guess we moved through Hagrid, Sprout, Flitwick, and McGonagall's obstacles. Snape and Quirrell are left." Hermione moved out of his embrace and gave a little nod before saying, "Don't forget Dumbledore." "Okay, Dumbledore too," Harry acquiesced. Opening the next door, they cautiously poked their heads out only to gag on the stench and slam the door close. "Now I know where the troll came from on Halloween," Harry deadpanned. Hermione was furiously trying to rid her nose of the smell. "Wish we studied some air freshening charms." They did have a larger than normal lung capacity. Their morning runs ensured that, and so taking a deep breath, they steeled themselves. Opening the door, they quickly fired off a sleep spell aiming for the troll's eyes. They did have thick skins, but the eyes are vulnerable for anyone, even a troll. They managed to overpower their spells, which usually gives an advantage against larger opponents, and to their elation, it worked to a T. The big lumbering troll came down with a crash that jarred the floor they were standing on, but they did not have time to congratulate themselves. They did not want to take the chance of being in the same room if the troll woke up. Passing through the door to the next chamber, the vibrant couple did not see anything mysterious or dangerous to impede them, and so they confidently walked to the only object in the entire room, a long bench with a row of vials of varying sizes filled with multicolored potions. As soon as they reached the bench, Their access to the doors that would take them either forward or back were quickly blocked by a wall of flames. The door forward had purple-colored flames dancing with a life of their own, while the door back to the room with the unconscious troll had black flames burning calm. They could feel the heat coming off the flames and thought it was not stifling. They instinctively knew that any attempt to either go forward or back without the help of the potions lined up on the bench in front of them would not be in their best interests. The only clue as to a way out of their predicament was a parchment lying on the table with something like a riddle written on it. "It's a logic puzzle," Hermione stated the obvious. They both grabbed at the parchment, but Hermione was a little faster and, giving Harry a triumphant grin, began reading the puzzle, with Harry looking over her shoulder and trailing his eyes on the parchment following her spoken words. After a couple of minutes of traded discussion, Harry and Hermione decided on the two potions that would take them both ways. The potion for going back was in a larger amount, enough for more than 4 people, but the potion to take them forward was, to their disappointment, in a single-dose vial. Hermione took a deep breath. "So does that mean that only one of us will be able to proceed?" Harry also did not like the implications of that. He would like for Hermione to be there with him till the end. He began contemplating the alternatives and thought out loud, for Hermione's benefit and views. "Till now, whatever we faced could be overcome by a single person, but was much easier if 2 people were working in tandem. So I would think that this would be the same way too, and maybe there are 2 different puzzles in this." Hermione instantly agreed with that logic. The only obstacle that probably did not have a benefit with 2 people present was Fluffy. Professor McGonagall's challenge especially reminded them of the phrase, "the more the merrier," and it was true for both the numerous chess pieces trying to block their way forward as well as for the number of people required to overcome that particular obstacle quickly and efficiently. Thinking that the best way to find a way to defeat Professor Snape's test was to try and figure out the type of potion that would get them through, Harry tried to pick the vial up. He was surprised when the vial felt heavier than the size of the vial implied and nearly dropped it back due to the unbidden weight. This caused the contents of the vial to slosh around and some of the potion spilled out of the vial. Hermione was upset they had so little potion to start with, and Harry managed to spill some of it. "Must be a highly viscous fluid." Hermione managed to keep the disappointment out of her voice. To their utter amazement, the vial filled with the same potion to the brim. They could not keep the relief and laughter inside them. "Ever-filling vials," they exclaimed in unison. Harry removed a slightly larger empty stoppered bottle from his moleskin pouch and poured off a little more than half the vial's content into the bottle, and after the vial refilled, he transferred the whole lot this time. As they expected, the vial did not refill this time around. Exchanging a broad grin, Harry poured back some of the potion from the bottle into the original vial till it was just about half full and allowed it to refill. They now had 2 complete doses of the required potion. Clinking the 2 containers, they looped their arms through the others and with a "cheers," downed the potion in one go. They shuddered at the bitter taste but chuckled at the feeling of cold in their stomach. They felt as if they have gulped down some ice. The feeling of ice permeated very quickly through their bodies, as if their very own blood was cooled down to near freezing. Giving the potion a few precious seconds to travel throughout their body, Harry and Hermione scampered through the purple flames, which immediately robbed their bodies of the cold, but allowed them to pass through unharmed. Entering the next room, which was much bigger and higher than even the room with the flying keys, they were treated to the singular sight of what looked like an open iron safe with its door removed, hanging in midair about 8 feet from the ground. The only other object that caught their attention was a large mirror in an ornate frame standing close to one of the walls. "Do you think that the 2 objects are somehow inked?" Harry asked, eyeing the mirror with some fascination. The etchings and carvings captivated him. It did not look like it was made by human hands. The mirror had an almost ethereal quality that told them it was something to be revered. "No idea, Harry. Let's see what the mirror is," Hermione replied before moving to stand in front of the mirror only to gasp. Her involuntary reaction was loud enough for Harry to almost sprint to her side, and he too was entrapped by the scene in front of him. "What do you see, Harry?" Hermione asked in a whisper after staring at it for what felt like a few minutes, though in reality it was only a few seconds. It felt wrong to talk aloud and disturb the serene moment. "I see our family a few years from now." He pulled his eyes away from the mirror and gave her hand a quick squeeze. "A very happy family. I see your parents and my parents too. I recognize them from the photographs that I have, Harry said when Hermione whipped her head toward him with a question in her eyes. There is another black-haired man that I do not recognize, but more importantly I see acceptance and love everywhere, he finished. With sparkling eyes Hermione returned the gesture. I see the same thing, Harry. Me, you, my parents and our kids, with happiness written on all our faces. Harry mouthed, "Kids," and was mortified at the thought of having kids, and even Hermione blushed brightly as the implication of what she said finally registered in her brain. "What is this mirror?" Hermione asked rhetorically, moving a little away from the mirror. The image was pretty powerful and enchanting. She then continued, "Arised, it is desire spelled backwards," looking intently at the word written in flowing script at the apex of the mirror's design, when the realization finally dawned on her. Taking the hint, Harry read the other inscription, "I show not your face but your heart's desire." They exchanged a broad smile. "A very useful tool," Harry finished. They shared a quick hug. The image they saw in the mirror could not be truer than what they hoped will happen in a few years from now, before moving their focus to the suspended iron safe. Running her hand through the empty space below the suspended safe, Hermione commented, "I am not sure that a simple finite would work. Even if it did, the safe would fall and probably damage whatever is inside. Do you think that the mirror has something to do with this?" Running his free hand through his hair, Harry commented, "Not sure, Hermione. I think that we should see what is inside the safe before we do anything." Hermione agreed to it, and so Harry gently raised her using a levitation charm so that she could look through the open side. A few seconds later Hermione asked Harry to put her down. "There is a blood-red stone a little bigger than my fist, Harry. I think that it is the Philosopher's Stone," Hermione said, a little awed. They knew about the stone as they studied a lot about its maker, Nicholas Flamel. They could not help but think how foolish it was that such a powerful object was brought into a school full of children, especially with the looming threat of Lord Voldemort. Harry was enthusiastic now. He wanted to end the quest soon. "What are we waiting for? Let's get you up and grab the stone." Hermione recovered from her surprise. There is a very sharp double-edged blade that moves from the top to bottom and back. There is only a gap of about 5 seconds when the blade is resting at either end. The stone is also on a pedestal. I think that the weight of the stone is also keeping everything in its stable state. Harry let out a sigh. This was much more complicated than anything they faced. No, he thought. Each and every obstacle they faced was complex in its own right. They had the right tools to get over it. This was the same. Aloud he continued, "I think that we will have to replace the Philosopher's Stone with something of a similar weight." Hermione's face lit up, just like in that Indiana Jones movie. Harry shared a grin with her. "Who said that movies were not educational? I think that it has to be you to get the stone. You have the quickest reflexes of the two of us." Harry nodded his head and passed his money bag to Hermione. She removed quite a few coins out of the bag and tried to estimate the weight of the bag to make it nearly the same as that of the stone. Harry slipped the remaining coins into a plastic bag that he had in his moleskin pouch and took the dummy stone back. Hermione cast a perfect levitation charm to slowly float Harry to the suspended safe. He held the money pouch in his left hand and, taking breath, waited for the guillotine blade to drop. As soon as it rested on the bottom, Harry shot both his hands into the safe and grabbed the stone while simultaneously replacing the money bag in his left hand onto the pedestal. Hermione was struggling to hold Harry up, not due to her ineffectiveness to continue casting the charm but afraid for Harry. She exhaled loudly when Harry let out a cry of triumph and showed Hermione the prize. At the end, the relief at overcoming the obstacles and the implication of what they have done overwhelmed them both. Harry and Hermione could not help feel a little frightened at Dumbledore's not-so-strong defenses put up to guard the stone and shudder at the thought of the Philosopher's Stone in the hands of someone like Lord Voldemort. If they could breach the defenses and get the stone that practically ensured eternal life, then any grown-up wizard or witch could easily do it. They finally realized that what they did was not a crime or a mistake. The onus is now on them to safeguard the stone and return it back to Nicholas Flamel, and who better than two innocent doe-eyed first years to do the job. The palpable relief and giddiness at defeating the professor's obstacles spurred Harry and Hermione forward. They instinctively moved towards each other and their lips met in a sweet key. The key did not last long but cemented their relationship further and moved it to new heights. Neither Harry nor Hermione ever worried if they were too young or moving too fast. They knew that both of them were mature enough and respected the other to not take any undue advantage. Their pact of no more secrets also ensured a fruitful relationship, and besides, they were just two preteens. What could happen? With wide grins on their faces, the couple moved towards the door leading out of the mirror room, with entwined hands, but not before Harry put the stone in the moleskin pouch on his belt. Do you need to go to the hospital wing, Harry? If there are no visible injuries on my face, I think that I can skip it. But my bruised body is protesting at even the thought of not receiving treatment, so it may be a better idea to get our injuries treated. Hermione gave him an impish grin. We can tell Madame Pomfrey that you got trounced in a snowball fight with me. Harry very maturely blew a raspberry but joined in her laughter. The purple flame that blocked them from gaining entrance to the last chamber was out, but the black flame was still raging, and so they drank from the big bottle that held the potion to pass through the flames. Harry and Hermione breathed a sigh of relief to find the troll still knocked out and ran through the door. They grabbed one of the brooms that they dropped in the room with the chessboard and quickly flew out of the open trapdoor, easily evading the now recovered devil's snare and with the music from Hermione's jewelry box knocking out Fluffy. Hermione refused to ride a different broom. The acknowledged relationship with Harry gave her the reason to wrap her arms around him while flying on a single broom. Not that she needed a reason to do it even before, but who's keeping an account? After their forbidden jaunt into the third-floor corridor and obtaining the Philosopher's Stone, Harry and Hermione were unusually jittery. They expected to be caught at any moment and so put extra effort into the preparation of their second manuscript in order to keep their minds busy. With each passing day, they relaxed a little more, and after a week they were back to their cheery selves. The couple was a little dismayed at the total lack of any other surveillance on the stone. They were surprised that Professor Dumbledore was so confident on the ability of the teachers to provide the obstacles to stop someone from breaching them that he did not have any fail-safe. What they did not know was that the headmaster did have a monitoring ward below the trapdoor in Fluffy's room, and as soon as it was breached, a trinket in his office began its merry tune. The trinket kept it up for about 2 hours before falling silent, by which time Harry and Hermione were safely in the hospital wing and under the healer's tender mercies. Harry and Hermione were fortunate in their timing that the headmaster was away on his Wizengamot duties. Dumbledore, for all his years, was not a very trusting man at his own peril, and if he was, he should have placed a similar trinket in his deputy's office, a woman he had known for more than 30 years. It was fortuitous that the stone was saved by two inquisitive but vigilant students of impeccable ethics. Though Madame Pomfrey was skeptical at the two blaming a snowball fight for the injuries inflicted on their person, she appeared satisfied at Hermione's explanation of a drying charm for the distinct lack of wet clothes. It did not take her long to treat the minor scratches and aches before shooing Harry and Hermione out of the hospital, and she went her way humming a jaunty tune, much to the amusement of the two students. With the apprehension over their little adventure in securing the Philosopher's Stone now almost all but forgotten, Harry and Hermione were looking forward to their published manuscript. It would be the first major achievement for them in the wizarding world, and even Professor McGonagall was looking forward to it. It would be many years since she had something to look forward to anything. On the last day of February, Professor McGonagall came to their places on the Gryffindor table during breakfast and handed them their copies of the periodical that had their accomplishment for the entire world to see. Hermione squealed and grabbed Harry in a tight hug while matching his grin. The rest of the students were intrigued by her behavior, as Hermione was generally very restrained. Their article had a foreword from Professor Dumbledore, who was an acknowledged transfiguration master, and he took the opportunity to not only lift the authors of the article to unheard heights of praise but also skillfully managed to scrounge praise for Hogwarts with a little embellishment. It is amazing to find how little inquisitiveness for all things magical or innovative thinking prevails in our society today. It gives me great pleasure to present to you a glimpse of work that is being done by some of Hogwarts' best. Pioneering work by renowned Professor of Transfiguration Minerva McGonagall and two of the brilliant students challenged popular notions prevailing in Transfiguration. Single quote. Dumbledore's introduction, though full of praise for the work, it implied that it was his persistence and the professor's zeal that brought about such remarkable results. It totally ignored that it was Harry's interest and Hermione's support that even brought the idea to life. Dumbledore went on to entice the readers that they should be able to have a front row seat to all the amazing things that would soon come out of Hogwarts. Professors Flitwick and McGonagall shared a wry shake of their heads on reading that with Harry and Hermione. They were resigned to give him the leeway as he was the headmaster, and that too because he did not claim anything directly, only through the school. But all this was secondary, as the couple's primary focus was on the article, which they had to agree came out quite good when the wizarding photos accompanied it. Our goal was to dissect the laws of transfiguration a bit more in detail in an effort to define their limits, of any. Our experiments in this regard have been detailed in this article with proof of the obtained results in the form of wizarding photographs. The article was very well received over the next few days, as all three were inundated by owls with congratulatory letters from quite a few prominent citizens and well-known educators, most of overseas. Not really surprising perhaps, as there clearly was a dearth of well-thought-out and executed research in an attempt to unearth the truth of some of the common theories. Harry and Hermione in particular took great care to write back to everyone and thank them for their time and compliments. They felt a little guilty when they saw one such letter from Nicholas Flamel, but managed to hold their guilt back, and also from revealing anything about their knowledge of the Philosopher's Stone. Harry managed to slip in a few sentences that praised Mr. Flamel in return, and even succeeded to say that he was one of his heroes and was inspired by his enormous amount of work. Harry told his few friends from Gryffindor, as well as Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff and Padma Patil from Ravenclaw, when they approached them for the news. To their disappointment, they only gave their polite congratulations and a smile without any real understanding of the magnitude of their work. Only Neville asked them for the details of their work in the common room that evening and borrowed Harry's copy. Maybe the others had their own copies or know someone who had their own copy. The two had to console themselves. Unfortunately, no one in the school even knew about their achievement, but the couple was not overly worried about it. Even the teachers noticed this utter lack of any scientific inquiry among the students and were determined to change that. Harry and Hermione, meanwhile, were content that those who knew the subject or meant something acknowledged their achievement, which was enough for them. They were unaware that their work would actually give an awakening to the other professors to pursue their own interests and also bring about a change in not only Hogwarts but also all of Wizarding Britain. Harry would get his desire to be known for something that he accomplished by hard work rather than the superfluous tag of boy who lived. A couple of days later, Dumbledore was prepared to move the stone into the Mirror of Erised from the last trap that he set. It took him a couple of months to find the required enchantments, but he was now sure that he would be able to put the Philosopher's Stone into the mirror and charm it. The current trap that he designed could be broken, but someone like Lord Voldemort would not be able to steal the stone from the mirror. He would charm the mirror so that anyone who wanted to get the stone to safety only would be able to breach it, but who wanted to use the stone for their benefit could not even understand how to get the stone out of the mirror. He was not vain, but he could not help marvel at himself. If all the other traps would fail, his ingenuity would keep the stone safe. A brief thought crossed his mind that the only one, or should he say two, that could even come close to his line of thought were Mr. Potter and Miss Granger. Dumbledore was surprised and amazed when Professor McGonagall approached him to write a piece introducing their work on transfiguration. He had to admit that even as a master, he would not have thought to dissect the laws of transfiguration to such an extent. He was proud to admit that they were his students, though not technically correct. It was not a lie too, as Minerva was his apprentice during her mastery. Mr. Potter and Miss Granger were also his students by association. Students like that bring out the hope in him that most of the laws laid out in magical theory would one day be definitively proved. Alas, there are not more students like them, he groused, and judging by the total lack of response in the students to their brilliant article, he had to make a decision about ordering the periodicals for the library. Dumbledore asked his phoenix, Fawkes, to take him directly into the chamber where the stone was safely tucked away. He cast all the protective charms on the mirror before he cancelled the levitation charm on the iron safe, and before it could crash to the floor, Fawkes grabbed it with his talons, giving the aged wizard time to cast a cushioning charm to get it safely down. Nothing could prepare him for the shock when he found the stone missing. His immediate thought was that Voldemort succeeded, but only a few seconds of contemplation told him that if the Dark Lord got hold of the stone, then the whole world would have known about it. Besides, Professor Quirrell was still around and Professor Snape had told him that the stuttering man did not make any more attempts at the stone after Halloween. No, someone else had managed to get hold of the stone. Hopefully it's not someone who would try at world domination, Dumbledore thought. They do not need two demented maniacs. Entering the room with the potions, he saw that both the potions that would get the drinker through the flames were empty. He could only surmise that whoever got here would have neutralized the other traps too. With a troubled heart, he requested Fawkes to flame him back to his office. He needed his two trusted professors for a chat and ease his conscience. What? Dumbledore knew that this was what he was to expect, but still did not prevent his ears ringing from the exclamation from both Professors McGonagall and Snape. He was lucky that they were enclosed in his office, otherwise the whole of Britain would have known by this time. He exhaled deeply in a resigned sigh. It looks like all the obstacles have been overcome and the stone taken away. I do not think that it is Voldemort's doing though. It was a thoughtful McGonagall that asked the question, do you suspect that it is one of the students? It would take not only a very powerful student but also a very intelligent one, Snape reluctantly agreed. Dumbledore reluctantly floated the idea, what do you think about Mr. Potter? To say that McGonagall was shocked was an understatement, but she had to defend the two that were worming into her heart much faster than the slow crawl of a flobberworm. If you think that two first-year students could overcome your traps, then they were of not much use, were they? Looking at the bemused expression on Dumbledore's face, she shook her head ruefully. For a headmaster, he was surprisingly unconnected with his students. She looked at Snape, who had a wry grin on his face, something she seldom saw. Wherever Mr. Potter goes, Miss Granger is sure to follow. Dumbledore was not used to anyone finding fault with his plans, but his deputy finding fault with him rubbed him wrong. He had to admit, though, that he got a little carried away in his attempt to put Mr. Potter in the hot seat, and it backfired spectacularly. Maybe his mind was still fresh about Harry's manuscript in Transfiguration Monthly, or his desire to see him grow to be a powerful wizard clouded his mind, but he had to be sure of his facts before he accused someone. He had to save face, and quickly. I am sorry, Minerva. It was never my intention to portray Mr. Potter in bad light. It's just an old man's wish to see him as a powerful wizard. His apology was accepted quickly by the two. Whatever Albus Dumbledore might be, a vindictive man he was not. Why are you convinced that it's not Lord Voldemort that got hold of the stone? Dumbledore took the time to get his thoughts in line before attempting an answer. You know that Voldemort would have already made an appearance by this time if he got the elixir of life. He is a very impatient man and would take the opportunity to terrorize as many people as he could. Besides, I would have expected him to ask for Severus' assistance in making the elixir. He looked apologetically at the potions professor when saying the last bit. The young man graciously accepted the truth of the statement. He had his own comment to add, though. I would sleep well at night if the Philosopher's Stone was in Mr. Potter and Miss Granger's possession rather than that of the Dark Lord. McGonagall was fighting hard to prevent the grin that was threatening to break out on her face. The headmaster, though, was surprised. It spoke volumes of young Harry's achievements in such a short time if Severus was able to suppress his resentment against a Potter. I regret doing it, but we may have to scan the students' minds for any signs of the stone, concluded Dumbledore. He feared a rebuke from the head of Gryffindor House and was not disappointed. You cannot be serious, Albus. Why don't we confront Quirinus rather than violate the privacy of the students in our care? With a subtle glance at Professor Snape, Dumbledore tried to answer his deputy as best as he could without giving out much details. While I agree with you, Minerva, it is not a good idea to corner Quirinus. As you know, I suspect him possessed by Voldemort, and if he gets a wind of any such attempt, he may not hesitate to attack the students. We cannot afford that. Let us wait till the students go for their summer break. We can then question Professor Quirrell. What Dumbledore was not ready to admit was that he was literally powerless to end the threat of Lord Voldemort. The prophecy has taken away that ability from him and given it to a young man. That was the reason for his earlier hope or premature declaration about Harry getting the Philosopher's Stone. The young man needed to be powerful and intelligent enough to take down the Dark Lord, or they were doomed. Coming out of his musings, Dumbledore saw that both Minerva and Severus were contemplating his words and so roused them. We will meet again after dinner and see if we get any indication as to the fate of the stone. With that, he dismissed both the professors and turned to intense reminisce. He hoped that they would get a clue about the stone. Unfortunately for them, the conclusions they arrived at were sadly far from the truth, but thankfully not truly detrimental for the safety of Wizarding Britain. That night, Harry and Hermione began discussing about the attempt made by Professor Dumbledore to read their minds. I am sure that more than one professor was trying to probe our minds, Harry told about his suspicions while snuggling with Hermione on the couch in Gryffindor common room. Hermione agreed with him but had other concerns. Do you think that we should contact Mr. Flamel that we have the stone? I am not sure that we tell him right now that we have the stone. If word gets out to wrong people, our whole attempt would be a waste and we may be targeted by the people who Professor Dumbledore wanted to protect the stone from. Hermione could not argue with that logic, and so they decided to keep quiet about the whole incident involving the Philosopher's Stone. Unless they were told about the stone by someone else, they were not going to open their mouths about it. Meanwhile, a very different but related discussion was taking place between three professors. I am impressed by the shields of Mr. Potter and Miss Granger. The few seventh years that have passable shields do not have enough strength to withstand a spirited probe. Those two not only have strong enough shields but in a few years will have impenetrable minds. It was unusual for the usually grumpy potions master to praise anyone, let alone a Potter. Yes, I was impressed too. I wonder how they knew about occlumency given their muggle upbringing. Dumbledore's tone carried not only a hint of surprise but also suspicion. The Transfiguration professor was reminded of Harry and Hermione's words about using the word muggle, especially in this context, and the tone of Dumbledore's voice, it did sound more like an offensive label. It was now left to her to dispel any doubts. Mr. Potter told me about organizing his mind into trunks for instant recall from the physical training instructor in his primary school. Miss Granger apparently found about occlumency and its power of recall in the library, and they both worked on their defenses as their minds were already organized. She briefly enjoyed the discomfort of her two colleagues. They obviously wanted to know something but were too polite to ask. Miss Granger has her mind organized into books. She put them out of their misery but still enjoyed a chuckle at the symbolism of Miss Granger's mind, emphasizing her endless thirst for knowledge. With their second manuscript all corrected and ready to be sent to Transfiguration Monthly, at the end of March, Harry and Hermione found themselves with plenty of spare time. Though, spare time was a very misleading term, as they were constantly either helping their small group of friends or working with Professors McGonagall and Flitwick learning something new. When Harry told the part goblin professor about his interest in wards, he was ecstatic and barely managed to hold his dignified appearance. Brilliant, I cannot wait to learn what you want to come up with. Even Professor McGonagall wanted to know what he had come up with. Both Harry and Hermione were non-committal. Hermione because she did not really know what Harry was planning. She was sure that he would tell her later, and Harry was silent because he was not really ready to put his plan into action until he can know something about ward construction. He had an idea as to what he wanted to do but was not sure if it would work. He finally said so to satisfy not only the two professors but also Hermione, though his unspoken gesture was enough for her to know that she will be getting a detailed explanation later and would also need her help in finalizing his thought process. Regaining his composure, the professor went on. Okay, the first thing that you have to learn even before you think about wards is how to detect residual magic, magic use, or magical signature. Hermione was surprised. How can you identify the person that cast the spell or enchanted something if you have just a magical residue? Pardon me. I should not have said magical signature. You are correct in saying that you can only detect magical residue. You can compare the frequency, if you will, of the magical residue with a person's magical signature and then identify the person responsible. Correctly identifying the gleam in Harry's eyes, the professor cut him off quickly. No, Harry, for you to build anything that involves magical signature, you should have samples of magical signature of everyone in the world. Only the Ministry and Gringotts have privy to such information. Harry blushed at that. Am I that predictable? He muttered. Both the professors had genial smiles on their faces while Hermione burst out laughing, but since she had his hand in hers and the slight increase in pressure told him a different story, he was not offended. He was sure that Hermione was also like that, quick to get excited and saw potential in even the simplest of information. Oh, don't get me wrong, Harry. It is very refreshing to see someone as enthusiastic as you and Hermione. It makes this old heart glad, and I get a chance to participate in something worthwhile. The charms professor's words were supported by an emphatic nod by their head of house too. Professor Flitwick continued, though it would be laudable for you to attempt, Gringotts and the Ministry already have working models. I am sure that you would have already taken your inheritance test with Gringotts, which works on the same principle. Harry was shocked. What inheritance test? He blurted out. The two professors shared a guilty look, and it was left for Hermione to give him a quick hug. Don't worry about it, Harry. We will get it done when you get a chance to go there the next time. I can come with you if you want me to. Harry was not the only one who shot her a look of gratitude before they continued their discussion on detection techniques. Is there any way to detect between the so-called dark and light magic? I guess what I want to know is, can you detect the intent of an enchanted object if it can cause you any harm? Harry wanted to know. The diminutive professor looked funny in his thinking pose. He was scratching his head, his chin or stroking his beard while thinking hard. At no other time the professor looked like a cartoon character than at that moment. He cleared his throat and answered, usually no. You can detect enchantments but not intent. There are a couple of complex spells with extremely long incantations, that when cast at the same time can generally detect hidden magic or traps which may suggest harmful intent. The Transfiguration professor, who was silent all through the explanation, used to pause in her colleague's explanation to join the conversation. These are generally used by curse breakers and therefore they work as teams. You need exceptional coordination to cast such complex spells in perfect harmony. Professor Flitwick agreed with her, and before he could take up the explanation, McGonagall had to conclude her explanation. Oh. It takes about 15 seconds for the incantation to complete. The two students were awed. No wonder it was such a high-risk and high-demand career, but they both could see the potential in developing a tool for curse detection. If only they had a laser gun that can shoot out spells when they need. A third person could also cast the aura detection spell at the same time to see the auras in a visible form, thus detecting the dark and light magic. Curses or spells with a harmful intent emit a dark aura which is also detected on an enchanted object, and healing spells or other protection spells have either a golden aura or a unique soothing color tone depending on the type of spell, the charms professor concluded. So there are 3 different spells that need to be cast simultaneously for any dark magic detector, so to speak, to work. Hermione was crunching the numbers in her head while staring at Harry, who was also doing the math in his own head. The two professors looked at their students with interest. It looked almost as if the two were having a conversation that the rest of the world was not privileged to hear. When they nodded their heads simultaneously, Professor Flitwick knew that it was only a matter of time before a dark magic detector was available in the market. But first things first, I will teach you how to construct or take down a basic ward. Almost all the wards except rune and blood-based wards have the same procedure, with only the incantations being different based on the type of ward you want to construct. I will also teach you the spells that we talked about used in curse detection and also the aura detection spells. The two students had beaming smiles and thanked the professor's generosity. Their head of house, however, was a voice of caution. I know that you are very excited, even I am, but your exams are getting near and I for one would like to see you maintain your top spots. So I would like you to decrease the amount of time you spend on the other topics and concentrate on your exams. It was almost like a switch being turned on in Hermione's mind, and Harry could see that she was about to panic. During the entire year, Harry was working with Hermione to temper her extreme reactions, especially when it comes to study, and the most effective means he found out was to hug the stuffing out of her or keying her. Since they were in the company of their teachers, he resorted to the less embarrassing solution, which immediately calmed her. Hermione, there is no need for you to panic. We will sit down together and plan a revision schedule, okay? With relief evident on her face, Hermione thanked him before moving out of his embrace. They quickly agreed to a date and time for the class with Professor Flitwick and followed him to his office for a couple of books on curse breaking and wards. Harry promised him to keep the books safe and decided to store them in his trunk, which could only be accessed by him and Hermione. Since it was nearing curfew, Professor McGonagall accompanied them to the Gryffindor common room, and it would also be a good time for her to meet with the other students and ensure that they do not have any problems. The unsaid reason was to ensure that none of the students in her house broke curfew. In the next couple of days, Hermione began working feverishly on making a color-coded schedule for their revision in preparation for the exams. It was probably a good idea, but Harry did not feel the need for one, at least for them. He truly felt that they did not need to spend so many hours on revisions. He resolved to prevent her from working herself hard to get something done that may not be of much use. During one of their many discussions, Professor McGonagall told them in confidence that the teachers refused to distinguish between the two of them unless it was absolutely necessary. You will have to wait for your owls for that. Even then, you will only be given grades, not percentage marks, and so unless one of you makes a big mistake, you will probably have the same grade. Harry did not mind that one bit. If he was near the top, it was all right with him whether as the best or as the second best. Apparently Hermione also did not mind that, and at Harry's incredulous expression she went all defensive. What? If I had to lose, I would not mind losing to you, and that was the end of the discussion. Instead of going right into stopping her and probably risking an argument, he brought his midterm evaluations with him to the den. Hermione, do you really think that we need to revise each topic so many times? I for one would get bored after the first 2 times. With our occlumency it is almost impossible for us to forget what we read. But Harry, I want to do well in our exams. Hermione was still not prepared to let go of her insecurities, however false they may have been to anyone who knew her. Harry then showed her his graded papers, which were as near perfect as you can expect examination paper could be. Why did we work so hard throughout the year, Hermione? Seeing that she was finally able to understand his point, Harry pressed on, so that we can take a breather when we have to sit for our exams. Hermione deflated at his logic. I guess you are right. I have been used to making a schedule as long as I remember for anything important, and it became second nature, I guess. But you are correct in that with our occlumency training it would be no point in revising more than a couple of times, just to make sure that we do not miss out anything important. Harry happily agreed to that and added an incentive of his own with a sly smile. He commented, that will also give us enough time to not only revise all that was not taught in our regular classes, but also we can work on the spells that Professor Flitwick promised to show us. Imagine how rare a chance it would be to learn from an expert like him, not to mention all the delightful books that he loaned us. That was enough to bring Hermione out of her funk, and she immediately concurred with him with a beaming smile. They finally decided to allocate a day in the week to a particular subject and revise for 2 hours, excluding all the time for homework or other assignments. Professor Dumbledore was surprisingly very pleasant and accommodating when Professor Flitwick requested him about the castle wards. He granted Harry and Hermione permission to view the blueprints for the warding scheme employed at the castle. Though the castle was more than 1,000 years old, warding the castle was a very dynamic process to keep the safety of the occupants at the highest possible level. Generations of headmasters added their own versions of anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards, as well as any newer warding schemes that have been discovered. Headmaster Dumbledore, in addition to being a transfiguration master, was also very accomplished at warding. Accompanied by Professors Flitwick and McGonagall, he took the 2 students to the central ward stone, and though Harry and Hermione were not knowledgeable at ancient runes, could still appreciate the amount of magical energy put forward by the warding stone, and were nearly overwhelmed when they cast the detection spell for magical energy and aura. Later, going around the grounds, they were also exposed to the different types of wards. The castle is one of the most protected places in addition to Gringotts. One of the biggest drawbacks we have here at Hogwarts is that there are many layers of different wards, sometimes being repeated. Dumbledore sighed before continuing. Most of the previous headmasters just went on adding their own wards without any care to the wards that already exist. It took me several months of serious work after I became the headmaster to draw up the blueprint that you saw. But is it not an advantage? I mean, even if one of the ward were to fail, having a backup of a similar ward is always beneficial, is it not? Harry was genuinely intrigued. Having a set of similar wards, even though they do the same function, was all right in his view. Dumbledore gave a very deep chuckle. Once you have to update existing wards, you will know how troublesome not having a warding scheme written down is. But you are essentially correct. Having a couple of backups is always good. Can you not see a very important problem though? He posed the problem with twinkling eyes. They were walking around the expansive grounds in the bracing April air and sat down on a rocky outcropping near the Black Lake. The process of getting settled gave Harry and Hermione enough time to brainstorm. Hermione took Harry's hand in hers and responded to the headmaster's question in a small voice. With so many wards to be supported, I guess that it will be a tremendous strain on the ward stone. The two students could see the beaming smiles on both Professors Dumbledore and Flitwick's faces while Professor McGonagall had a look of distinct pride. Absolutely, cried the headmaster. Every extra ward puts a strain on the central keystone. Thankfully, the number of magical users and the very nature of the castle and its grounds give enough magical energy not to overwhelm the ward stones. Seeing the looks of incomprehension on the students' faces, Professor McGonagall took up the narrative. Hogwarts is built upon a very ancient shrine of Celtic gods. Legend says that the gods appeared in the dreams of all the four founders separately and told them to come to this site. It was where the four met and then built the school. The sanctity of the site and the magical nature of the grounds provided the perfect place for a magical school. Not to mention the liberal use of blood from many different magical species like centaurs, goblins, elves, and the founders themselves while constructing the castle, the tiny professor supplemented. Though Harry and Hermione were horrified at the thought of using blood, they knew from their reading that blood provides the strongest binding in any magical construct, be it wands, staves, or buildings. The blood of a magical also enhances the magical energy of the construct. Nothing of this was mentioned in Hogwarts. A history, grumbled Hermione to accompanied merriment of the others. Dumbledore began stroking his beard. The extremely potent nature of the site and use of blood in the castle construction provides enough ambient magic for the ward stones to bear the load of centuries of new wards without much pressure. Not to mention the magical outbursts of scores of hormonal teenagers, Professor McGonagall added with a cheeky grin, causing Harry and Hermione to blush furiously to the accompanied chuckles. The two friends were surprised to know that the normally stern Transfiguration professor had a wicked sense of humor, and she was not averse to display it among friends. Harry and Hermione were thrilled to know that she considered them as close as friends for her to let her hair down, so to speak. The three professors and two students spent a good half an hour trading stories and just talking without any one person monopolizing the conversation. The headmaster, however, had one parting word to impart to Harry and Hermione. Due to the tremendous amount of wards and the strength of the ward stones, you cannot build any wards inside the Hogwarts wards. If you want to practice ward casting, I suggest that you either find a room and shield it from outside magic or go out of the wards. I would not recommend going out of the school grounds, but Phileas may be able to do something about a shielded room. It was more of a question directed at the charms professor rather than a statement. After the charms professor agreed to help them out and the transfiguration professor promising to supervise the two students like she was used to, the five of them went back inside the castle to attend to their various duties or activities. True to his word, Professor Flitwick charmed the den to shide outside magic, a skill that was learned enthusiastically by Harry and Hermione. Through April and May, the two students spent their time learning to detect the different kinds of wards and also to set them up. Detecting wards was a breeze to the two, but casting wards was a different matter altogether. They quickly learnt that they got tired easily and could not cast wards that were permanent, without an energy-boosting potion to help them. Without the potion, the wards they built came down after a couple of days, though Harry managed to extend his casting to stay as long as 15 days. Not to worry. Wards, as you learnt, are a tremendous drain on one's magic to cast. Moreover, the place where you are casting is totally shielded from outside influence. I dare say that when cast in an unshielded place, your current wards would last longer than this, maybe even as long as a year, the charms teacher consoled them. While Hermione looked confused, Harry provided her the answer. The ambient magic would power the wards longer, Hermione. It was slow progress for the two, as they were also getting ready for the year-end exams in which they were determined to do their best and retain the top spot. Their head of house confided in them that if their work was top of the class, the faculty would not distinguish between the two and award the same grade to both of them, a revelation which saw a disappointed and an elated Hermione at the same time. She could not determine if it was a good thing to share a top spot with someone, but could not refute that without Harry's friendship and help in some instances she could not have gotten to the top so easily. In addition to their practice on casting and also taking down wards, Harry and Hermione began practicing on the spells used to detect hidden traps and enchanted objects. The most difficult part in the curse-breaking field was perfect coordination between the two people casting the extremely long incantations for detecting enchanted objects. As it was explained to them, the two incantations have to be done in perfect synchrony to detect any hidden magic. This, however, turned to be an advantage to the two students. They already had a very good understanding between them, even going as far as conversing without the use of words at times, and that translated to excellent coordination while working on simultaneous casting to detect enchanted objects. If there are any enchantments on an inert object, the coordinated spells would result in a fiery red glow that was not only easily seen but also very different from the results of the aura detection spells. Their main problem was using the process to detect enchanted objects. Detecting aura was easy for them, which they liberally practiced on their friends, after getting their permission, of course. It was an unusually pensive Professor Flitwick that raised the issue of putting their enchantment detecting skills to practice. Even though most of the objects in the cast are enchanted, it will be of no use to you. The castle itself is so magical that any time you cast the spell you will get a result, and comparing them to non-magical objects in this shielded room is the only way for you to practice. You already know that they are enchanted, and that may put a bias in your detections. It would be nice if you can detect objects that are buried or totally hidden from view. Professor McGonagall acquiesced to the assessment of her colleague. She helped the charms professor in enchanting a few objects in the shielded den, but she could also see the merit of his argument. So we will actually need a place that is relatively magic-free but able to replicate a hidden tomb or something for us to get the best results, Hermione mused. Harry and Hermione shared a look, and with a nod of his head Harry suggested, "We were walking to the Great Hall one day and crossed Professor Dumbledore also heading there. He was excited about finding a room full of chamber pots on the 7th floor when he desperately needed one." The two professors tried in vain to hide their smiles. What intrigued us most was that he said that there was no such room before he had the urgency. He apparently tried to find it again but could not. He was not able to explain the reasons, and it was fascinating to him. Both the professors now turned contemplative. "In all my years I have not heard about such a room, and as a deputy I have access to almost all parts of the castle. Where was this room again?" He thought it was on the 7th floor of the West Wing, but he was not sure after not finding the room again, Hermione supplied. Maybe we could ask one of the house elves about the room. What do you say, Phileas?" The diminutive professor quickly agreed to the suggestion and also promised that he too will contact some of the elves. Breaking out of her reverie, their head of house turned stern. "We are at the end of May and your exams are almost upon you. I don't think that I need to stress the fact, do I?" "No, Professor," the two students chorused, suitably chastised. She knew that Harry and Hermione were on top of their studies, but being their head of house and considering them as her grandchildren, it was her prerogative to keep them on their toes. Professor Flitwick gave a small chuckle. "Since Minerva has even convinced me that I am a first-year student and hit the books, I believe it is in all of our best interests to stop these extra lessons for this school year. We could start again in September," he finished to accompanied laughter from the other three. "By that time we would probably have the identity and location of the mysterious vanishing room, and if it conforms to our need, you may have lots of hidden traps or enchanted objects to practice on." This declaration brought huge smiles to the faces of Harry and Hermione, and all thoughts of working on a probable detector for dark magic were put on a back burner till the next school year, provided they could identify a way to store and shoot spells out when needed. The only excitement and new other than their routine of preparing for the exams and lessons from Professor Flitwick was Transfiguration Monthly, publishing their second manuscript on conjuration and matter conservation, in the name of Hermione, Harry, and Professors Flitwick and McGonagall. The May issue that was distributed at the end of the month contained their manuscript, which was also well lauded and very well received. Fortunately for the four involved, the library started purchasing the journal on the headmaster's behest, and so generated quite an interest in the students of the upper years. Though most of the lower years could not appreciate the impact of such an article, it was more than compensated by the willingness of a few students to apprentice under the two professors. Both were thankful for Harry and Hermione's insight to bring about an interest in research, and gladly accepted 2 students each for advanced charms and transfiguration respectively. The month of June was always hectic in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, as it was the time for the year-end exams. In addition to hosting the ministry officials involved in overseeing the owl and newts, the professors were also involved in formulating the schedule for the exams and not to mention the questions themselves. For Harry and Hermione, the exams were more like a stepping stone to move into the next year. Harry was quietly confident that they did the best they could and that would be enough to get them the top grade again. Hermione, though, was fussing over her answers to the test and she was driving the others up the wall with her constant tirade. I hope that I answered the questions correctly. I am not sure that I will be able to maintain my top position. She was fidgeting nervously and looked to be on the verge of a meltdown. All it needed was a wrong word spoken. Harry tried to assure her, but Susan Bones, a member of their close-knit study group, beat him to that. Come on, Hermione. You and Harry taught us almost everything that came up in those exams. If you are not confident enough, then do you mean that you taught us wrong? She scoffed at Hermione and nearly demanded an answer. Those words were enough to put a stop to Hermione's insecurities. She could not get herself to believe that she would have led the study group, which Harry and she have been leading, astray. If there was something that they were good at, then it was in learning, and Harry would always be there to keep her in check, and so the hurt in Susan's voice hit the mark. I am sorry, Susan. You are correct. I did the best I could in not only helping you but also in writing the exams. It is meaningless in worrying over it. The rest of the friends gave Susan an appreciative smile. Harry was thankful that someone other than him was able to remind Hermione of the uselessness in thinking and fretting over the exams that have been finished. He knew that Hermione had her own insecurities and they were mostly meaningless. His relentless company with her had put most of her demons to rest, and he sincerely hoped that this was the last. Harry gave Hermione's hand a squeeze and guided her and the rest of the group onto the grounds to enjoy the last of the sunshine of the day. Hermione was very appreciative of Harry's support all along. Since they were not comfortable in showing affection in public, limiting themselves to holding hands, no one in the school population were aware of the change in status of their relationship. They shared occasional kisses, but it was away from public scrutiny. She was thankful to Harry's constant presence at her side, and that was what kept her not only motivated but more importantly happy in the realization that if she did not have any more friends other than Harry, she would not mind it too much. Hermione knew in her subconsciousness that she did extremely well in her exams, and if not for Harry, she would have got the top spot. They could not hold any secrets, and since they shared the reading materials, their answers would almost be exactly the same. If there was no difference in their mode of expression, the professors would be convinced that they were cheating, and Harry and Hermione would be hard-pressed to prove that they did not. She was aware of her insecurities and so was very much appreciative of Harry's patience and his efforts not to let herself down. That was the reason she was so happy to have Harry as her best friend and now her boyfriend. Hermione let go of Harry's hand and darted to Susan, giving the surprised girl a quick hug and a murmured, "Thank you, Sue." Taking Harry's hand again, she gave it a squeeze and whispered into his ears, "Thank you too, Harry. I could not imagine my life without you by my side. I will take the time tonight to show my appreciation to you." This was said with a mischievous glint in her eyes which brought out a broad smile to his face. All the members of the study group, Susan, Hannah Abbott, Neville Longbottom, Dean Thomas, Parvati and Padma Patil, Lavender Brown, and Seamus Finnegan, were happy about their efforts in the exams. Even Ron Weasley, the Gryffindor mascot for laziness, was appreciative of their help in a successful battle of wits. With a contented smile on their faces, the group roamed the grounds around the Black Lake till they were forced inside for dinner. With the exams for the lower years completed, all the students were waiting for the school year to end and leave for home and summer holidays. The teachers were lenient in their last week of classes, and the time was mostly used for a review and helping students who had doubts about the questions given on their exams. It was also the time for assigning summer homework. Harry and Hermione, with the blessings of Professors Flitwick and McGonagall, stopped the extra training that they were putting in. Unknown to the teachers, however, they were perfecting their plan for a dark curse detector, using the 3 spells that the curse breakers use. They were successful in their planning, but putting that into existence was proving to be difficult, and unless they had a minor miracle, they feared that they would not be able to fulfill their dream. 2 days before the end of term and the last class for Defense Against the Dark Arts, Professor Quirrell asked Harry to stay back after the class for some discussion. After the rest of the students left for lunch, Hermione was also getting ready to leave, but Harry simply refused to let go of her hand, an act that was noticed by the professor. Mr. Potter, what I would say to you is for your ears only. Harry was beginning to feel a little uncomfortable now when being close to the professor, and a dull ache started behind his scar, which rapidly spread around his head. Harry only tightened his grip on Hermione's hand, and so she did not fight him but remained silent while Harry answered the professor. I beg your pardon, Professor, but Hermione is my best friend, and whatever you want to say to me can be said in front of her too. I know. I will be telling her everything afterwards anyway. Professor Quirrell gave him a piercing look which further intensified the pain in his head, forcing him to yell out loud and clutch at his scar. Hermione was seriously worried about his friend. She was also feeling very uncomfortable and a little scared by the professor. His scream of pain brought her out of her musings, and her concern for Harry momentarily overrode her fear of the professor. She reflexively tightened her fingers around Harry's hand and refrained from hugging him to offer solace from the pain with tremendous effort. Where is it, Potter? I know you have the Philosopher's Stone. Give it to me, Quirrell screamed at him, advancing towards to the two students menacingly. If Harry was not bothered by the pain in his scar, he would have been terrified by the look of pure loathing on the professor's face. Hermione, though concerned for Harry, could see it and began worrying enough for both of them. Harry and Hermione shared a look, and the only thought going through their heads was, how did he know that? Still, Harry tried to bluff his way out and through teeth gritted due to the pain choked out, what do you mean? What stone? The professor just smirked in reply, and the pain intensified behind his scar, and Harry was brought down on his knees with the blinding pain. Hermione was frantic and tried to fuss about Harry in her attempts to help him, not knowing the cause for the pain was not helping her one bit, and she was close to a panic attack. The momentary incapacitation of Harry gave the chance for Professor Quirrell to draw his wand and advance. Hermione spied the professor lifting his wand to curse Harry, and she did the only thing she could do at that moment. Rising from her crouched position beside Harry, she propelled herself forward using her legs and rammed into the professor. Though Hermione was a girl, and a young one at that, her daily exercise routine with Harry gave her a hidden strength and stamina that was rarely put to use. The adrenaline rush combined with the terror of seeing her friend in pain made her much more dangerous than normal. The sudden bodily attack threw the professor on the ground face forward, not only breaking his wand in the process but also jostling the big purple turban from his head. This exposed a very gruesome face attached to the back of Quirrell's head. Harry gasped and had a sudden realization as to the identity of the face. His scar hurt in his presence, and he knew that Lord Voldemort gave him the scar. He could very easily deduce who the spirit was. He gathered his wits around him, enforcing the occlumency barriers to dull the pain in his head, and shouted out to Hermione, "Go get MCG. That is Voldemort." Hermione needed no more encouragement. Without stopping to dust herself, she sprinted out of the classroom. Hermione was quick, but Harry was quicker and tackled Professor Quirrell, who was about to dart out after her. Harry brought his hands around Quirrell in an attempt to pin his hands down and grasped the professor's bare hands just below the wrists. The contact to bare skin sent a burning sensation through his arms, forcing him to relinquish his hold. The pain was not too bad and was manageable for Harry, but brought forth a scream of pure pain from the professor, whose hands were literally smoking. Get him! Get him! Screamed Voldemort from the back of Quirrell's head, egging him on. The professor wanted nothing to do with Harry, as he was faced with the harsh reality of the result of his earlier attack. The lack of any response from Quirrell enraged Voldemort, who finally took complete possession of Quirrell's body, replacing the features with his own. Not wasting any time with pleasantries, Voldemort pointed his blackened and burnt hand towards Harry and shouted, Crucio. The dreaded torture curse was speeding towards Harry, and though he was very fast in diving away, the curse still hit him on the shoulder instead of his chest where it was aimed. Surprisingly, Harry felt only a small discomfort instead of the excruciating pain that he read about. He did not have time to think about it, as an astonished Voldemort was regrouping himself and shout out, Transferendum Magicae. The curse was Voldemort's own creation and was designed to drain the magical core of the target and transfer it to the caster, thus killing the target. In addition to that, the caster would also get a boost to his own magical core. Voldemort often used this curse, and that was what made him powerful. Neither Harry nor Voldemort was prepared for what happened next. The fluorescent pink curse impacted Harry and instead of causing him any harm, rebounded back onto Voldemort. The surprise on Voldemort's face turned to shock when he felt a drain from the magical core belonging to Quirrell. Through his terror, Voldemort was thankful for his luck and his decision not to completely merge his magical core with that of Quirrell, otherwise the drain would also have been on his core. Lord Voldemort did the only thing he could do to escape, though it was not courageous, it certainly saved his magical core and so his existence. He left the body of now rapidly dying Professor and returned to his pitiful existence of a wraith, and though he detested this existence, it was better than death. Voldemort had anchored his soul to the land of living, but that would be of no use if he had to live the life of a squib or worse, a muggle. Harry was also shocked at the turn of the events. He did not know what the curse was, but he was glad that he was not hit. He felt a sudden burst of energy in his body and felt that his magical core was suddenly expanding. Harry and Hermione were quite accomplished in occlumency and were on the road to touch their core and draw energy for a power boost whenever needed. Though they could not do it yet, they were able to sense their magical core. The effect of the curse rebounding on Voldemort was a welcome result, and Harry was not going to look a gift horse in its mouth. The power boost was also beginning to be a strain on him, and he was rapidly losing consciousness as his body was straining to contain the sudden influx of power. Harry valiantly tried to keep the connection going on, finally ending it only when Quirrell was completely drained and dead. The 5 minutes that she was away from Harry felt like an eternity to Hermione as she raced to the defense classroom with Professors McGonagall, Flitwick and Snape hot on her heels. Barely slowing down, she sprinted into the room only to stop short as the drama unfolded before her. Professor Quirrell was lying on the floor, evidently dead, and Voldemort's spirit or wraith, as she will come to know later, flew through Harry's body, coming out on his other side. She heard the gasps of the teachers behind her but was too engrossed for the well-being of her friend. Drawing enough magic to sustain him, the wraith easily passed through the closed window, smashing the glass pane, and fled into the afternoon sky. Harry saw Voldemort passing through him and felt a small loss of magic which was used by the wraith to survive. He was now crashing down from the adrenaline high and also the tremendous strain on his body due to the imbibed magical core from Professor Quirrell caused his body to shut down to protect itself. Just before he faded into unconsciousness, he spied a relieved yet terrified Hermione rushing towards him to try and catch him. Harry opened his eyes and immediately forced them shut due to the harsh glare of the sunlight filtering through the west-facing windows of the hospital room. Squinting, he saw Hermione sitting in a chair next to his bed and felt her hand absent-mindedly and gently caressing his arm from the elbow down to his palm while concentrating on the book in her hand. The soothing motion of her gentle touch brought infinite peace to his heart, and looking at her with the sun throwing a golden glow around her bushy mane, he was forced to admit that Hermione was beautiful. Harry always knew her to be pretty in her own understated way, but with her guard down he could really see that she would grow to be a beautiful woman. He acknowledged himself lucky to have caught her very early and took her off the market, so to speak. Yes, they were young, too young to be even thinking about such thoughts. Harry was, however, not afraid to find himself falling for his best friend, and he was safe in the thought that she reciprocated his feelings. The way she ed him when they were parting for the night while alone in the common room told him, if nothing else, Hermione was expecting them to move their relationship forward. Breaking away from those thoughts, Harry caught Hermione's hand on one of its trips down to his palm and gave it a gentle squeeze, alerting her that he was awake. Giving him a bright smile, Hermione put the book she was reading away and, moving from her chair, bent over him and grabbed Harry in a gentle hug. "How are you feeling, Harry?" Harry returned the hug and gave her a small key. "I am fine, Hermione, though I feel as if a storm is raging inside me." "Yes, I know what it is, but let me call Madame Pomfrey. She asked me to let her know once you wake up." Releasing her, Harry simply nodded while Hermione disappeared into the school matron's office and returned shortly. Taking his hand again, she dropped into the chair by his bedside, and before they could say anything, Madame Pomfrey bustled into the room. "Hello, Mr. Potter. How are you feeling?" All this was said during the time that Madame Pomfrey was waving her wand all over Harry. He exchanged a small nod with Hermione and mentally chalked up another skill for them to study. "I am fine, madam. I just have a weird unrestrained maelstrom going on inside me." Before Madame Pomfrey could answer, the doors of the hospital wing opened to admit Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape. While McGonagall looked worried and then relieved at seeing a healthy-looking Harry, Dumbledore and Snape had passive looks tinged with curiosity. Only, the look of curiosity was more prominent on Dumbledore. Typical. Unknowingly, both Harry and Hermione had the same thought. MCG is concerned for me, Harry, while the headmaster is more interested in knowing what happened. Reaching Harry's bed, Dumbledore conjured a plush chintz armchair for himself while the other two took the two chairs nearby, one of which was the one that Hermione vacated and perched beside Harry, leaning into him for comfort. While I may guess as to what is happening with you, Harry, I would like you to tell me what exactly happened after Miss Granger left the room. I happen to think that it is better to know all the facts rather than guess the answer. Professor Dumbledore opened the dialogue with his characteristic twinkle going on in his eyes. Harry and Hermione suddenly felt uncomfortable and reflexively avoided eye contact. Dumbledore let out a sigh. I am sorry if I give the impression of reading your minds. I assure you that it was far from my intention. I apologize that I have a tendency to perform passive legilimency in order to search for truth. I promise both of you that I will refrain from doing so without your permission. In the future too, Albus. Professor McGonagall added with a cheeky smile. Professor Dumbledore grimaced but nodded his compliance. With a curt nod, Harry went on to describe in as much detail as he could about his confrontation with Lord Voldemort. Throughout the recitation, he and Hermione mentally chalked up the glaringly obvious questions, and Harry decided to confront the aged wizard with them. He hoped that Hermione had her own questions, and together they may cover all that they needed to know. A few minutes of silence followed the tale and was broken by Professor Snape asking, "Do you remember what the curse was, Harry?" Harry was not about to reveal that information. Sorry, sir, but the situation was so tense that I did not pay much attention to the curse. Besides, it was not something that I have heard or read before. Not that he had anything to worry about the intentions of the school authorities, but felt that the less number of people knowing the curse the better, and it was definitely not for such a public setting where anyone could eavesdrop. The explanation was accepted easily enough, but not by Hermione. She knew that just like herself, Harry had an almost photographic memory thanks to their occlumency and organization of their mind. She refrained from saying anything aloud and knew that Harry would be telling her that detail later. That was confirmed by an unobtrusive tightening of Harry's hand around her shoulder, and she gave an imperceptible nod in understanding. The rest of the four were deep in thought and did not observe this exchange, which was fortunate for the two students. The headmaster cleared his throat and addressed the audience, but focusing on the two lounging on the bed. I believe that the curse was meant to drain your magic, Harry, and by it bouncing back onto Quirrell, his magical core was transferred to you, leaving him dead. Though it is conjecture on my part, only due to not knowing the nature of the curse, Madame Pomfrey's scans gave me the impression that your core got a boost. Harry nodded his head and quietly agreed to the assessment, and knowing the nature of the curse, he knew exactly what was going on. His musings were interrupted by the school matron. Right now your core is very unstable, and that is why you feel like a raging storm inside you. The stress of the added magic also caused you to lose consciousness, as most of the energy was diverted to minimize danger to your body. Thankfully you were physically very fit, otherwise it might have been a very pertinent danger. Yes, ma'am, Harry answered back. Until your core stabilizes properly, we may not know exactly your correct power level. Dare I say that you are the most powerful 12-year-old, and probably stronger than even the 7th-year students, maybe even approaching that of the trainee-ors. Dumbledore stressed. What he and the others did not know was that Harry was already a very powerful 12-year-old, and with the added power he may very well surpass both Dumbledore and Voldemort in power once he reaches his maturity. Harry was understandably ecstatic and exchanged a broad grin with Hermione. Sir, I was wondering if there is a way to share some of this extra power with Hermione. That was very unexpected, as every head shot up to look at Harry, some with incredulity and others with genuine curiosity. It was left to Hermione to voice the question. Why do you want to do that, Harry? She asked in curious voice imbibed with a hint of hopefulness. Come on, Hermione, he exclaimed. Why wouldn't I do it? I know that you want to be beside me, and now I know that Voldemort is not dead. We both need the extra power, he finished. Minding the company they were in, Hermione just settled to give him a huge hug in gratitude. Professor Snape cleared his throat, bringing the two pre-teens out of their private world. They parted but refused to blush or let go of their contact. They finally settled to having Harry's arm across her shoulder and Hermione grabbing his free hand in both of hers. There is no way to share someone's magical core with the other, at least nothing that is of use to anyone light-sided. All the known rituals are considered dark and require either some kind of sacrifice or blood. Though Hermione was disappointed, she exchanged a look to clearly state that they would research the matter on their own. British wizarding world frowned upon rituals as dark magic and did not see beyond their own noses. Harry and Hermione did not abide by such limitations. It was a thoughtful Hermione that asked one of the more important questions. Sir, do you have any explanation why the curse bounced back? Professor Dumbledore brightened considerably at this. Your mother sacrificed her life for your sake, Harry, which left a very powerful protection. That protection runs through your blood, and that is what saved you on that Halloween night from the killing curse, giving you just a scar and what I believe reflected the curse today. Harry was furiously churning the information in his brain, but a few things did not add up. How did you know that she sacrificed her life for me, sir? For all I know, it could have been my father. Either way, did you know for sure that my parents performed some sort of ritual to save me? If so, do you know what the ritual was and what are its limitations? More importantly, wouldn't that ritual be banned in Britain if it involved some sort of blood sacrifice? All the four adults in the room were dumbstruck by the questions fired at a rapid rate. None of them have thought about such things before. They were not prepared for Hermione's follow-up query. Come to think of it, how did you know that Harry's parents were attacked? Were you anticipating something? Harry saw a look of guilt flash briefly on the faces of the two adult males in the room while Professor McGonagall looked genuinely confused. He stole a brief glance at Hermione, who also looked as if she noticed the guilty looks. She increased the pressure on Harry's hand and whispered in his ear, "We will get through this, Harry. You have me." She was rewarded by tightening of Harry's hand on her shoulder. Professor Dumbledore looked haggard and tried to worm out of the questions, but the intense stares of not only the two students but also the school matron and the formidable Transfiguration professor forced him to answer them. I do not know for sure, Harry, but I would call it an educated guess. Your mother was found in your room while your father was at the main door. I tried to think of many ways how you survived, but the sacrificial ritual was the only one I could come up with. What about Hermione's question, sir? We had monitoring charms on their house to alert me when and if there was any attack on their home. I rushed to assist them as soon as I could, but everything was over by that time. Invading their privacy, sir. Harry nearly growled. The headmaster's face turned harsh at that. Those were the times of war, and I did the best to protect them. Even though Hermione was nearly cutting out the blood flow in his hand with her death grip, Harry could not help but mutter, a lot of good it did them. Thankfully, it was low enough for the rest of them to hear, and he dropped the matter at that. What was the reason to have those monitoring charms on his parents' house, Professor? Hermione was relentless. Alas, that is something that I could not tell you, the headmaster hedged. Couldn't, sir, or wouldn't? Harry was beginning to get angry. It was seldom that he was truly angry at someone, but it was his life that the headmaster was talking about, and he did not want to be in the dark. He glanced at Professor McGonagall, whose head nearly snapped due to the force with which she turned to her superior. You are too young to know such matters, Harry. You should enjoy your childhood. Again the professor refrained from giving a straight answer, which was irritating Harry. Enjoy my childhood, sir. I now know that Voldemort is alive and he is coming after me. I have to be ready to face him no matter what, and to survive, I need to know why he is coming after me. He barely managed to rein in his temper, knowing that shouting would not get him answers. Worse, it would give an excuse to the headmaster not to. The professor's eyes narrowed. Why do you think that Lord Voldemort is after you, my boy? Harry gave him a sarcastic look. Let's see. He specifically came to my parents' house when I was a toddler, and from your explanation that my mother sacrificed her life, it was probably to kill me. Then today he singled me out and attacked me, asking something about a sorcerer's stone. He deliberately missed the name of the stone to allay suspicion of his involvement in the missing artifact. Philosopher's Stone, Harry. Hermione automatically corrected and suddenly ducked her head in embarrassment, finding all the adults staring at her. I am sorry, Harry, but I cannot answer your questions. Harry tried to glare at the aged wizard, but he held his ground adamantly, finally forcing Harry to acknowledge the futility of that line of questioning. Before anyone could talk, Dumbledore continued, "Besides, the teachers in the school are here to protect you. You do not need to worry." Harry scoffed at that. "Yet Voldemort was working right under your nose all the year and came close to killing me." The three teachers, who knew or had suspicions about Professor Quirrell, looked decidedly ashamed. Dumbledore could not refute the truth of the statement, as he suspected that Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort. Whether willing or not was debatable, but he was not going to acknowledge that to the two students. "How would you have dealt with the situation if you suspected that Voldemort possessed him, that is?" Snape asked. Harry peered at the potions master suspiciously, but found only curiosity rather than malice. Looking at each other, Hermione decided to take that question. "We came to know from the senior students that Professor Quirrell came back with a non-existent stutter after his sabbatical. That itself should have been a clue that something was wrong. Moreover, it was so bad that no one could understand what he was saying, and that person was allowed to teach." Disbelief was plainly written on her face. "That is a serious breach of students' trust in the school, and should have been enough to get a medical examination, and not to mention sacking from the post." No one could dispute her argument, as it was obviously the action that should have been taken. Still, the headmaster tried to save face. "Quirrell said that he had an encounter with a vampire and that brought out the stutter." "And you believed it?" exclaimed Harry incredulously. "Sometimes life-threatening encounters bring about personality changes," Madame Pomfrey, who was silent throughout the discussion, supplied. Everyone present there knew for what it was, a lame excuse. There should have been proactive measures to ensure that Professor Quirrell was indeed who he claimed to be, and that would have never put the students in danger. The headmaster's penchant for second chances and believing the best in everyone was a recipe for disaster, and thankfully this one was averted. But as they say, hindsight was always perfect. No one dared to break the quiet that enveloped the hospital wing. A few minutes later, the three professors bade goodbye to Harry and left the room after unsuccessfully trying to get Hermione to return to her dorm. "Mr. Potter, since your magical core is unstable, I would recommend you not to use any magic for a month." Since the term was to end in a couple of days, it meant that Harry could only do magic in the next school year. "Rest for the night here, and you can go back to your dorm after I check up on you in the morning. Now I will ask a house elf to bring an early dinner for both of you, as Miss Granger has missed her lunch too, and no doubt you both are famished." The two nodded their heads in acceptance. Meanwhile, the three professors walked to the headmaster's office in silence, lost in their own thoughts. Reaching the office, Dumbledore retrieved a bottle of fire whiskey and downed a small amount in one gulp. Refusing the offer for her own drink, the Transfiguration professor raised her eyebrow at her superior. "Before dinner, Albus. I felt like a kid caught with his hand in the cookie jar. They were merciless." He sighed. "Pray, tell me who was to blame. I admit that even I did not foresee Quirrell attacking Mr. Potter, but his arguments are justified. Voldemort knew that you were going to be missing from the castle at that time and acted. I am almost thankful that the Philosopher's Stone was missing. I dread at what might have happened if Voldemort got it." She could not help the involuntary shudder that ran through her body at that thought. "I would not be far off on my guess that Voldemort somehow orchestrated my removal from the castle at that time," Dumbledore opined. "We should have taken him out when we had the chance," Snape grumbled uncharacteristically. Dumbledore turned pensive with a touch of regret in his voice. "I did not want to expose your true loyalties, Severus. I still hope that your service as a spy to the light side would be of immense importance in the future." The Transfiguration professor, however, was not easily placated. "Was it worth endangering the student population, Albus? Think about it. Besides, even though you may have safeguards, they are of no use if you are not present to respond. At least trust others, your friends, to do some of your work or as a backup." She did not get any response to that, and so with a sigh continued, "I am sure you are hiding something about Voldemort and the boy." "What is it, Albus?" McGonagall questioned. "I am sorry, Minerva, but it is for the best that you and Harry do not know. Even if I tell him, I have to insist that he does not let anyone else know, and that includes you, my friend, and also Miss Granger." McGonagall let out an unladylike snort. "Are you blind, Albus? I seriously doubt that Mr. Potter has any secrets from her. I am certain that they deliberately chose not to hide anything from each other." At the surprised look, Snape intervened. "Even though they are young to be having such thoughts, they are certainly mature enough to have an inclination of their future together one day. I agree with Minerva that you should take both of them into confidence. Not you too, Severus, the headmaster groaned. Minerva arched her eyebrow and turned to the potions professor with a questioning look. Snape just shook his head and refused to elaborate on his comment. Huffing in exasperation, the deputy headmistress left the office. I mean it, Albus. The two are uncommonly intelligent and have a very mature outlook. With the extra boost to his magical core, Mr. Potter may even be the strongest student ever to grace these halls. If you are not ready to disclose the prophecy, at the least start to train him for any eventuality. That would not only help him to get ready, but it is also your duty to see for his safety as you took the initiative in sealing the Potter's will. The young professor gave a meaningful look to the headmaster and let himself out of the office, but not before he overheard a quiet, "He is right, you know," from one of the portraits in the room. The wizard, who was known to be the greatest after Merlin and also to be the only one that the Dark Lord Voldemort feared, was left in silence, pondering all the events that led to this night and also to try and find an answer to his problems. The couple in question wandered back to the bed after a small walk in the corridor after their quiet dinner in solitude offered by the hospital wing. They were mindful of Madame Pomfrey's warning not to tax himself and so kept to a 5-minute jaunt to stretch their legs. Though Harry was not tired, he felt that pushing his luck and antagonizing the scary matron of the hospital wing was not a good idea, and even if it was just 7 in the evening, decided to lie down with his back propped up on the headboard. Hermione was about to take the chair on the bedside, but Harry simply pulled her onto the bed, where she cuddled with her head perched on Harry's chest. The couple felt contented with their positions and savored the peace and quiet of the hospital wing. It was not for long though, as they had multiple issues to discuss and sort out. Gazing into the mesmerizing green eyes of her best friend from her perch on his chest, Hermione broke the silence. What was the incantation of the spell, Harry? Transferendum Magicae. Transfer your magic to me. Hermione figured it out. Yeah, that's what I think too. Pretty lucky not to get hit with that, Harry grimaced. After a few moments of silence, Hermione ventured in a small voice while refusing to meet his eyes, "Do you really mean to share the excess magical power with me, Harry?" Of course, Hermione. We decided that we will be partners, right? I know that we are too young for this, but I can very well see you as my life partner, he replied with tenderness. Hermione gave him a grateful squeeze. There may not be a way for that, Harry. But it's the thought that counts, thanks. Well, if it's not possible, then we will have to work hard and do our best to survive, won't we? Harry replied with a grin of his own. With a sigh, Harry approached the question that was bugging him since Professor Dumbledore suggested his theory of Harry's survival of the killing curse. If a sacrificial ritual is the only way to save my loved one, Harry, then I would do it. Ministry restrictions be damned. As you rightly pointed out, there was no one that night, and all of the headmaster's theories are conjecture. Hermione trailed off. But Harry prompted. But, I would like to think that it is probably to do with your innate ability, Harry. Seeing the befuddled look on his face, Hermione elaborated. When I was in my primary school, I read a book defining the spiritual essence of a person. Not the mythological type, but the very nature and character of the person. It is this spirit that defines who the person is, his reaction to a particular situation, and for lack of a better term, his destiny. So you think that it has to do with the very basic character of the person? Exactly. And I think that when it comes to magicals, this essence may manifest as some kind of special power or a magical gift. Harry's eyes widened in realization, maybe like a metamorphosis or someone's affinity to some type of magics, mind magics, healing and so forth. Hermione simply beamed at him. I think that you have some kind of innate resistance to harmful spells directed at you. Don't get me wrong. It may well have been your mother's sacrifice that is giving you the protection, but as you said, if the knowledge is forbidden, how did your mother get hold of it? Both of them were so involved in their discussion that they did not see Madame Pomfrey giving them a glare upon seeing Hermione literally draped over Harry. The look lasted for mere moments though, as her thoughts turned to how perfect the two students were for each other, and since they were properly dressed and given their ages, she did not disturb them. Luckily for Harry and Hermione, their discussion was not overheard and were left in silence, which was only disturbed by Harry's soft comment of, "Need to research on this." Their tranquility was disturbed by the morose thoughts of what they have to do to counter the threat of Voldemort. They were no naive to think that he would not return, If he survived death twice, he was sure to make more attempts to gain a body. We just have to learn a lot and prepare for the worst, Harry. That is the only thing we can do. Hermione tried to cheer him up, but her effort itself was half-baked, so did nothing much to improve their moods. That's just it, Hermione. We are already doing the best we could do. We are trying to learn as much as we can, and though the professors are helping a lot, I still think that we are not adequately prepared to counter the threat. If only we knew why he is targeting me, Harry nearly growled in frustration at the headmaster's distinct lack of disclosure. Hermione stroked Harry's chest in an attempt to calm him down and was happy to note that it was working splendidly. I know, Harry, but even without that we know for sure that he is going to come after you. The reason may not be of too much importance at this moment. She got a nod in response to her line of thinking. We may have to look into offensive and defensive magic and also look at different types of magic that are not native to Britain if we have to find about the sacrificial ritual, supplied Harry to vehement agreement from Hermione. Did you notice the guilty looks of Professor Dumbledore and Snape? Harry scowled at that image. Both of them know for sure, but MCG had, for lack of a better word, a disturbed look. They continued to talk about the different things they could do in the next school year, and though it was quite early, the stress of the day pushed them towards sleep and they succumbed to it, holding each other right there on a bed in the hospital wing. The students were assembled for the leaving feast and the hall was buzzing with excitement. The main reason for that was the defeat of Slytherin House for both the House Cup and the Quidditch Cup, which they won for the past 7 years. This year Hufflepuff House won the Quidditch Cup due to their star seeker and captain, Cedric Diggory, while Gryffindor House won the House Cup due to the sheer brilliance of Harry and Hermione. The two star students were furious discussing the letter that Harry received from Nicholas Flamel under a set of privacy wards and notice me not charms. They learnt that the alchemist visited the school when Harry was in the hospital wing, generating rumors about the Philosopher's Stone. The rumors ranged from destruction of the stone to Dumbledore fighting a pitched battle over the possession of the stone, which apparently he lost. Taking advantage of the rumors, Harry and Hermione wrote a letter asking for permission to meet him over the summer holidays, which he politely declined. So what are we going to do, Harry? We do have to get the stone back to him and also talk to him about the possibility of getting some tips on alchemy. Hermione was rereading the letter that Hedwig got to them just moments before they started for the Great Hall and the leaving feast. Harry sported a mischievous smirk that was frankly weird on a nearly 12-year-old. We will just have to entice him. Say that we have his most precious possession and then I am sure he will cave in quickly. Hermione replied in kind. Of course we just have to make sure that we do not say what it is. If they were of a sinister nature they would have let out a round of maniacal laughter. Their discussion was however cut short by Professor Dumbledore standing up to deliver the closing speech. Another year has gone by and certain welcome changes have occurred in our prestigious school. But first the House Cup needs to be awarded, and Harry and Hermione tuned out the speech and tried not to look bored. Before we eat, I would like to take time to bring forth the story of two outstanding students that have brought the welcome changes that I mentioned at the start. Harry and Hermione now perked up at that. The students were merely in their first year of magical education and not only rekindled the fire of intellectual discussion but also unequivocally proved that impossible is a word that should not be in an educator's dictionary. It is also my solemn duty to announce that these two individuals also ended a grave threat to the school, saving the lives of many students and staff. Due to their excellent academic performance and immense bravery, it gives me great pleasure to present awards for special services to the school, to Mr. Harry Potter and Miss Hermione Granger. This announcement was followed by thunderous applause and every one of the inhabitants turned to see the shocked faces of the two students in question. Shaken out of their stupor by gentle nudges from their year mates, Harry and Hermione received their appreciation scroll and a plaque with the Hogwarts crest and their embossed names from the headmaster. Digging into the sumptuous feast, Hermione ventured with a slight smile on her face. Do you think that he is trying to appease us, Harry? I think so, Harry answered with his own unrepentant grin. Do you want to be appeased? Now the grin was in full force on both of their faces while Harry verbalized the conclusion of their unspoken debate. Let's see how far he is willing to go. The train ride back home was rather uneventful for Harry and Hermione. After sending off a tantalizing missive to Nicholas Flamel, they settled down in a compartment and were immediately joined by Neville, Susan and Hannah. Harry refused to pick a book during the duration of their train ride and also managed to coerce Hermione into spending some fun time with their friends. Games of exploding snap, truth or dare with innocent challenges, and laughter in response to jokes ensured that the friends bonded over the duration. Time really flew for Harry and Hermione, and they were quickly greeted by their guardians at King's Cross. After their farewells to their friends and wishes for an enjoyable summer, Harry and Hermione crossed over to the non-magical side of the platform to be met with a curious sight. Not only Harry's guardians and Hermione's parents were present to receive them, but Vernon Dursley was talking and smiling pleasantly with Daniel Granger. Seeing the two friends approaching them, Emma broke into a wide smile and immediately engulfed Hermione in a warm hug. "Welcome back, honey. How were your exams?" she asked before turning her daughter over to her husband. From the corner of her eyes she saw that Harry was received cordially but without any display of affection from either of the Dursleys. There were not even handshakes exchanged. When it was Harry's turn to greet the Grangers, Emma immediately grabbed Harry into a hug with a beaming smile. "Harry, I hope that you have been able to keep my daughter away from her books even if it was for a short time," she quipped. She spied the embarrassed looks on the elder Dursleys in response to her hugging Harry and felt a bit of vindictive pleasure at their discomfort. "Mum." Hermione was scandalized, eliciting chuckles from all the others except Vernon, who drowned them all with his guffaws, glad to escape the unusual position he found himself in following the gentle reprimand he and his wife received from Emma Granger. Dudley looked confused and uncertain, probably dreading about reading all the time. He knew that his cousin was a bookaholic, but he always thought that Harry was an oddball. He could not fathom that there were people like him, let alone a pretty girl. Harry let out a small laugh and looked at Hermione with warmth in his eyes, and shaking Dan's hand replied in the same teasing tone, "You know that it is impossible, Aunt Emma, but I tried my best to keep her from going overboard." Both Emma and Dan insisted that he call them aunt and uncle as he was an integral part of their family. Emma hoped that he would call her mum, but had to concede to settle for aunt for the time. Hermione's response was to blush brightly while hitting Harry on his arm. Harry knew that Hermione was a little sensitive about her reading habits and social skills, so kept his teasing down to a minimum. He knew the best way to assure her of his support. So he did just that and grabbed her in a tight hug before grabbing her hand and introducing her to his relatives as his girlfriend. Aunt Petunia's response to Hermione was a little warmer than that of Harry. Though she still had a tough time, she gently wrapped her arms around Hermione. "Welcome to the family, Hermione. You can also call me Aunt Petunia." Harry was thrilled for Hermione's sake that his aunt was at least trying to be nice to her. He was acquainted of the reason by Dan. "Hermione, Mr. Dursley is the regional manager for the company from which we buy our specialty drills. We have known him for quite some time, though we got reintroduced as Harry's uncle shortly after your letters." "Yes, my dear, your father has been my client for the longest time, almost as long as I have been in the company. It is a pleasure to know that we may be more than friends one day." He gave Hermione a genial smile, noting the fact that Harry and Hermione have not let go of their clasped hands after the introduction. Emma noticed his gaze and quipped, "Oh. You will get used to seeing them attached at their hips very soon, not to worry." The bright blush that erupted on both of the youngsters' faces was a catalyst to much laughter from the adults, and Emma was glad to see that they refused to part even after being mercilessly teased. "Honey, since your mother and I will be busy before our vacation, the Dursleys have graciously agreed to host you for the fortnight. We agreed to that as that left us without a worry about leaving you alone and unsupervised, and also give you time to finish your summer work before our trip to France. I hope that you will be at your impeccable best." Dan clarified their summer plans for the benefit of the Dursleys and the youngsters. He got a beaming smile in response from not only Hermione but also Harry after hearing that they will be able to spend more time together. They quickly boarded the two cars before heading out to a nearby restaurant where they had reservations for dinner. After resting the first day of their summer holiday, Harry and Hermione quickly fell into a routine. Waking earlier than anyone in the house, they ran a couple of laps around the block and completed their accustomed exercises. Hermione especially was determined to get strong, as she had first-hand experience how fitness and agility helped her knocking out Professor Quirrell during their encounter. Hermione was also able to dabble in the art of preparing breakfast, something she had no experience in. Under the expert coaching of Harry, she quickly learned to make a fulfilling breakfast other than cereal and milk. She could not wait to cook something for her parents. The rest of the morning was spent mainly in Harry's room or the guest room which Hermione was occupying, completing their summer work or studying one of the books that they managed to borrow from the Hogwarts library. They also took care to transfer a copy of all the information that they typed into Hermione's computer onto Harry's and also finished converting the second manuscript and all other notes they gathered after Christmas. Afternoons were spent either in front of the television, napping or pottering around the house. Though Aunt Petunia vehemently opposed Hermione taking part in chores assigned to Dudley and Harry, she quickly came to realize that Emma Granger was not joking about Harry and Hermione being joined at the hip. Where Harry went, Hermione followed. That meant taking a share of Harry's chores too. Petunia was never happier than when Dudley grudgingly followed their example of not waiting to be assigned specific chores, rather doing something than was needed to be done. The evenings were spent either in leisurely walks while holding hands or was spent at the nearby park in playing silly games and generally acting like kids. The pair was quickly accepted by Harry's and Dudley's friends that lived around the neighborhood and attended primary school with them. They had a tough time in coming up with a good excuse about their exclusive boarding school and the secrecy involved, but was quickly forgotten when they started to spew forth theories about advanced physics when one of Dudley's friends asked them about the subjects they were learning. It also helped them that Dudley was in a boarding school at Smeltings and could very well understand the need for an exclusive school for Harry, as he was well known as one who excelled at his studies. Saturday mornings were spent in the Dursleys' back garden weeding the different beds or trimming the flowering plants in preparation for the harsh summer, while Sunday was usually a day for relaxation or a trip to the movies. Harry also introduced Hermione to the physics teacher from the graduate school that used to help him to understand the concepts better. They spent a few hours discussing on the line of investigation they could follow to determine the secrets of energy to matter conversion. Dr. Hughes was ecstatic to hear that Harry got into a prestigious boarding school for promising youngsters, and though he could not get the name of the school out of the couple, did not pursue the matter much, instead concentrating on the discussion they brought to the table. Harry also brought up the need for a computer software that could store moving pictures, or as the professor corrected, movie clips, within text data. He promised the youngsters to contact some of his colleagues to iron out the details and get back to Harry. Harry and Hermione had to coerce him into not contacting them but rather wait for them to contact him. On the first Saturday of the holidays, Harry was merrily working away on the flower beds while Hermione decided to stay clean and just watched him working from the steps of the back door. The summer heat, though not oppressive, was hot enough for her to wish for a cool dip in a pool. Unfortunately, the Dursleys did not have the luxury of a pool, and so she had to contend with trying to stay awake sitting idle. Hermione was jolted from her drowsiness when she heard Harry hissing at something. Hurrying to his side, afraid that he was hurt or something, she was shocked to see a tiny green head poking out of the hedge Harry was working on and a forked tongue darting out periodically. "Oh, hi Hermione, had a good nap?" Harry asked her with a mischievous tone. "Harry Potter," she nearly screeched, "did you know you were a Parselmouth?" He rubbed the back of his neck in a nervous gesture and looked at her. He could only see shock and a little bit of curiosity in her look. So he answered her truthfully, "After all, no secrets, right? Yeah, I knew. We went to the zoo last year for Dudley's birthday and I talked to a boa constrictor from Brazil. I was even able to impart some facts of life to it." Harry smirked at Hermione. She shot him an exasperated look which quickly turned to worry and began nibbling on her bottom lip. Parselmouths are usually linked with dark rituals and are so shunned and even feared. "Yes, that's the first thing I looked up after I came to Hogwarts. I wanted to know if there are more people who could talk to snakes. I also read that Salazar Slytherin was a Parselmouth and it is an inherited gift. I am not sure if I want to know that I am related to him or not," he finished with a frustrated growl. "You should get around taking the inheritance test. These things would be cleared up very easily. It is also possible that you did not get the ability through your parents but by a transfer. What do you think?" Harry was flummoxed. How could an inherited trait be transferred, Hermione? Hermione shrugged nonchalantly. "Who knows what can happen when you bring magic into the mix? Besides, you have seen the state Voldemort is in. There must have been some sort of magical backlash when he lost his body." They contemplated the significance of Hermione's theory before Harry just gestured the matter away. "Whatever, as long as I keep it hidden I don't care." Besides, I think it is cool to talk to animals. So what did the little guy want? Hermione asked, seeing that it was just a small grass snake. Harry gave a mirthful chuckle. Apparently we two legs have disturbed his lordship's slumber. I apologized and offered to carry him to the woods behind the park where he can slumber in peace. Hermione laughed along with him, and after the snake crawled into the pocket of Harry's shirt, the couple left the house at a brisk walk. So what do you see in my cousin? Dudley asked Hermione. That night they were having a sleepover with some of Dudley's friends in the Dursley house. Dudley and Harry's classmates from their primary school and some kids from a few neighboring homes also congregated in their house for a simple dinner and movie night. Most of the kids were friends with Dudley, and since he was no longer attending school with them, he arranged the movie night. Though Harry was not friendly with all of them, he was well respected due to him helping most of them with homework, even Dudley. During a break in the movie, Hermione excused herself to use the loo and Dudley cornered her. She was confused and a little angry. What do you mean by that? Don't you know about your cousin? She asked him suspiciously with narrowed eyes. No. I see him just as a boring guy with no other interests except his books. Do you mean I am also a boring bookworm? Hermione challenged. Dudley tried to stammer out an apology. That was exactly what he thought of her, but could not say that to her face. Hermione wanted nothing but to leave the confines of the narrow corridor connecting the bedrooms with the guest bathroom. She, however, hesitated. She knew that Harry was not really loved by the Dursleys, and even his cousin did not know him enough to be friendly with him. She supposed that if she had siblings or even a cousin growing up with her, she would do her best to befriend them just to be spared of loneliness. This might be her chance to correct their aloofness, at least that of Dudley. Taking a deep breath and expelling her anger, she gave him a bright smile, thinking about Harry. Everyone has his or her own priorities in life, Dudley. Harry and I want to excel in our studies so that we could help make the world a better place. She looked around to ensure that they were alone. It so happens that we chose to help out the wizarding world. Even if we did not do this, learning is what we want to do. Dudley gave her a befuddled expression. Looks like someone's not a bright lamp, Hermione thought. I understand studying so that you pass your chosen exams and make a living. I cannot understand the need or the willingness to study more than what is required. Hermione let out a sigh. Dudley, you do know that some people study for relaxation, right? Getting an uncertain nod, she continued. As I said, not everyone is the same. For Harry and I, learning is more than something to get a job. It is a thirst that cannot be quenched. We want to make a difference in the world, and for that we have to earn respect of our teachers, ministers, or other elders. If we work hard and let the others know that we are serious and knowledgeable about what we are saying, it will be easy for others to respect us. Do you understand? Again an uncertain nod greeted her. Hermione let out a frustrated breath, but she knew that everyone is not as bright as Harry and her. She wanted nothing more than to get back to Harry, and so she finished off her explanation. Besides, who says that Harry and I just read all the time? We run more than 5 miles in the morning and exercise a lot. What do you do for fun? Dudley scratched his head and had an embarrassed look. Never in his entire life did he break a sweat. Well, I watch TV and then walk around the block with my friends. Hermione just huffed at him and walked away and down the stairs to the living room. Harry gave her a brilliant smile and immediately grabbed her hand, squeezing it gently in a welcoming gesture. This action was not lost on Lydia Dawes, who lived in the house next to the Dursleys, and she had a bit of crush on Harry due to his willingness in tutoring her at primary school. She realized the futility of holding onto that crush when she saw the closeness that Harry and Hermione exhibited throughout the evening. Later that night, Lydia cornered Hermione in the guest room they were sharing for the sleepover. Hermione, I am so jealous of you. I was friends with Harry, and though he seemed like a very reserved guy, once you get to know him, he is very much fun to be with, and now you have already wrapped him up. Hermione was perplexed. This girl barely knew her and was talking to her as if she had known her for a very long time. She chalked it up to her being Harry's girlfriend, but it was still a little unnerving for Hermione. Her experience with friends at primary school made her wary of girls who wanted to befriend her, as it was Harry was the only one who was her friend. Neville and the others were more like students with a common interest, but were quickly gaining the tag of friends. With a wary tone, Hermione replied, "Thank you, I think." I hope that you being jealous was figurative. Hermione bit her lower lip in thought. You have a crush on Harry, she exclaimed. Lydia flushed beet red in embarrassment. Yes, she admitted in a whisper. Seeing that Hermione was ready to blow her top, she tried to placate her quickly. Please, Hermione, I cannot help it but get attracted to him. He was the first person not to make fun of my inability to even count properly at primary school. While all the others made fun of me, Harry sat with me and made sure that I learned properly, and it continued till he went away to the boarding school. Lydia was on the verge of tears and silently pleading with Hermione to understand her and not be angry. Hermione gave a small sigh. Yes, it was not her fault to be attracted to such a kind and compassionate person like Harry. She drew the distraught girl into a gentle hug. I am sorry that I was angry at you. You are right, it's not your fault that Harry is so lovable. Both the girls let out a giggle, and after a few moments Lydia untangled herself. It will take me some time, but I will get over my crush. I have to. I hope that you will hold on to him, otherwise I will have not scrupled to snatch him away from you. She gave a small smile to take away any sting in that remark. Hermione returned it with a brilliant smile of her own. You can count on it. Harry was my first friend. He is now my best friend and boyfriend. I am willing to bet that he will be my husband too. Lydia was stunned at that proclamation, but lying down to sleep for the night, she thought that it was probably not that much of a surprise looking at the feelings that the two projected throughout the night. She hoped that she would also be able to find someone like Harry in her life. How did you get to have him as a boyfriend, Hermione? What does it take to find that perfect person? Well, I know that Harry was as my best friend first and only then my boyfriend. I trust him absolutely, and he knows that he can trust me without doubt. Mind you, I do not have any experience in this, as I did not have any friends at primary school, but I think that it is important to find a good friend first and then develop the relationship rather than the other way round, Hermione finished. She was bewildered to think that she was giving a relationship advice. She, who never had even a friend before Harry, was considered to be the expert in finding and keeping a boyfriend for life, and to think that she was doing it when she was only 12 years old. Oh, the irony, Hermione thought. Her advice must have been well received, as Lydia appeared to be deep in thought and did not say much before sleep claimed her. The current residents in the Granger house were singing along with Cliff Richard while ironing out last-minute details for their impending trip to the surrounding areas of Marseille in southern France. Harry and Hermione arrived the evening before after a detour to Gringotts, where Harry collected his passport, and despite protests from Dan, a substantial amount of French francs for their trip. He and Hermione decided to look into the history and magical culture of the ancient Gaul as well as the Vila population. After the revelations about Lord Voldemort last term, they were prepared to be ready for any eventuality, and that included learning foreign magic if they have the aptitude for it. Harry was determined to buy whatever they needed and was hoping to convince Dan that he would pay for Hermione's stuff also. After all, whatever they would end up buying would be for the both of them. Dan and Emma had a conference to attend, which was the reason for the timing and location of the trip. They would be busy for most of 5 days, but were confident that Harry and Hermione could enjoy that time within the magical section of the city as well as visit a few other magical sites. The last-minute details were being hammered out that day before and during breakfast. As soon as everything was settled, the two elder Grangers left for their work, which was the last day before their impending trip. After a quiet lunch, Harry and Hermione were relaxing on the living room couch, idly flipping through the channels on the TV and talking about nothing in particular, when Hermione suddenly doubled up in pain, clutching her abdomen. Harry was instantly on his knees beside her and desperately trying to gain her attention so that he could learn about the trouble and help her out. He remembered the instructions given out in the first aid training in his primary school and took a few deep breaths to avoid panicking. He gently laid her flat on her back and tried to pry her hands away from her abdomen, but Hermione refused to yield. Come on, honey. Tell me what the problem is. Do I need to call your parents or an ambulance? It was a surprise for Hermione to hear the endearment coming from Harry, not that she minded it one bit, but he never used it before. That, coupled with the worry in his tone, forced her to speak. Don't worry, Harry, it's just that I have pain during the height of my period. It was never this bad and caught me off guard, what with the excitement of the coming trip. His worry was only momentarily lessened. What can I do to help? Is there a painkiller or something? No, Harry. Medication will not help me much. My mother told me that a hot water bottle would do a lot of help in alleviating the pain. There is one in the medicinal cabinet in the bathroom across my parents' study. Harry threw a "Be right back, hang on Hermione" before he darted out of the room. Returning back with a hot water bottle filled with water of the desired temperature, Harry was about to enter the living room when he thought he saw someone else other than Hermione in the room. He just caught a glimpse, but he thought that he saw a small being much like a goblin, but not exactly a goblin. Now, what would a magical being do in Hermione's house? At least there was no threat for Hermione. Hermione. That thought immediately brought him out of his musings before rushing to her side and slowly roused Hermione from her stupor. Hermione's eyes widened briefly when she saw that Harry was freeing the only button on her shorts but did not unzip it. She was placated by his reassuring smile. He gently lifted her off the couch with his hands underneath her knees and back and sat down immediately on the couch when Hermione could not stop a wince escaping her lips. I am sorry, Hermione. Harry apologized immediately while placing her in his lap so that her legs were hanging out of the couch but she was mostly plastered onto him. It's okay, she ground out through gritted teeth. Turning her so that her side was rested against his chest, Harry leant back onto the armrest of the couch, dragging Hermione with him. Now she was sprawled all over him with her back pressing into his front and her head resting just below his chin. Harry pulled her tank top up a bit to fully expose her midriff and put the bottle on her sore spot. The effect was instantaneous and Hermione nearly purred in satisfaction at the relief the warmth afforded. Thanks, Harry, she sighed while guiding Harry's hand with the water bottle to the desired position. I know that you did not have any pain while at Hogwarts. Was this your first time? No, Harry. It started even before coming to Hogwarts and had pain, but I had some prescription medication that lessened the pain but never fully removed it. At Hogwarts, Madame Pomfrey gave me a special potion that I take once a month just before my period that completely removes the pain. Then why did you have the pain today? Harry asked with a frown marring his face. He suddenly understood. You did not bring the potions here, right? Seeing her nod, he continued in a voice filled with exasperation, you do know that potions do not come under the restriction of underage magic use. Yes, I know, but where was I to keep them? I did not want them to break or anything, moreover my trunk was filled to the brim, she argued. Hermione, I carry a moleskin pouch which can store nearly the whole universe and even keep it from jostling around. She gave him a pointed look. The word is yours, Harry. Harry just scowled at her and maintained the look for nearly a minute, causing Hermione to sigh. All right, ours. Sheesh, lighten up. Besides, I did not think that the pain would be so intense, or maybe I forgot how painful it was. Maybe my pain tolerance decreased due to the continued intake of potions, she began rambling, much to the amusement of Harry. She saw the smirk on his face and stopped suddenly, swatting him on his arm. She followed that up with a gentle key. With all the love and gratitude she could muster, which brought the desired effect of immediately dispelling the bad mood he was in. When we get back to Hogwarts, we are going to brew a cauldron full of the required potion and then put them into unbreakable vials and into my pouch. Understood. Harry laid the law in a stern voice. With as much seriousness as she could muster from her prone position over her boyfriend, Hermione threw a salute with a, aye, Captain. She could not hold it for long, however, and followed Harry's chuckles with giggles of her own. When Dan and Emma returned from their dental practice that evening, they found the two pre-teens in peaceful slumber with the hot water bottle perched precariously on Hermione's exposed tummy. Thankfully, Harry had his arms around her, ensuring that Hermione did not end up painfully on the floor in her sleep. Seeing the hot water bottle, Emma immediately understood the reason for their intimate position, something which was troubling Dan Granger. She placated her husband with a whispered conversation about the pains that Hermione has had during her time of the month. Gently rousing the two kids, all the four occupants went about getting ready for a takeaway pizza dinner. Emma Granger was troubled. Though she was happy for her daughter in finding a faithful friend, she was not sure if she liked the intimacy between the two friends at such a young age. The position that Hermione ended up in when she fell asleep and even the unbuttoned shorts did not escape her notice. It was time to talk to her daughter. Hermione, can I come in? Emma asked from outside the partially closed door of her daughter's bedroom. Sure, Mum, she called out while she finished pulling the nightgown down over her. Taking a comb from the dresser, Emma began combing out the tangles from Hermione's hair. Honey, I saw the hot water bottle. Were you having the pain again? How are you now? I am all right now. It was unbearable though. Harry held me and the warmth helped me a lot. Emma was a little flustered. I know that you stopped taking the medication when you went to school. Do you want to start on it again? I can get the prescription if you need it. Hermione grabbed her mother in a quick hug. Thanks, Mum, but it is not necessary. We have some excellent potions that work much better than the medication that I used to take. Then why did you no get them for the holidays? I am sure that medicines are not restricted, or are they? Hermione gave her a wry smile. Harry gave me a hard time too over it. I really don't know why I did not get them. Harry even had the space to carry a lifetime's supply in his special bag. Emma let out an exasperated sigh much like Harry did. Then she turned serious. About that, dear, are you so comfortable with him to discuss things like these? How serious is this relationship with him? Quite serious, Mum. I am hoping that he will be my life partner. Hermione answered her mother with equal gravity. That is what I was worried about. You are still much too young to be thinking about things like that. I know that Harry is a very good boy, but he is still a boy, and when his hormones kick in, she trailed off, seeing that Hermione was beginning to show a scowl on her face. I know that we are still too young to be thinking about marriage and lifetime. We talked about it and we will do our best to keep our relationship intact through the years. That includes no secrets between the two of us and respecting each other. Harry would never cross a line that I define. She suddenly softened her tone, looking at her concerned mother. One day we will get married, but that is a long time away. We have a lot of things to take care of besides schooling. Harry and I are determined to undergo advanced training and apprenticeship with some masters in the field. I think that we will wait till we get married to do anything intimate, and that will have to wait until we finish our masteries. Oh honey, I was not angry at you or Harry. It is a mother's prerogative to worry about her daughter. Hermione returned the hug fervently. Growing up without friends made us both realize that what we have going between us is something special, Mum. We do not want to lose the best thing that happened to us just for a few minutes of passion or an irreversible mistake. We will be careful at whatever we do for some more years to come, and right now it will be limited to snogging only. Emma Granger was amazed at the maturity shown by two kids who have not even entered their teen years. She hoped and prayed that their relationship would withstand the pressures and the test of time. Emma could not feel but a little proud in how they raised their daughter. Yes, her initial years were that of pain and disappointment, but her adherence to the principles they taught her led her to find a very good friend and a future husband even at a very young age. Though she did not voice it aloud, Emma hoped that Harry and Hermione would honor the time-bound traditions regarding physical intimacy and marriage. Her musings were cut short by an impish smile that spread on Hermione's face. Besides, the potion that I take for the pain is also a contraceptive. Looking at the playful terror on her mother's face, Hermione dissolved into giggles which turned to laughter, quickly accompanied by her mother. Regaining her composure, Hermione assured her mother, "You have nothing to worry, Mum. I am quite sure that my wedding night would be my first time, and I am also sure that it will be with Harry." The much-anticipated trip to the magical district of Marseille turned out to be strangely anticlimactic for Harry and Hermione. Though history did not specify where and when the Druidical culture originated, it was well known that it flourished in the Isles as well as ancient Gaul. Britain was known for its archaic leanings when it came to wizards and wizarding culture. It was more Victorian rather than Druidical. Hermione, the ever-present history buff, therefore, was enthusiastic to learn more about the ancient rites of magic and hoped that France was the answer. Sadly, it was not to be. Modernization was the buzz-word in that country. Everywhere they could see, the non-magical and magical societies intermixed, even with the statute of secrecy in force on the aegis of the ICW. Conveniences of modern forms of communication and entertainment were quickly and efficiently adapted for the presence of magic use. As was the norm everywhere, ancient meant old-fashioned, and the Druids were nowhere to be found. Harry and Hermione learnt that a few of them do practice the rites, but it was mostly in privacy or in small communions that were strictly off-limits. The magical section of Marseille city proper did not yield them much in terms of treasures except a few books in French that described the history and culture of Gaul which were eagerly bought. But it was in the settlement of Fairy Glen, that they hit the jackpot. Fay Glen was about 50 miles north of Marseille and was exclusively a magical village much like Hogsmeade near Hogwarts. Due to the extremely high magic use, modern appliances did not work in the settlement and those that lived there made a conscious effort to keep it exclusively magical. The streets were lined with brick that had intricate runes carved into them. The runes were used not only to power the various enchantments placed all around the settlement but also maintained the wards that kept non-magicals away. The houses built to the standards of the ancient Gaul with large stones rather than wood or brick were large and particularly welcoming. Businesses did not go for outlandish displays to attract their customers unlike in Diagon Alley, but offered a chance to sit with the proprietor over a glass of wine or a cup of tea. Time was spent either hearing stories about the years gone by or browsing the goods that the shop offered, and surprisingly, none were offended if nothing was bought at the store. Both the Granger girls had a fun time buying lots of trinkets that passed as jewelry and household decorative pieces of that time. Harry and Hermione also gathered a lot of books which carried a much detailed description of the history and a unique variation of focus magic that was used by druids. Since they were both proficient in understanding French, they had no problem in dipping into Harry's substantial stash of French francs. They learnt from shopkeeper who specialized in alternate foci that wizards and witches with an aptitude for wandless magic could use anything from nature-like leaves to stones with special modifications to channel their magic. The foci were inscribed not by runes but by symbols pertaining to all the aspects of nature from insects, birds and animals, to waterfalls and mountains and even planets and stars. They also learnt that using an alternate foci is a first step in developing their potential for wandless magic, and since the foci itself does not have any potential for magic unlike a wand, they would channel their innate magic through a leaf or a stone which acts as a conduit and giving it a directions. The inscriptions on the foci would initially help in amplifying the magic and then rendered redundant with practice. Hermione found that she was well tuned to a pliable lotus stem which depicted beauty, grace and a hint of submission. While Harry responded well to a piece of granite hinting at stubbornness, strong will and a bit of ruthlessness inherent to him. Hermione's lotus stem was trimmed to a length equal to that of her forearm and coated with preservation charms, and Harry had his granite sculpted into a menhir, in deference to the mythical warrior Obelix from Gaul. The menhir was shortened to be equal in length when measured from the tip of the middle finger to the heel of his palm. Harry and Hermione were determined to practice using the newly acquired foci to develop their wandless casting ability. Besides, they could not be tracked by British Ministry of Magic, allowing them the freedom of using magic even over the holidays, a point over which even Dan and Emma were ecstatic. After the day spent in sightseeing and shopping, the Grangers and one Potter rented a hut for the night, and after giving the bedroom to the adults, the two preteens climbed up the loft and fell asleep on a bed made of hay. Most of the next day was spent in a classroom environment, which was granted upon their request, leaning about the druids and villa which even Dan and Emma attended. Harry and Hermione learnt that the settlement also contained the highest concentration of villa at a single place, albeit in their self-administered colony. Vila, even though classified as mindless creatures by British Pureblood Society, apparently had a very vivid and vibrant culture. They were the epitome of beauty with nary a blemish on their skin, and their allure could be both a powerful deterrent to any errant male and also an inescapable lure for desirable and powerful males. More importantly, Vila were known for their magic, which was attuned to beauty and fertility. Any female or male for that matter, either magical or non-magical, who could not bear children could be given the gift of fertility to give birth to only one child. Such was the power of Vila magic to those who were found to be worthy. The afternoon before their return to Marseille was spent walking through the Vila colony, admiring the beauty of the architecture and the serenity of the place. The colony was a part of the overall French Ministry of Magic but had limited autonomy of its own, and being a matriarchal society had a woman at its head. All the four were warned that they may not encounter anyone during their tour, as most of the Vila were wary of humans due to the lack of emotional control on art of wizards or non-magical males, and also to avoid any unpleasant and potentially embarrassing moments. Hermione was therefore surprised when her mother nudged her and spoke in low voice, "Hermione, that lady near the tree has been staring at you for the past minute." I think that she is scrutinizing you for something. The other three immediately turned to the direction indicated by Emma and found that there was indeed a woman of uncommon beauty standing in the shade offered by the tree. There was no doubt in their minds that the woman was Avila, and Emma instinctively grabbed her husband's arm while Hermione just tightened the grip on Harry's hand, which was already in hers. The woman beckoned them closer, and after a nod of agreement from the other three, the four moved to meet her. When they were about 3 feet from the woman, she gestured the others to stop and spoke in a musical voice directed at Hermione, "Come to me, child." She unclasped something from around her neck and after a whispered spell under her breath, put it in Hermione's open palm. Closing it, she continued, "Only you can do justice to this." Noticing that Hermione's left hand was still entwined with Harry's right, she commanded brusquely, "Go enjoy your fruitful life with your mate." Ignoring a rising blush, Harry closed the distance between him and an equally red Hermione while her parents looked over their shoulders into Hermione's now open palm. Nestling there was what looked like a gemstone but still was not quite one. The electric blue-colored stone in the shape of a teardrop was the size of an almond and had a small six-pointed star made of gold struck to the rounded end of the stone, probably by a permanent sticking charm. The stone glowed with a faint shimmer of pulsing power. The center of the star had a small golden ring through which a thin string made of leather ran, and the ends of the string had a clasp to hold the two ends together around the wearer's neck. None of them had a clue as to the reason that the woman gave the necklace to Hermione, and though the stone looked beautiful, they all could see that it was more than a piece of jewelry. When they looked up to ask the elderly woman about the stone, she was nowhere to be seen. Seeing their bemused expression, a young girl probably not older than 16 invited them into the patio of the house that the tree obviously bordered. With a glass of juice in their hands, the young girl introduced herself as Sophie. "That was the governor of our colony, my great-grandmother." Emma could not stifle the gasp that escaped from her in time but immediately turned red in embarrassment and apologized profusely. It was impolite to ask a lady her age after all. She was amazed that Sophie's Grammy did not look older than maybe 30 but had to be at least 100 years old if not more. They heard about the everlasting beauty of Avila, but this was ridiculous. Oh, what would I not give to be wrinkle-free at 60, Emma thought. Sophie gave a demure smile in response to Emma's apology and addressed Hermione. "What you have in your hand is a Pierre de Wonder, Stone of Wonder. The stone has a unique property of imbibing magic when activated and can discharge it under a command. When a Vila wears the stone, it absorbs the magic from the Vila and stores it. When it is worn by a non-Vila and commanded to discharge, you attain the hallmarks of Vila beauty, unblemished glowing skin and hair that will sparkle without any light and hold any style you give it." "Wow!" gushed Hermione and Emma simultaneously. To be beautiful is any girl's dream, and Hermione was no exception, added that her own insecurity about her looks gave her less confidence about her appearance. This gift would do wonders for her confidence when needed. But why did she give it to me? Not that I mind it. But does she think that I need it? Hermione could not prevent a little bit of hurt that crept into her voice. The reassuring squeeze of Harry's hand alleviated some of the hurt, as she knew whatever may happen, Harry would be there for her. But a beautiful girl telling you that you need the help of a beauty stone can hurt a lot. Sophie detected the underlying hurt in Hermione's voice and immediately assured her, "Oh, number Hermione. Far from it, my Grammy can see your understated beauty and your glowing inner splendor. You are clearly in love with your mate and he is enamored with you. What she meant was that you do not need to use any wiles to catch a mate. That is why she said that you are worthy of her gift. She hoped that her gift would show the world your true beauty, as your mate already knows about it." Hermione was beaming after the monologue, and Harry did not restrain himself this time and gathered her in a warm hug. Their celebration was cut short by Dan, who was sputtering in response to Sophie's liberal use of the term mate. Seeing that Emma was trying hard to pacify Dan, Sophie tried to explain, "I know that they are young, but it is clear that they are meant to be. They complement each other and are made for the other." "How do you know that?" Emma cried out in disbelief. "We Vila can sense such things. These two have not only acknowledged their willingness to make a life together but also share a bond of deep respect for each other, and though they have not declared it yet, of love. It can only grow through the years." The elder Grangers fell into deep thought, ruminating on the words of Sophie while the couple in question shared a brilliant smile and a tight hug. Hoping that her explanation satisfied the two parents, Sophie turned to Hermione. I have to caution you though, the stone can only be used for 6 hours at a time and then needs to be kept shielded from magic for about an hour to recharge. Hermione gave Harry another quick smile and turned to Sophie. I am sure that it will be more than enough. I don't think that I will use it more than once or twice in my lifetime. But how do you shield it from magic? Do I need to bet anything specific for that? Hermione did not voice it but thought about using it during her wedding with Harry. Sophie clapped her hands and let out a tittering laugh. Excellent. I can see why my Grammy was taken to you. As for shielding it, you can just put the stone in the folds of your robe in a closet or a trunk and that will do the job. Thank you. Thank you. Please thank your Grammy for me, Hermione gushed. The others laughed at Hermione's enthusiasm. After a short span of silence, Harry cleared his throat. Can you tell me if these stones can also imbibe specific spells rather than a person's magic? Sophie thought for a while. Yes, I believe they can. She suddenly turned suspicious and demanded, why? Harry immediately raised his hands in a placating gesture. We, including Hermione, in his response he continued, have some ideas and I think that this stone would fit perfectly into our scheme. If our research goes well, we may make a very useful gadget for curse breakers with this. Don't worry, it will be nothing dangerous. Oh, Harry. That's brilliant. I did not think about it, but you are right. Hermione supported him enthusiastically. That's all right. You were struck on your beautiful thoughts, he teased, stressing the word beautiful. Swatting his arm, Hermione dissolved into a giggles to cover her blush. She was quickly followed by the others, including Sophie, chuckling at her discomfort. Getting her composure back, Hermione asked, where can we buy these stones? Sophie immediately stiffened and tried to evade the question. You cannot buy them, but realizing that they were honestly curios and no malice in their expression, she sighed deeply and continued, you know that we can transform when extremely angry. Getting nods of acceptance, she started her explanation. At such times we can also create fireballs in our hands. Though it is the same color of that of the blue bell flames, this fireball can cause extreme pain in addition to being scalding hot. Unlike the bluebell flames, only give out pleasant warmth and does not burn you. Transformed Vila generally throw these flames at granite stones which are commonly present in this area, to relieve stress or as a target practice. The fireballs convert the granite into what we call pierre de wonder. They do not have much use for us except for some people like my Grammy who gift the deserving. Harry and Hermione shared a jubilant expression and were internally jumping for joy. Without giving out any emotions, Harry addressed Sophie, will it be possible to get a few of these stones in their native form? If our experiment works, we may chalk up a deal that can make a good profit for both of us. I am sorry, but I cannot do such deals with anyone. Only my Grammy has the authority, but since you promised that you will use them for nothing dangerous, I can give you some that I have with me. Sophie returned from inside the house and handed Harry a bag containing about a dozen of the blue stones. Can you at least tell me what is that you are planning? Hermione conceded to give their new friend and possibly business partner some information. We are trying to develop a detector that can be used by curse breakers to detect hidden traps and also if there is any dark magic in the vicinity. We hope that these stones could hold the required spells and then release them when needed. Ah, that's really a unique idea. I hope that it will work out, and here's to a successful partnership in the future. She toasted, and when the other raised their glasses of juice, hopefully, she muttered. Upon their request, Sophie showed them the spells required to make the pierre de wonder work. The first step is to activate the stone and make it receptive to the spells. So the first incantation is a simple activate, followed by consummate la magie, consume the magic. She aimed her wand and cast the spells on one of the stone Harry offered. Then I guess you cast whatever spells you want to add it. Eclairer, illuminate, followed her speech. When you want the process of imbibing magic to end, you cast Durseer, harden. She looked at Hermione and said, incidentally, that was what my Grammy murmured before giving the necklace to you. Now when you want the spells to be released, you use the incantation, Liberar, release. Sophie tapped her wand and spoke the incantation, but nothing happened, causing her to frown. Maybe you will have to wait for an hour for the stone to charge up. After all, it does take an hour for it to recharge after use. Dan supplied helpfully. That brought the smiles back to the three who were working on the stone. Yes, that might be it. If you want to stop using it before the 6-hour time period, you can just say, Arete. Shut down. Sophie finished her demonstration and impromptu lecture. Thank you so much. We will try to release the spell after we get to our rooms in Marseille to check that the stone can hold spells. After going to Hogwarts, we will use some of the stones you gave us to research all the aspects of spell casting, including the time needed to use it for the first time, Hermione assured Sophie. We will keep in touch. You can also write to us after talking to your Grammy about a possible business deal, Harry supplied. Sophie agreed to that, and before the visitors could cross the threshold of the house and begin their journey back to Marseille, she peered closely at Harry and Hermione for a few seconds. Before anyone can voice their question, Sophie plucked a few strands of her hair and extended them towards Harry. Harry and Hermione were shocked. They did not study much about wand lore, but they knew enough to know that Vila hair willingly given was very rare, and hair from a Vila who matured magically just a few days ago or was on the cusp of maturation was much more powerful than normal Vila hair. Though they did not know for sure, Sophie was one such Vila, and they were overwhelmed by the gift. Harry recovered from his shock and fished a stoppered potion vial out from his ever-present pouch and held it for Sophie to put the hair in, as handling the hair with bare human hands was not conducive for a good wand. The four tourists thanked their host profusely for the gifts in her time before making their way to the taxi stand. After a very enriching as well as relaxing trip to France, Harry and the Grangers returned to Oxford on the 5th of August. Harry planned to spend a few days with them before his return to Privet Drive, waiting for the school to start. Reaching the house, they were greeted to the sight of a package containing his birthday gift from the Dursleys, which turned out to be a new automatic watch that did not need winding up but rather wound itself up whenever it was worn. The gift was well appreciated by Harry, as his digital watch stopped working at Hogwarts and he did not buy one for himself. The package also contained his Hogwarts letter, and a letter which made Harry smile brightly. "What do you have there, Harry?" Dan Granger asked. "My aunt says that Uncle Vernon's sister is visiting them and would be staying till the 15th, and wondered if I would consider getting away from her." "Is that the same sister who is less than friendly with you?" Emma wanted to know. Hermione snorted at the question as she vividly remembered Harry's description of her abhorrence regarding Harry. Ignoring her, Harry merely nodded his head and in turn got Dan and Emma's permission to stay till after the 15th. Hearing that, Hermione was more than happy that Harry would be staying longer than they planned. The reason was readily apparent, as she was barely restraining herself from bouncing off the walls holding the book list for their upcoming school year. Inwardly chuckling at her daughter's antics, Emma winked at her husband. "So Dan, what time do we need to go to the surgery tomorrow?" "Oh, I think that I have planned one at 7 in the morning, and I think that you will be busy most of the day, correct?" He played along. They could not prolong the banter, as seeing the horrified look on Hermione's face, their resolve failed and they burst out laughing. They were joined by Harry, who limited himself to chuckling, but he quickly shut his mouth when faced with Hermione's glare. This brought further gales of laughter from the adults, resulting in mock pouts from the kids. Caving into their daughter's demands, Dan and Emma agreed to take the two to Diagon Alley and get ready for the next year. Bright and early next day, Harry and Hermione were accompanied by both the adult Grangers to Diagon Alley, where they quickly refilled their stock of potion ingredients and other school supplies. They had to visit Madame Malikan's for their robes also, especially Hermione, who Harry realized was growing in all the right places, not that he minded it one bit. They left the visit to Flourish and Bots for the end, as everyone knew that Harry and Hermione would take a lot of time going through the store. They were greeted by a life-sized poster of a garishly dressed wizard at the store's front. "Lilac-colored robes, honestly," thought Harry. The man had curly, dirty owned hair, which Harry was sure was a wig, and again he wondered how in the world would a guy spend so much time on hair care. The man had an open-mouthed smile showing sparkling teeth, which could be called charming if you were interested. What caught Harry's attention was that Hermione stopped in her tracks and was staring at the wizard with open mouth. Harry thought with a smirk that Hermione was also shocked at the appearance of the wizard, but was surprised at the faint blush that she sported. Surely not Hermione. Is she infatuated by that guy? Harry was struck speechless. He did forget one thing though. Hermione was still a girl, and the charms that the man was putting out were bound to affect a girl, even one as bright as Hermione. My girlfriend is hung up on a guy as old as her father, he thought. Harry noticed that Emma did not spare the wizard's poster a second glance, but Hermione stayed rooted to the spot. Harry shook his head sadly and entered into the store while Emma had to drag Hermione into the bookstore, a first for her any way you looked. They later learnt that the man was Gilderoy Lockhart, apparently a very famous one, and was slated to be the next professor for defense against the dark arts, much to the delight of Hermione and a feeling of trepidation for Harry. Harry was, however, delighted to know that they missed the over-the-top event that was a book signing by the same wizard, by just one day. What irked him more was that the entire book list for Dada consisted only of his books, and they were quite expensive too. Harry only hoped that Lockhart was as good as his books were. If being bestsellers was any indication, Merlin knows that he needed competent instructors if he had to prepare for facing Voldemort. This is utter rubbish, Harry exclaimed and threw the book, Waltzing with Vampires, hard at the wall with disgust. His actions would have been a sacrilege if the book was worth his time, but he did not care one bit for his actions this time. Harry, Hermione admonished him, looking scandalized. Harry was perplexed about Hermione's behavior regarding Gilderoy Lockhart. The man was supposed to be a genius at defending against all kinds of monsters, but a careful dissection of the events depicted in his book revealed that he was a complete and utter fraud. It was plain to him, but Hermione refused to see the truth. Right from the day she got those books, she had a dreamy smile on her face and was expounding his exploits to even Dan and Emma. Harry could clearly see that Hermione had a case of serious hero worship, and he would be thankful if it stopped at that. He did not want to fight with his best friend and girlfriend, but if push comes to shove, he was prepared to do that. Professor Gilderoy Lockhart this, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart that, grumbled Harry many times a day in her wake. By the look on Hermione's face, he knew that she was going to begin a rant aimed at his behavior, defacing what she obviously considered a treasure. This time Harry was not going to let her begin. These books are ridiculous, worse than even fiction. I do not know why they prescribed these as textbooks for a coursework, and Merlin help us all if his instruction was as bad as his works. Hermione was surprised at his outburst. She knew that Harry was usually a very easy-going person and was rarely angered. If he was angry at something, then there was definitely something wrong. That knowledge more than anything else gave her pause. She raised her eyebrow in a questioning glance. Gesturing at the pile of books, Harry elaborated, he writes that he defeated a werewolf by blinding it with bluebell flames. Come on. You can touch the flames, and a werewolf is much more magically resistant than a normal human. Seeing the contemplative look on Hermione's face, Harry picked up the notes that he gathered and, spotting an interesting one, quoted, "The chilling incorporeal form of the Dementor approached me with a spring in its step," he trailed off. Incorporeal Dementor, spring in its step? He questioned with disbelief. Turning to a different page, he read again, "The Chilean Permfox is a beast nearly 4 feet tall that can attack anyone venturing into its territory without any provocation." Shaking his head, he looked at a slightly pink-faced Hermione. "We read in the book, Nuances of the Nuisance, that the Permfox is hardly a foot tall and more of a poacher targeting domestic fowl, and if it could help would never approach a human." Harry threw another glare at the book stack. "And we have to read these books and learn from this fraud," he ranted. Hermione looked a little flustered at the more than logical conclusion that Harry drew from the information that was provided in the books. "He may have colored the facts a bit to make it more interesting," she offered lamely. With disbelief written on his face, Harry countered, "What happened to books are the deities of knowledge and fact, Hermione." When she did not reply readily to his accusation, Harry understood what the problem was. The slightly dreamy look and the faint pink flush betrayed her emotions, even though Hermione valiantly tried to hide them. She was, after all, a nearly 13-year-old girl in her puberty, and her awakened hormones must be playing havoc with her feelings. Harry knew that his anger at Hermione was irrational, but he was still hurt and rose from the seat. Without a second glance, he quickly exited Hermione's room, closing the door a little harder than he intended. That shook Hermione out of her stupor, and she was mortified at how she was hung up on Lockhart. Even if the man was above board and an absolute genius in defense, he was still older than probably even her father. Thinking back to the conversation, she could not fault Harry, and he was right. They vowed to share everything, and at the first sign of a confrontation, she refused to listen to Harry. With that, she sprinted to the door and, opening it, nearly barreled into her mother. What happened, honey? Harry looked angry. Emma asked with concern laced in her voice. My fault, Mum. I was going to apologize to him, she answered, much to her mother's relief. Knocking on his door, Hermione gently entered into the room that Harry was occupying to see that he was sitting on the chair used with the writing desk and was gazing out of the window. With determined strides, Hermione moved into the room and sat straddling Harry's lap, forcing him to throw his arms around her to prevent them from toppling onto the floor. The chair lacked any arm rests and so made it easy for her to straddle his lap. Before she could apologize, however, Harry broke the silence. I know that he is a lot better looking than me, he trailed off as Hermione forcefully put her finger on his mouth. No, Harry, none of that was your fault. You are my boyfriend, and if I did not muck it up too badly, my future husband, to which she was rewarded with a dazzling smile from Harry. That smile told her a lot, as well as the tightening of his arms around her. Harry dipped his head and nuzzled her neck, causing her to squirm in his lap. The momentary loss of cognition by his actions forced Hermione to cut short her apology, but continued with determination. I am so sorry, dear. It was wrong of me to be influenced by his looks and ignore the lies in his books, lies that you so patiently pointed out to me. Harry silenced her with a tender key. It's all right, sweetheart. I guess it was hard for you to not be influenced by his charm, and after all, he was awarded for his charming smile 3 times in a row by Witch Weekly. I can understand if that made a mush of that amazing brain that I love. Hermione blushed brightly and ducked her head into his chest while tightening the hug. Can you forgive me, Harry? She asked in a hopeful voice muffled by his shirt. Lifting her head gently by her chin, Harry answered in a soft voice, Of course I forgive you, dear, but you have to remember, no more apologies and no secrets, right? Hermione responded in the only way she could, thank him for his generosity, and crashed her lips on his. Resting her head in the crook of his neck, they stayed there seated for a few minutes before Hermione stood up. Come on, let's prepare a report with your findings and send it to MCG, she said with determination. Harry just shook his head. Why don't you go through the books objectively and prepare your own list? We could compare our lists and hopefully cover everything between us. Pay special attention to the dates, locations, and the means by which he defeats the threat. Hermione agreed to his suggestion and they relaxed, waiting for dinner, after a tumultuous evening. Harry was both eagerly waiting and at the same time dreading the last day of his stay at Oxford. He was looking forward to the meeting with Nicholas Flamel, which was scheduled after breakfast, but was not prepared to go back to Privet Drive and miss Hermione's company. Since the day was a Saturday, both the adult Grangers invited themselves to the meeting. They were not going to miss meeting a legend who was well known to even non-magical storytellers. Exactly at 9 in the morning, the residents of Granger household were alerted to the distinct sound of someone apparating into their front yard. Unless you know the man personally, you would not have believed that the man, looking not a day older than 40, was actually someone who had spent more than 6 centuries gathering knowledge and making the lives of ordinary witches and wizards better. If you pictured a man according to the legend, Nicholas Flamel, who have been nearly 7 feet tall with well-defined musculature and bright eyes that would reflect the lurking intelligence of the man. The reality, however, was very different. The man did have gray eyes that shined with intelligence, but he was hardly 5 feet 6 inches, and a pronounced paunch did nothing to say that the man was a hero. The man was a hero for sure. Apart from the well-publicized Philosopher's Stone, many of the trinkets used in magical homes were one-time innovations of the man. Settling down in the living room with cups of tea, Harry and Hermione were barely able to restrain themselves from pouncing on the man with their questions. Taking a sip of his tea, Mr. Flamel remarked, I have to say I was intrigued by your articles in Transfiguration Weekly. I admit that even though I have a mastery in the subject, I never had the idea to dissect the laws in the way that you did, and what a revelation too. Well done, Ms. Granger. You too, Mr. Potter. He praised. The 2 kids blushed brightly while Dan and Emma beamed. They managed to persuade him to call them by their given names, and he in turn gave them leave to call him by his, though the 2 pre-teens were a little overawed by that. They continued to discuss the finer details of their experiments and the possible alternate conclusions that could be derived from the same experiments. One of the comments made by Nicholas did intrigue them. I wonder if it's the magical energy that was transfigured into the teacup rather than air in your experiments. That did catch Harry and Hermione off guard and put them deep in thought. That would mean that our goal to remove the air by creating vacuum also removed magical energy, commented Harry while Hermione had another issue. We charmed the glass to be resistant to magic. Would that cut off energy from outside the box from channeled into the box? Both were valid queries, but there was no way for them to test their theory unless they used the shielding technique they used while practicing wards that removed outside magical influence. Even then, the major problem would be to cast their spells into such a confined space. They obviously could not be within that area, as the spell could draw the magical energy from their own core. So they decided that the question of either magical energy or air being used for conjuration was still up for grabs without any concrete evidence to prove either way. During a lull in their conversation, Harry pulled out the Philosopher's Stone from his pouch and passed it back to the rightful owner. Nicholas did guess that the stone was indeed in their possession, but still was not sure that his old friend Dumbledore would take the stone out of the Gringotts vault and put it in a school full of children. Hermione's explanation of, "We did not know for sure that it was your Philosopher's Stone that was hidden in the school, but the headmaster did announce to the whole school that there was something dangerous hidden in an out-of-bound corridor." Exclamations of, "What?" were heard from not only Nicholas but also Dan and Emma. Doesn't he know that telling children that something is out of bounds is tantamount to piquing their curiosity to go and investigate? Asked a fuming Emma, while Nicholas and Dan were left shaking their heads at the stupidity of the man considered to be very intelligent. A few students even ventured into the locked room and nearly had their limbs torn off by the Cerebrus stationed on guard. Harry supplied meekly. It took a few minutes for Hermione to describe the mythical animal to her parents, who were not happy that the two of them circumvented all the challenges to get to the stone. Even though Nicholas was happy that the stone was saved from Lord Voldemort and returned to him, he did admonish Harry and Hermione for the risk they undertook. They, however, were adamant. "We took every precaution that we could, and we were more of the opinion that the challenges were like an obstacle course to test our overall knowledge in the first-year curriculum. We honestly thought that whatever we were attempting was for extra credit and not to save some rare artifact," Hermione finished. Harry had this to add, "Even though it was dangerous, we had enough knowledge to get through all of them, and I believe I say for the two of us that we do not regret going after the Philosopher's Stone." The adults had to admit defeat, and with a heartfelt thanks and an explanation of what could have happened if Lord Voldemort did succeed in stealing the stone, Dan and Emma not only forgave them for putting themselves in danger but also congratulated them on a job well done. "That man!" exclaimed Nicholas after a few moments of thought. "I was going to give him my notes and ideas on a few things that I was researching on, but I think that I am not going to do that now." This was the opening that Harry and Hermione needed, and immediately pestered Nicholas Flamel about teaching them alchemy. Nicholas gave a hearty chuckle at their pleading. "I am surprised that you restrained yourself this long. I take it that your idea getting me to talk to you personally was for this only." The two students gave him sheepish grins while the three adults laughed at their discomfort, but Dan was proud about their cunning tactics to meet one of the foremost legends not only in magical society but also in the non-magical world. After a few minutes of good-natured teasing, Nicholas decided to give them a few pointers about the science of alchemy. Alchemy is truly an amalgamation of every branch of magic that you will learn at Hogwarts. You will be using concepts of transfiguration, charms, potions, astronomy, herbology, and two of the electives that you will be offered in your third year, ancient runes and arithmancy. The other electives you will be offered are divination, care of magical creatures, and Muggle studies. As you both have lived or live in the non-magical world, it will be a waste of your time to elect Muggle studies, and you need divination if you are a seer, otherwise it will be utter rubbish for you. I recommend that you take care of magical creatures too, as that would help you if you need to harvest ingredients from magical creatures. You will need to be outstanding in these subjects for you to really excel at alchemy." Harry and Hermione were disappointed that they would not be able to study alchemy so soon, but they had something to aim for. "So you recommend us to do our best in the core subjects along with ancient runes, arithmancy, and care of magical creatures before we can even think about alchemy," Hermione summarized. Nicholas gave them an encouraging smile. "Yes, you graduate Hogwarts with high honors, and if you still are interested in alchemy, then I will gladly take you on as my apprentices." The two pre-teens were ecstatic. They immediately jumped in the air, pumping their fists, high-fiving each other, and hugged tightly. Immediately composing themselves, they thanked Nicholas profusely and were quickly followed by Dan and Emma, adding their own thanks and appreciation. They could not be prouder than what they felt for their daughter and her boyfriend. Gaining the attention and praise of a legend was no mean feat, and for once Dan was glad that Hermione met Harry and was fast friends with him. Nicholas Flamel continued, "To make things easy for you, I would also suggest learning university-level non-magical chemistry, with emphasis on nuclear chemistry. You do not need a formal degree, but if you have the time and the zeal, you should go for a degree." Harry and Hermione immediately concurred that they would get a university degree in chemistry if only to be the best in their endeavors to learn the science of alchemy. "I am curious to know which one of you got the better grade in your first year," Nicholas asked. Hermione threw a cheeky grin at Harry. The professors were unable to hurt Harry, and even though they knew I was the better one, they condescended to grade Harry equal to me. We were joint first for the whole year. Harry let out an indignant squawk, much to the amusement of the others. When the laughter subsided, Nicholas pulled out 5 books, 4 of which were printed tomes and one looked to be a handwritten one. Gesturing at the 4, Nicholas said, "These 4 would give you a general introduction about alchemy and the different components of magic that are used in the process. These books are no longer in circulation as the science was dying and none of the newer generation were motivated enough to learn it. These are a little more advanced than what you may find in the bookstores today." Taking the handwritten book into his hands, he continued, "This is my personal diary of sorts." He was interrupted by gasps from Harry and Hermione. He gave them a smile of assurance. "Throughout the years I coined many laws and principles to be followed in alchemy, and also quite a few shortcuts and rule of thumb theories. All of those are compiled in that book." He forestalled all their objections. "I was afraid that I would not be able to get my philosopher's stone back, and so began compiling my memoirs. I already used the diary to formulate the skeleton of the book. Even though I am in no hurry, I may still finish my memoirs. That may inspire a few more to take up the subject," he finished wistfully. "I would like you to study the too and prepare yourself. My only request is that you do not give it out to anyone else." Harry and Hermione immediately agreed to that condition and gazed at the diary reverently. Nicholas could see the awe and, more importantly, their dedication in their eyes, and was relieved that he made the right decision to give them the books. Declining Emma's offer for lunch, Nicholas was ready to take his leave but was stopped by a hesitant Dan Granger. "Sir," he started to be cut off. "Nicholas, please, Dan." "Thanks, Nicholas. If it is not too much a bother to you, could you show us if you can really turn lead into gold? Only if it does not break any secrecy laws, that is," Dan added hastily. Nicholas searched the faces of the 4 people in the room, who now sported eager looks and honest curiosity. He could not tolerate greed, but curiosity and the urge to learn something new, he could accept, and so he nodded his acquiescence. With an unadulterated look of happiness, Dan rummaged in the garage and came back with a hollow lead pipe of about 2 inches in length and about half an inch in diameter, a leftover relic of erstwhile gas supply line. Nicholas placed the lead pipe in contact with the philosopher's stone and pulled out his staff. He was interrupted by twin shouts of, "Wow!" from Harry and Hermione, who were looking at the staff with reverence. Flashing them a quick smile, Nicholas began muttering several incantations under his breath and waved his staff in a complex pattern. A couple of minutes of maneuvering later, the piece of lead was replaced by similar-sized pipe of gold. Even though Harry and Hermione saw a lot of things being accomplished by magic, the image of lead turning into gold was no less captivating. Dan picked up the piece of gold and his eyes nearly popped out of his head at the brilliance of the pure 24-karat gold piece in front of him. The piece was passed around and finally returned to Nicholas, who with a quick jab of his staff cut it into 4 equal pieces. Before anyone could react, he transfigured 2 of them into simple chains of gold and 2 into tie pins. Nicholas handed the chains, accompanied by a short bow, to Emma and Hermione for them to wear around their necks, and the 1 tie pin each to Harry and Dan. He quickly waived of their protests with an explanation, "I made them into portkeys, and in case of any emergency I can offer you sanctuary. It's the least I could do after you returned my valuable stone to me. The portkey is voice activated, and for it to work you need to be in contact with it and then say the activation phrase. Your children could set the pass phrase easily. They just need to touch the portkey with their wands and you can say the phrase for your own portkey. It would then recognize not only the phrase but also your voice signature, and then only you can use it." He quelled their apprehension of using magic outside the school, saying that the activation would not use any appreciable magic, only the voice activation is needed. Exchanging his parting pleasantries, Nicholas Flamel disappeared from the Granger's house, leaving a lasting impression on two very bright students. The start of a new year for the students of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was only a couple of days away, and Harry Potter was restless in his room at Privet Drive. It was just after breakfast and he wanted to visit Hermione but did not feel like troubling the Grangers, as they would have liked to spend the last few days with their daughter. Moreover, he spent the entire evening the day before at her home talking to her and generally enjoying the last few days of the summer. So he was left to pace around in his room without anything to do. He tried to read something but could not concentrate on the written words and closed the book with a huff after only a few minutes. His restless pacing was interrupted by a shout of, "Harry, your girlfriend is here," from Dudley. His morose mood vanishing, Harry sprinted down the stairs to see a still-red Hermione greeting Aunt Petunia, trying to control her blush. Beaming widely, he gathered her into a hug and gave her a quick peck on her lips. "What are you doing here, Hermione? Did your parents also come with you?" he asked with a beaming smile that threatened to split his face. "No, my parents had a call for an emergency that they could not avoid it and so gave me permission to goof off the day with my boyfriend. If you do not want that, I can go back," she replied with pretended seriousness and began walking towards the front door. He quickly grabbed her again in a tight hug and shouted out, "No." Calming himself down, he repeated, "No, Hermione, I want you to stay till the evening. I did not mean to sound accusatory. I am sorry." He was brought down to earth by chuckling from his aunt, Dudley and Hermione, which quickly turned to laughter in response to the pout on his face. Aunt Petunia shooed them up to his room with a reminder that she would call them down for lunch. Harry grabbed Hermione's hand and began dragging her enthusiastically up the stairs, much to the amusement of Hermione. As soon as they entered the room, they stopped dead and stared at the strange being that was inside the room, bouncing on the balls of his feet in nervousness. The magical creature was dressed in a dirty and worn cloth that was once a pillowcase, though they did not meet one before they could guess that this was a house elf. The elf was just an inch or so shorter than an average goblin, but with features that distinguished them from a goblin. Most notably were the ears similar to a bat and unlidded eyes with an unblinking stare. But the most shocking thing was that the elf was covered in bandages, a lot of them obviously masking injuries. Seeing Harry and Hermione enter the room, the elf bowed low, his nose almost touching the floor, and spoke with a voice squeaking with nervous energy, "Harry Potter, sir, yous are not going to Hogwarts. Dobby's making sure you do not go." Harry was surprised by that. He never thought that a house elf would command him, so he started out hesitantly, "Why is that, Dobby, and what do you mean you are going to stop me?" he finished with a hint of anger in his voice. Dobby flinched at his tone and began wringing his hands, but still he soldiered on. "Hogwarts not safe for Harry Potter, sir. Bad master," making sure he trailed off when he heard a, "Oh my," from Aunt Petunia, who entered Harry's room. With a startled squeak, Dobby disappeared from the room with nary a sound, leaving behind three surprised humans. Aunt Petunia was the first to regain her voice. "What is that thing, and why is it in my house?" Hermione bristled in the background at the callous attitude of Harry's aunt regarding an intelligent creature, but it was not her place to comment. However, Harry had no such problems and in a clipped tone answered, "That thing, as you just said, was a house elf, a sentient being with feelings, and named Dobby. He was here to warn me." Petunia was taken aback by the frosty tone of her nephew and softened her own voice. "Warn about what?" Harry shared a glance with Hermione and shrugged his shoulders, not sure, something about a bad master, he hedged. Petunia nodded her head uncertainly and turned to leave the room, but at the threshold suddenly whirled her head around and fixed Harry with a stare. "I hope that you will behave behind closed doors. I do not want to hear that something abnormal happened under my care." Both Harry and Hermione rolled their eyes in unison. What is with adults and their nosy attitudes, they thought. Petunia caught their thinly veiled expression of impatience and allowed a little of her own irritation to show. "You may think that you know everything, and even if you do know everything, you are still very inexperienced. We as adults have gone through the same problems as you would face in a few years from now, and so it is our duty to advise you even if you do not want." Her gaze softened at the end, and both the pre-teens understood that she meant well. Petunia continued, but this time locking her eyes with Hermione. A girl's virtue is a very sacred thing, dear. Once lost, it cannot be gained back. Whether it's the girl that initiated it or the boy, it's always the girl that ends up with the scorn of the society. I know that my nephew is honorable and you want to be together for life, but I sincerely hope that you will never see the day when your parents were ashamed of you. Harry and Hermione were mortified. They were kids for Merlin's sake. They did not get such a blunt talk from even Hermione's parents, who should be the ones concerned, but as embarrassing as it was for them, they were at least thankful that Aunt Petunia was warming up to Hermione and slowly losing her aloof attitude around Harry. He was not sure how far the change would go, but he was not holding his breath that suddenly he would find affection in the house, but any change in his treatment was welcome. Hermione rose from her place beside Harry on the bed and gently engulfed the older woman in a hug, which Petunia returned awkwardly. Maybe all that was needed were more hugs to get the woman off her high horse. Releasing her embrace, Hermione stepped back and latched onto Harry's side again, burying into his side. Hermione replied, "Thank you, Aunt Petunia, we will be careful." "Yes, you can be sure that we will not disappoint you or her parents," Harry chimed in. With the discussion that was awkward to both her and the kids over, Petunia voiced her next concern. "I know that I am grossly illiterate when it comes to magic, but if a servant like that comes to you and warns you, don't you think that it would be a good idea to consider it?" Harry heaved a sigh of relief. They were back on safer territory. "I know, Aunt Petunia, but what do you want us to do? We do not have any clue as to what the danger would be. Moreover, we do not know if the threat was focused against me. If the entire school is threatened, I am sure that the professors would take appropriate action to contain it." Satisfied with that explanation and knowing that neither she nor the two kids could do anything about it, Petunia nodded her head and exited the room, happy that she did her duty. Her reasonable and responsible nephew was easy to talk to. Now if she could only corner her dear Duddiums. September 1st saw Harry and Hermione with their parents or guardians meeting for breakfast outside King's Cross Station. The banter was light-hearted between Dan Granger and Vernon Dursley, as between longtime friends. Observing the discussion in silence, Emma was glad that even though there was no change in Vernon's attitude towards Harry, his aunt and cousin were making a conscious effort to be at least affectionate towards Harry. She wondered if the change was due to Hermione's influence or if they could actually see that Harry could replace them with the Grangers. Whatever the reason, she was happy that Harry could get some emotional support from his mother's sister too if needed. With about an hour left for the express to leave, goodbyes and hugs were exchanged. The Grangers and Dursleys left the two of them near the barrier that separated the magical part of the station with the non-magical part between the platforms 9 and 10 before heading out. Harry began pushing the trolley that had both their trunks with Hedwig's empty cage perched on top, while Hermione trailed after him with one of her hands hooked around his and the carrier with her new pet, a half-Kneazle named Crookshanks, in the other. The pet was a gift from her parents as a reward for her excellent grades and also a part of her birthday present. Hedwig had the option of flying to Hogwarts, but the cat-like animal did not have that luxury and was so unceremoniously stuffed into his cage against his protests. When they were within sight of the barrier and gaining momentum to reach it at a brisk pace, they were rudely cut off by a sneering Draco Malfoy. He was being followed by his parents, and without even an apology they walked to the barrier with Draco pushing his trolley at a clip. Just as they were ready to enter, Draco's cart hit the barrier, which rather than giving them entry apparently turned solid, preventing entry. Draco Malfoy was thrown to the ground along with his luggage, which scattered. Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy barely managed to stay upright from the impact. Luckily the area was deserted and they managed to avoid awkward questions. Laughing at Malfoy's predicament, Harry and Hermione ventured near the barrier and finding that they could gain entrance did so without any hindrance. On the other side they were immediately hailed by a group of people which contained their friends. Susan and Hannah were accompanied to the train by Susan's aunt and the newly designated head of DMLE, Lady Amelia Bones. Neville and his grandmother, the Lady Augusta Longbottom, were also present, with Padma Patil, who was left alone by her twin Parvati, who went in search of Lavender Brown and gossip. Harry and Hermione were quickly introduced to the adults and were thanked by them too for tutoring their charges. The two graciously accepted the praise while trying to downplay their own contribution, rather stressing that they were only acting as guides and not tutors. Time flew by with the pleasant conversation and exchanging stories about their summer holiday. With only minutes left before the train left, Hugs were hurriedly exchanged between Amelia Bones and her two charges, while Neville got a pat on his back and a stern, "Do well, Neville," from his grandmother. Harry and Neville wrestled the trunks of the girls also onto the train, much to the approval of the two adults in the group and the thanks of the four girls. The train began its journey as soon as they boarded it, and they began their search for an empty compartment. Harry was leading the procession of his friends looking for an empty cabin to sit, but was finding it a little difficult to do as many of them were already filled or the newcomers were holding them for their friends. In one of the compartments he saw a small girl with owned hair reading what looked like a magazine, and strangely it was held upside down. What a strange way to read a magazine, Harry thought. He was ready to move away, but another thought struck him. Maybe the girl was nervous and trying to hide from strangers. That could be the reason that she was holding the magazine to her face and didn't realize that it was upside down. There was no house crest or trim on the Hogwarts robe that the girl wore, so Harry knew that she was a first year. He remembered his own nervousness while on the train and his attempts to quell that feeling with a book. He wanted to befriend the girl and so resolutely pushed the cabin door open and asked the girl for permission for him and his friends to sit with her. The girl lifted her head out of the magazine and gave him permission to enter. Harry noticed that she had eyes of a brilliant sapphire blue, but what caught his attention were the two radishes hanging from her ears. He was followed by Hermione and their four friends, which made the cabin a little crowded. Seeing the number of people, the girl asked, "Do you want me to look for a different compartment so that you all can sit comfortably?" "Oh, please no. I have a much better place to sit on instead of the cushions," Hermione replied and promptly plopped herself on Harry's lap. She was being clingy after their brief spat over the issue of the waste of breathing air that was Lockhart. Seeing that the girl spoke up, Ginevra would be so disappointed. "Ginevra?" Hermione questioned with narrowed eyes. "Yes, Ginevra Weasley. She has a huge crush on Harry Potter." Hermione huffed while their friends snickered. "Why does every girl have a crush on my boyfriend?" she asked rhetorically. Seeing the question in Harry's eyes, she elaborated, "Lydia Dawes," hearing which his eyes widened, causing the others to snicker harder. Ignoring his embarrassment, Harry shifted his gaze to the new girl, and though she obviously knew who he was, tried to introduce himself. "I am sorry I was rude, I am." The girl, however, cut him off. "I know who you are, Harry Potter, and she is your best friend, Hermione Granger." Then without missing a beat she pointed out each one and rattled off their names. "Neville Longbottom, Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, and you are a Poddle, but I am sorry I do not know which one." "Padma," she answered with a gobsmacked expression which was mirrored by all the others. "Oh, Ravenclaw, I will be with you in that house. Nice to meet you, Padma Poddle, Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott. I am Luna Lovegood." Out of all those who were struck speechless, Susan managed to get over her shock and replied, "Nice to meet you too, Luna, but you can use our first names." Luna just nodded her head. "You can ignore me and get back to your conversations." Hermione turned red in anger. Her own experiences with her so-called friends fresh in her mind. "We do not want to ignore you, Luna. If you will allow us, we would like to be your friends," a sentiment which was quickly echoed by the rest of the occupants. Everyone could see the hint of moisture in the sapphire eyes threatening to break out, but Luna managed a dazzling smile. With another member added to their small circle, they began chatting away about their summer. As time went by, the talk turned to the incumbent Dada professor, Gilderoy Lockhart. Before Harry or Hermione could dispel the notion about how great the guy was, Luna voiced her opinion. "Poor man, the bumbling humdingers are making him a bumbling fool." Hannah, Susan and Padma looked scandalized, but Hermione scoffed. "He does not need bubbling humdingers to make a fool of himself." "Hermione." The above three girls exclaimed at the same time that Luna corrected Hermione, "bumbling humdingers." Harry was not sure either to laugh at Luna's strange expressions or be amazed that a girl who did not even start school was able to identify the fraud. So he settled to correct the notion of his three other female friends. "Actually, he is not a fool." The smiles turned to scowls when he finished saying, "He is a fraud." Susan and Hannah looked scandalized while Padma had a thoughtful expression. Neville was blissfully bemused. When the two Hufflepuffs began a spirited defense, Hermione rummaged in her ever-present book bag and pulled out her copy of the Fraudster Report she generated along with Harry. They managed to finish the report with all the relevant details just before the end of the holidays at Harry's relative's house and so could not send it out to Professor McGonagall as they planned. Now they could deliver it to her personally and learn her own reaction to it. With a duplication charm, Hermione made 5 more copies and passed them to the others. While the others were pursuing it diligently, Luna flicked through it at an astonishing pace while merrily humming away, probably due to the fact that she already knew most of it. She paused for a bit and exclaimed, "How can he use that spell to knock out a Yeti?" "Exactly," chorused Harry and Hermione, getting into the spirit of things, but they were brought up short by Luna's next comment. "The Raxperts do it, not a spell," and continued looking through the report without a care in the world. After all of them perused the report, Neville asked the question that was probably on all the others' minds as well: "If all this is true, what are we going to do?" Luna dissolved into laughter which strangely sounded like tinkling bells. "All of that can be cross-checked in his books, and don't worry, things are moving as they should." Before they could question her words any further, the driver announced that they would be reaching Hogsmeade Station in 5 minutes, which resulted in a scramble to pack away things that have been taken out of trunks or book bags. After the train came to a stop, Harry exited behind his friends and after helping Hermione down turned to Luna, who was the last one. She suddenly spaced out and in an eerily chilling voice said, "I see many dangers in your path, Harry Potter, and the best possible way to succeed is right beside you. Do not let her go." Harry and Hermione exchanged a bewildered look, but before he could ask for a clarification, the call of first years come here, rang out. Luna clapped her hands and with a delighted, "That's me," jumped down onto the platform and with a shout of, "Coming," happily skipped away to meet Hagrid, leaving behind 2 totally confused second years. The start of the new school year was not exactly stellar as Harry and Hermione would have liked. This was due to the fact that the very first class that they had was of Defense Against the Dark Arts, taught by one Gilderoy Lockhart. Gryffindor House had the class with Ravenclaw House, and Padma Patil was thankful that she at least had the support of Hermione and her friends to stay sane in the class rather than the rest of female students who were drooling at the sight of the professor. Harry, along with Hermione, Neville and Padma, was waiting outside the classroom for the professor to let them in. Harry and Hermione tried to meet their head of house the night before after the feast and even in the morning during breakfast, but she could not spare them the time as she was busy with giving out the class schedules and generally sorting out the new students. They were disappointed that neither she nor Professor Flitwick had the time during the week for a quick meeting to air their grievance regarding the fraud. The start of a school year was always a busy time for them as they had to take care of not only the new students coming to Hogwarts but also with adjusting the testing for returning students who could not pass their coursework to advance to the next level. Harry and Hermione had to contend with their assurance to meet after breakfast on the first Saturday, which was still 3 days away. "I don't believe it. I am seriously considering skiving off a class for the first time in my life," Ned Harry with obvious distaste, much to the amusement of his 3 friends. "I know, Harry. We Ravenclaws pride ourselves in taking more than the necessary number of classes, but even I cannot imagine myself sitting in his class for the entire year. I wish that you could talk to our heads of houses," sympathized Padma. The thought of facing what would amount to a show of pretend valor by the newest member of Hogwarts faculty sent shivers down the spines of the 3 lions of Gryffindor House. Their revulsion was not helped by continued chattering by the rest of the female students of both the houses who were gushing over the prospect of ogling the showman. The 4 friends wondered if this would be the first time that many of them opened their course textbooks even before the official start of the term. They would not have been too much off the mark, as even the ever-procrastinators Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil apparently devoured all the offerings of Gilderoy Lockhart over the summer. When the doors of the classroom were thrown open and the students filed in, Harry noticed that quite a few necks were craned towards the front of the class where the professor was standing, flashing the ever-popular smile. Quite a few of the girls nearly crashed into the desks in their dreamy state and ended up bumping into one another. As soon as the doors were thrown open, Harry sprinted into the class, closely followed by Hermione, Neville and Padma. This was not too surprising to most, as Harry and Hermione usually commandeered the first of the tables at the front of the class, much to the chagrin of the Ravenclaw students. This time, however, they were shocked when Harry and Hermione took the table at the back end of the class and the one in front of them was occupied by Neville and Padma. The two top rankers of their year deliberately sitting at the back of the class and accompanied by Ravenclaw, who was sharing a table with another Gryffindor, and the two in the class of the most popular wizard in Britain, that certainly dropped a few jaws open. The attention quickly shifted to the front as the professor began calling the roll for the class. Harry and Hermione certainly noticed that he flashed his teeth at all the girl students, but his gaze lingered for a few seconds on Harry. The decidedly calculated gaze bordering on a predatory one bothered not only Harry but also his three friends, who immediately caught on the implication of the gaze. Harry was in for a world of trouble, mostly disconcerting but still troublesome no less. The roll call ended. Professor Lockhart rose to his feet, reminiscent of a monarch standing up from his throne in front of the masses, and twirled his cape around to the front of him like a matador. The outlandishly lavender-colored cloak did nothing to diminish the swoons of some of the girls in the class but filled Harry with dread. With an exaggerated bow and gesturing to the full-length portrait of himself adorning the wall behind his desk, which he might have nicked from the display of Flourish and Bots, Lockhart opened his class with what felt like a well-rehearsed speech. I am Gilderoy Lockhart, winner of the Order of Merlin 3rd class as a reward to my undefeated track record of subduing menacing dark creatures, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League due to my exploits in making defense against the dark arts a very popular subject at Hogwarts. He was punctuating his delivery with smiles that flashed his glittering teeth to the class and paused for dramatic effect at the end of the above tirade. The ensuing silence allowed Hermione to whisper in feigned wonder, "Wow. He is laying it quite thick," just loud enough only for Harry, Neville and Padma. The three had to desperately bite their cheek to prevent them from bursting out laughing in the class. Flashing the brightest smile till that time, the professor finished with a flourish, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. This time the four friends did not hide their snort of disgust, causing his smile to falter. Brushing it off, Lockhart continued, "It is my duty as your professor to impart my vast knowledge to you all and ensure that you can survive an unlikely encounter with a ferocious beast." The speech was so enthralling to the students that they burst out in an impromptu applause. The professor also looked a little surprised at the unexpected but definitely not unwelcome adulation of the students, but managed to turn it to a full-blown grin. Deciding to milk the attention, he called out, "Mr. Potter, if you would come up here and assist me with a demonstration, I can show the class a few of the easy jinxes and hexes that can deter even the most determined attacker." Harry was horrified that he was singled out, and it did not help his mood one bit that the rest of the class were riveted to their seats in the expectation of a live demonstration between the most popular professor and one of the most sought-after boys. Amidst the snickers of his girlfriend, Harry trudged forlornly to the front. Throwing his arm around Harry, the professor began to describe one of his exploits, but Harry moved away while slapping the arm off from his shoulder. This action prompted a gasp from most of the students and a worried glance from Hermione. She did not want Harry to cause any loss of points or worse, earn a detention due to his blatant disrespect of a professor. A pounce, yes, but still a professor, something that neither of them had the past school year. Undeterred, Lockhart attempted to grab Harry again, but this time he was prepared and parried the professor's arm away hard, sure that he left a bruise there. Over the summer, Harry and Hermione not only continued their exercise regimen but also added a few basic self-defense moves and hand-to-hand combat techniques, nothing major, and that helped him in blocking Lockhart's attempts. Harry was not happy. He growled at the still smiling professor and demanded, "Who are you to touch me?" The professor looked lost for a few moments but recovered and began, "I am Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of..." But Harry cut him off mid-sentence and ground out, "I do not care what awards you have, but you are not going to touch me, ever. If you try that stunt again, I am going to report to the DMLE on charges of harassment and child. Be patient." Harry saw that the entire class except Hermione sat stunned. Even Neville and Padma looked a little surprised at his retaliation at what could have been a very innocent gesture. But Harry was vexed with the fraud, and his attempts to single him out for his own ego boost was the last straw for him. Taking a calm breath, Harry whispered, "I know that you are a fraud. Resign your position and I will leave you alone. Try to accost me again and I will make your life a living hell." With that warning, Harry walked back to his seat beside Hermione. He was sure that he was not loud enough for the whole class, but felt that the few students near the front would have heard him. Still, Harry did not care for the reactions of the masses. All he was interested in was his friends, and as always Hermione was supportive while Neville gave him a discreet thumbs up. and Padma flashed him a quick smile when he passed them. Trying desperately to regain some of his lost composure, Lockhart gave the class in general a big smile. I have a quiz to test you all about my books. Needless to say, Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Padma returned the questions unanswered. That night, Harry, along with Hermione and Neville, made an attempt to get to know the incumbent first-year students in their house. Though Harry did not need any introduction, the moment he introduced himself, he was faced with faces wearing looks of adoration and awe. His attempts to befriend them were only partially successful, and Harry never resented the moniker of the boy who lived more than that night. The worst or biggest fan, based on how you would define, was a small boy named Colin Creevey. Being a Muggle-born herself, Hermione attempted to talk to the hyperactive first year and ease him into the routine of the castle life. To their amusement, Colin was not encumbered with the sights at all. Instead, he was full of energy, darting everywhere with his camera and taking pictures of everything he could see. The novelty of moving pictures was probably the driving force, and the object of his enthusiasm was of course Harry, but anything new and unseen in the non-magical world was fair game. By the end of the night, Harry had to warn him sternly not to be too encumbered with his fame and treat him as a friend or a big brother if he could, and that thankfully was enough to get Colin off his back. Most of the first years warmed up to the three Gryffindors very quickly, and offers to either tutoring or menial help were accepted with much enthusiasm. The reason for their offer was due to the fact that Percy Weasley, the male prefect in charge of the first years, brushed off even his sister, Ginny Weasley, without a second thought. Apparently he was so busy with his duties and studies that he would not be burdened with helping the new students, much to the disgust of the three friends. All the three had not so good experiences in their childhood and were well aware of the difficulties faced in a new place, and if not for their own quick friendship, they would have found it difficult to survive at Hogwarts. Even with four elder brothers present in Gryffindor, Ginny felt herself alone and so gladly accepted their offer of friendship. What vexed Harry, however, was the disturbing shout of "Eep!" and heavy blush that emanated from the girl whenever he tried to talk to her. The behavior was endearing and even flattering to Harry at the beginning, but as their discussion with the first years progressed, even a glance at Ginny's direction resulted in a blush of epic proportions that began irritating Harry. Moreover, at his side, Hermione was starting to take a dislike to the obvious adoration of her boyfriend by a girl that did not even know him properly. Harry wondered if he had to physically restrain Hermione, but thankfully did not escalate to a confrontation. Later that night, the searing key that Harry planted on Hermione managed to calm her sufficient. Their short discussion on the matter brought forward a decision to keep their distance from the eeping girl, till she started to treat Harry no different than any other person. Luna was very quickly accepted into their small group and unsurprisingly was welcomed with open arms. Padma took on the role of a mentor in their house, and they all felt that was for the best due to the fact that Luna was drawing some strange looks from the student body in general. Her accessorizing using fresh radishes every day from the kitchen raised a few eyebrows, and her explanation of "keep the Nargles away" did not help her case one bit. Harry guessed that her open acceptance into their group stopped tongues from wagging. He also noticed that Colin Creevey was trying to make her acquaintance, maybe in an attempt to be close to Harry, but whatever the reason might be, his efforts earned him points, as he was the only one making sincere efforts to befriend Luna. From the very next day of their arrival at Hogwarts, Harry and his friends began eating their meals together at whatever house table the friends belonged to that caught their fancy. If one of them reached the Great Hall first, they would hold the seats for the entire group. Did any one of you notice that we as a group consist of people that never had a sibling, except Padma, of course? Harry commented during breakfast one day, and it was true. Most of them did not even have friends while growing up. None of them were sure if it was merely a coincidence or something in their subconscious that gravitated to lonely people. Hermione mused that the acceptance from the first people that they came across after a lengthy period of loneliness may have broken any inhibitions they might have had. That need to get accepted might have also made changes to their behavior that was mimicking the rest, or at least acceptable to the rest. They had no means to follow that line of thinking, but was the best theory they could put forward. I live very close to the Weasley place, and since there were not many houses, Ginny and I used to visit each other a lot and play together. During the years we grew very close, but all of that stopped once we turned 7, Luna told them with a strange longing in her eyes. That was also the time that the stories of the boy who lived used to feature regularly in our discussions. I was not so much encumbered by those stories as I could ascertain that they were mostly irrational, and I think that led Ginny to grow apart from me. Luna drew a ragged breath and continued in a small voice with tears threatening to spill from her lovely eyes. I was sad in the beginning when she stopped coming or inviting me to play, but I did not mind much since my mum was there. Once she died in a freak accident, I was left mostly alone, and that hurt me the most. That opened the floodgates, and she was engulfed in warm hug by Susan and Padma, who happened to be sitting on either side of the girl near the lake that evening where the group congregated to make plans for organizing the study sessions. Harry felt a strange empathy to the girl who had a friend in her childhood but due to an irrational and totally unreasonable cause lost her. Children at that age are unreasonable, I suppose, he thought. I guess everyone cannot be as me or Hermione, was his only consolation. It took a few minutes for Luna to compose herself in the arms of all the girls in their small group. After that, Harry left his place and grabbed her in a warm hug. Luna, I promise you that you will never feel alone again. I may not know for sure how a brother behaves around his sister, but I am willing to learn if you will allow me. His sentiment was echoed by Neville, and they were rewarded by a brilliant smile from Luna shining through her tears. Hermione spied that Padma was particularly happy with that declaration, especially coming from Neville. It could have been her appreciation to the fact that he and Harry were willing to help out Luna, but each one in the group noticed that Padma was always beside Neville. It was blatantly evident that she was trying to make her claim for Neville. Well, no one could blame her if she did, as there were only 2 boys in that group of 7 and Harry was already off the market thanks to Hermione. Settling down from their emotional high, Harry asked the question that was bothering him from the moment Luna left their company at the platform. What did you mean when you said that you saw many dangers in my future, Luna? Luna tensed suddenly and looked around as if she was looking for a means of escape. You will probably call me weird when you will hear about it. She was immediately overwhelmed by vehement protests from the people surrounding her. Giving a slightly relieved smile, Luann began her explanation. I sometimes get flashes of events or a few minutes of the distant future. I cannot control my gift, and I am not sure what causes me to see a particular event or even why I saw that event. Like in Harry's case, I saw about 5 different scenes, and in all of them Hermione was by his side, and a couple of them were of them facing dangers. She paused, hesitant about revealing something, but looking at the slightly worried faces of Harry and Hermione, clarified. I once saw Harry pulling Hermione out of a freezing lake. This very lake, in fact, and Hermione was dressed in her school robes, but she was perfectly fine, she hurried to assure them. I do not know why or when, but it was in the not so distant future. Every one of them took a few minutes to digest the information, and Hermione was particularly relieved to find out that Harry was there to help her out in danger. Hannah voiced the thought of almost everyone there. So you are a seer? Luna frowned. Not really. She took some time to put her thoughts in order before continuing. You see, I cannot make any sort of predictions or prophecies. I also cannot tell what is going to happen in a particular person's life. I can only see snippets of a person's life, and that too not of the immediate future. I cannot control what I see, and also when I see. More importantly, I never know when I get such flashes of the future. She was not sure if the others understood what she was saying, as she herself did not understand her gift completely. Her ability was so unlike any that she read about seers, and was mostly useless as a form of divination due to the total randomness of her visions. That also had the fortunate benefit of not having people pester about reading or predicting their futures, for which she was thankful. But what she was immensely grateful was that the attitudes of the people around her, whom she was beginning to consider as friends, did not change after her revelation. She could enjoy being friends with them. Also, none of them asked about their futures except the tidbit she revealed regarding Hermione at the lake. They spent a quiet evening catching up on the latest news or interesting facts about their summer holidays, and generally enjoying the downtime before they are thrown into the routine of school. Susan's parting comment of, "So Luna, can you tell us when Hermione and Harry get married?" and the laughter it generated at the embarrassment of the couple in question was a fitting end to a fun-filled evening. Saturday morning after breakfast, Harry and Hermione led their friends to the den. Colin was still kept at an arm's length by Harry, but he toned down his exuberance in the presence of Harry and was gradually wearing down Harry's resistance. He was sure that the hyperactive first year would soon join their exclusive group. Though Harry and Hermione did not have permission to reuse the room for their benefit, they hoped that Professor McGonagall would not object. Their friends were fascinated by the cozy space and the privacy it offered. Hermione was not sure about letting them join their extracurricular work, but only due to the fact that already knew about it and did not express any interest. If they did not want to spend the extra time, they could still gather in their room and use it for their study sessions in an informal setting rather than the library. They did not have had to wait for long before Professors McGonagall and Flitwick entered, and even without Harry or Hermione voicing their request for continued use of the room, their head of house granted them permission. What surprised their friends, however, was that the normally stern Transfiguration professor was very relaxed, and she immediately complimented them for taking the time to make the first years welcome. Her sentiments were echoed by the head of Ravenclaw House, who was happy that Padma took Luna under her wing, so to speak. Even Susan and Hannah were included in the praise, even though Professor Sprout had no indication of their efforts. They lavished praise on the blushing second-year students for making the lives of the professors easy by taking the responsibility of the first years rather than just leave them to their own devices. Soon it was business, however. Harry and Hermione showed them the fraudster report, having all the highlights of Gilderoy Lockhart's so-called exploits. While the two teachers were perusing the document, their emotions were clearly being broadcast on their faces, and the 5 new students quickly and discreetly took their leave. That move was probably for their benefit, because as soon as they finished, a stream of expletives began streaming out of Professor McGonagall that frightened Harry and Hermione. Thankfully, the charms professor cast a privacy spell on his colleague, and with a smirk cast one on himself before venting his anger. Running out of steam, Professor McGonagall cancelled the privacy spell and partook of the pumpkin juice that was requested by the 2 students to entertain their friends, with Professor Flitwick following suit. "I cannot believe that fraud," she exclaimed. It was a thoughtful Professor Flitwick that took up the discussion. "I hope that he is just a fraud." When he was confronted by perplexed looks, he elaborated, "The means that he had used to defeat the threats in the books are clearly fraudulent, but what if the events that have been depicted are not? I hope that he had not stolen experiences of people who have actually faced these dangers and made them his own." Hermione beeped in a breath. "That's more like cheating, and if he caused any harm to the people from whom he stole the account of their confrontation, it's a much more serious crime. Can't we do anything to expose his crime?" Harry wanted to know. Professor McGonagall shook her head. "Unfortunately, we do not have any means to say that he had committed a crime. We do not have the evidence. He could always claim that the books were mere works of fiction and that the public response had made them look like his own exploits. Lying is not a crime, though it is immoral. The best we could hope for is his removal from the staff, and then propose to the DMLE to launch an inquiry of any serious crime. It would be ideal if we could get the Chief Warlock to do that, more than just his dismissal," contributed Professor Flitwick. Harry and Hermione tried to argue about doing more than just his dismissal, but they had to finally concede that there was no apparent crime, just a fraud. Their hopes for swift action were also dismissed, as they were told that the headmaster would be busy for most of the month due to his many duties for the Wizengamot and the ICW. "And no, you cannot skive off," added a stern deputy headmistress. Both Harry and Hermione whined in response, something which was rare for them but did generate a few laughs from the 2 professors at their petulance. They fully accepted that attending the class would be a waste of time for the 2 students, but they could not have students not attending classes even if they were taught by an obvious fraud. Professor Flitwick did manage to pacify them by offering lessons in dueling to both Harry and Hermione, when Harry mentioned his need for a competent defense class with Lord Voldemort after him. Harry brought out a sample of the Pierre de Wonder, and along with Hermione expounded on the properties of the stone, much to the wonder of the 2 professors, who admitted that they never saw something like that. They also outlined their plan for using it as a component for their detector, which was supported by the 2 educators. Professor Flitwick also gave them the directions to the Room of Requirement, or Come and Go room, that he managed to obtain from the Castle Elves for them to perfect their detector. "Professor, we were thinking that we would market the detector to the Aurors of the Ministry and maybe to Gringotts for their curse breakers. Do you think that we can do it as individuals from Hogwarts itself?" Harry was not well versed about starting a business even in the non-magical world, let alone in the magical world. He and Hermione discussed a lot on that subject, and though her parents felt that they could not do that due to tax concerns, they were not sure how different in the magical world and so advised them to talk to the professors. No, Harry, you cannot do it as individuals, as everything that you sell will be assessed for tax by the ministry. Taxation for individual salaries is generally lower than taxation on sales, and so you as individuals cannot be taxed the rate for a company. Moreover, by law you cannot be taxed as you are minors, and by the same token you cannot sell them because you cannot be taxed, Professor McGonagall replied with a sigh. Harry and Hermione shared a look. That was what they thought. They also needed someone to manage the transactions with the Villa colony in Fay Glen near Marseille and also manage their establishment as long as they were at Hogwarts. Harry voiced his opinion. I want to ask Mr. Lupin if he could coordinate with Sophie's Grammy for the stones and maybe manage the company for us till we graduate. Do you think that it would be a good idea, ma'am? The professor gave him a bright smile. I think that would be a good idea, Harry. You can trust him as he was your father's friend after all, and you would also be doing him a favor by providing him a respectable job. As you know, he is a werewolf, and I think that he would be able to negotiate with Villa easily and gain their trust. I am not so sure about managing your company though. I always believe that the owners should be in charge of the finances and he could take care of the day-to-day operations and paid a salary. Maybe you could have your parents, Hermione, as a part of the board of directors or something to help you out. Thanks for that idea, Professor. I am sure that my parents would not mind that. They manage their own practice and so could help us out. We were also thinking about compensation for you both. Maybe not compensation as such, but as a royalty for the idea, Hermione interjected. The two professors shared a fond smile. Thank you for the courtesy, you two, but as we were contracted to Hogwarts, we cannot accept any compensation. It is our duty to educate the younger generation, and moreover, it was mostly your idea to start with. I only provided you with the nature of the spells, something which you could have gotten from any book. The diminutive professor waved off their objections. That was not what Harry and Hermione wanted. Sure, it was Harry's idea, but the professors were taking time off from their schedules to help and guide them. They had a short discussion and Hermione suggested an alternative. I think that instead of calling it compensation, we could call it as a Hogwarts refurbishment fund. The fund could be used to replace the school brooms, or buy top quality brooms for the school Quidditch teams, provide support to the student who could not afford new books or robes or anything else that concerns Hogwarts and its students. We could divide the profits from the sale of each unit and give one half to the fund. We are not concerned about profits right away, instead want to do some good to the society. The two professors were beaming. None of the students, either past or present, gave anything back to Hogwarts, even though there was a dire need for a few things, especially those that could seriously harm the students, like brooms or safety equipment for potions and the greenhouses. Maybe the library could buy more copies of books prescribed and then loan to the students for the entire year. The idea opened a host of possibilities to the deputy headmistress. This was the first time that someone had broached the subject. Even though the fulfillment of the idea was still debatable, their hearts were filled with joy hearing Hermione's words. Harry neglected protocol for the time and key. Ed, his girlfriend, soundly eliciting a brilliant blush on her face. Not 2 parts, Hermione. I would like it to be 3. Seeing the looks of confusion, Harry explained his motive. When I went to Gringotts, I was told that the Potters had a good bit of money diverted to various charities, but that stopped after the death of my parents. I cannot do anything about that till my 17th birthday, but in the meantime I want to start a foundation to help orphans, something like a Potter and Granger helping hand for orphans. This time it was Hermione's turn to key. Harry senseless. They finally agreed to contact Hermione's parents and the goblins to sort out the details of a new company with equal partnership for Harry and Hermione. Mr. Lupin would also be contacted regarding a salaried position as duty manager, and his first job would be to negotiate for a steady supply of Pierre de Wonder for their use. It was not the first time that Harry and Hermione hoped that they had a relative or an adult in their family who was magical and could help them out, especially with the company they wanted to establish. As Professor Flitwick offered Harry and Hermione the chance to learn dueling, they were now congregated in the den, along with Professor McGonagall. A week of classes with Lockhart convinced everyone that they would be learning next to nothing in his classes, and so this turned out to be a chance that could not be missed. Surprisingly, All their 5 friends and Colin joined them in the unofficial class and a chance to learn from an international dueling master. Starting the lesson, the professor asked the assembled students, when you duel an opponent, what is the most important aspect that can ensure your victory? After a bit of thought, Hermione responded with, your skill and knowledge of spells, she half stated, while Susan responded with, the ability to protect yourself properly from your opponent. When none of the others took a chance at answering him, Professor Flitwick shook his head and answered his own question, the most important aspect is your opponent's skill and experience. This generated quite a bit of surprise in the students. Think about it. You know your own skill or ability to cast proper shields, but what you don't know is your opponent's ability to take down those shields. A murmur of agreement went through the audience. Focusing on Hermione, the professor countered her argument. Knowledge of spells, while good, may not help you out in a duel. When you are fighting for your life, the easiest and quick to cast spells are the best. Sometimes debilitating spells are what are needed rather than some obscure or exotic spell. Looking at the perplexed faces, he tried to elaborate. Spells that take unusually long time to cast, like the petrification spell, give your opponent a chance to counter them easily, or when you are in the middle of the incantation, he can hit back with a much stronger spell but with a shorter incantation. Reducto, for example, is a very devastating spell when cast at humans. Not that I recommend the spell in a friendly duel, but if you need to put down your opponent for the count, such spells are very useful. Another such spell is the osseous fragment, or bone-breaking hex. Before anyone could raise an objection to it, he asked a question of his own. I know that I said that shorter incantations are the best, but can you tell me a scenario where you can use a bone-breaking hex? This time Harry responded promptly. If the opponent is put on the back foot and does not have the time to cast a spell properly, we can slip in such longer incantation spells, under the radar. The professor had a pleased smile and frankly was very disturbing on the part Goblin's face. I am not familiar with the non-magical phrase you have used, but if I assume what it means, then you are correct. Spells like Petrificus Totalis, Osseous Fragment, Expelliarmus can be very effective when used in conjunction with a string of easy-to-cast spells like Stupefy, Stinging, or Tickling Hexes. Susan interjected excitedly. I heard my aunt saying that everyone has a signature set of spells, more like a string of spells that can be rattled off without a second thought. Professor Flitwick gave a pleasant smile. Yes, you choose a set of spells that are easy to cast and then practice a lot. For me, I like spells that do not have easy counters and cannot be blocked by a protega shield. That will keep your opponent on the more concentrated on dodging your spells rather than a counter attack. That can tire out an opponent easily, and if he is not fit, he can tire himself out. That will allow me to slip in a few effective spells that use longer incantations but aimed at ending the duel, like the petrification or bonebreaker hex. A nervous Neville raised his hand, and after a gentle reminder that they were not in a formal classroom setting and there was no need to raise a hand, he wanted to know, Professor, do we need to know such dangerous spells? We are after all kids, and these can seriously injure a person. He was not accustomed to being in the limelight, but even with everyone's attention focused on him, did not cower, a marked improvement after spending time in Harry and Hermione's company. The gentle pressure on his hand from Padma at his side might also be the reason for the newfound confidence. The genial professor turned serious just like a switch has been thrown. That's the thing, Mr. Longbottom, a duel is not a child's play. Even between friends, a duel has a potential to injure your opponent, and a wrongly directed hex like a simple piercing hex can kill. That's the reason I am teaching you about surviving a duel and not dawdle about. The only safe opponent is one who cannot retaliate, and that's what I am going to teach you if you are serious about it. Though said in an ominous tone, the underlying seriousness of the situation gave them determination to learn as much as they could and survive a confrontation. Only Harry and Hermione knew the real situation with regards to Voldemort, and so were very excited and also much more serious about learning to duel effectively. They, or at least Harry, may be forced into situations where he might have to fight for his life and succeed, and Hermione was sure to follow him, whether Harry wanted her there or not. I also think that the more potent spells will need to be used in regular battles, not necessarily against your opponent. Hermione was used to spot uncommon uses for common items, and the scenario of a real battle may be very much different than a classroom setting, needing unconventional ideas. Bravo, Hermione. Can you explain in detail for the benefit of the others, please? the diminutive professor cried out in excitement. At least someone in the group had caught on to the potential uses of such powerful spells in a battle. Instead of Hermione, it was Harry who answered the professor. If the fight was to occur in a room full of furniture or in the woods with plenty of cover, then blasting, piercing and cutting hexes are a must in your arsenal. They would at least be useful to flush your opponent into the open. Exactly. The professor cried out and followed it with, in the same way, transfiguration and conjuration spells will allow you to block the opponent's attacks. If you are an accomplished dueler, you can conjure small birds or animals and animate them to attack or defend independent of your commands. That is a very useful trick. That declaration was followed by a few minutes of silence where all the friends mulled over his words. The possibilities were varied, and even though some of the spells used for transfiguration or conjuration were beyond the ability of most of them, they were looking forward to train hard. Harry and Hermione had a whispered conversation between themselves and agreed to plan out not only a few chain spells but also to try and incorporate the conjuration spells in a real battle. There was a lot for them to work on, and with Voldemort around the corner, they could not and were not ready to slack off. Apart from the two, Neville and Luna had a fierce determination in their eyes. The two were generally considered to be timid and in Neville's case even magically weak. The look in their eyes, however, said a very different story. They needed to excel in learning from the best, even if for the sole reason of surviving with their life and limbs intact. Catching their attention once more, the professor forged ahead. The final aspect of a successful outcome is your physical fitness. If you can dodge your opponent's attacks rather than shield, then you will be saving a lot of magical energy. Even if you are physically tired, one overpowered disarming charm delivered at the precise time would not only disarm him but can knock him out. Therefore, being in the top of your physical fitness is also a must for lasting in a duel. Besides, physical fitness can also improve your magical stamina, which is why you will have to get in shape. With that, the professor gave them a set of exercises and running tips to improve on their fitness. They agreed to meet in a week's time with a few practiced spells and then concentrate on dodging and dueling exercises. Harry and Hermione, however, were planning on developing their own signature set of spells for rapid-fire use in any duel. If possible, they could duel each other or ask the professor to be their opponent. Their goal was simple: team up to take down the champion dueler. Simple, yes, but easily done. Not a chance. Dear Mr. Potter and Miss Granger, your offer of head of operations in your company is the best option available to me, and I accept it graciously. This would also help me get back into the British wizarding world, from which I have had to distance myself due to lack of sufficient opportunities for work. The job description that you have sent me had removed the last of my doubts of this not being a legitimate and a profitable venture. I am sorry to say that I had doubted your offer, but you were the son of one of the biggest pranksters at Hogwarts, Harry. To even think that the son of my best friend, James Potter, would stoop to such a level of giving false hope was demeaning to you, Harry, and for that I apologize unreservedly. The potential services and products on offer from you are certainly novel, and your market research does say that they will find acceptance, and that gives me hope that my participation in your company would be profitable to you both. I do hope that you have a name for your venture, as it needs to be registered with the British Ministry of Magic. I have also taken the liberty of procuring the required forms for a quick clearance of the company's name and also to take care of the legalese involved. With the main owners being minors under the law, the forms have to be countersigned by your guardians. Whether they are muggle or magical is not of much difference. I think that the earliest you could put in the application for scrutiny would be before Christmas or the start of December at best. A board of directors is a must to take care of your decisions, or at least to give some legitimacy to your decisions, till you take up the mantle yourself. I believe that your parents, Miss Granger, have the required expertise for that, and as you have said in your communication, that they may be willing to take up the mantle. I would, however, recommend a magical presence on the board too. Maybe Professors McGonagall or Flitwick would do the job if they are willing, and since there is no need for them to be involved directly in decision making, at least we know they need not be present, will not take too much of their time. I do not have the capability or experience to negotiate a big business venture as you have put on my shoulders, but as you have also told me that the goal for now was not profitability but goodwill, I will do the best to establish a good working relationship with the Vila colony at Fay Glen. Might I also suggest a personal meeting with the French magical foreign minister sometime during the Christmas holidays, as his support would be invaluable for a seamless import option of the commodities from France. I feel obligated to let you know that the day I start negotiations with Danielle Marceau, the governor of the Villa colony, would count as the day I start in your employ. For all legal matters, that would also be the day your company goes public. All bills or salaries can be backdated and handled without penalties, but the fact needs to be acknowledged on the application for the establishment of the business venture. As far as the cost to the company regarding my employment, those details can be worked out in person, and I promise that I would not give you trouble on that. I am looking forward to meet you personally and finalize all aspects of this budding venture. I do ask you to take time and meet both the governor of the colony and the French foreign minister. Your presence would be needed to make all decisions binding and magically acceptable. That would also give you an opportunity to open negotiations about an overseas branch. Here's to a successful partnership. Sincerely yours, Remus Lupin. The first week back from vacation was spent mostly in getting acclimatized to their classes and reacquainting themselves with their classmates or friends. The lethargy from the holidays carried over, and so Harry and Hermione could not spend any time on the Pierre de Wonder. Now that their first week back was out of the way and getting permission to reoccupy their den, they began working on ascertaining the requirements for optimizing their dark magic detector. During their stay at Marseille, they tested the Lumos spell that Sophie cast in her demonstration and found out that the spell did indeed work. Further work proved that there was an initial delay of an hour that was needed for the stone to work, and after that it needed an hour to recharge for every 6 hours of use. The stone was also remarkably hard, and their attempts to hit it with blasting, piercing or cutting hexes did to even leave a blemish on the stone. Harry and Hermione decided that it was a benefit that they could very well exploit if the stone was to be used in the most extreme conditions. The only problem they could not solve easily was a way to house the stone, not only to provide them with a way to control the swath of the spells but also to shield it from outside magic during recharge. They finally decided on two designs for the outer shell. Hermione wanted a bud-like structure that could be opened in a series of steps, while Harry favored a camera-like body with a variable aperture. While I admit that the bud-like structure is aesthetically sound, in a field environment it would be impractical. The more exposed the moving parts, the more are the chances of damage, Harry argued. Hermione wanted to rebuke his logic but found that Harry's logic was indeed sound. Moreover, the camera-like structure would be compact enough to fit into a small space. Wizards do have space expansion charms, but even then a compact structure would be better. So finally they agreed on using a small box made of aluminum with an adjustable aperture to allow for the spells to pass through. The choice of metal was the best. Not only being lightweight, aluminum was also durable, but that also meant that they would have to craft the boxes in the non-magical world, another job for their incumbent head of operations. The aperture would be controlled by a knob on the top of the box, just like in a SLR camera. They also designed two variations, one fitted on top of a staff which could be planted into the ground for ease of use in an open place, and the other model was to be hung as a lantern that can be lowered into cellars or open underground spaces. The lantern-like design could be stabilized by charms to keep it facing one way only. Now all that was left was to test it out and then, more importantly, name it. The Saturday after Hermione's 13th birthday saw the two friends venturing into uncharted territories. They were as ready as they could be with their aura probe, as they decided to call the implement they had in their hands. It was definitely not the final product, as the Pierre de Wonder was only housed in an open glass box much like an aquarium without its cover. The glass was reinforced to be unbreakable and charmed to prevent spells from passing through it, leaving only the open end to be used to discharge the spells from the stone. Harry and Hermione walked to the 7th floor and onto a corridor that was rarely used by the occupants of the castle. The corridor was not in the direct line of any of the used parts, and so one did not venture that way unless absolutely necessary. That may also be the reason that none of the students or staff knew about the come and go room. Moreover, who in their right minds would want to spend any time looking at a tapestry of a crazy wizard teaching trolls to dance? The vibrant couple was indeed in their right minds, but they had to harden their hearts and glance at the tapestry in order to complete their work. Wow! The world is so full of oddities. Harry commented while Hermione began pacing the wall on the other side of the tapestry while muttering, "Need a room full of magical objects." They debated a lot as to the kind of room they needed to request, since the consensus between the house elves was that they needed to be specific with their request or the room would not be able to provide all that they would need once they were inside. A huge reinforced oak door appeared on Hermione's third pass. The door was ornate as if from an old world castle. Think of it, they were in an old castle. Even though they were introduced to the world of magic more than a year ago, the appearance of a door on a wish did not fail to elicit gasps of amazement to the two pre-teens, or should it be a newly minted teenager and a pre-teen? Entering the room with trepidation, they saw that the castle provided them with a storeroom of sorts with a lot of everyday items and some not so obvious ones. Belaying its ordered appearance, the room looked like a junkyard with broken items and some which were so old that their condition was difficult to predict. Curiously, the items were all placed in ordered racks, as if an automated sorting machine went through a pile of junk and put them onto shelves. The items they could see varied from brooms, mops, cutlery to broken chairs, new tables, and old couches to books, jewelry and clothes. The bigger items were on the floor to the side and away from the ordered racks for the smaller items. Harry and Hermione gaped at the spread of enchanted items with open mouths. "There is a fortune to be made from this room," Harry commented. "Yes, if we live through handling any cursed items," agreed Hermione. That comment brought their attention back to the task at hand. For now, they decided on a simple lantern-like design for their test, and the charged stone was held with a sticking charm inside the open glass box hung from a sturdy leather strip. Hermione used the leather cord from the gift she got from Sophie's Grammy when they visited Fay Glen. She did not need the cord to hold the stone imbibed with Vela magic anymore, as Harry gifted her a chain made of gold for it, as a part of her birthday gift. They decided to leave the larger items alone as they were probably just discarded items that may not be of much use to them in terms of being enchanted. With anticipation being the overriding emotion, they moved to the cereal racks of mostly jewelry and other trinkets including goblin-made swords, daggers and knives. With a soft Liberar, Hermione allowed the 3 spells stored in the stone to be cast at the same time. As they learned with their experimentation, even though the incantations of the 3 spells are varied not only in their duration but also in the language of casting, the spells were released simultaneously and cycle every 2 seconds. The 2-second delay was needed for the stone to recharge the spells. The result was an explosion of colors that nearly blinded Harry and Hermione. The entire spectrum of visible colors flashed every 2 seconds that the aura detection spell flashed out, along with the 2 specialized spells for trap detection and detection of magical enchantments on solid objects. The myriad of flashes were so bright that they looked as if they were even reflected off the enchanted ceiling of the room, increasing their discomfort. "I never expected that we would see so many aura flashes," Harry grimaced, squeezing his eyes shut. "We really do need the advantage of a shutter to minimize the area that the spells scan," Hermione supplied. "The ability of pinpointing an object may be much appreciated in cases like what they were facing. The enormous number of colored flashes were not only disconcerting to the eyes but defeated the purpose if you could barely keep your eyes open to see them. Upon closer inspection, they could see a few flashed of dark colors. They were probably not lethal but certainly debilitating. I wish that the lights in the room are not so bright for us to discern the sources that are emitting the dark aura," Harry mused, and to their pleasant surprise the lights in the room dimmed. The 2 students were treated to a stunning display of colors that rivaled even the most exotic of pyrotechniques imagined, and that was saying something due to the enormous possibilities for such displays in the magical world. In the middle of such an amazing display, the inventors of a very useful tool for curse breakers embraced in an exuberant hug filled with elation and excitement for a resounding success of their aura probe. They slowly moved through the different racks of enchanted objects, and that reduced the number of auras detected as the amount of space bathed in the detection spells narrowed. The feeling of elation dampened considerably when they detected a very strong black aura coming from an out-of-the-way book rack that was totally devoid of any other enchanted items. Curious to see what kind of a book could project such a dark aura, Harry and Hermione gradually made their way towards the single source. A few feet away from the book rack, they saw that the source of the black aura was not a book but a stone bust adorned with a crown. Harry blurted out incredulously. "Not a crown, Harry. It's a tiara or a diadem that women usually wear with their wedding dress. It is meant to hold the veil in place, Hermione corrected. Okay. Tiara or diadem, not a crown, Harry sighed with some exasperation. Do we tell the professors about the object that could potentially be dangerous in a school full of children? To him, the situation was eerily similar to their previous year with the Philosopher's Stone, guarded by flimsy traps. He could see that the diadem was not being guarded, rather, it was being hidden, and that meant that it was highly dangerous. Hermione was biting her lower lip. I am not sure if we should bring it into the open, Harry. If it was hidden and Merlin knows for how long, is it not a good idea just to leave it where it was and probably warn MCG that there is something dangerous and not to let anyone open the room in this configuration? Hermione, think about it. We asked for a very generalized room with enchanted objects, and the castle provided us with a room containing something very dangerous. What guarantee do we have that the next time someone asks for a similar room would not get the same thing? After a few moments of internal deliberation, Hermione finally agreed that it may be better to remove the object and secured somewhere else, like Harry's moleskin pouch, or else destroyed post-haste. Agreeing to that, Harry voiced his concern. Come on, we need to get out of here. Whatever the curse may be on the diadem, it is trying to overpower my occlumency shields, and I have a very bad feeling about this. We should probably come back with MCG and Flitwick. With that, they were ready to move back but were suddenly overwhelmed by an enticing voice in their head calling them forward. Knowledge beyond measure is a wizard's greatest treasure. Come wear me and obtain your greatest dream. While Harry heard the word wizard in his mind, Hermione heard witch instead. The voice was unrecognizable as belonging to a mortal, but was like a siren's song, drawing them into a trance and forcing them to move closer instead of away from the danger. Even though Harry and Hermione had developed their occlumency shields to such a level that they could repulse even the spirited of legilimency attacks, the voice managed to slink through their defenses. The two friends were entranced in the call of the diadem. They instantly recognized that the diadem once belonged to Rowena Ravenclaw, the witch regaled as the brightest ever to grace the land. The promise of unlimited knowledge was difficult for the two students who strove for the best to ignore. Harry and Hermione did have a bond of friendship that was too deep to be broken easily, otherwise they would have fought over the privilege of wearing the diadem. Even though it was meant for women, Harry was ready to wear it for the promise it held. Regardless of the danger they knew the object might bring, they marched resolutely towards the diadem, fully intending to obtain the knowledge beyond measure, and share with the other. They were only a couple of feet from touching the diadem when Harry's scar exploded in pain. The pain was too much for him to bear and sliced through the weakened occlumency barriers and elicited a gasp of pain from Harry. Desperately clutching his forehead, Harry stumbled and due to the confines of the corridor between racks fell on Hermione, trying to refrain from screaming out loud. Harry's frantic efforts to manage the unbearable pain and to regain his balance also brought Hermione to the floor, effectively breaking the diadem's hold on them. Harry! Hermione's scream pierced the silence of the room. She was desperately trying to soothe Harry's pain and at the same time refraining from a panic attack. Her subconscious need to find help for her boyfriend began warring with her desperate need not to leave Harry alone in the room, especially very close to what she now knew as an object related to Lord Voldemort. Hermione's common sense finally asserted itself and, looping her hands under Harry's armpits, began dragging him away towards the door. The increased distance from the cursed diadem brought some sense to Harry, and the calming presence of Hermione helped him clamp down on his occlumency barriers, decreasing the pain. Harry began to mumble, I'm okay, much to Hermione's relief. Hermione sat beside a still groggy Harry and pulled his head into her lap. Harry's scar was a bright red color, almost as if it was leaking blood, and thrummed with a life of its own, scaring both of them out of their wits. Hermione requested the room for some cold water and a rag with which she wiped the thin sheen of sweat that covered Harry's face. The cold water brought some relief to him and he was able to sit up in no time. Shaken from their frightful experience, the two took a deep drink from the cold water and, embracing each other, began discussing about what happened. That was even worse than meeting Voldemort face to face last year. Harry shuddered at the thought of another near-death experience with the Dark Lord. Do you think that it was Voldemort who cursed the object and that was why you reacted to his magical signature? Or was it much more sinister? Hermione was trying to understand what could affect Harry so bad even without Voldemort's physical presence. Harry could only shrug his shoulders in response, "Not sure, sweetheart. I am also not sure why I was affected so badly by that object. I would have thought that Voldemort's presence would have been much more painful rather than just something inert." By now Hermione settled into his lap and tightened her arms around him. She ed Harry tenderly and voiced her opinion. "I think that the object was cursed in such a way to lower our mental defenses. Remember the voice asking us to put the diadem on?" She asked rhetorically. "I believe that it had some way to lower our occlumency shields, and probably the proximity of the object to you also might have had increased the pain you felt." That was probably the best explanation they could get out of the scenario, and so Harry accepted it. The warmth of Hermione's embrace and calming down from the adrenaline high allowed Harry to collect his wits and focused on the problem at hand. "Now we definitely cannot leave the diadem in this room, especially as it may be something to do with Voldemort. I am afraid that it might be something to do with him escaping death too." Hermione gasped. "Oh my. I never thought about that. What do you think it may be?" she asked with a quaver in her voice. It was Harry's turn to provide comfort, but he had no answers. Who knows what the demented Dark Lord might have done? "We have to look for answers, but I think we need to tell at least MCG about this, even though it may be better that very few people know about this." Hermione snorted at that. "It would be rather hypocritical that we demanded answers from Dumbledore but keep something this big to ourselves." Harry agreed to that. "I would be willing to do that after we have a clue as to what the diadem was actually cursed with rather than raising a stink and find out it had nothing to do with Voldemort. Still, I am wary of taking it to Dumbledore. We will hang on to it, and if we find more information along with its intended purpose, we take it to MCG or even someone in the DMLE." They quickly agreed to that plan of action, and Hermione rose from Harry's lap, pulling him up too. Hermione conjured a sturdy box made of wood and Harry levitated the diadem into the box before closing the lid. This time though they kept their distance, working from as far away as they dared, and so were largely unaffected by the diadem. Though Harry's scar stung a bit, he was prepared for the assault and was unperturbed by that. Finding a rope in a cranny in the room, they secured the box and put it into Harry's ever-present pouch. "We have to transfer the diadem into a box made of actual materials rather than conjured ones. Even though our conjurations last a long time, I would sleep well knowing that whatever curses are there will not affect me through the pouch." Hermione agreed wholeheartedly with Harry. "Maybe we can devise something like an evidence box that is transparent and also able to block curses or magic from going in or out." Another innovation from the Hermione Magical Innovations firm founded by two brilliant researchers from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Harry announced in a tone reminiscent of a television commercial. Hermione let out a long-suffering sigh. "You need to come up with a better name. I can now very well believe that it is the mother that names her child, not the father." Harry stuck his tongue out in a very mature gesture and the two shared a laugh. "Seriously, we need a better name than that, Harry," and Harry did agree to that as the name was an on-the-spot attempt. Walking out of the room of requirement, Harry sighed, "And here I thought that we will have some time to prepare for Voldemort." With that somber proclamation, the two best friends made their way to the Gryffindor common room with heavy hearts but still finding comfort in the presence of the other. With classes and school work starting to take up most of their time, Harry and Hermione were forced to use the weekends for finalizing the organizational pattern of their company. The forms required to be completed and submitted also took a big chunk of their time. Thankfully, the forms being magical, any mistakes were quickly and easily corrected without a need for running around to get new forms. They could understand why Mr. Lupin predicted that they could take as long as December for them to finalize and submit their application. Looking at the different subsections that needed to be taken care of, Harry and Hermione wondered if they could be done even by the new year. The elation they felt after a successful test for their Aura probe, an excellent progress in their dueling practice, was overshadowed by the pathetic teaching that went for defense against the dark arts. With Harry's threat still ringing in his ears, Lockhart focused his attention on Draco Malfoy, probably in an attempt to woo Harry back. "If you were trying to use jealousy as a means to attract a person, who better than a rival to bestow your attention?" At least that's what Harry and Hermione thought about the thinly veiled attempts of the professor. Lockhart continued the pattern of using a volunteer from the class to be his acting partner for a staged encounter from his books, and more often than not Malfoy was under the spotlight and he lapped up the attention. I mean, Malfoy has to be dumber than I thought if he could not detect the obvious lack of meaningful teaching in Lockhart's classes. I knew him to be an attention seeker, but this takes the cake. I wonder if he knows that he is making a fool of himself whenever he takes the stage beside the professor, Harry commented to Hermione in class one day. Most of the time such classes were followed by Malfoy bragging about his superiority and knowledge in the subject as being the reasons that he was called upon to assist the honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League. He oftentimes tried to goad Harry into a confrontation about his perceived skill as a reason for the teacher's preference. Harry though kept his cool, as he knew the real reason for the lack of any substantial teaching and requiring such pathetic excuses to spend time in the class. Harry, Hermione and their friends however used the time that they spent not listening to the farce judiciously. Books on dueling courtesy of Professor Flitwick, and also the books prescribed for the second-year students by Quirrell the year before, found eager hands and minds. They were hoping that the headmaster's return to the school would put a stop to the mockery, but alas, it was not to be. I do not know if Albus has become senile or he is losing interest in his duties. He refuses to sack the fraud, exclaimed Professor McGonagall to the group of friends waiting eagerly in the den. The headmaster returned from his visit to Geneva and a meeting of ICW members. What? Exclaimed every one of them. Even after showing him the report that these two compiled. Susan's outburst was by far the loudest. Though she did not reply, the resigned look on the face of the deputy headmistress was enough evidence about the result. Susan went ahead and wrote to her aunt about Harry and Hermione's findings regarding the books written by Lockhart, but even she could not do anything about that, least of which was to charge him with fraud. As he never stated publicly that his writings were anything more than fiction, her hands were tied. Added to that, as she was recently promoted to as the head of DMLE, she could not jeopardize her position without concrete evidence to back any claims. There goes any option of a peaceful removal, sighed Professor Flitwick. I hope that nothing serious occurs in his class that results in an injury to a student or worse, in order for us to move against him. Harry was pensive but with a relieved smile playing on his face. All the more reason for us to take the extra lessons that you are giving us, Professor. I for one would not miss my sleep over his attitude. Harry, how can you say that? We have a duty to expose the fraud for what he is and help the fellow students, Hermione exclaimed. Professor McGonagall did not mince her words and shot down Hermione's protest. No, my dear, you as students do not have a need to do anything like that. If Lockhart was to go on the offensive, you would be in a very tough position to avoid trouble from his lawyers. I as someone with authority in the school could not do anything against him, and same for Amelia as head of DMLE. You did your best in bringing to light his incompetence, and that's the most we could expect from you. Hearing that declaration from her favorite professor upset Hermione a lot. Harry did not offer any other comment except for his silent support and understanding shown in a tightening of his fingers intertwined with her own. She did accept the fact that they could not do much, and her inherent respect for authority figures did not allow for a much-spirited defense of her earlier protest. She finally agreed with Harry that they were indeed getting the better of the deal and were learning from the best in terms of defense. So she quickly apologized to the professor and vocally thanked Harry for his silent support. The Transfiguration professor, however, waved off Hermione's apologies. You did nothing wrong, Hermione, and your desire to help all the students instead of a select few has to be lauded. You need to know, however, that you cannot always get what you want, and especially when you do not have the power to intervene. That brought a smile back to Hermione's face but was replaced by a mischievous smile as the professor continued. Now, if the acknowledged master was somehow to be disgraced publicly, then his removal becomes insignificant, as the DMLE can move in and investigate charges of fraud or even endangering the students in his charge. The smirk that accompanied the statement looked disturbing on the face of the usually stern professor. Harry wondered out loud if Gilderoy Lockhart felt the sensation of someone stepping over his grave, much to the amusement of the others. Susan meanwhile was nodding her head vigorously in support of Professor McGonagall, acknowledging that was the advice she pretty much got from her aunt. No amount of planning would lead to a situation to bring Lockhart's downfall. They could only bide their time and seize any opportunity that would arise. Sunday evening was a fun time for Harry and Hermione, What was fun for them, however, was not for the others. The entire afternoon and evening starting from lunch was usually spent in the company of the first years, trying to help them out in their classes or just offering a sympathetic ear to their problems. The new students appreciated their help too and were quick to take the offer of friendship. Harry began noticing minor twinges in his scar whenever he was in the company of the first-year students in the Gryffindor common room. His initial thought was that the curses on the diadem were specifically affecting him due to the connection with Voldemort through his scar, even though the diadem was stored in a space that was dimensionally very different. With Hermione's help, he narrowed it down to 2 instances his scar hurt. One was when he was in the common room only, and the other was that his scar hurt only in the presence of the first years when they were working on their homework, more specifically the girls in that year. What is happening, Harry? Every year something happens that puts you in danger, and every one of the instances is linked to Voldemort. I mean, this is a school and everyone was meant to be safe and secure, not fearing for their lives. On top of everything, Professor Dumbledore knows about it and still refuses to help you out, Hermione ranted in frustration. What could Harry reply to that? Hermione pretty much summed up everything, and with a neatly tied bow to it too. I am frightened, Hermione, Harry confessed. Tomorrow was Halloween, a day that held much pain for Harry, and that was also one of the reasons for such morbid thoughts. Seeing that her brows knit in confusion, he elaborated, I am afraid that Voldemort has cursed me in some way. When Hermione tried to deny it, Harry just tightened his arms around her and continued, think about it. Every time I am in proximity to him or what we think is his magical signature, I get a blinding pain that makes me immobile. Thanks to our occlumency training, I am able to at least repel the pain and move about, even if it is to escape. That tells me that I am affected by his magic. What other explanation do you have for this, Hermione? Hermione bit down on a sob that threatened to escape her. She hugged him back fiercely and planted a key that demanded Harry's love and showed her desire to spend a lifetime with him. Whatever it may be, Harry, we will fight it till the end. I am in no mood to lose you. I will fight with you however hard it may be or however long it might take. Believe me, she ground out with conviction. I know, Hermione. Believe me, I know. It is the strength you give me that has allowed me to sleep at night. You have no idea how much thoughts about being cursed by Voldemort had terrified me, but eventually all my thoughts come back to the fact that I have you alongside me, and whatever I fear become insignificant. In face of such optimism that is natural to young ones, morbid thoughts and fears could not stand their ground. Harry and Hermione let the shared warmth of their cuddle seep away their fears. I think that we should make a plan, Harry. We should try and take a few people into our confidence, someone like MCG, Wick, their nickname for Professor Flitwick, and maybe even Susan's aunt. I am sure having someone from the law on our side is useful. Harry agreed wholeheartedly to her suggestion. Are we really sure that what we are thinking is correct? I mean, I do not want to go barging in and say that Voldemort is residing inside me or something like that. Yes, that is also true. We have to have some kind of concrete information or at the least sufficient evidence to back our claims. Don't want to put you into the nuthouse now, do we? She giggled. That broke the somber mood and brought much needed levity. They continued to snuggle in front of the fire and shared occasional tender kisses. They were determined to enjoy the few minutes left out of their downtime. Hermione noticed that Ginny Weasley was glancing towards them furtively with wistful looks and heavy sighs while scribbling something. Hermione broke the hug gently and with a determined stride approached the first year. She chanced a glance at the book that Ginny was writing in and realized that it was a diary. I am so sorry, Ginny. I did not think that you would be writing in a diary. Can I talk to you for a minute? Hermione asked the startled girl. Ginny threw a glance at Harry in what was supposed to be a sneaky one but was blatantly obvious to the couple as a wistful one. Turning a bright red at having been caught, Ginny closed the tatty old diary and stuttered, That's okay, you did not know about it. What do you want to talk about? She put the book into her bag but not before Harry caught the golden writing at the margin, T.M. Riddle. What would Ginny do with someone else's old diary? He mused. Ginny, do you like Harry? Whatever that Ginny was expecting, that was definitely not it. Even Harry was dumbfounded by that blunt question, but before he could even stutter out a protest, Hermione continued. Though Ginny did not answer her question, the embarrassment written clearly on her face and the furtive glances as if she was trying to bolt from the room was confirmation enough. Ginny, there's nothing wrong in liking someone, and having a crush is also common at our age. What is unacceptable and dare I say unhealthy is for you to be unreasonable about it. Hermione gave a regretful smile. Believe me, I was there before with Lockhart, and it took a fight with Harry to show me how wrong I was. Harry and I are determined to make our relationship work and last a lifetime. I am sure that you must have guessed by now that what we have is not some teenage romance. I really hope that you understand that fact. We would like to have you as a friend, but if you continue to act like a lustful girl and one who could not even talk in his presence, I am afraid that you will get hurt. Harry and Hermione could see that Ginny was hurt by the rather forceful reminder. Hermione knew that her words would hurt the younger girl, especially one who was fed the nighttime stories of the wizarding hero, the boy who lived. It was better to be hurt a little at the beginning rather than be unrecoverable later on. Hermione softened her stance and tentatively wrapped the upset girl in a loose hug. I am sorry, Ginny, but you must realize that and move on. We want to be your friends, but you will have to give up on your crush before it gets difficult later on to hurt you badly. Ginny fought back tears and with a brave face muttered a timid, good night, and a whispered, thank you for your help, to Hermione and retreated to the girls' dorm. Watching her retreating back, Harry turned to Hermione. What was all that about? He asked rhetorically. Did you see the tired eyes and the dark circles under her eyes? Do you think that she is homesick and with 4 brothers in the same house too? Hermione sighed heavily, worried about little Ginny Weasley. She would have been much more concerned if Harry voiced his own unease about the pain in his scar flaring up in Ginny's proximity, especially when she was writing in that clearly pre-owned diary. The room of requirement turned out to be a very versatile tool for the two friends. While they still used the den to meet with their friends or the professors, pretty much everything they did in terms of their research for spells or dueling practice was done in the room. There they could practice even lethal spells without fear of hurting someone or the fear of being spied upon and ostracized for using spells designed to seriously maim or even kill your opponent. Though they followed Wick's advice and incorporated such spells in their arsenal and practiced diligently, still the thought of using them against a human was difficult to digest. Blasting away humanized dummies was the closest they could come to for now. Harry got his usual letter from Aunt Petunia sharing the pain of lost loved ones on this day, and to his surprise and gratitude, Dan and Emma Granger also sent their remembrances and support. That helped Harry to get over his funk very quickly, and of course Hermione tried her best to be supportive of his pain and loss. A tough workout in the dueling arena provided by the room of requirement also alleviated his pain far better than any therapy could do. After another fruitful session of practice duels, Harry and Hermione were walking down to the common room for a quick change before heading down to dinner. They were walking down the steps leading from the common room to the great hall when Harry suddenly tensed when he heard the words, rip, tear, kill, being repeated a couple of times before being silenced. Hermione felt something was wrong when Harry tensed and stopped in the middle of a deserted corridor, but before she could ask him, Harry blurted out, "Did you hear that, Hermione?" With no less amount of trepidation, Hermione asked the most obvious question, "Hear what, Harry?" "I am sorry, but I heard nothing." Harry gave her a look that meant, "We will talk about it later. I think we should be going to dinner. We can talk about it in private." With that, both the friends resumed their walk to the Great Hall, only to be stopped again, this time due to a large crowd of students and faculty looking at the wall opposite the girls' bathroom on the second floor. The entire corridor was flooded, but that apparently was not the cause of the commotion. They tried to see over the shoulders of the crowd but could see nothing. Only when they started to disperse could they see a lifeless cat hanging from a torch bracket on the wall. Mrs. Morris, the caretaker Mr. Filch's cat, was dead. Harry and Hermione gasped in unison. Hearing their exclamation, Neville answered, "No, not dead, apparently petrified." They listened with only half the attention what he learnt about the petrification while reading the words painted in red under the body of the cat, "Enemies of the air, beware." Hermione read the words out loud, and that caught the attention of Draco Malfoy, who was prepared to move back to his common room. He stopped in his tracks and turned to face Harry and Hermione, an action which stilled the others too, and looked at the impending confrontation if the sneer on Malfoy's face was any indication. "You will be next, Mudblood." The rightful heir of Salazar Slytherin will cleanse the world of everyone undeserving, he raged. His proclamation elicited gasps whether directed at the use of a foul word or the declaration itself would not be known. The taunts and insults aimed at her might have worked before coming to Hogwarts, but with Harry's support Hermione shed the timid acceptance and grew into her strength. Standing tall beside her best friend and boyfriend, she exuded confidence and demanded the respect due to her because of her remarkable intelligence. Every other voice was drowned by the shrill voice of an irate deputy headmistress. Detention for the next 2 nights with me, Mr. Malfoy, and 50 points from Slytherin. The reprimand from authority did not faze the Malfoy heir as much as the twin glares that were full of venom directed at him. The flint-like eyes of 2 different colors, one emerald green and the other chocolate brown, which promised death or at least unimaginable pain, made Malfoy flinch and take an involuntary step back and behind his 2 massive friends that went as muscle for him. If the situation was not so tense, the act might have raised a few laughs. With their appetite thoroughly destroyed, Harry and Hermione returned to their common room with the rest of the Gryffindors. Commandeering a love seat and with Hermione taking her rightful place in Harry's lap, they discussed the event. Do you think that it was a snake you heard before, Harry? That would explain why I could hear nothing if it was Parseltongue. Harry sighed heavily into her neck. I am not sure, sweetheart, but that is the only explanation which fits the facts. Another Halloween when something weird happened. Luckily this time I was not involved in any way. They remained silent, mulling over the different possibilities. The silence was welcome when they had nothing to talk about, and their loving embrace was enough to communicate for them. Eventually Harry raised the point which was the heart of the matter at hand. What kind of snake would petrify an animal, and can it petrify humans too? The days following the petrification of Mrs. Norris were one of chaos and fear. The biggest mistake made by the headmaster was not to offer any explanation to the incident, or even worse, give the relevant details of what happened to the student body at large. Added to that, Draco Malfoy strutting around the castle boasting about a day that the purebloods will rule the wizarding world, rumors began flying thick and fast. Even the 2 nights of detention did not dampen the own Slytherin, and the entire house was basking in the glory of the event, which apparently signified the return of the Dark Lord Voldemort. Malfoy did not dare to voice his opinion anywhere near Harry or Hermione, but the rest of the castle and its population were game. The situation would have been taken care of with a simple declaration of vigilance or a show of strength by the faculty. With no steps being taken to ensure that the petrification event would not be repeated, the students began to fear for their lives to the point of only moving in large huddles. The first years began to seek Harry and his group of friends regardless of house barriers, and they did their best to go out of their way to help them to their classes. The show of unity among the group of 8 friends, Colin included, brought out a sense of calm to the chaos, and the professors relaxed their rule for coming late to the classes for them. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, and surprisingly Snape even awarding them points at random. Into this sense of gloom, the announcement of a school-wide dueling club brought much needed cheer. I wonder who is going to teach the club. Susan voiced the thought of almost everyone that gathered inside the Great Hall after dinner on the first day of the club. I hope it's Professor Flitwick, Luna opined with an uncharacteristic beaming smile of anticipation and restraining herself from bouncing off the walls. It was a testament to the support of her friends, and not to mention the signs of specific attention from Colin, that the usually timid girl began voicing her opinion in public. I heard that Snape was also a very talented duelist in his youth. I am willing to learn from him too, Harry declared. His proclamation elicited quite a few raised eyebrows and even stares of incredulity from those who heard him, especially the older Gryffindors. Seeing the reaction of his outburst, Harry adopted an affronted look and countered with a spirited, "What?" effectively silencing his critics. Before anyone could speak, the doors to the Great Hall opened with a loud noise, and Gilderoy Lockhart strutted into their midst wearing robes of garish purple. He was followed by the rest of the faculty, sans the headmaster, dressed in sharp contrast to the Dada professor in more subdued tones, but specifically designed to wear to a fight. With a swish of his cloak, Lockhart clambered up onto the raised stage and cleared his throat loudly. "Attention please. Can you all see me? I am Gilderoy Lockhart, winner of the Order of Merlin 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witches Weekly, 5 times in a row." His speech made the 8 friends roll their eyes in perfect unison, while the rest of the female population nearly swooned in lust. The expressions of the male population were varied, ranging from indifference to mild curiosity to rapt attention at the chance of learning something new. Most of the professors, however, were disgusted at the blatant display of charm that was directed at females of impressionable age. Professor Snape looked stoic as ever, but Professors McGonagall and Flitwick had a mischievous look directed at Harry and his friends that said, "This is your chance, make the most of it." The friends looked at each other and smiled grimly, waiting for a chance to do just that. Professor Lockhart, meanwhile, was oblivious to the various plots being hatched aimed at his downfall and was baking in the adulation of teenage witches. He removed his cloak and with a wink tossed it at a group of Hufflepuff 7th year witches who nearly tore it into pieces in an effort to get a piece of the famous destroyer of dark creatures. Harry mused that Lockhart may actually be torn into pieces if the same witches knew his true colors. It was decided by the staff that you students should be taught about defending yourself in light of the new threat in the school, and who better than me, the slayer of anything evil. The professor preened his already overly styled hair. In a fit of mischievousness, Harry asked, flashing the professor an innocent look, "If you are here to slay everything evil, why not go directly into the lair of the monster and save all the damsels from distress?" His proclamation was met with loud guffaws from Hagrid, while the others were desperately trying not to laugh out loud. Professor Snape even looked mildly impressed by Harry's outburst. Some of the girls around him looked indignant, while some wished that they were really in distress for the handsome professor to rescue them. Even the thick skin of the professor failed to hide a small twinge of embarrassment from coloring his cheeks. Professor Lockhart deftly covered his mortification by calling Professor Snape up to the stage for a demonstration, assuring the watchers with a cocky smile that no damage would be done to him, at least not permanently. He added. Those who knew the potions professor would have been worried by the grim smile on his face, a smile that promised extreme pain to those in his sights. Everyone knew that the Dada professor was overconfident, but what they did not know was if he had a death wish or was too smug to notice. That did not last long, however, and as soon as they straightened from the ceremonial bow, the recipient of the Order of Merlin 3rd class was sent flying due to an overpowered disarming charm from Professor Snape. The audience was stunned to silence, mainly due to a myriad of reactions. Most of the witches could not believe that their favorite professor was defeated so easily, while some of them began seeing the truth. A few others marveled at the power put into a simple charm and its effectiveness, while most of them realized the truth in Harry's words. When no applause was forthcoming, the potions professor gave a mock bow in the general direction and moved to sit with his head held high. The defeated professor, however, was quick to save face. "Not to worry. I just allowed my colleague to hit me to show you that even a simple first-year charm can do significant damage to your opponent." Harry and his friends had to admit that it was a masterful stroke. Not only it painted the worthless man in better light, but also drove home the real point of the duel. Even a simple charm can be effectively used to incapacitate a much larger or powerful opponent. "Okay, now why don't we open the stage for a few friendly duels?" Professor Lockhart called out, much to the excitement of the students. The other professors tried to object but were quickly overwhelmed in the boisterous reception of the declaration. Professor Lockhart tried to gain favor with two of the powerful noble houses, and so immediately called the scion of Malfoy House, Draco Malfoy, and scion of House Potter, Harry, onto the stage for a friendly duel. All hopes of a friendly duel evaporated quickly when Draco had a vicious smirk on his face after a furious discussion with a couple of more senior housemates. Adorning a smug smile that matched the Dada professor, Draco jumped onto the stage with a swagger more in tune with a drunkard rather than a confident dueler. With pats on his back from his friends and housemates and a radiant smile of encouragement from his girlfriend, Harry clambered up onto the stage, hoping that his demeanor would project confidence and not arrogance. As soon as they bowed, Harry dropped into a crouch with his body angled sideways to offer as small a target as possible. With many hours of sparring against Hermione and Professor Flitwick under his belt, Harry was quietly confident in his ability to overcome the challenge thrown by Draco Malfoy. The difference between trained and untrained duelers was never more evident than in the current duel. Malfoy started with a stunner that would have ended the duel if it hit, but Harry sidestepped it without breaking a sweat. Malfoy threw jelly legs, tripping, tickling, and even petrification jinx one after the other, and all Harry had to do was anticipate the target area and just not be there. As Malfoy grew tired, his frustration increased and his jinxes were that off target. All through the duel it was blatantly obvious that Harry was never in danger. Though it looked like Malfoy was throwing hexes for more than an hour or so based on his fatigue, it was not more than a minute or two in real time. The truth of Professor Flitwick's teaching was glaringly obvious to the 8 friends that had the opportunity to learn from him. All this time Harry was conserving his magical energy and his fitness allowed him greater mobility with the minimum of effort. Thoroughly embarrassed and tired to the limit of exhaustion, an enraged Malfoy tried one last attempt to regain his lost dignity. Pointing his wand at the floor before Harry, he cried out, "Serpensortia," and a 6-foot cobra came out and dropped unceremoniously a couple of feet away from Harry. The clearly enraged reptile was a sight to behold with pitch-black scales that glistened with an eerie light and the menacing hisses could turn anyone's blood cold. Screams rented the air while a smug smirk danced on the wannabe aristocrat's face. Harry could just make out the angry rant of the cobra over the screams in the Great Hall. "Parseltongue, nasty 2 legs woke me up from my slumber. My fangs are itching for a taste of fresh blood." Though the serpent had Harry in its sight, the vibrations along the floor created by the din and the multitude of footsteps hurrying to get as far away from the deadly cobra as possible, confused it. All the while that Harry was thinking of the best possible way to get rid of the threat, Hermione began a silent chant, "Please do not talk to it, Harry." In the split second it took Harry to make a decision, the snake slithered its way almost to the side of the dueling stage and was poised to launch itself at the nearest victim, Justin Finch-Fletchley of Hufflepuff, who was stunned into immobility. Harry acted instinctively and vanished the snake with a well-aimed Evanesco. Along with the vanished serpent, the grin on Malfoy's face also vanished, and before he could comprehend what was happening, Harry rattled off a string of well-practiced spells: Incendio, Agumenti, Avis, Expelliarmus, Accio Wand, in as many seconds. The affect was devastating to Malfoy's pride. His hair caught fire and was immediately doused by a jet of cold water that also soaked his pricey robes. The conjured flock of birds dive-bombed him, pecking at any exposed part. In trying to defend against the birds, Malfoy began flaying his arms, which opened him up to the disarming spell, and the wand was deftly caught by Harry. The combined attack of the birds and the force of Harry's disarming charm threw the Slytherin off balance, and he smacked his head on the hard ground and was promptly knocked out. Even with Malfoy knocked out, the conjured birds continued their attack, which prompted Professor Snape to draw his wand out. That action spurred the Dada professor out of his stupor, and with a condescending, "Allow me," began waving his wand in a haphazard fashion, probably trying to encompass all the birds in his spell. Finally giving it up as a lost cause, Lockhart pointed at a random bird and cried out, "Ivaniska," in a high-pitched voice. The result was not what he expected, albeit hilarious to the rest of the faculty. The birds conjured by Harry took offense at the wrongly cast spell and turned their ire towards Lockhart and began pecking him on his heavily made-up face. The professor desperately attempted to swat the birds away, only succeeding in enraging them further. He finally gave up the attempt and ran from the hall screaming like a little girl, with the birds still managing to keep up their attack. With the threat of the birds taken care of in a highly unusual way, the potions professor turned his attention to the unconscious Malfoy. Seeing that he was in no immediate danger, he turned his attention to Harry and questioned him without any malice in his voice. Was it necessary to order the birds to continue attacking Mr. Malfoy even after he was unconscious? Harry was coming down from the fear he felt when the snake was poised to attack a bystander, and so was not willing to forgive the bee-owned Slytherin. I wanted to teach him a lesson. It was highly irresponsible of him to conjure a deadly snake and not control it. My birds were not lethal to him, but the snake was, not only to me but to any member of the audience. I could have just banished it back to him and let him deal with it, but I was not sure if Malfoy knew how to. Professor Snape acknowledged his actions and explanation with a nod of his head and began levitating Malfoy to the hospital wing. Harry chanced to look at the assembled teachers, who were clapping along with the entire assembled student population. Of all the teachers, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were the most ecstatic. Even though they were trying to restrain themselves, Harry could see the fierce pride in their eyes. Hermione was not so restrained though. She came bounding to him and wrapped him in the tightest hug she could muster. Drawing Harry and Hermione away from the students, Madame Pomfrey checked him over and finding nothing to worry about hurried after Professor Snape. The little bit of privacy afforded Hermione to whisper, "I was afraid that you would talk to the snake, Harry." "Not that the snake would hurt me," Harry whispered back, feigning hurt at Hermione's supposed callous attitude. Hermione gave him a superior smirk. "I knew that you could handle the snake, but not the whispering and finger pointing if you had talked to the snake." They shared a hearty laugh at that, and Hermione barely stopped herself from grabbing him again and dotting him, which she felt was the proper treatment for surviving unscathed. She restrained herself due to the ogling students. There was time for that later on in private. With the cheers and back slaps ringing all around him, Harry and his friends led the students back to their dormitories after being dismissed. Whatever might have been the outcome of the duel or the intended cub, one thing was clear in the minds of the 8 friends: it was time for them to run the fraud out of the school. Breakfast on the 10th of November was very different. Instead of the customary plates and breakfast foods, the student population was greeted to the sight of a bound stack of printed paper at every place of seating. A duplicated copy of a neatly bound 25-page fraudster's report, printed on crisp executive bond paper in size 12 Bookman old-style font, was delivered to each of the students and staff during breakfast. In addition, a copy was also delivered to each of the newspapers in Britain, along with copies to all the members of the Dark Force Defense League that Gilderoy Lockhart boasted to be an honorary member of. Since Susan already sent a copy to the head of DMLE, her Aunt Amelia Bones, there was no need for another copy to the ministry. The initial few minutes was only silence as the occupants perused their copy, and then there were a few whispers that turned to furious debates accompanied by lots of finger pointing. Finally, the dam broke and the entire student population erupted into a crescendo of voices demanding the removal of the pompous and garishly dressed man that pocketed a fair amount of the students' money by selling his works that were close to fiction or fairy tales, in the name of required reading. Most of the elder students slipped in a few choices words that brought a flush of embarrassment to the defense professor who came down for his breakfast. The staff was caught in a dilemma. While it was entertaining to see the fraud getting his comeuppance, the situation was threatening to snowball into a riot if not controlled. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick threw Harry and Hermione a discreet grin before dashing to their house tables in an attempt to pacify them. That was the cue for Gilderoy Lockhart to turn tail and vanish, just like the several memories he vanished to make a name for himself. Professor Dumbledore called the students to attention. "I will investigate these allegations printed here and ensure that appropriate action is taken." Boos amplified by sonorous charms drowned further talk before being calmed again by the headmaster. Though these allegations are backed by solid research, they cannot be submitted as proof in any court of law. The only way to do that is to get a confession out of Professor Lockhart himself. Till the day that he is cleared of all blame. This time Harry and Hermione along with their friends raised a strong protest, forcing Professor Dumbledore to offer a correction, or until we can find a replacement for him all classes are hereby cancelled. That announcement was received much more enthusiastically, though it did not make any difference to Harry and Hermione, as they were already being taught in advanced defensive magic and dueling by Professor Flitwick. At least now they need not hide the fact that they were learning from a different set of books. Much to the annoyance of Madame Bones, Gilderoy Lockhart was never heard from again. Hermione was on a mission. Harry and she were able to identify that whatever was causing Harry's scar to flare up was inside Ginny's bag. A couple of tries later they decided that the diary that Ginny was writing in was the source of discomfort to Harry, and the fact that it was used before by someone meant that it could have been cursed. Their anxiety was on the knowledge that the someone could be Lord Voldemort. All their planning and waiting culminated on that Friday midnight when Hermione, under Harry's invisibility cloak, sneaked into the first Yay girls' dormitory. Hermione was stumped while trying to unlock the redhead's desk where the diary was sure to be secured. A simple unlocking charm did not yield the contents of the drawer to her, causing her eyebrow to touch her hairline. Taking care not to speak out loud, Hermione muttered the spell-revealing charm, Operatio Revelare, Latin reveal the effect, under her breath. She was still unable to master silent spell casting, unlike Harry, who was progressing in leaps and bounds not only at casting without speaking out loud but also with his offhand. Regular practice eating with his left hand while his right was secured in Hermione's left certainly improved his dexterity. Harry's aim was a little off with his left hand, but he was on the path to be ambidextrous while casting spells. The revealing spell was designed just to reveal the difficulty of casting rather than revealing the arithmancy formula of the spell cast, like when using priori incantatem, and the result was not what Hermione expected. The spell used was very complex and not one which was taught to first years. Heck, it was probably not taught at Hogwarts period, and more importantly, the locking charm was tied to another spell. Acting on a hunch, Hermione cast the unlocking charm that overrides the detection charm to ensure that only the person with the pre-designated magical signature could open the target. Redigo naturo rejecto, Latin meant to translate roughly as reject the magical signature and open, which was universally used by curse breakers. Hermione silently thanked the tutoring from Professor Flitwick and their own interest in curse breaking for being able to disable the lock on the desk drawer without a problem. She was sure that there would not have been any traps hidden to counter an inadvertent breach of the drawer, but it was troubling to know that a first-year student knew such a complex charm. Sure, Ginny's eldest brother was a curse breaker, but Hermione could hazard a guess that he would not have taught her that charm, especially in a school setting. That left only one avenue, and that was the diary that Ginny was writing in, which had to be more than a diary if it was able to teach complex charms. Knowing the source of instruction was what troubled the second year witch. Little Ginny Weasley being taught advanced magic by Big Bad Voldemort was never a good sign. Opening the desk drawer, Hermione quickly found the tattered black diary and exited the room as silently as she could. Harry and Hermione debated if they should leave a replacement, but eventually decided that they could never replicate the effects of the diary without subjecting Ginny to whatever curse was placed on it. If the diary was harming her, it would be better if they removed the influence from her altogether. Besides, that would also teach her not to blindly accept anything strange, especially in the magical world. Reaching the common room where Harry was waiting in a corner, Hermione dropped the book in front of him without eliciting any painful reaction from him. Though it was only speculation on their part, they were amazed at the ingenuity of the curse placed on the diary that activated Voldemort's magical signature only when someone was writing in it. Harry fished out their aura probe, and just like they expected, the diary emitted a pitch black aura similar to the one from the diadem they found in the room of requirement. After their two previous encounters, one with Voldemort-possessed Quirrell and the other with the diadem, they were quite sure that the diary had something to do with Voldemort, but what it did, they did not know. Then there was the incident of the petrification of Mrs. Norris. If the diary was somehow responsible for that too, then they had to destroy the diary or at least sever the connection post-haste. Under several privacy spells, Hermione narrated her adventure, and their discussion did nothing to quell their fears. I wonder what else Voldemort taught Ginny. I hope that it was nothing dangerous, Harry added with a shudder. Hermione traced the name on the diary, T.M. Riddle. Do you think that this is Voldemort's real name? Harry remembered seeing the name once when Ginny was packing the diary into her book bag. We have no means to know for sure, Hermione. It could also have belonged to a follower and Voldemort cursed it. With a nod of her head, Hermione agreed, but even after a few days of serious discussion and research, they could not agree on what was causing the adverse reaction in Harry. Now that they had the diary in hand, they could try and unravel the curses, but nothing they did gave them an iota of information about the curses. Their extensive investigation only showed them a few secrecy and privacy spells and nothing damaging to trouble Harry. All that they could agree upon was that Harry was somehow affected by Voldemort's magical signature, as Hermione was unaffected by either Quirrell or the diary. The only exemption was the diadem, but they very quickly decided that the diadem had multiple and some strong compulsion charms to force anyone to wear the diadem and cause trouble. Half an hour of intense examination left them no more knowledgeable than before, which was frustrating to the two friends who never gave up without a fight when it came to research. Grr. This is so frustrating, Harry growled. They discussed between themselves about taking the matter to either the DMLE or some experts regarding the possibility of the diary and diadem being influenced or cursed by Voldemort. Their resolution of waiting for some answers before doing that was now called into question. Please, we need some help, he cried out in frustration, much to the amusement of Hermione. Her amusement and Harry's frustration turned into horror when bright crimson flames erupted a few feet in front of them and in midair. They scrambled away from the flames and, forgetting that they were sitting in a couple of chairs, tipped them over in their haste to get away. Landing painfully on their backs, Harry and Hermione were treated to the rare sight of a smirking phoenix that landed on the table in front of them. What was more amazing was the presence of a tattered hat which was used to sort the incoming students into different houses, doing a fair impersonation of chuckling at their discomfort. Realizing that they were being laughed at by two amazing beings of the magical world, Harry and Hermione stood up with as much dignity as they could muster and sat after straightening the chairs. They began petting the phoenix tentatively at first but with more enthusiasm as the bird shamelessly began offering various parts of its body to be scratched. Unknown to them, the Sorting Hat requested the castle to raise much stronger privacy wards than the ones that the two students had to ensure that they were left undisturbed. The hat cleared its throat to garner their attention and addressed them. "Ah, Mr. Potter and Miss Granger, I see that you have finally got hold of that vile thing." Even though they read the details of the school in Hogwarts, a history, Harry and Hermione never expected the Sorting Hat to talk to them, let alone know about the happenings inside the castle. Recovering from their surprise, Harry replied with a question of his own. "Finally, sir." The hat chuckled. "Call me Goran, Crown in Welsh, that's what Godric used to call me. My friend here is Fawkes, the headmaster's companion, though I believe Fawkes considers the headmaster to be his companion." This lightened the mood considerably, causing the couple to chuckle along with Goran and the phoenix trilling in amusement. The mood turned somber when Goran began his explanation. "You see, the castle is made of stones and mortar, but Hogwarts is not just a castle." This statement brought some confusion to the two students, and so Goran elaborated. "The founders imbued their magic and personality into the very foundation and walls of the castle. Their magic, along with any of their heirs who come inside the castle, enriches and keeps the magic charged. Through the years, the magic has enabled the castle to become quasi-sentient." "Wow!" Harry and Hermione exclaimed in unison, disrupting the narration. "Yes, wow indeed," Goran chuckled with mirth. "The reason that the founders put their magic into the castle was to enable it to protect the students by sensing possible dangers and alerting the headmaster or any acknowledged heirs within its walls." Harry and Hermione exchanged a pointed look which was noticed by the Phoenix and the Sorting Hat, but they chose to ignore it for the moment. Goran continued. "The wards around the castle were programmed to detect any dark magic or harmful intent and can even neutralize the threat. Though the castle cannot talk, it can communicate with the headmaster through the wards which are connected to the headmaster's magic. Unfortunately, this has not happened due to some changes made to the wards by the headmaster for some reason, and Fawkes thinks that Dumbledore is more interested in capturing the perpetuator instead of removing the threat. An admirable goal, I should say, if it did not involve children's safety." Fawkes trilled his agreement. Harry and Hermione looked at each other in shock. That the headmaster was willing to put the students in danger was something hard to digest. They could not understand why it was important not to eliminate the threat. Even if the headmaster had a credible reason, the danger to the students could not be ignored. But Fawkes is his familiar. Could he not coerce him to act? Hermione was righteous in her anger. Goran sighed and Fawkes trilled a little mournfully. "Both the castle and Fawkes have been trying to get the headmaster to act, but he either chose to ignore or has grown so used to the castle wards that he had not registered the warnings sent by Hogwarts. Then how come Fawkes has responded to our plea? Can he ignore his companion's wishes and act independent of the headmaster?" Harry was intrigued. "A phoenix is first and foremost a creature of love and compassion. It is compelled to protect the innocent, especially children, and to destroy evil. The presence of something so full of dark magic and an evil intent overrode his natural instinct not to go against Albus Dumbledore. Hogwarts had also requested Fawkes to respond to whoever asks for help in protecting the castle and its inhabitants, and so when you asked for help with a genuine concern for the safety of students and a need to destroy evil, Fawkes brought me to you." The fiery bird was trying to act as if he was not paying attention to the conversation and began preening himself, but Harry and Hermione could see the sadness in the eyes of the noble bird. If Fawkes could talk, they were sure that he would berate the headmaster for his negligence. There were a few minutes of silence, after which Harry asked the all-important question. "So Goran, do you have any idea about what the diary is?" The change in Fawkes was instantaneous. The Phoenix was grooming himself and occasionally trilling, either in support of the conversation taking place or in merriment. Upon hearing about the diary, however, the trilling turned to harsh screeching. The sound was one that the two friends were sure would give them nightmares if and whenever they did something wrong, and they would never forget it in their lives. Luckily, the privacy spells were cast by Hogwarts herself and so held, otherwise the entire student population would have woken up screaming in terror. That abomination is what we call a soul container. The Dark Lord spilt his soul and stored one of the pieces in the diary that you have before you. Harry and Hermione stared at Goran in horror. The thought of someone splitting their very soul was so repulsive to them, and Hermione was on the verge of a breakdown. Harry immediately moved to scoop her into his arms and sat down with Hermione cradled in his lap. He ran his hand through her hair and calmed her down while rubbing her back, all the while Hermione was clutching him as if he was a lifeline. Even though Harry was terrified, the distress coming from Hermione helped him overcome his own fear. There was a very compelling reason for Hermione's distress, as they were trying to link the revelation of a soul container with the information they had about Harry's scar and came up with something very terrifying. Hogwarts Library had a very limited collection about such scars, and their search for books on them in France landed them with quite a bit of information. While most of the books agreed upon the basic information about cursed scars, none of the descriptions matched to Harry's scar. They could understand that it was not an ordinary scar, but now the implications were much more serious. Normally anyone would have been hysterical about having a piece of a demented dark wizard's soul in them. Harry was also freaked out, but almost immediately reined in his terror, intent on calming Hermione down. He was determined to do everything he could to remove the taint inside him and survive. He had a lot to live for. The witch in his arms made it worthwhile for him to fight tooth and nail to get rid of Voldemort. He was also an optimist. He had confidence in his ability and his intelligence, and more importantly, he had a very intelligent girlfriend by his side, one Hermione Granger. Together they had the fortitude to overcome insurmountable odds. Hermione was attuned to Harry's emotions almost as much as to her own emotions. After the initial shock, she understood the changes in his emotions, going from panic to resignation and finally to determination. Her own thoughts now organized, she was determined to help out the love of her life to survive. Looking into the flint-like eyes of her boyfriend, she was sure that they would try their utmost to come through the ordeal together and stronger. Hermione pulled Harry's head down and locked her lips with his, showing him her determination to be with him and her love for him. With silent nods they communicated their mutual thanks and also their decision to look hard for a solution. They then turned to Goran and Fawkes. Both the ancient magical beings were watching the students with concern but could not imagine what was going through their minds. When Harry and Hermione nodded their heads, they breathed a metaphorical sigh of relief, and Goran continued his explanation of what he thought about the petrification of Mr. Filch's cat. I would think that when Miss Weasley wrote in the diary, the soul piece must have been activated and began living on the girl's life force. The girl was being possessed and slowly drained off her free will and would have been eventually rendered a mindless husk, with Lord Voldemort finally taking over. I could only imagine what he would have thought of being in girl's body. That comment brought much needed levity to the discussion. Ginny may have been an opportunistic host. I am quite sure that at the first chance Voldemort would have transferred into a different body, preferably a much powerful wizard. He may have waited long enough to gain some strength and then made his move, Hermione reasoned. Though the thought of Lord Voldemort in the boy of an 11-year-old witch was funny, she was sure that he would have even killed her to possess someone else, just like what happened to Quirrell. Harry agreed with her reasoning. What about the petrification? We think that some serpent might be involved in that. Do you think that Voldemort was controlling whatever is in the chamber through Ginny? There were rumors that Salazar had a secret chamber hosting a Parselmouth inside it. Though it was rumored that he wanted to kill all those less deserving to learn magic, the serpent was actually for protecting the school. Even I do not know more than that, as Godric was unaware of the chamber, Goran explained with a sigh. So do we need to look for the chamber and try to find out what the animal hiding in there is? Harry asked Goran. With a thoughtful expression which was frankly very funny on a hat, Goran replied, I believe that the threat has been neutralized for now, and so I would not advise you to go hunting for whatever petrified the cat. You are also a part of the castle and more important than any other inhabitant of the castle, if I may say so. Salazar left the serpent inside the chamber to protect the school, and with the controlling influence of the diary gone, it may revert back to its original purpose. If the danger resurfaces, then it would have to be tackled, but till that time I think that it's best to leave it alone and keep it a secret. Still, Harry and Hermione decided to at least identify the entrance or the location of the chamber so that they may be ready at a moment's notice if ever needed. Then may I suggest that you start at the place of the petrification? Goran voiced his opinion, which was a very sensible suggestion and agreed upon quickly. A few minutes of silence was broken by Hermione asking, "Do you have any knowledge pertaining to destruction of the soul container, Goran?" The castle has been imbued with knowledge freely given by whoever had entered these walls and had an intellectual discussion with any of its occupants. That started right from the founders to Miss Lovegood this year. Her knowledge on obscure creatures is fascinating. The Sorting Hat was lost reminiscing for a few seconds and was brought back by a forceful clearing of their throats by the two students. As I said before, I am connected to the castle and you can think me as a conduit between the castle and whoever wants to interact with it. Lady Rowena Ravenclaw suggested using a goblin-made blade infused with powerful magic. There are other ways like basilisk venom and fiendfire, but she believes that a magical blade to be the safest. Harry and Hermione were enthralled, to think that they could have centuries of knowledge at their fingertips. If only they could access it, and that would be a dream come true, but they may have to wait for at least a few years till Harry's majority for that. We found some goblin-made daggers and short swords in the room of requirement, but I do not know if they are magical or not. How do we saturate them with magic? Hermione questioned. If they could imbue a good one with magic, then most of their problems would be solved when it came to inanimate soul containers. Goran looked at Harry almost as if he was piercing his soul and then asked to put his hand inside the hat's opening. Harry did so, confusion marring his brow. Just as his hand reached inside, he could feel cold metal of what could be a handle, and Harry tugged on it to pull out a silver blade glittering in the flames of the common room fireplace. The sword was definitely goblin-made, and the blade was about 3 feet long with a hilt made of gold embedded with a few rubies and emeralds. The sword felt light in his hands, very strange for such a broadsword, but then magic could have taken care of the weight. There was no handguard on the hilt but a small golden rod or quillon at the junction of the blade, and the handle acted as a cross guard, and that was tipped in emeralds. The blade was magnificent as a work of art, but what caught the attention of the two friends was the magic emanating from the sword in pulses, almost as if it was the sword's heartbeat. When Harry grasped the sword, it glowed deep forest green before encompassing Harry too, and then grew dull again, just retaining a small magical aura around the blade. Knowledge of the sword and its handling flooded Harry. He still would have to practice to use it, but now he knew how to use it. Odd. Harry turned to look at Hermione, who was watching the entire spectacle open-mouthed. "My ancestor Godric Gryffindor's sword," Harry exclaimed with reverence. In reply, Hermione just nodded her head and pointed out the name of the founder etched on the sword. Harry's comment caused Goran to stare at the two students in surprise. "You knew about your heritage?" "Yes. I took the inheritance test at Gringotts this summer." "Then why did you not claim your lordship? If you had done that, you could gain control of the castle and then perform your duty to the students without any other interference," Goran demanded, Harry with anger lacing his voice. The rightful heir of Hogwarts staying in the castle and not fulfilling his duty did not sit well with what was once Godric Gryffindor's hat. Harry growled in response too, but Hermione simply hugged him tighter from her place in his lap, and it was left to her to explain. Harry meant to do just that, but he was told that he had to wait till he was at least 17 to take his lordship. Now Goran was confused. That's not correct. The last surviving member of the house could claim his inheritance at the age of 11. Hermione sighed. Yes, that was the old law, but it was changed at Albus Dumbledore's insistence. The heir who does not have any close living magical relations cannot take control of the family till his majority. Distant cousins do not count, and so the Tonks and Blacks are out in Harry's case. Only an aunt, uncle, or grandparents are considered to be close relations. Goran chuckled mirthlessly. The old man is certainly meddling in affairs that are detrimental to not only the school but to the general benefit of the magical society. Do you know how many houses are affected by that rule? It was just a rhetorical question, as all three knew that only Harry was affected by that law and so did not bother to reply. Harry brought the discussion back to what was necessary. Do you know of any way by which the soul container need not be destroyed for removing the soul piece? Hogwarts' knowledge is very vast, but even she cannot provide you with that information. I am sorry. Why are you worried at saving them though? Goran wanted to know. Instead of revealing the real reason Harry tried to hedge, we found another of Voldemort's soul containers in the come and go room. It was made out of Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. So he had made more than one. I would think that arithmancy states that 3 is a powerful number, and so it does make sense in a way. Still, I would think that the Lady Ravenclaw would not object if her diadem was destroyed for achieving something good, Goran opined. Hermione looked into Harry's eyes and took control. Let's be honest, Harry. I think that Hogwarts could only help us, and with you being an heir, we'll keep your secret. We think that there is one more potential soul container that can in no way be destroyed. With that, Harry brushed his fingers over the scar on his forehead, drawing a long-suffering sigh from Goran and a mournful trill from Fawkes. Oh dear. That is grave indeed. I am sorry to say that I am of no more help in this matter. Maybe the goblins will be of more help. Harry regained his composure. Yes, we will talk to them, and we are also planning to learn magic from other cultures. Surely foreign countries and older cultures have a better understanding of such aspects of the soul. Now the next logical number based on arithmancy and power is 7. We have 2 and possibly 3. Man. That's a lot of unknowns. Hermione groused at their inability and the lack of information to defeat the worst possible Dark Lord in history next to Grindelwald. Harry simply shrugged his shoulders. We have a lot of time, Hermione. At least I think so. Voldemort is still a spirit or wraith or whatever you want to call him. If it comes to the worst, we will work to capture him in that form and contain him, put him away for good, and ensure that he never returns into a corporeal form. Then even if the soul piece inside me stays there, we will have no problem as long as he is placed somewhere far away from me or into a magic containment field. He trailed off, excitement springing into his emerald green eyes. Fawkes agreed to that with a joyful trill that raised the spirits of Harry and Hermione. Do not lose heart, young Harry, even if the goblins do not have the knowledge. There are many other cultures in the world that may have the answer. Keep your friends close and they will stay close to you, especially the beautiful woman in your arms, Goran added sagely. Hermione blushed a bright red at this and ducked her head into Harry's chest. Harry simply grinned at his girlfriend's antics and tightened his arms around her and held her close to his heart. Just as Harry was thinking about sheathing the sword lying on the table and about to voice his request, an ornate scabbard made of gold and decorated lavishly with many kinds of precious stones materialized on the table before them. Hermione moved from Harry's lap and allowed him to sheath Godric Gryffindor's sword and put it into his moleskin pouch. Hermione meanwhile conjured a wooden box just like the one containing the diadem and sealed it after securing the diary inside. The box went into the pouch too and secured properly. With everything taken care of, Hogwarts dropped the privacy spells she placed and Fawkes flew over to clutch Goran in his talons. Before they could flame out, the Sorting had a parting word to Harry. I will be looking forward to the day when you can finally take over the reins of the school, young heir, and make it truly the best place for magical learning in the entire world. With that parting shot, Goran and Fawkes disappeared in a flash of flames. Harry sputtered and tried to voice his reluctance and inability to head the school, but Hermione simply keyed him into silence. You know that it is your duty to head the school someday, Harry, and I will always be at your side to help you out. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, was also the head or the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, the judicial and legislative body in Britain, and the supreme mugwump of the International Council of Wizards. 2 bodies that made the laws and exerted control over the magical population of Britain and the world respectively. Far lesser individuals may have considered that holding 3 positions of responsibility may be a bit too much, and much more astute administrators would have decried the presence of 3 powerful positions at one individual's discretion, especially when one of that was in charge of students' safety. They would be right, but Albus Dumbledore was no ordinary individual. He was considered to be the most powerful individual after Merlin himself. He would have been the only wizard powerful enough to challenge the title of the most powerful living, except for 2 other wizards, the Dark Lord and bane of peaceful existence, Lord Voldemort, and recently a 12-year-old student, Harry Potter. Like any leader of the magical world, Albus Dumbledore earned his stripes in war and rose to head 3 of the most powerful bodies that influence the magical world. During the early years he was considered a prodigy and so took it upon himself to guide the children of the magical world by becoming a professor at Hogwarts, teaching transfiguration and went on to become the headmaster in a few short years. It was his defeat of the previous Dark Lord Gellert Grindelwald that catapulted him into the limelight. That his defeat was more as a revenge for his sister's death and less as a duty to the world was conveniently forgotten in the ensuing celebrations. Accolades were heaped on the deserving winner, and following a wave of public euphoria was elevated to a warrior wizard from his humble beginnings as an educator. Due to his sensibilities as a teacher, Dumbledore refused the coveted prize of being the Minister for Magic, which added to his reputation but did nothing to satiate his burgeoning ego. With his rapid rise in the good graces of the ruling elite, and even though he was not eligible to sit in the Wizengamot, as he was not a member of a noble and ancient house, he was given the privilege to preside over the august body as its chief warlock. Not willing to be left behind, as Grindelwald was a threat to the entire wizarding world rather than just Britain, the International Council of Wizards immediately invited him into its midst and promptly elevated him to the top position. The years of war left a rift between the different countries too big to be bridged easily, and this was seen nowhere prominently than in Britain. The ruling elite, consisting of a few families of purebloods, loathed any change that threatened their power base and scuttled all efforts to bring the British wizarding world on par with the more forward-looking countries. The time of peace should have been utilized to foster a healthy growth and interaction between the various classes that formed based on wizarding heritage. This could have removed forever the threat of blood-based conflicts within a society. Instead, the chasm was further widened and found a new champion in its cause, ironically, a half-blood from the family of Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders of Hogwarts, Lord Voldemort. It could very well be argued that Tom Marvolo Riddle, who terrorized the lesser wizards based on heritage, in the name of Lord Voldemort, was inherently evil. The debate of nature versus nurture is as old as creation itself, but whatever else was the cause of the rise of Voldemort, some of the blame could be placed firmly on the apathy of the wizarding world's elite. The political clout that was bestowed on Dumbledore could have been effective in negating the pureblood ideology rampant during that time, but he was either despised using it or was never interested in guiding the wizarding world to a better future on par with the non-magical world. It could be argued that if policies had been enacted to ensure that any wrongdoing was severely punished, the inherent evil that was Lord Voldemort would never have gained momentum. On the other hand, if Dumbledore and the Board of Governors ruling Hogwarts were more perceptive to the plight of the orphan Tom Riddle, the evil nurturing ending to be the feared Dark Lord would never have risen. In any case, Albus Dumbledore was the focal point of the events that could have led to a different route, taking Britain to peace and tranquility instead of cowering under the threat of Lord Voldemort. When the threat was all-consuming, Albus Dumbledore rose to the occasion once again as the leader of light, against the darkness that was Lord Voldemort and his Death Eaters, an admirable trait. This time though, he was powerless to stop the tide of the guerrilla tactics that nearly annihilated the British wizarding world, only to be saved by an unknown event that led to the birth of the boy who lived. The meteoric rise of Dumbledore and the lack of proactive law enforcement gave him the reins of leading the good fight against terror. Whatever else Dumbledore might have been, ruthless he was not, but that was what was needed to put a halt to the terrorist agenda of Lord Voldemort. Even after his defeat in the hands of a baby Harry Potter, his followers were allowed to re-enter public life and in some cases allowed to rule against the masses with just a slap on the wrist. Even though the leader was dead to the general public, the organization was not, and if Voldemort were to return to life, one failed attempt notwithstanding, he would have his support structure back to full strength with minimum effort. If history was to repeat itself and Voldemort was backpedaling his brand of murder and mayhem, the lack of meaningful retribution to their transgressions against peaceful citizens under the aegis of Dumbledore as chief warlock would spell the death knell. The adulations of an adoring public would have put a lesser wizard to test to uphold the vast expectations. Harry Potter, through his defeat, albeit temporarily, of Lord Voldemort, was now the darling of the public, and Albus Dumbledore took it upon himself to ensure that the boy would face his destiny one day. Dumbledore was sure that the day was still to come when Lord Voldemort was vanquished permanently, but kept the counsel to himself, a grievous lapse of judgment that could have serious repercussions should he not live to ensure his defeat. Much more than a boost to his ego, the public offices that he held gave him the false sense of worth that he was the only one capable of handling the secrets to defeat the Dark Lord Voldemort. Dumbledore's greatest critics would point out that this lack of trust even in his closest lieutenants and the total disregard for others' opinions even on the most critical of matters would be his failing. Dumbledore's belief that he was the only one that could handle the truth of Voldemort's near immortality and his self-importance in guiding Harry Potter to his eventual destiny led him to guard secrets so close to his chest that no one was privy to them. In his delusion of grandeur, Dumbledore made the naive mistake in thinking his infallibility, and should the day come to pass, the very secrets he guarded could well be lost to all, secrets that could one day threaten the very fabric of life and lead to the extermination of life on Earth. With only a few weeks left before the school would break for Christmas, Dumbledore was finally back at Hogwarts after a grueling meeting of the ICW. He was confident in the ability of his deputy professor McGonagall and so was able to afford a prolonged absence from the school, though if he had to admit, the knowledge about his extended stay away from the castle might have been one of the factors for Lord Voldemort's attempt at coming into the school for stealing the Philosopher's Stone. Whistling a jaunty tune after a fulfilling Sunday breakfast, the headmaster neared the stone gargoyle guarding the entrance to his office and was met by a closed door. Normally, the statue would admit him without the need for a password or his voicing a request to open, unlike the others who would only be admitted by a password or his express permission from inside the office. On this day, the guardian appeared to be asleep, very strange for a stone statue. Clearing his throat, the headmaster spoke. "My dear Gwarchidwad, guardian in Welsh, a name coined by the founders, would you be so kind as to let me into my office?" To his consternated surprise, the statue did not move, thus adding to his confusion. He could detect a few words that were not present before, but they were definitely not of malicious intention, only added security. Not in a mood to discern the meaning of the new development, Dumbledore muttered the password, "earwax-flavored bean," and entered the stairwell. Adding to his shock, the self-propelled walkway refused to move and he had to climb the stairs, adding to the discomfort of his tired knees. Through his ordeal, he never considered the possibility that the castle was trying to send him a message disappointed with his decisions regarding the heir of Godric Gryffindor. Sadly, the message was not received by the headmaster even when the reluctance of the gargoyle to permit his entrance without a password continued. The vibrant couple noticed an immediate effect on Ginny Weasley as soon as the cursed diary belonging presumably to Lord Voldemort was removed from her possession. They did not believe her brothers the twins, when they said that Ginny was a very fun-loving girl and prone to hitting back at them with pranks and had a wicked sense of humor. In contrast, when she came to Hogwarts they found that she was very moody and depressed with extended periods of staring into space. The initial few days, the twins put her behavior to one of homesickness, but Harry and Hermione did not believe that, and after finding the tainted diary, they could explain the odd behavior easily. The thought of an extended period of possession by the sole piece present in the diary sent shivers down their spine, and their fears were true too, as evidenced by the petrification of Mr. Filch's cat. It was providence that there were no students at that time, otherwise it would have been an unmitigated disaster if even a single student was petrified or worse killed. Harry and Hermione took heed of Goron's warning not to actively seek out whatever it was that petrified the cat. If it was a student that was affected, then they would have been forced to report it to the authorities and then aided in hunting down the culprit, as Harry was the only one who could speak Parseltongue available. They took time out of their busy schedules to hunt out the location of a possible lair of the serpent. Thankfully no one paid heed to a couple of second years walking around the castle nonchalantly holding hands. It was a surprise too that they were not accosted by others, even though they were the most popular couple in the entire castle. They did spy a few first-year girls trying to look inconspicuous and still desperate for a look at the boy who lived, even though it was blatantly obvious that he was with his girlfriend. During one of their stroll, Harry and Hermione came across a flooded second-floor corridor and remembered that Mrs. Norris was found at the same place the other day and the corridor was flooded then too. Harry was ready to enter the room but was stopped by Hermione. "This is the girls' lavatory, Harry. I am sure that no one will appreciate you barging in, if they are already using it," she replied to his questioning glance. Harry turned red as a tomato and began muttering under his breath, causing Hermione to laugh out loud at his embarrassment. Her laughter increased his mortification, but he had to retaliate, and so putting out his best leering grin said, "I am sure that others do not appreciate me barging in, but can I accompany you inside?" It was now Hermione's turn to turn beet red, but she recovered quickly and gave his arm a swat. "You are such a prat." You are lucky that I love you. She rushed inside the girl's lavatory just as Harry shouted, "Love you too," at her retreating back. Getting the all clear from his girlfriend, Harry entered the bathroom and began hissing the words in succession: open, show the way, entrance, expose, in Parseltongue. He started near the door and repeated the process after taking a few steps away only to stop bewildered when Hermione started to laugh out loud. Her chuckles slowly turned to full belly laughs, forcing Harry to look at her and demand the reason. Getting her mirth under control, she gasped out, "You look ridiculous, Harry," sticking your head in front and your tongue darting in and out, and dissolved into a fit of giggles again. Harry scowled at her but brightened immediately. With his arms bent at the elbows and raised above his head, Harry struck a classic bodybuilder's pose and puffed out his chest before proclaiming, "Me ape man, me look for snake beast, who. That was even more ridiculous to look at and did nothing to stem the flow of laughter from Hermione, and Harry joined her after holding the pose for a few seconds more. Composing themselves, they began the hunt in earnest, but not before Hermione muttered, "More like Serpent Man," loud enough for Harry to take exception. They finally hit the jackpot when a sink suddenly lowered itself and moved away into the adjoining wall immediately after the word, "open," left Harry's mouth in a hiss. Looking into the cavernous space, and ignoring the stench emanating, they could not help but shudder at the thought of a deadly snake lurking in its depths. Pulling Harry back to his feet, Hermione prompted him, "Come on, we might accidentally set it free. You should close it immediately," which Harry did with a muttered, "Close," in Parseltongue. When the sink returned to its original spot, the two students put as many locking, sealing, notice me not, and confundus charms on the sink as they could, and they did know quite a few owing to their training in basic curse breaking from Professor Flitwick. They still resolved to bring either Professor Flitwick or a professional curse breaker to make sure that the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets could not be opened even by a parselmouth. Maybe we could put a password or something, was their last thought before they returned to the common room to clean up before dinner. The first day of the weekend after purloining T.M. Riddle's diary from Ginny, the girl in question approached Harry and his friends after lunch while they were making their way to the den for an afternoon of study interspersed with small talk. Ginny was blushing furiously even when standing a few feet away from Harry and was still trying to catch his eye. Luna took pity on her childhood friend and called her out. "It's all right, Ginny. Harry doesn't bite, and even if he does, only Hermione is privileged to enjoy it." The shocking statement was met with complete silence, and more so from Harry and Hermione, the two people implicated in the statement, but it was enough to break the ice as Ginny's sense of humor came to the fore. "Oh, are we allowed to take notes on that?" she retorted to increased embarrassment of Harry and Hermione, who began to deny the accusations but only managed to sputter incoherently. Ginny joined in the ensuing laughter and was able to get over her own discomfiture of meeting her crush. Regaining her sense of propriety, she addressed Harry timidly, "I was having difficulty in understanding some lessons in Transfiguration and my brother Ron was of no help. He however directed me to you two, and told me about a study group. Can you please help me with my lessons? I promise that I will not get in your way whatever you are doing." Ginny pleaded with them. Harry was only eager to oblige. The motive of forming the group was to help each other out in their lessons, and they were going to help Luna and Colin with their studies anyway. He however deferred it to Hermione, as they suspected that Ginny had a serious case of hero worship against Harry, and Hermione was certainly angry at other girls who were taking to stalk Harry along the corridors, even with her always holding his hand. Hermione may be having issues with fangirls, but she was not about to deny an honest request for help in lessons. Maybe this may help Ginny in seeing the truth about their relationship and get her over the crush. As usual, Harry and Hermione led the others with the addition of Ginny to their room, and everyone was able to notice the not so subtle glances that Ginny was casting at their joined hands. If Hermione was irritated at the red-headed girl, she was able to hide it well, but Ginny was not able to hold her curiosity back much longer. As soon as they took their seats with Harry and Hermione sharing a love seat, Ginny blurted out, "Are you two a couple?" And then promptly turned beet red. This raised a few chuckles among the assembled friends, but no one was brave enough to comment on that, fearing the famous Hermione temper, especially when it came to their relationship. Hermione bristled at the bluntness of the younger girl but kept her anger in check. She was not going to let the girl off the hook so easily though. "Why? Are you jealous? She retorted. Padma. Susan and Hannah snorted in unison, but it was Padma who ventured to answer Hermione. Of course she is jealous. You are the girlfriend of the boy who lived. Any girl would be willing to kill for that position. Ignoring Harry's loud groan of protest, and in a surprising bit of clarity, Susan provided the much needed information regarding the prevailing childhood dream of every witch who was of similar age to Harry. You being a Muggleborn do not know about the frenzy of being a partner to Harry Potter. Every girl, myself included, harbored hopes of snagging him. It was almost like a cult. The girl of the boy who lived was probably a bedtime story to many children. None more so than Ginny Weasley, who would only sleep if the story was told. Not to mention she even dragged me into playing Harry Potter so that she could enact her dream wedding. Luna delivered the mortifying blow, totally ignoring the desperate attempts of the redhead to shut her up. Ginny hid her face in her hands to try and cover up her blush, which would soon start to spout steam if the vein of conversation continued. Michael Corner was a recent addition to their group and a Ravenclaw along with Padma. Good thing you were too young to recite vows, otherwise you would have been wedded, he deadpanned. This declaration only increased the discomfort of Ginny and brought the girl close to tears, prompting Luna to abandon Colin and embrace the clearly mortified girl. Michael quickly apologized to both Ginny and Luna, seeing that his comment had the opposite effect rather than inducing some laughter. In what was the first move that would later seal their fate as a couple, Michael hugged Ginny to him and effectively managed to calm the girl down. Hermione changed the subject and brought an important point that Harry and she wanted to know. Ginny, we noticed that you were feeling a little under the weather. The twins thought that you were homesick. Are you feeling better? Everyone could see the gratitude on Ginny's face towards Hermione for bringing the topic onto a safer ground. She sighed. It was not homesickness, but rather something strange. I was having periods of blackout where I could not remember anything. Once I stopped writing in my journal, I am feeling much better. I don't know why writing in a diary would cause that. Hermione exchanged a significant glance with Harry. This proved that Ginny was being possessed by Voldemort's soul piece stored in the diary. It's good to hear that you are better, Ginny, but you should talk to Madame Pomfrey. Extended periods of blackouts can cause lasting damage to the brain. You may have difficulties in school if not corrected, and can harm your life, even causing a change in your personality. Please do not delay. She managed to extricate a promise from the younger girl about seeing the school healer as soon as she could, maybe even the same day. With some pretty serious discussions going on, no one was in a mood to open their books, and so Ginny was coerced into telling about her home life. She finally agreed only when Michael promised her, and was backed up by the whole group, that they would meet again the next day and get her doubts cleared. Ginny told them about being the only girl, even among her cousins, in a family inundated with boys, how she was pampered right from her childhood, probably giving her the impression that she could have whatever she wanted. The matter was not helped by her mother reading to her about the adventures of the boy who lived, and even encouraged her about getting close to him. How she looked like Lily Potter and Harry looked a lot like James Potter, making it the perfect match. She confessed that those tales started an infatuation in her, which she would now make an effort to get over. Seeing the closeness between Harry and Hermione, she understood that she did not have a chance at the fairy tales, where she would spend her time in parties and being the wife of Harry Potter. Harry was disgusted how the trade in Harry Potter goods has actually done a lot of damage to his life. Rather than giving him anonymity, his absence from the wizarding world for 10 years had actually given more fuel to the flame of the boy who lived persona. You should definitely look for an advocate to stop this trade, Harry. Hermione put voice to his own thoughts after Ginny concluded an abbreviated version of her life history till Hogwarts. Yeah, I mean books being sold as my life history even if there is no shred of truth in them. I have to get them to stop printing those books. Noticing the frown on all the girls except Hermione, Harry amended, or at least have them printed as fiction and children's stories. Hannah agreed with his assessment. People have been led to believe that you live the life of a prince and live in a castle. Harry scoffed at that. Life of a prince indeed. I had to do chores around my aunt's house to earn pocket money. I spent most of my time in the library or with books that I bought with the money I earned. There is nothing wrong with doing chores around the house, Harry. You know that even I do them and you do not complain when you live at my house. Hermione was sympathetic to Harry's plight at his aunt's house where he had no experience with love, but she still had to play the devil's advocate and not allow him to wallow in self-pity. What caught the attention of the others though was the casual use of the words implying that Harry was used to living in Hermione's house a lot of time and not just visit her. This raised a few eyebrows, which was totally unnoticed by the two in question. Harry gave her hand, which was resting in his all this time, a gentle squeeze. I know, Hermione. I do not have any complaint about doing my share of chores and you do almost the same amount in your house. My grouse is over the difference in treatment of two boys of practically the same age. Granted, I am not their own son, but you know that my cousin does not even lift a spoon unnecessarily. Not the life of a prince, I agree, Neville interjected hurriedly to prevent any chance of an argument. To lighten the mood, he went on to describe how everyone in his family feared that he was a squib, and the only case of accidental magic he showed was when his uncle dropped him from the second-floor balcony and he bounced. Hermione took over from him and described some of the cases of accidental magic she had, but it was traumatic to my parents. They had no clue as to what was causing all the books flying around or my tormentors in primary school losing their homework that I helped in completing. They took me to several doctors who could not find anything wrong with me. I was a healthy growing girl. It was only when I was nearly 8 years old that one doctor convinced my parents not to worry about such occurrences and everything will be clear one day. Come to think about it, he might have been a squib or a relative of a magical and he knew about magic. I was horrified when I landed on the school roof trying to escape my bullying cousin. I was nearly in tears when I got home to my aunt's, but she explained that it was normal for me and my parents could also do it. That actually calmed me down more than anything else. I had something in common with my parents, something to connect with them. My aunt did not tell me about magic, just that I will know about that when I turn 11. Harry brought his own experience with accidental magic to the table. Neville was pensive. They knew about magic already from your parents, so it should not have been a problem for them to tell you about magic, he opined. Maybe, but they were not sure if that broke the statute of secrecy. They were already not so comfortable with magic. I am sure they were terrified of making any mistakes and getting on the wrong side of witches and wizards, Harry explained with a shrug of his shoulders. Hermione harumphed. I mean, is it so difficult for someone from either the ministry or the school to come and tell about magic to those parents whose children have shown signs of accidental magic? That would save a lot of trouble and also provide peace of mind to them. Harry, you can do that once you take up the mantle of headmaster of Hogwarts, Luna interjected in the serene voice of hers totally out of the blue. Everyone looked gobsmacked at Luna, who was back to playing with her cork necklace with one hand. Harry was the first to recover his voice. How do you say these things as if they are going to happen, Luna? I told you, Harry, I see a possible future based on the current path you are taking. The future is not written in stone but may very well become a reality one day, if allowed to flourish and not impeded, Luna answered calmly, but everyone could see that her eyes had a hard edge to them, almost as if daring anyone to contradict her words. No one dared, but everyone turned thoughtful, deciding for themselves the truth in her words. Hermione leaned into Harry and whispered with an unrepentant grin adorning her face, well, what she said could very well come to pass one day and we could live in a castle, Mr. Heir of Gryffindor. Before Harry could retort, however, Luna broke the silence. Apart from the fame part and aversion to be ogled at in public, why don't you like the attention you get, Harry? Harry had to actually think about that for a few seconds before he could answer truthfully. I did not know anything about all of this before I turned 11, Luna. All that time the only fame I wanted was to be known as a smart kid and finish university with the highest grade ever possible. I would not have minded that fame, and ironically enough no one knew the names of the top 2 students in the entire country at the primary school level. Throwing an impish grin at Hermione which was mirrored by her, all I knew was that I was competing for the first place with a girl from Oxford. I come to the wizarding world and I am famous for something that I do not even remember. Hell, I may not even deserve the moniker. Maybe it was something that my parents did that ended Voldemort. Seeing the thoughtful looks on his friends, Harry sighed. Whenever someone says, boy who lived, I feel like a fraud. Growing up in the non-magical world, all this was the stuff of fantasy. Their heroes did not exist except in movies and storybooks. Hermione immediately countered. Not true, Harry. Even in the non-magical world, heroes do exist. They may not be able to fly or shoot rays out of their eyes, but they do much more than that. They influence people and bring about revolutionary changes in the society. People like Mahatma Gandhi, Martin Luther King Jr., recently Nelson Mandela. They are heroes to millions of people. Harry. They brought about a change that no one even imagined, let alone knew there was a need for change. Luna continued from where Hermione left off. Heroes never want the fame, Harry. They are thrust into doing things that bring fame. They still get the work done just because there is a need for that, not because of the fame or fortune it brings. There is such a need today, Harry. You can see it all around you. Being the boy who lived is not a burden. If you choose it to be, it could be a blessing. Suddenly there was a wind that started in the closed room, accompanied by a whistling sound. It all seemed to whirl around Luna and died down as suddenly as it started, but there was a noticeable change in the bee-owned-haired girl. Her voice took on an eerie tenor as she started on her monologue. There is a saying that heroes are born and not made. That is true in almost every case throughout history, whether magical or not. They arise whenever there is a need for something drastic to occur. Merlin was a hero. He was not only a scholar but also was a warrior wizard. He was a hero neither due to his prowess in battle nor in bringing forth an innovation or his brilliant teachings. He was a hero because he cared enough to bring peace between the magical and non-magical worlds. If he did not strive for that, the world might not have survived the genocide. He was not a leader, but from the sidelines, he changed the world and brought peace. After Merlin, there was only one who came anywhere near to emulate him. Albus Dumbledore was both as powerful as Merlin and smart enough to rival him. He was even considered to be the incarnation of Merlin himself. However, Dumbledore was not born to be a hero, he was born to be a leader. In trying to become a hero, he made many mistakes that now threaten to rip our world apart. He could have led the world to prosperity and equality as a leader of the masses, but he chose to ignore his duty to the people. He should have become the minister of magic when offered. Yes, he was a brilliant teacher, but his main role was as a statesman. But because of his self-importance and his inadequacy based on his birth in a lower house, he thought himself to be a hero. He did not do his duty as a leader should do properly and left the wizarding world poor. There was another who was born to be a hero. He was born into trying circumstances and was ridiculed all his childhood. He was both powerful and smart. If he was given a chance and guided properly by the aforementioned leader, he would have grown to be the hero we all needed. He would have brought down the blood status barriers and peace would not have been left as a distant dream. Instead, he used those same attributes of a hero to become a menace and a danger to the society. Luna or whoever was using Luna as a medium looked downtrodden at a lost opportunity. Harry strongly suspected that it was the Hogwarts castle imparting her knowledge to them and maybe teaching a lesson too. This break in the monologue offered Neville to ask what was in everyone's minds. Who is this person you are talking about, Luna? Do we know him? His question received enthusiastic backers as Susan, Ginny and Padma began nodding their heads. Instead of answering, Luna stared at Harry and Hermione, forcing Harry to answer. He chose to go by the name Lord Voldemort, and yes, he is still alive. That declaration was as close to spreading terror among the collected students as the appearance of the man himself would have. But, you defeated him. Michael was the only one who was able to overcome his fear long enough to speak, but even he was close to a breakdown. Hermione sighed heavily and took the onus. No, we have evidence that he is not dead, not completely. Neville gathered his fledgling courage. He was among his friends and they were learning to duel from a champion dueler. What do you mean? Remind me to tell you the story of what actually happened to Quirrell and not the rumor mongering. Harry hedged the matter for now. He had a lot to think about. Luna, or apparently the castle, was hinting at things that he desperately wanted to avoid. He was not ready or willing to be in the limelight. All he wanted was a quiet life with a loving wife and kids. His recent dreams have begun to insert Hermione and a couple of bushy black-haired kids in place of the generic wife and kids. But if it was needed and he was the one in a position to do some good, can he really turn his back on the problem? He was greeted by nods of acceptance and a muttered, "Fair enough." Hermione understood his dilemma and was sure about the content of Harry's silent deliberation. She threw her free arm around his shoulder and cuddled him into her and tightened her grip on his other hand that was in hers all along, reminding him of her support. Harry gave her a grateful smile and mouthed, "Later," before turning to Luna. Luna took her cue and continued, "To compensate this evil, another hero was born. One who was as powerful as Merlin, Dumbledore, and Voldemort. One who is intelligent enough to destroy the myths surrounding many of the theories of magical world prevailing today. One who can really bridge the gap between all the magical races, irrespective of their blood status or creed. One who is smart enough to really be the reincarnate of Merlin, if there ever was one. Most importantly, he was the one who did not aspire for greatness or hero worship but was thrust into limelight at a very young age." Lifting her finger and pointing at Harry all the time, Luna resumed, "You, Harry Potter, are a hero not because you can, but because you will do whatever is necessary to bring forth a revolution to this stagnant world. You were born not to wear the moniker of the boy who lived. Lord Voldemort is nothing but a minor inconvenience in your life, but you were born to change the way the wizarding world thinks and acts." Here Luna turned her unblinking gaze to Hermione. "With your chosen mate, you will rise above the murky waters and become the beacon that is truly needed. Pay heed to the counsel of others but trust your heart and your life partner. They will not lead you astray." Gazing into the distance, Luna turned hopeful. "You are the only one who could truly be called the next Merlin. Embrace your destiny, young Gryffindor. You are the hope for a better life for all those magical. You have the opportunity to even surpass Merlin in his achievements. As Lord Potter, you have a significant role in our society, and combined with your popularity as the one who defeated or will permanently vanquish Voldemort, you have an unparalleled sway over the population. Use it to your advantage, to guide the masses towards a just society and leave bigotry behind. If you embrace the path laid before you, Merlin would only be a memory, a good memory, but a memory nonetheless. Instead of trying to become a Merlin, children would hope to become a Harry Potter." With that proclamation, the ethereal wind left Luna and she collapsed in a heap. Before she could hit the floor, Harry jumped out of his chair and caught her. Madame Pomfrey diagnosed it as magical exhaustion and shooed them away, saying that all that she needed was a good night's sleep and their presence was not conducive for that. Everyone left the hospital wing except for Ginny, who opted to visit the healer about her bouts of blacking out. With a heart full of contradictions and a mind full of thoughts and reminiscences, Harry led Hermione around the lake for a chance to let out some of the accumulated tension. Opting for some serious snuggling lying on the bank, Harry left the deliberations regarding his future for another time, preferably after Hermione had the time to take a serious look at all the options and hurdles laid out. He held hope for his future, and as long as it was intertwined with Hermione's, he was sure to succeed. The last Saturday before the Christmas break saw Harry and Hermione leading an interesting group of people towards their den. In addition to the two students, there was Professor Flitwick of Goblin descent and 3 witches, one of whom was another professor mentoring Harry and Hermione, Professor McGonagall. These were common features of the school, but it was the other two that would have raised a few eyebrows if seen by the students. One of the two newcomers was a monocle-wearing witch nearing 40 years of age, with stern features that would cause any first year to wet himself, if the glare was directed towards them. This woman was Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Law Enforcement in the Ministry of Magic, responsible for keeping the peace. The other woman was barely out of her teens, in robes that distinguished her as a trainee or accompanying her boss, with a kind face and a bubbly demeanor, but what caused her to stand out was the spiky pink hair that the woman, Nymphadora Tonks, was now sporting. Hermione was enthralled to meet a metamorphagus and was now seen sporting a smile, not at the sight of the young Auror's hair which was cycling through the colors of the rainbow, but at the sight of her boyfriend chatting excitedly away. It was rare to see Harry so excited at anything other than studies and their projects, but meeting a many times removed cousin for the first time counted in that. It was mostly in Hermione's company that Harry was his most relaxed self, and she always counted herself privileged for that trust and strength of their relationship. Harry and Hermione approached Professor McGonagall a few days earlier, with a request to meet someone of authority in the ministry to discuss matters of utmost secrecy and of vital importance. If she was surprised by their request, that someone should be of integrity and unquestionable morals and one who was not afraid to make a hard decision, she did not say anything. It was not a hard pick for the Transfiguration professor, as there were very few authority figures in the ministry that met the above description and was also in a position to make a change. Amelia Bones rose through the ministry through sheer hard work, determination, and a no-nonsense attitude. It was very rare for women to be in positions of any authority inside the ministry due to the racist views of some of the purebloods that still throw their money around. In a society that was loath to change, a woman holding one of the top few positions was unheard of and probably was the first time for a woman being the head of DMLE and at such an young age too. The head of the department during the late 1980s was a ruthless man by the name of Barty Crouch Sr., who felt that second chances should not be even contemplated. At the other extreme were the chief warlock, Albus Dumbledore, and the then Minister for Magic Bagnold, who believed that even a third chance was too less, even if that person was undeserving in every other person's view. The two extreme and opposing views between those in charge of the British wizarding world meant that nothing of consequence was accomplished, so much so that Voldemort was free to wreak havoc. The guerrilla tactics followed by the Death Eaters culled the once proud British Auror force that was severely restrained due to the self-conceited attitude of Dumbledore and Bagnold. The distinct lack of accountability for one's actions saw many of the Death Eaters getting away with crimes considered to be heinous in a civilized world. The First War against Lord Voldemort saw many of the old families that were aligned to fight the darkness wedded down to a very few remaining ancient and noble houses, of which Amelia Bones was the only surviving adult, along with her niece Susan Bones, now attending Hogwarts in the same year as that of Harry and Hermione. The despair of losing a loved one along with righteousness turned the soft-spoken, fun-loving woman into a driven individual determined to ensure justice not only for her niece but to everyone deserving. Her displeasure against Dumbledore turned to outright distrust when, despite her protests, her fiancé was confined to Azkaban on hearsay rather than hard facts. That distrust only grew when the last will of James and Lily Potter was sealed on his orders and Harry removed from the wizarding world. Though she understood that Harry had a normal childhood, albeit one that was less loving, Amelia was angry at Dumbledore, as she was certain that she would have been one of the guardians named in the will for little Harry. Amelia was not only James Potter's teammate in the Auror Force, but she, along with her fiancé, was good friends with the Potters. She, being only 2 years their senior at Hogwarts, naturally took it upon herself to coach James through his trainee years in the Auror Force. That closeness was what led her to believe that Harry would have grown up with Susan, and both children would have not been alone, and if not siblings, would definitely have been good friends. Immediately after the defeat of Lord Voldemort during the Halloween night of 1981 under mysterious circumstances, the then head of DMLE, Barty Crouch Sr., was forced to resign in disgrace after his son was arrested when he was caught torturing Frank and Alice Longbottom. Admittedly, he was one of the better heads, as all his replacements were interested only in either currying favor with the likes of Lucius Malfoy, a man who was suspected to be a Death Eater but was freed without a trial, or having their pockets filled. With Dumbledore at the helm, instead of laying a solid foundation to curb incompetence and corruption, nothing was done to make the Auror Force a deterrent. With most of the decorated Aurors opting to retire rather than head the cesspool that was the Force, Amelia was thrust into the limelight. With more integrity than any of the previous several heads and an attitude that was a judicious mix of caution and aggression, Amelia was determined to turn the tide of apathy and bring the Force to its former glory. Even with the continued presence of Dumbledore as chief warlock and the new Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, who was more a puppet that played to the tune of Lucius Malfoy, Amelia was not prepared to bow down. If nothing else, she wanted to settle a personal score for the unjust imprisonment of her fiancé. When Harry Potter, who might very well have been her ward, called for assistance, who was she to resist? And if she brought along a trainee Auror as an escort who was also a cousin to the boy who lived, who would raise an objection? Amelia's instinct paid off very well when she saw the delight on Harry's face after learning about Tonks. During the walk to the room that was apparently commandeered by Harry and his girlfriend, she was able to dwell upon her career so far and also her sadness about her chained love, who, if circumstances were different, would have taken delight in watching the boy grow into a fine young man. She could not help but chuckle at the thought of another Muggleborn witch joining the illustrious ranks of Lady Potter. What was with Potter men and their infatuation with smart, pretty and ambitious Muggleborn witches? If the precedent held true then, Amelia mused, one fine day Hermione Granger would be a wonderful addition to the legacy of Lady Potter. If the joined hands of the two students were any indication, then she feared that it would be sooner rather than later, and she would do her best to help that along, but not too soon, though she did not want to face the wrath of Lily Potter when she would finally meet her again. The small party reached the den and piled inside after Hermione opened the door, which was keyed to recognize the magical signature of the two professors along with Harry and herself. Taking their refreshments and resting their feet, Amelia broke the embargo on the reason she was asked to come to the castle on a Saturday. I have been patient enough. Minerva, what is this about? Amelia questioned. It was the charms professor that answered her. Your guess is as good as ours, Amelia, but if I were a betting man, I would lay it on being a new invention that might revolutionize your force, he concluded with a wide smile to accompanied chuckles from McGonagall. Those chuckles died a quick death when the gathered adults saw the somber faces of the two students. I wish it was different, but it is about Voldemort, Harry answered the unasked question. To his immense pleasure, there was no adverse reaction to the name from the DMLE personnel except for a widening of Tonks' eyes to the declaration. What about him? He is dead and buried, isn't he? Tonks blurted out, and then, seeing the stern glare of the department head directed at her, gave a sheepish smile. Sorry, boss, it is something that I am trying to curb. Even though my order was a tad preemptive, she did raise a valid point. He died when he attacked you that Halloween night. There is no reason to dig up old graves. Amelia's tone had a faint edge to it, as if she was scolding a wayward child. Her declaration, however, brought a cry of surprise from the two professors, and they turned to look at the head of DMLE so fast that they spilled their hot tea. McGonagall was upset at her friend, a friend who she thought was a better person than one who was now accusing a child for telling the truth and was possibly sweeping the matter under the proverbial rug. What do you mean, Amelia? Don't tell me that you do not know about the events that happened during the last year, McGonagall cried. This time it was Tonks' turn to shout out in surprise. You mean to say all the rumors about Voldemort and his fight with Harry and Hermione were true? Amelia Bones was not used to be ignored, and if there was something she hated more than being ignored was being ignorant. She was made the head of DMLE recently, and the event that they were alluding to might not have happened when she was in office, but as the incumbent head she should have been informed of anything that was a threat to the public at large, even if the information was second-hand by the outgoing head. This was a very serious situation, and so it was not right to blow her top without knowing the reason that required her to blow her top. Taking a deep breath, she asked in a restrained voice to the room in general, can someone tell me what happened last year that should have been brought to my attention? Then we can see why it was not brought to my attention. The two professors began cursing under their breath, unmindful of the two students, while the said two exchanged a glance that spoke volumes. It confirmed the Sorting Hat Goron and the Hogwarts castle's suspicions about Dumbledore's actions not being in the best interests of the wizarding world in general and the school in particular. Harry tightened his grip around Hermione's shoulder and pulled her into him for a tight hug. It was also for his own comfort, as it was a comforting gesture for Hermione's sake. Professor Flitwick ran a tired hand over his face. This changes everything. The staff suggested to the headmaster that the incident should be reported to the DMLE, and since you already took over as the head by that time, Minerva was delegated to the task. Albus overrode our decisions and assured us that he had taken care of the matter. I do not know how you knew it, Harry, but now I can guess why you implied that the person we contact should not be enamored by Dumbledore's fame and also should be brave enough to face him down if required. Turning to Harry, he asked, do you want to tell the tale, Harry? In response, Harry only tightened his hold on Hermione and shook his head in the negative. The diminutive professor then began the tale of Harry and Hermione's scuffle with Professor Quirrell, who was harboring Lord Voldemort's spirit. He spoke about the Philosopher's Stone being brought into the school despite everyone's objections, and spoke of his suspicions about it being a trap for Voldemort rather than a serious effort to safeguard the artifact. The incident with the troll during the Halloween feast also got a mention, with occasional inputs from the two students and McGonagall, while Tonks provided the information about the prevailing rumors. It was fun to watch the various emotions that passed on the face of the seasoned Auror. Outrage fought for dominance with disbelief, but it was anger that finally won hands down. So let me see if I got everything correct. Voldemort possessed a teacher who was in the castle for more than 10 months and no one caught him. No offense to Harry, but it was lucky that the curse rebounded back to Voldemort. Why was this never brought to the notice of the DMLE? At least the violent death of an individual should have been, as it is the jurisdiction of my department to investigate such matters. Amelia finished, barely managing to control her temper. No one had an answer to her rant. not that any was expected, as that was mostly a rhetorical question. Hermione did take offense to the point about luck and Harry though. I am sorry, Madam Bones, but how do you explain the fact that luck played a part in Harry's survival against Voldemort twice, that too in similar ways, with a curse rebounding after hitting Harry? Amelia conceded the point. Well, it may not have been luck, but do you have a better explanation to explain the point? Harry came to her rescue. Not at this point. We only have conjecture and no hard facts to support our view. We are looking for an explanation that would fit all the facts, but cannot say for sure when and if at all we can find an explanation. A few moments of silence followed that argument, though it was not oppressive. Madam Bones broke it with an all-important question. Do you know for sure that Voldemort did not get the stone? You only have Albus' opinion that Voldemort would have used the stone immediately and announced his return in some dramatic fashion, but what if he was wrong and Voldemort began gathering his forces even as we speak? While the two professors mulled things over, Harry and Hermione shared a guilty look which was called upon immediately, as they did nothing to hide it. Harry let out a heavy sigh. We, that is Hermione and I, kind of stole it, he finished with a sheepish smile that was reflected by his girlfriend too. That statement raised a few eyebrows before Hermione decided to elaborate. We went down the trapdoor after putting Fluffy to sleep using a trick that Hagrid let slip and then passed all the traps and got the Philosopher's Stone. The silence was total before Harry blurted out, in our defense we thought that it was some sort of a year-end test for extra credit or such. Bowing to demands of a detailed explanation, Harry and Hermione told the tale of their adventure under the bowels of Hogwarts. Putting emphasis on how they passed each test, or how easily they passed each test, they told a riveting tale to an eager audience. Now that I've heard how easily they passed each obstacle, I feel foolish about the idea to safeguard such a priceless article behind a bunch of traps, McGonagall finished, letting out a huff of frustration. Beside her, Flitwick beamed about their quick reflexes in not only dodging the chessmen but rendering them harmless with minimal injury, and to think that this was before they started to train with him in the art of dueling. But he had to ask, what about the monitoring ward that was placed under the trapdoor? Hermione took the onus and answered with a question of her own. Monitoring ward. We had no idea about that. We just decided on a time when Professor Dumbledore was not present in the castle. And Albus never shares such important things as the receiver for the alarm tied to the ward with us, McGonagall interjected in a harsh tone. Harry finished the explanation, telling them about meeting Nicholas Flamel and returning the stone back to him. Oh, we got a letter from him recently after he found a nice bolt hole hiding from the rest of the world. He did not mention to them that he got the coordinates and directions to reconfigure their emergency portkeys to the new location. It was after all for Hermione's family and his own safety, and it was foolish to give out a secret even to the director of the DMLE. Hermione meanwhile rummaged in Harry's moleskin pouch and pulled out the said letter and began reading the relevant passage from it. I talked to Albus about the article that I gave him for safekeeping. You can imagine my surprise, interject a sarcastic smile here, when he squirmed about for a few seconds before telling me that it was destroyed while preventing an unscrupulous professor from stealing it. No mention was made that it was Lord Voldemort that made the attempt during Halloween, but of course he did not know that I have to thank two brilliant young minds for giving me my artifact back. Naturally I was angry at him and refused any further contact. After a moment's silence, everyone tried to think why they were assembled in the first place. The director of DMLE did not disappoint. So what do you want to tell us about Voldemort? I am sure that it was not for a cup of tea and a fascinating tale that you asked us to meet you two. The gathered adults were treated to a display of nonverbal communication the likes of which they never witnessed. After a couple of minutes they finally reached an agreement, while Harry began pulling out a couple of glass boxes onto the tea table in front of them. Hermione dropped a proverbial bomb onto the listeners. We know how Voldemort managed to evade death when his killing curse rebounded from baby Harry. These trinkets are the key. Amelia asked in what seemed to be a patronizing tone, barely covering Flitwick's gasp of surprise. Is that the fabled diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw? In that order. Yes, these trinkets are the key, Madam Bones and Professor. Yes, it is, but it is almost lost to us, Harry replied with amusement in his voice. They were also surprised by the diadem, but it was not at all amusing for them when they found the object. Hermione and he almost lost their very lives during the encounter. Amelia raised her eyebrow. Almost. She questioned. Hermione took over. These are soul containers. Her explanation was cut toughly short by loud swearing coming from the director of DMLE, who disregarded the presence of two children of impressionable age and was unleashing a tirade that would put a sailor to shame. A bemused McGonagall spoke up during the intervening time that Amelia used to catch her breath. As colorful as your message was, Amelia, care to enlighten us what they really are? Amelia Bones gave a stern glare to the two students. I presume you know what they represent. She got a nod in response. And you believe that they are of Voldemort's making. Again another nod. Merlin help us all, she exclaimed. Harry and Hermione ignored all the questioning looks aimed at them with only a nod of their head towards the director of law enforcement, left to her discretion as to what she would reveal. Okay. I want a vow of silence from you three, since these two are underage but still wisely held their counsel. I cannot ask them for a similar vow but hope that you will only disclose this information only when needed. Amelia brooked no argument when in her officer mode, and the two professors and a trainee or complied post haste. Soul containers, as they are called, are very old and very dark magic. I suppose that you two might have heard their modern name, professors. They are also called as Horcruxes. Even that name got a blank look from the two Hogwarts professors. Amelia did not know what to think of that. A good thing that such dark magic was unknown, or bad that they had no knowledge of the dark magic and so did not know its counter. Anyway, that was a thought for another day. A soul container contains a piece of the wizard's soul, and unless it is destroyed, the owner of the Horcrux is in a sense immortal. It was almost funny for Harry and Hermione to see the reactions of all those present. The two professors gazed at the items displayed in shock, but Tonks recoiled in horror and almost tried to move as far away from the abominations as possible. Finally her training kicked in and she only managed to gasp out in shock, you mean to say that there is a piece of Voldemort away from his body and that he split his soul more than once? Amelia looked to the two students for an explanation and Harry obliged. We think that he might have split his soul in 7 pieces, 6 Horcruxes and the 7th in his body, or whatever goes as a body in a wraith form. If they were shocked before, this declaration surpassed all emotion. In a surprisingly calm voice Amelia mused, I can understand the importance of arithmancy, and 7 is a very powerful number, but splitting the soul so many times may lead to an unstable body, which might also explain the loss of Voldemort's body to the killing curse when it rebounded off a baby Harry. Why not 3? It is a powerful number, albeit less than 7, but would have been safer when it comes to the host. Hermione shared a grimace with Harry and took up the explanation, as it was still painful to Harry to even think about it, let alone talk about it. We already have 2 in front of us and suspect another one. Since we do not have a complete understanding of the process of creation, we were not so sure about the third. All the clues we have gathered so far do indicate a third one, and if that was the case, then it rules out 3 parts, leaving us to conclude that Voldemort made 6 Horcruxes. After that rather cryptic explanation, and before any more questions could be asked, Amelia volunteered to explain about the process of creating a Horcrux. I am no authority in the subject, but my mentor Alistair, Mad Eye Moody, was paranoid, and in one of his searches he came across the reference to a Horcrux. It was apparently developed by a Chinese wizard for the first emperor, but after 500 years of living, the emperor was so frustrated with living that he ordered the destruction of his own Horcrux. There are a few ways to destroy the object that carries the soul piece, and with it the soul piece too. Here Hermione interrupted the narrative. So what you mean to say is that in order to destroy the soul piece we will have to destroy the container? Yes, there is no other way as far as I know, Amelia answered. From the corner of her eyes she saw Hermione giving Harry a comforting hug and paused momentarily in contemplation about the meaning of that gesture. It did not take her long to suss out the terrible truth. She gave a sympathetic smile to the 2 students before continuing with her explanation. The ritual for the preparation of a Horcrux is very exacting and lengthy, beginning at sunset on the day of the new moon and continues for 12 hours a day, every day until the full moon reaches its zenith. That is the reason why making more than one is not usually attempted. The ritual drains the magic of the object that is being used to store the soul piece, and that is why a living being is not chosen to be one. The final ritual, which takes about 6 hours, is then initiated within 24 hours of sacrificing an innocent human. The act of cold-blooded killing is enough to render the soul into pieces, but the ritual is needed to extract the soul piece out of the body and place it into the container. The means to create a Horcrux was gruesome and left the listeners with a foul taste in their mouths. Amelia thought that her explanation about the unusability of a living host would put the smiles back on the young faces, but did nothing to change their resigned looks. There was definitely something more, something she was not privy to, and whatever that was serious enough, and that thought did nothing to quell her apprehension over the safety of her friend's son. I can sense Voldemort's presence, or the presence of his soul pieces. My scar flares up in pain whenever they are near me. That is the reason we think that my scar is not just a scar. Harry's tone was flat, monotonic, and totally devoid of any emotion. He was thankful for his skill in occlumency for not breaking down in hysterics, and of course Hermione's constant and unwavering support helped him immensely too. There were shouts of protests over that declaration, and the three women in the room were near tears thinking about the savior of the wizarding world being a container for a piece of the Dark Lord's soul. The usually cheerful Professor Flitwick also looked to be on the verge of a breakdown, but saw a glimmer of hope due to Amelia's explanation. But before he could deny Harry and Hermione's theory, the director of DMLE squashed any protests. If we go by the theory that Voldemort had already made more than 5 Horcruxes on the day he went to Godric's Hollow to kill the Potters, then we have to take into account the extreme instability of his soul. Splitting the soul so many times would have made his soul so fragile. The act of casting the curse with the intent of killing a toddler would have fractured the soul, and added to that, losing his body would have freed his soul piece. The soul latched onto the nearest source of magic, which was Harry and his open wound. You did say that living beings cannot make containers for soul pieces. Tonks managed to question through her tears. Amelia sighed deeply. This is just conjecture, but the fact that Harry can sense Voldemort, especially that his scar flares up in pain, says otherwise. A living host has its own soul, and so another soul cannot survive and flourish. We can be sure that Voldemort came that day with the intention of making a Horcrux. The ritual would have driven the piece of Voldemort's soul to do whatever it could to survive outside the original host. So, it would have entrenched itself and began feeding off Harry's magic to survive and maybe create its own defenses. When it saw a counterpart nearby, it tried to flee the otherwise uninhabitable living host, but since the soul piece was established inside the body and feeding off on Harry's magic, whenever it tried to join the nearby soul piece, it caused intense pain to Harry. Since it has been living off Harry's magic for so long, it just could not leave even if it tried to. So even though Harry was not an intentional one, Voldemort's greed to make more than the acceptable number fractured his soul to such a point that the soul piece latched onto an uninhabitable container. Hermione summarized, and after getting a nod of agreement from Amelia, expressed the opinion of everyone present succinctly: shit. No one even thought to reprimand about her use of profanity though. The mood inside the den turned somber after that discussion, and they decided to take a break and move on to lighter topics. Hermione ordered some more tea for all, and they reflected on what they all heard in the room. Whatever Amelia thought was the reason for her meeting Harry, this was not it, and in her opinion this was only the beginning of the mess they found themselves in. She could, however, draw comfort from the news that they had an idea of what the problem was, but that certainly did not make their task any easier. So where did you find Ravenclaw's diadem? Flitwick wanted to know. He was saddened to know that a priceless artifact was used in such a way, and that, along with the need to protect Harry, increased his determination to find a way to destroy the soul piece without harming the container. Harry and Hermione gave each other a big smile. It was time for their sales pitch to the head of the DMLE. Pointing to the tiara in the glass box in front of them, Harry spoke. This was actually the first we found, and that too purely by accident. We were testing our aura probe in a room full of enchanted objects, and our probe picked an object that projected an aura of extreme harmful intent. We investigated only to find my scar exploding in pain, so we quickly contained this tiara and sealed it in this box. What is this aura probe you are talking about? I've never heard about that before, and what are these glass boxes? Inquired Tonks a little earlier than her boss could voice the same questions. Bingo, thought the two students. Hermione launched into a well-researched and well-rehearsed description of the gadget that they invented and were hoping to disseminate among the professional law enforcers and curse breakers. Harry meanwhile took out 2 of their own personal probes and displayed them for their benefit. Judging by the reactions on the faces of the 2 Aurors, they were impressed. Oh wow, you made these. Tonks exclaimed, holding the probe that was at the end of a leather rope, while her boss was critically examining the one which was mounted on the staff. Hermione was modest now. We had help from the professors, she gestured towards them. Professor Flitwick, however, refused to share the spotlight. Oh no, young lady. All I did was to teach you the spells, which you could have found in any book. Amelia, we were only looking from the outside. The idea, its execution and construction was all theirs. Amelia turned to Harry and Hermione. Can I take these two with me and let my department test them out? If they work as you say and to our satisfaction, then we may be in a position to order more. How are you going to distribute these though? I am not sure if you could do it personally and especially from Hogwarts. They were hoping to keep the two probes for their personal use, but they were not going to refuse such an opportunity. They could make another two for their own use later and so readily agreed to that request. We were in the process of finishing the application process for a permit to start a company that specializes in innovation, enchanting and warding. We have already contracted Remus Lupin to initiate negotiations with different suppliers for the casing and the stone in the center of our probe. Harry was interrupted in his explanation by Professor McGonagall. You may have to look for another person. It seems that the headmaster had asked Mr. Lupin to take the vacant defense position and he had agreed to talk to his employers and get back to him. Harry exchanged a look with Hermione. Well, as far as I know, he had almost finished all his discussions and there is nothing left for him to do till we get the permit for the company through. If he wanted to continue into the next year, then we could get a new duty manager. Right now we need a lawyer to look through the papers and then file them for us, Harry sighed. Hearing that, Tonks perked up. A cousin. Harry gave her a brilliant smile at that endearment. My parents are lawyers. My mother is a personal lawyer, but my father deals with corporate law. I could get him to talk to you during the coming holidays if you want. I am sure he could do it without any payment as a favor to you. Hermione flashed a smile at that and whispered to Harry about the need for a personal lawyer too. Harry nodded his head at that and so Hermione took up the explanation. Well, we have a bigger plan for Harmony and Magics. That is the name of our company with a K. And it is not something that we wanted to do on a whim. It would be our main source of income in the future, so we need a lawyer far more than just to file the permits. We also need a lawyer to look at our personal interests. I need someone to take some action regarding the boy who lived propaganda. I mean, I heard that there are a lot of people making profit using that name. Books, clothes, toys, and collectibles. I am not really keen to make profit out of my parents' sacrifice, Hermione chimed in, and neither should the merchants. Harry gave her a grateful smile and continued, but when I broached the idea of shutting them down completely, I was vehemently overruled, so instead of that I could give my share of the money back to the society. I know that Hogwarts is in desperate need of modernization. Street Mungos could use a hand, and don't let me start on orphanages. Maybe I could start a Lily and James Potter Foundation for the orphans, or even better, start my own orphanage and school for them in either world or both. By the end of his speech, Harry's chest was heaving in effort to keep his emotions from running away. Everyone present there could see the passion in his eyes and in his posture, and they were proud of the young man. The boy who lived persona might have taken a much more popularity boost, and in their eyes, this was a worthy cause for popularity. There was a palpable positive energy in the air, almost as if Harry's little speech had energized the very air that they were breathing. Breaking the pregnant pause, Hermione brought the conversation back to the matter at hand. These boxes are more than mere display cases. While being used to show the object to the world, we designed them to hold dangerous objects. The glass panes are totally impervious to magic both from the outside and inside. The object cannot be affected by outside magic, and anyone handling the boxes cannot be affected by the magic of the object inside the box. Wow. That's really useful to contain cursed objects, commented Professor McGonagall. Yes, that was our idea, agreed Harry. The glass panes themselves are made resistant to magic and are impervious to water, fire and magic. We toughened the panes before spelling them to be magical resistant, and so are nigh indestructible. There is always a chance that an overpowered blasting hex from a very powerful wizard could totally powder the glass. Then the object inside would also end up destroyed, thus ending any danger from the object itself. Still, as I mentioned before, we took care to make the boxes impervious to magic too. Professor Flitwick did not have any eyebrows due to his goblin descent, but the others just disappeared into their hairline. How did you do that? Professor Flitwick blurted out. Hermione was back to her lecture mode. The panes were first hardened and then spelled to be resistant to all the elements before being made resistant to all magic, as you taught us last year, sir. The professor acknowledged that point. We found out that making them resistant to magic let them hold the properties that were given to the glass beforehand, even if it was done by magical ways. That was a big bonus to us. Why don't you publish your experiments and the results you obtained? We could send it to a charms journal and I could sponsor that, the tiny professor suggested, which was very quickly accepted. They had all the results documented and they could get it ready by the start of the next term. Anyway, the box is made up of 6 panes that are attached by flexible plastic that was also spelled in the same way. In its normal state, the panes are all spread out, 4 panes attached by their longer faces and 2 panes attached to the second pane by their smaller sides like a T. Harry took out an unassembled box from his ever-present pouch. They then demonstrated the assembly by using Harry's wand as a target. Before everything else, the box is attuned to the user's magic. You place your finger on the identification rune on the pane that forms the top of the box so that the rune could now identify you by your magic. Then you place the object on the base and then bring the panes together as a box and hold them in place, for the sticking runes etched on the edges to activate. This will assemble the box, making it almost impervious to all magic, but the weak spots of the box are the edges after assembly. Due to the runes etched on them, they are devoid of magical protection, and so to compensate for that we used a warding scheme that overlaps the edges. The assembled box was now about 12 inches all around and was quite heavy due to the toughened glass. It was her idea, and so Harry prompted Hermione to take up the explanation. You see these ward runes on the front and the back faces, they project the ward to the anchor runes on the other faces. So basically we have 2 umbrellas that cover all the 12 edges, and the only spot they do not cover is the identification rune on the top. The ward is the normal magic nullifying ward used in places like the Wizengamot Chambers or Azkaban Prison, and as you know, the ward rune powers itself from ambient magic. There is absolutely no way that the ward would fail except if kept in a shielded room for more than a day. The beauty of the construction is that only the one authorized to put the object inside could take it out. Ignoring everyone else, Harry and Hermione turned to the head of the DMLE, who would be the major user along with curse breakers or tomb raiders, for the evidence box. Amelia Bones was deep in thought. In a matter of less than 2 years, the 2 students made rapid ingress into the world of innovations that no one thought before. That the devices they made first were aimed at the safety of people was also not lost upon her. Aurors in the field are faced with many dangers, especially from cursed and BP-trapped objects. These boxes would go a long way in their protection. Yes, risks are accepted in their line of work, and the usual way was to hope that they do not get killed during their duty and get treatment if subjected to any curses. But as the saying goes, prevention is better than cure, and both the Aura probe and the evidence boxes would go a long way in preventing such disasters in the field. She could probably haggle for a discount on a bulk order. She repressed a snort. All they had to display any evidence was a plastic bag and hope that the objects displayed did not carry any dangerous curses. Seeing the looks of expectation directed towards her, Amelia asked to take a couple of samples with her, and Harry simply levitated out a package containing 3 such unassembled boxes from his moleskin pouch, and passed them to the head of DMLE. So do you plan to make them in different sizes or stick to one size? Amelia asked. Well, we plan on bulk production, so we want to stick to one size. If someone wants a different size, then we could custom build it. You have to remember though, the bigger the box, the heavier it would get. You could not even levitate the box, Harry responded. Amelia grinned at him. We could always wrap it up in parchment or put it in a conjured wooden box and then levitate it just as you did now. Harry and Hermione looked a little sheepish at that suggestion, but they did not voice their objection. Making a single size was easy, as they could bulk order from non-magical suppliers, and with automation, the supplier could easily handle large numbers, even in thousands. Besides, what reference do they have for a size? They could not go on making boxes that differ by a centimeter each way. Tonks could see the conflict on their faces and came to their rescue, or we could simply shrink the target object to fit into the box. Harry and Hermione gave her a grateful smile, and even Amelia did not contest the point. They could always test their theories out before approaching the students with any problem they might have faced. I can assure you that the boxes work like well, pardon the pun, but like a charm. I was very much affected by the presence of these soul containers, but now I can handle them without any discomfort. Harry emphasized his point by taking the box with the diary and putting it on his head. Professor McGonagall was impressed at the ingenuity of her cubs. She was certain that if they could churn out more innovations like that currently on display, they could make a name for themselves. So what about the diary? Who did it belong to? She asked. Harry and Hermione argued on this point a few times before. They did not want to disclose the fact that Ginny brought the diary into the castle, but finally the benefits of a full disclosure convinced them to provide them with all the facts but argue on Ginny's behalf, and that it was not her fault. Professor, this diary was the reason for Mrs. Norris being petrified, and more seriously, this opened the Chamber of Secrets. Bedlam erupted after their declaration. They could only hear words like Chamber of Secrets, petrification, and student safety from the group, who were making their best efforts to be heard over the others. Harry and Hermione raised their hands to placate the professors and the Aurors, which allowed Hermione to try and answer their questions. We pilfered this diary from Ginny Weasley, who was possessed by the soul piece. We think, and Goran agreed, that Voldemort forced her to open the Chamber of Secrets and let out a basilisk that somehow petrified Mrs. Norris. Cries of outrage were mixed with questions of which Goran and basilisk were the prominent ones. Harry explained that he, being the heir of Godric Gryffindor, was able to communicate with the castle and the Sorting Hat. He then explained about the basilisk and how they think that the gaze was reflected by the water on that flooded floor that day petrified Mrs. Norris and not kill her outright. He went on to assure the adults that Hermione and he layered as many protections as they could, including a ward that would only collapse with a password spoken in Parseltongue. He acceded to the demands of both Professor Flitwick and Amelia Bones to be taken to the entrance so that they could layer their own magical signature-based protection wards. This would ensure that, if needed, the chamber could only be opened by Harry, Hermione, Professor Flitwick, and Amelia together. McGonagall confirmed that Ginny Weasley took Harry and Hermione's advice and talked to Madame Pomfrey. Since everyone present in the den took an oath of secrecy, she disclosed that Madame Pomfrey found signs of possession and some brain damage, but Ginny would make a full recovery before Christmas. Amelia Bones wanted to start an official investigation but agreed to drop the matter as it inadvertently involved a minor and the threat was apparently negated, but she squeezed out a promise from the professors to be notified immediately if there was another incident. Harry and Hermione let out a relieved cry of, "Thank goodness," at the good fortune of their newest friend. To break the dreary atmosphere, Tonks asked about the name Harry and Hermione chose for their company. "Well, it is a combination of our names, and also includes harmony, which we are trying to achieve through the use of magic from various cultures," Hermione answered with a shrug of her shoulders. The thought that went into choosing the name brought looks of admiration from the small audience. They tossed ideas for destroying the Horcruxes, but though Harry and Hermione told them about the ideas given by Goran, they also voiced their reluctance to destroy the Founder's relics. Professor Flitwick promised that he would start researching ideas for that. The idea of involving the Unspeakables from the Department of Mysteries was shot down by the two Ministry employees. They will try to take the relics away in the name of research rather than looking for ways to destroy the soul pieces. I seriously doubt that we would even be able to know their fate after that, was Tonks' disgusted comment. Harry added the castle's opinion on the Horcrux in him. The castle thinks that Dumbledore knows about the Horcruxes and the possibility of my scar being one, but she does not think that he would be forthcoming with the knowledge. Goran told me that the castle would protect me and Hermione from all threats inside the castle and outside the grounds. We already have emergency portkeys to a secure location. He did not reveal that the location was the new safe house that belonged to the Flamels. Since it was now getting late, they decided to meet again later to exchange ideas and any new information. McGonagall promised to dig up all records pertaining to T.M. Riddle, while Amelia promised to dig up his history after Hogwarts and maybe confirm his identity as Lord Voldemort. She immediately assigned that job to Tonks, taking her out of the field force and placing her on the personal staff of the DMLE head. Though Tonks was talented and adept as an Auror, she was clumsy due to her being a metamorphagus and so prone to make mistakes in the field. Amelia pondered if she could talk to Harry and Hermione in confidence and persuade them to offer Tonks a job in their company. That would also ensure that a trained oar would be near them to provide protection if needed, but that was a matter for another day. During their walk to the girls' bathroom on the second floor, Harry expressed the suspicion on Lucius Malfoy being the one that put the diary into Ginny's possessions. He recounted the amusing tale that Ginny recited about the events in the bookshop when they went to buy their school supplies. Amelia Bones was worried. This gives a new meaning to the support that Lucius Malfoy provided during the election campaign for the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. I mean, can you imagine the epitome of sophistication brawling like a common thug? That had to be a ruse to get the diary into Hogwarts, which also means that Malfoy might know about Horcruxes. Based on his advice, the minister cut the budget for the DMLE, probably to assist his lord. If there were not enough oars to tackle any attacks by the Death Eaters, then Lord Voldemort would have an easier way to take over the ministry upon his return. Professor Flitwick told the two students that he would step up their training and advised them to get some protective clothing like dragon hide cloaks or vests. Tonks offered to talk to her parents and see if they could try and get the Potters will opened up and maybe try to get Harry access to Potter Manor and its protective wards. Though they did not object, Harry and Hermione also did not state their elaborate plans to develop a foolproof ward scheme that would make their houses nearly impenetrable. They were working on that idea whenever they had time and were close to test their theories during the Christmas holidays. In the privacy of her quarters that night, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry gave vent to her pent-up emotions. She cried her heart out against the injustice heaped upon Harry Potter. Lily and James Potter were not only her favorite students, but they were two of her very small circle of close friends. She was very happy to celebrate the day Harry was born, and behind her stern facade, she had a soft spot for Harry and Hermione, two fine young people whom she was rapidly growing fond of. She began to consider them as the grandchildren she never had, and that night she made a solemn vow to do her best to protect them even if she had to go against the leader of light and her boss, Albus Dumbledore. At least the lad found love at a young age, and it is of added comfort that Hermione was brave and capable enough to help out Harry during danger, was her last thought before falling asleep. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.